Chapter 1. The Talents in the Chat Group. Gandalf. Harry, has today's fitness magazine arrived? I eagerly await this moment. Every day is one of the few pleasures an old man like me can indulge in. In the dimly lit storage room, the glow emitted by the Motorola phone served as the sole source of illumination, casting light upon Harry's face. This Motorola device was unearthed by Harry amidst a pile of discarded toys belonging to Dudley. Unlike the phones widely circulated in the market, this particular model was capable of sending simple messages. It bewildered Harry why Dudley would abandon such an advanced phone, but he was not one to complain. He had always been envious of Dudley's electronic gadgets, lamenting that they were merely objects of distant admiration. Although secondhand, this phone bestowed upon Harry the gift of connectivity, unlocking an entirely new realm for him. In his mind, a new chat group feature appeared alongside the text messaging function, populated with numerous friends from far and wide, infusing Harry's solitary existence with newfound joy. Gandalf, a fitness enthusiast with a white beard, eagerly anticipated Harry's delivery of fitness magazines. Dudley, a high school senior from China, resonated with Harry's plight, sharing a bond of mutual sympathy. Lonnie, a reticent girl. V, a killer from Night City, residing in a world reminiscent of cyberpunk. Old Huang, self-proclaimed ruler of humanity, perpetually coaxing them to serve as his cannon fodder, suspected to be affiliated with some African warlord. However, responding to their inquiries in his mind required an environment of utmost concentration otherwise. It was all too easy to conflate the chat group with reality. Thus, Harry typically opted for written communication. Harry, the magazine hasn't arrived yet, so? Old Huang, no way. Come over here, I have plenty of fitness equipment. Dudley, is that African warlord at it again, trying to recruit people as his cannon fodder? V, once I finish this job, they'll deliver the latest fitness magazine to you. Harry chuckled softly. Each member of this group was truly remarkable, their words a delight to behold. Without them, he would surely succumb to melancholy in this isolated storage room. Get out here now. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice pierced through the air as she pounded on his bedroom door, the sound possessing an almost magical quality that never failed to rouse Harry from slumber. "I'm coming, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied, hastily responding to avoid a subsequent lecture or, worse yet, a scolding. "Harry, my aunt is calling me. I must leave the conversation for now." Dudley. Harry's about to embark on his tragic life again. At this moment, Dudley's avatar in the chat bore the emblem of a Dragon King, signifying his status as the most vocal participant from the previous day's discussions. Dudley. I've held the title of Dragon King for a year now, never surpassed. Dudley. Why has everyone fallen silent? Harry bent low, exiting the storage room, where Uncle Vernon sat on the sofa, grappling with a squirming Dudley while watching television. Uncle Vernon chuckled, releasing Dudley, who flailed his fists, remarking, "This little rascal always loves to flaunt his strength like his father, doesn't he? Just like a majestic lion." As Harry passed behind Uncle Vernon, he silently scoffed, perhaps more akin to a wild boar. The breakfast on the table had suffered greatly at the hands of Uncle Vernon and Dudley, reduced to mere scraps of half a sausage and an incomplete fried egg. "Perhaps they think I can sustain myself through photosynthesis," Harry mused, suddenly aware of Dudley's gaze fixated upon him, prompting him to hastily devour the remnants of his breakfast. "Slow down, no one is competing with you. It sounds as if we haven't taught you any manners," Aunt Petunia remarked scornfully, pouring herself a steaming cup of water before retreating to the kitchen. Dudley's attention finally shifted back to the television, his favorite channel now on, as he sprawled on the sofa like a massive slab of meat, staring vacantly at the screen. Upon finishing his breakfast, Harry still felt a gnawing hunger, his senses heightened in search of any stray nourishment in the air. What was that foul smell? The odor wafted from the kitchen, leading Harry to investigate. He discovered a basin filled with murky gray water, containing what appeared to be rags. "What is this?" Harry inquired of Aunt Petunia. "Your new school uniform," Aunt Petunia replied, pursing her lips and casting him a look that suggested he'd best keep quiet. Harry glanced back at the basin. Well, a few more glances would hardly improve its appearance. Years of experience had taught him that arguing with Aunt Petunia was futile. He would never emerge victorious, and the outcome would only worsen. The mailbox clattered, and several letters tumbled onto the doormat. "Go fetch the mail, Dudley," Uncle Vernon instructed from behind his newspaper. "Tell Harry to do it. Harry, go grab it. Dudley, go get it. Use your smelting stick to make him fetch it." Seeing Dudley reach for the stick with ill intent, Harry turned and made his way to the door to collect the scattered letters. He felt no fear of Dudley. Despite the latter's frequent attempts to use him as a punching bag, Harry always found a way to retaliate with magic. Indeed, magic. Aside from being a fitness enthusiast, Gandalf was a grand wizard who had imparted many useful spells to Harry. Harry had been quite astonished upon discovering this, but compared to the ability to communicate within his mind through a chat group, magic was not so surprising after all. After a year of training, he had mastered a few fundamental spells. However, Gandalf had cautioned him against using magic indiscriminately on ordinary people or displaying it in their presence, as they would likely be unable to comprehend it and could suffer a mental breakdown. In Dudley's words, it was akin to being blinded by a single leaf, unable to see the mountains. Considering Uncle Vernon's almost obsessive fear of magic, he could not even mention any stories of it in his presence. Though the Dursleys were indeed unpleasant, should they suffer a mental breakdown, Harry would be cast out, left to wander the streets, and likely perish in some corner. With this in mind, Harry had no intention of revealing his magical abilities to them. 3 letters lay on the doormat, one from Aunt Marge, one in a brown envelope, and the last addressed specifically to him. Perhaps it was from that Chinese Dudley. Yet Harry had never revealed his address to him. Surrey County, Little Whinging, Number 4, Privet Drive, under the stairs, storage room. From Mr. Harry Potter. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment, the address inscribed in emerald green ink. There was no postage stamp affixed. This was indeed a letter addressed to him. Who could possibly write to him, possessing such detailed knowledge of his home? They even knew he resided in a storage room. Flipping the envelope over, he noticed a wax seal emblazoned with a crest, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, all surrounding a capital H. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chairman of the International Wizarding Federation, Knight of the Order of Merlin, First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted permission to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st to confirm your attendance. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. This was a letter from the Magical Academy, and Harry Potter's heart raced with excitement. He had a premonition that this was a missive from Gandalf. Perhaps only the all-powerful Gandalf could pinpoint his address accurately and send him an acceptance letter to a magical school. Was the organization finally coming to retrieve him? Harry felt a surge of tears welling up. He would no longer have to wear those heavy, tattered clothes to school. He could finally escape the wretched Dursleys. Hey kid, what are you dawdling for? Uncle Vernon's arrogant voice boomed from the sofa, his piggish head barely concealed by the newspaper as he urged Harry to hurry. I have a letter addressed to me, Harry replied truthfully. Huh, who would write to you? Uncle Vernon mocked, folding his newspaper and striding towards Harry, attempting to snatch the letter from his hands. He was thwarted, managing to seize only 2 letters. With a disgruntled glare at Harry, he tore open one of the letters, his substantial frame blocking Harry's path back to the storage room. Oh, Aunt Marge has fallen ill after eating something questionable, Uncle Vernon announced after perusing one letter, then proceeded to open the brown envelope, grimacing in disgust and choosing not to read further. Hand over that one, Uncle Vernon commanded. This belongs to me, Harry declared defiantly, refusing to allow the Dursleys to maintain their control over him any longer. There's nothing here that belongs to you. Hand it over. Uncle Vernon sneered, extending his hefty hand in an attempt to seize Harry. Bang! With Harry extending his arm, Uncle Vernon found himself unable to reach him any longer. Chapter 2. The Cloaked Stranger. Uncle Vernon floated, quite literally, as if he were a large balloon pressed against the ceiling. His face flickered faster than a traffic light, bewildered as he surveyed his current predicament, nearly choking on his breath in disbelief. Dad! Dudley exclaimed, glancing at his levitating father, frozen in place like a bewildered, rotund pig, staring at his father suspended on the ceiling. Ah! Aunt Petunia's shriek was as piercing as ever, as she jumped repeatedly, attempting to pull Uncle Vernon down from the ceiling. You freak! Uncle Vernon spat out venomous words, his face resembling a pig's liver as he swung his enormous fists in the air. My God, they're back again! Aunt Petunia cried, covering her face in tears, gasping for breath while uttering incoherent words. When did you get involved with these creatures? Uncle Vernon's face turned ashen, his voice lacking its usual vigor. Last year, Harry admitted, gazing up at Uncle Vernon on the ceiling. Oh, Dad, I'm scared. Dudley attempted to approach Uncle Vernon, but upon seeing his father elevated, he looked at Harry with fear and retreated. Given his past experiences of bullying, he believed that this man might very well turn him into a pig. Get out! Get out of my house! Hearing Dudley's cries, Uncle Vernon lost his composure, his triple-layered, hamburger-like face flushing with rage. He raged impotently at Harry, hurling curses in his direction. Harry cast a cold glance at Dudley, then slowly turned to open the door and walked out, taking nothing with him except for his Motorola phone. Where'd he go from here? Whatever the case, he needed to leave the Dursleys behind. Strolling along Privet Drive, Harry found a recliner to sit upon. Harry, I've probably just been kicked out, or perhaps I've run away. Frail boy, what just happened? Harry offered little explanation, merely stating that he had turned Uncle Vernon into a balloon. Lonnie, not bad. Frail boy. Miss Lonnie actually joined the chat. The usually reticent Lonnie briefly commented before retreating back into silence. Gandalf. Excellent. It seems you have mastered the levitation spell well. Did you not use a wand? Harry. No, I haven't attended magic school yet. Speaking of which, I received an acceptance letter from a school named Hogwarts. The headmaster is Dumbledore. Do you know him, Gandalf? Gandalf, Dumbledore? I don't believe I've heard that name before. The email contained a clear address, and Harry was convinced that Gandalf was indeed Dumbledore, perhaps aiming to surprise him upon enrollment. Gandalf was certainly a peculiar old man. Harry, well, now the problem arises, I have nothing with me, and I must wait until September 1st to start school. How am I to survive in the meantime? Perhaps I won't even be able to afford the tuition, Harry silently added. Gandalf, wait, let me see. It seems there is a teleportation system in this group, but I don't appear to have any currency from your world. Would gold suffice? Harry, that would be splendid. Frail boy. 6, please take me along. I can send you some soft currency, but I need to exchange it at the bank first. Seated on a park bench with few passers-by, Harry glanced around, suddenly feeling the weight in his pocket grow heavy, nearly overflowing. He retrieved a kilogram of gold from his pocket and placed it upon the adjacent bench. He had only seen gold jewelry at Mrs. Figg's, and this was indeed quite valuable. Then there were the 50 soft currency notes sent by Frail Boy, though meager. Harry felt a swell of gratitude. He understood that Frail Boy, like himself, was living with relatives without his parents nearby and had little pocket money. This was likely all of Frail Boy's allowance for the month. Oh, and there were the euros sent by V, which were certainly hard-earned. Upon examining the euros, Harry discovered they were all from the year 2077. Well, given that the sender hailed from a future world, they could serve as collectible currency. Oh, what is this? Harry's hand brushed against a cold grip, and he nervously scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before carefully retrieving the object. It was an equality device. Without a doubt, this was the work of Old Man Huang. Harry could even hear his own heart racing with excitement. After all, Britain had strict gun laws, and he lacked a firearm certificate. Yet here he was, holding a handgun. Harry, oh, thanks for everyone's support, and also to Old Man Huang for the pistol. Old Man Huang, rather than this, I would prefer if you could send the Dursleys my way. Harry, a colossal shadow loomed over Harry. He hurriedly stowed away his belongings and looked up at the towering stranger before him. The figure was dressed oddly, sporting a men's trench coat above and a women's skirt below, perhaps layered with woolen long socks due to the chill. The massive brim of his hat and raised collar obscured Harry's view of his face, yet he seemed to be staring directly at Harry. As Harry prepared to flee, the cloaked stranger placed a hand on his shoulder. Sir, do you need something? Harry turned to face the cloaked figure, suddenly struck by dizziness. As the environment around him began to swirl and shift, the ground beneath his feet seemingly detaching from him. At the moment the speed peaked, the spinning ceased. Harry tumbled onto a nearby sofa, surrounded by a dilapidated room filled with various grotesque specimens of human organs on a decaying table. The damp, putrid air was thick with a stench of rotting fish heads mingled with moldy potatoes. Who are you? Harry flipped over the sofa, the interior dim and devoid of sunlight, cautiously scrutinizing the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure cast aside his garment, revealing a visage as repugnant as that of a goblin. His elongated nose, coupled with a pockmarked face, was utterly nauseating. Etched upon his withered left arm was the mark of dark magic, and in his grasp was a finely crafted, albeit diminutive, wooden staff. The boy who survived. I have watched you for quite some time, the grotesque figure intoned, his voice a sickly, viscous sound as he leered at Harry. Everyone claims that the Dark Lord met his demise at your hands, but I find it hard to believe that you could vanquish such a formidable being. I have never taken a life, Harry responded with composure, for he had never harmed any mammal in his existence. Unless the so-called great being referred to was a mosquito or a fly. Oh, you surely do not recall how the mark upon your brow came to be, do you? The cloaked figure taunted mockingly, raising his staff, its tip emanating a sickly green glow. Harry touched the lightning-shaped scar concealed beneath his thick hair, believing it to be a remnant of his parents' tragic accident. However, the truth seemed far more complex. Rest assured, today I shall use your life to resurrect that magnificent being. I intend to make him aware that I am his most faithful servant. The cloaked figure revealed a chilling smile, urging, run, run. But you shall not escape my sacrificial ceremony. Harry then noticed that a white hexagram had already been drawn around him, surrounded by 3 mirrors, each accompanied by 6 candles. This malevolent sorcerer seemed intent on resurrecting some wicked entity. Avada Kedavra! The cloaked figure brandished a wand, and the green light between the sticks shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Harry dodged with a swift motion, the green light striking the cabinet behind him, erupting in a dazzling display of emerald brilliance, reducing the cabinet to mere splinters. There was no time for contemplation. Harry drew the pistol from his pocket and, without a moment's hesitation, squeezed the trigger at the grotesque figure. Bang! 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 The gun discharged several rounds in quick succession. The trench-coated fiend wielded his wooden staff, casting spells to deflect the bullets, but despite redirecting 3 or 4, one projectile struck his left arm. The arm burst forth like a festering sore, blood gushing forth and splattering across the ground, even spattering Harry's face. As he wiped the thick crimson liquid from his visage, Harry glanced down at his pistol. This contraption proved far more effective than a wand. My hand! My hand! The creature held in agony, yet he clutched his wand tightly. For a weapon is akin to one's very life. In the throes of his convulsions, he managed to unleash another spell. Disarm your weapon. The weapon in Harry's hand was instantaneously knocked away, sliding several meters to come to rest beneath a display cabinet. As Harry was about to bend down to retrieve something, a green curse struck mere centimeters before his toes. The floor ignited, releasing a thick, acrid smoke that mingled with the air, rendering it almost suffocating. The creature writhed grotesquely on the ground, emitting a piercing cackle, and with great effort, it pushed itself up, grimacing in pain. Chapter 3. The Metal Wand. The boy who had narrowly escaped death was destined to meet his end today. The creature clutched a wand in one hand, its twisted legs dragging forward in a hobbling gait. Harry's gaze fell upon a wooden stool behind the creature. With a flick of his wandless magic, he summoned the stool, striking the man forcefully on the back of his head. The stunned creature turned to Harry, his eyes spinning, while the wand in his hand flickered ominously with a green light. Oh, a genius, truly a genius. The creature regarded Harry as if he were a precious treasure, tightening his grip on the wand aimed directly at him, his maniacal expression rendering him even more grotesque. The metal wand of the muggle had shattered his entire arm, yet he could easily heal himself with something like bone regrowth after dealing with Harry. The combination of wandless magic and silent spells had nearly driven him to madness. These 2 forms of incantation are typically taught in the 6th year at Hogwarts and represent the pinnacle of magical difficulty. To execute both wandless magic and silent spells simultaneously is a rarity, even among dwarves. Possessing such abilities before enrolling suggests that Harry harbors talents rivaling those of Dumbledore. What could be more exhilarating than slaying one great being to resurrect another? The creature regarded Harry as an invaluable treasure, and he would be the one to claim it. A worthy sacrifice. Let me, Summers, take your life. The creature advanced slowly, cornering Harry, with his wand aimed menacingly at him. Harry slowly stepped back into the center of the hexagram, aware that this was a bizarre sacrificial ritual. He knew that if he were to perish at the heart of the ceremony, it would be set into motion. Thus, he had to eliminate his opponent before fully immersing himself in the ritual. Harry swiftly unleashed several incendio spells towards the creature, only to have them intercepted mid-air by a disarming charm. The essence of wandless magic and silenced incantations lies in their element of surprise and refined combat experience. However, his adversary was a seasoned Death Eater, a madman with a plethora of kills to his name and unwavering loyalty to his cause. Upon recognizing Harry's capabilities, the opponent effortlessly countered him with superior reflexes and battle-hardened expertise. Summers squinted, gradually luring his prey into the trap he had meticulously prepared. Harry cast a glance at the pistol resting before the cabinet. It was the sole variable in this equation. Relying solely on spells, he was no match for his opponent. Harry, with an air of composure, extended his hand forward, and before the cabinet appeared a translucent little hand composed of blue energy. This magical hand, a clever trick taught to him by Gandalf, was intended for playful mischief. Little did he expect to employ it today. It might very well save his life. The outcome hinged on this singular moment. Harry tightly shut his eyes, assuming the posture of pulling a trigger. Bang! Summers was still perplexed by Harry's action, wondering why his opponent had not cast a spell. Eagerly, he prepared to intercept the incantation, intending to extinguish Harry's life in a matter of seconds. Inflicting torment upon lesser foes lacked satisfaction, yet tormenting a future prodigy promised exhilaration. However, it mattered little. In the instant Summers' wand emitted a blinding green light, his head burst forth like a firework. The headless body collapsed before Harry, crimson blood trickling down the neck, forming a gushing river upon the floor. Harry lay sprawled on the ground, catching his breath. He first stepped over the headless corpse to retrieve the handgun from the cabinet, tucking it away for future use. The air had thickened with an acrid scent of blood. His mind was taut with tension, leaving little room for him to discern the nuances of the atmosphere as he settled onto the sofa to gather his thoughts. He had received an acceptance letter from the School of Magic, only to be cast out from his home. On his journey, he was seized by a wizard who intended to sacrifice him to resurrect some grand entity. He referred to himself as the boy who lived. Was the death of his parents a conspiracy, or did someone intend to kill him but failed? Was it possible that the assailant had plotted against the infant Harry, accidentally causing a car crash that claimed his parents' lives? Such a scenario seemed implausible. So why had he subsequently endured relentless bullying from the Dursleys? Was it because they possessed far more influence than his parents? The image of Uncle Vernon's triple chin prompted Harry to dismiss the thought. Who would conspire to murder an infant? The answer was no one. Thus, Harry concluded that this wizard had merely misjudged him, mistaking him for some legendary survivor. Rather than being the boy who lived, he was more accurately the unluckiest fellow. In the room lay a corpse, still a headless one, but Harry mused that he had no time to deal with it now. Harry chose to initiate a chat group to calm his mind. Harry, old Huang, the pistol you provided is quite effective. I have put it to use. Gandalf, seriously, what has transpired? Old Huang, you must truly eliminate them. Who says you cannot? You are simply remarkable. Harry recounted the recent events. Gandalf remarked, it appears that corrupt wizards also exist in your realm. Exercise caution. The old man replied, no worries, the handgun I provided you is solar-powered. So there's no need to fret about ammunition. Harry, I have been brought to a completely unfamiliar place. What should I do now? Based on my extensive experience in undertaking missions, it would be prudent for you to survey your surroundings and seek out clues. Slacker, isn't this how all detective novels are written? After conversing with my friends, I feel much more at ease. Harry surveyed the entire damp room, where, aside from specimens soaked in liquid, an array of notes lay scattered across the table. Harry glanced briefly at 2 books, a beginner's guide to the application of dark magic and a volume detailing 72 forbidden rituals along with their corresponding regulations. While they hardly seemed like commendable tomes, Harry found himself without alternatives. He required a deeper understanding of magic to safeguard himself. Knowledge is power. Albeit this particular knowledge was rather extensive. Harry searched around, attempting to locate the bag where he had stored his books. In the drawer, he stumbled upon a brown wallet. Upon opening the wallet, he discovered it was pitch dark inside, as if it were an endless abyss. Harry reached in, and to his astonishment, it extended at least 10 feet deep. After successfully stuffing a book inside, Harry employed the same technique to cram all the other books in as well. Yet the weight remained unchanged. Could this be considered akin to defeating a monster and acquiring loot? Harry tucked the wallet into his pocket and approached a murky mirror, where he could faintly discern his blood-soaked appearance. Harry was still unaware of any spell akin to a cleansing charm. He could only find a few relatively clean tissues to wipe away the blood from his face, yet with each attempt, it only seemed to spread further. Eventually, his entire visage took on a faint crimson hue, prompting Harry to surrender in his efforts. At that moment, he resembled a juvenile delinquent. Perhaps believing that such an appearance might expedite the processing of his request at the precinct, Harry nervously grasped the gun as he stepped out of the house. The exterior was a maze of dilapidated buildings, casting an oppressive shadow over the street. The dim light illuminated the faces of passers-by, their parched and pallid skin evoking a sense of aversion. He ran, driven by desperation, until he reached the police station. Chapter 4. The Broken Cauldron. Calm and composed, Harry traversed the streets of Nocturne Alley, surrounded by elderly witches who cast peculiar glances his way, their appearances reminiscent of the grotesque figures found in fairy tales, accompanied by their sharp, piercing shrieks. Renowned as a notorious black market, Nocturne Alley was predominantly populated by familiar faces, making it implausible for him to remain entirely oblivious. The individual in question was a young wizard, devoid of adult supervision, clad in rather rudimentary attire that bore an unmistakable resemblance to that of a muggle. However, the unmistakable scent of blood enveloped him, suggesting he had recently taken a life. This was indeed intriguing, a young wizard, a murderer. What secrets could he possibly harbor that warranted such a significant stir? Harry could sense the scrutinizing gazes of every wizard along his path. He was uncertain whether he had inadvertently revealed himself, or perhaps he had nothing to conceal at all. Nevertheless, in order to preserve the fragile peace he had fought so hard to attain, Harry feigned composure and continued forward until an unsettling sound, akin to nails scraping against glass, pierced the air. Harry Potter. He was indeed Harry Potter. As if responding to an unspoken signal, the crowd collectively turned their attention to him, their mixed yellow eyes glimmering with malevolence, slowly reaching for their wands. Run! Upon hearing his name, Harry Potter felt an instinctual surge of adrenaline propelling him toward the exit, while the bystanders morphed into ravenous wolves, pouncing upon him with unrestrained fervor. To be candid, he had no acquaintance with this group. Their intentions remained a mystery to him. Yet, one truth echoed in his mind: he could not afford to be captured by those lurking ahead. Just 9 feet away from the sunlit ground, 2 men cloaked in black robes awaited, having seemingly bided their time to obstruct his path. Harry executed a deft slide, slipping through the narrow space between 2 individuals, and clumsily lunged forward. The moment the withered arm of the other brushed against him, Harry tumbled into a tattered brown overcoat. Almost engulfed, his head sunk deep within. Harry's height barely reached the belly of the figure before him. This must be a giant, he mused. Oh, a child emerging from Knockturn Alley must have endured tremendous torment. The giant swiftly embraced Harry, glaring indignantly at the dark wizards lingering in Knockturn Alley, brandishing his umbrella. You cannot harm this child. Be gone. Under the giant's massive hand, Harry nearly suffocated, but he managed to escape, scrutinizing his oversized, shabby companion. The giant donned an enormous coat made of moleskin, his tangled, unruly black hair and beard obscuring much of his face, leaving only 2 shiny beetle-like eyes visible. He appeared quite intimidating, yet far more amiable than the individuals he had just encountered. You reek of blood. I must have Dumbledore lodge a complaint with the Ministry of Magic. How dare they? The giant gently caressed Harry's face with his substantial palm, his emerald green eyes sending a shiver through Harry's heart. Child, may I see your forehead? Upon hearing the giant's tremulous voice, Harry parted his bangs, revealing the lightning-shaped scar underneath. Merlin's beard. The giant's exclamation drew the attention of everyone on the street, a crowd of curious onlookers quickly gathering to discern what was transpiring. It is human nature to be drawn to commotion. Harry, how did you come to be here? The giant crouched down, towering over Harry by a head, inspecting him like a concerned mother, checking for any signs of injury. You know my name. Aside from the giant. It seemed everyone here was familiar with his story. Gasps erupted from the crowd, their gazes toward Harry softening in an instant, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. What on earth is happening? Harry glanced at the giant, who had transformed from an inconspicuous student into a coveted treasure. What had transpired? And what of the mention of Dumbledore? Harry recalled the name from his acceptance letter. Oh, little Harry, just call me Hagrid. That's what everyone else calls me. I am the keeper of keys at Hogwarts. You must have heard of Hogwarts. Hagrid produced a large handkerchief from his coat and blew his nose with great vigor, his beetle-like eyes glistening with tears. I've heard of it. It's the magical academy that accepted me, Harry nodded. Indeed. Dumbledore sent me to fetch you from the Muggle world, but I am not well versed in their customs. So I came to acquire a couple of books on Muggle studies for reference. Hagrid spoke of Dumbledore with reverence, clearly holding him in high esteem. Oh, enough about me. How did you arrive here? Ordinarily, only wizards can access this place. As Hagrid finished speaking, the crowd nodded in agreement, never imagining they would encounter Harry Potter in such a manner. Moreover, he exuded a long-forgotten scent of blood, a smell they had often encountered over a decade ago, one they had bathed for years to rid themselves of. Now, this haunting memory resurfaced. A wizard brought me there, and he intended to kill me to resurrect a great entity. Harry gestured towards Knockturn Alley, now deserted, the inhabitants having scurried away. Kill you? The crowd gasped in unison. Drawing their wands and aiming them at the alley, their expressions filled with outrage. As for Hagrid, he looked ready to explode. Unforgivable. One day, the Ministry's Aurors will eliminate them all, not leaving a single one behind. Hagrid listened in disbelief as Harry narrated his harrowing experience, which had unfolded right beside him. Unbeknownst to him, had Harry perished in Knockturn Alley, Hagrid would have lived the rest of his life in guilt. But how did you escape? A concerned woman in the crowd asked, all eyes nervously fixed on Harry. I shot him with a gun. There was nothing to conceal. Harry omitted the fact that he had acquired some dark magic books but otherwise revealed the truth. The crowd was incredulous that such a small child had vanquished an adult dark wizard, murmuring in astonishment. After all, he was Harry Potter. Indeed, he is Harry Potter, the savior who defeated the Dark Lord as a child, the boy who lived. The crowd nodded, eagerly approaching him with soft, welcoming gazes. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. It is an honor, Mr. Potter. Do you remember me? You met me when you were little. I bowed to you in the shop. Do you remember? A young man in a top hat enthusiastically shook Harry's hand. It seemed everyone here recognized him, yet he was oblivious to it all. Oh. The poor little fellow needs a place to rest. We shall continue this tomorrow. It is getting late, and I must take him to rest. Hagrid took Harry by the hand, effortlessly weaving through the crowd, stopping in front of a brick wall. He raised his umbrella and began to tap it against the surface. Count 3 bricks up, and then 2 across, he murmured. All right, step back. Harry. He gently tapped the wall 3 times with the tip of his umbrella. The brick he struck began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that widened to reveal a modest tavern. Here we are, Hagrid. What will you have to drink? The tavern keeper, Tom, inquired from behind the counter. No, not today. I have some matters to attend to. Please prepare a room for me. Hagrid produced a few bronze nuts from his ample coat and cast a longing glance at the bottles behind the bar, resolutely turning away. Still a double bed? The tavern keeper asked as he accepted the coins. No, this is for the young lad. Hagrid nudged Harry forward. Oh, wait, is this Harry Potter? The tavern keeper suddenly noticed the small wizard beside Hagrid, astonished into speechlessness. The crowd once more cast fervent glances in Harry's direction. Indeed. Little Harry is of age to enroll this year, Hagrid declared proudly. Dumbledore asked me to bring him to acquire the necessary school supplies. What an honor. Here are the keys. The tavern keeper gazed intently at Harry and his emerald eyes, beaming with joy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. Chapter 5. Gringotts. Harry turned over in bed, groggily tugging at his soft, moleskin coat. Beside him, Hagrid's snores rumbled like thunder, causing his tangled beard to sway slightly. His pink umbrella lay within arm's reach. A faint light filtered through the simple wooden window as Harry rubbed his eyes, donned the spectacles from his bedside, and quietly descended the stairs. Yesterday, from Hagrid's lips, he had learned the truth. His parents had been murdered by a mysterious figure, who had vanished from public view after being vanquished by Harry himself. Everyone believed the dark sorcerer was dead, and his followers had scattered, save for a few fanatical dark wizards who secretly sought to resurrect the fearsome Dark Lord. Among them was Summers, one of the individuals responsible for his abduction, a source of considerable frustration even for the elite Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Unlike Muggles, wizards possessed unique physical traits that rendered them immune to and capable of mitigating most lethal harm that would spell disaster for non-magical folk. Yet, it was astonishing that Harry had cleverly managed to eliminate his adversary with a metal wand. Harry lowered his gaze towards the pistol nestled within his infinite space wallet, a symbol of his resolve in this entirely unfamiliar world. The thought of returning to the Dursleys filled him with vehement opposition. He had no desire to once again behold Dudley's odious, bloated visage and endure his intolerable stench, even if it meant becoming a child laborer in some wizarding shop. He would steadfastly refuse to go back. Hagrid hoped for his return, yet lacked the ability to articulate a reason, thus resorting to sending a letter to Dumbledore for guidance. Outside the wooden window, the sound of a beak tapping against the glass resonated. An owl, clutching a newspaper, perched outside. Harry hesitated, glancing at Hagrid, but ultimately decided to open the window and allow the owl entry. The owl tilted its head, observing Harry for a moment before it placed the Daily Prophet on the windowsill and swiftly took flight once more. Harry, illuminated by the light, discerned the headline of the newspaper, The Daily Prophet, which proclaimed, "The Savior Harry once again rescues Diagon Alley." Accompanying the headline was an image of Harry, bloodied yet composed, shaking hands with an approaching wizard in a moment that resembled moving footage, akin to a video. Within this animated depiction, Harry even blinked, a gesture he swore he had not made at the time. He meticulously scrutinized the article, which exaggerated his capabilities to an extraordinary degree while sharply criticizing the Ministry of Magic's ineptitude, insinuating that even an 11-year-old untrained wizard could resolve the issues that left the ministry floundering. The entire piece was replete with humor, audaciously speculating that Harry's ability to vanquish dark wizards stemmed from a physique more formidable than that of a typical wizard, rendering him a paragon among wizards, impervious to curses as effortlessly as wizards are immune to physical harm. It vividly recounted how Harry had endured countless Avada Kedavra curses, engaging in a fierce battle with Death Eaters for several hours before ultimately triumphing. Astonishingly, throughout these 10 hours, the ministry remained utterly oblivious to the proceedings, underscoring their incompetence. Harry was utterly captivated, his heart racing in his throat. In such a life-and-death situation, there was little room for intricate psychological reflections, much like reading a novel. He perused the entire newspaper article, which, aside from its nonsensical narratives and baseless speculations, proved to be an engaging read. The byline read Rita Skeeter. Ah. She had a penchant for fanciful tales, concocting non-existent gossip and rumors. Hagrid's bushy beard brushed against Harry's head, yet the words she penned undeniably captivated an audience. Harry set down the Daily Prophet, feeling a peculiar sensation as if he were parading through the streets in the nude, exposed to the gaze of countless onlookers. Well, today we shall first visit Gringotts to exchange some currency, and then proceed to Diagon Alley to procure the essentials for your schooling, Hagrid declared, donning his thick, fur-lined coat once more as he took Harry's hand and led him downstairs. A man clad in a hood approached them, his complexion pale and his demeanor visibly anxious. The young man, who appeared to be a rather nervous Harry Potter, hesitated to grasp Harry's hand, seemingly feeling a sense of impropriety, only to withdraw it again. "It is indeed a pleasure to meet you," he stammered. "This is Professor Quirrell." Hagrid introduced him to Harry. "He will be one of your teachers at Hogwarts. Farewell, Professor Quirrell." Harry detected an unpleasant scent of garlic emanating from Quirrell, and as he turned to face him, a piercing pain surged through his head, akin to being pricked by a needle. "What is the matter?" Hagrid inquired with concern. "Nothing. Is he always this nervous?" Harry sensed the presence of the dark wizard from that fateful day in Quirrell. Despite their dissimilar appearances, expressions, and attitudes towards him, there lingered an elusive connection. Perhaps he was merely frightened by the vampire, perpetually trembling in such a manner. As usual, Hagrid rapped a few times on the wall, ushering Harry into Diagon Alley. "He still has to teach you the defense against the dark arts class, poor fellow. Harry, today, I encountered a professor of magic whose scent was quite pungent, reminiscent of garlic. It evoked the same sensation I experienced with that dark wizard the other day. Furthermore, when I glanced back at him, it felt as though my head were being pricked by a needle. I wonder if there is a connection between the two." Harry hesitated to reveal the situation to Hagrid, for he was faced with a professor from Hogwarts, and the notion was far too peculiar, lacking any evidence to suggest a connection. To avoid alarming the situation, Harry resolved to discuss the matter with his friends in the chat group. Gandalf remarked, "I have never heard of any dark magic possessing the scent of garlic. Perhaps it is merely the aroma of garlic itself." Lonnie interjected, "If your first impression of him is unfavorable, it may be magic warning you. Your fates might be intertwined. But only one shall survive." Lonnie's words were few, yet often reflected musings related to magic and destiny, which the others humorously labeled as melancholic and somewhat pretentious musings of a magical girl. "Be confessed, to be honest, I am not well versed in your world. Here, only certain substances or alcohol induce headaches, and there are minor issues with the components. After all, they existed in different dimensions," and Harry sighed. At that moment, they arrived before a towering, snow-white building that loomed over the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze door stood a fairy clad in a resplendent crimson and gold uniform. His gold-rimmed spectacles could not conceal the avarice reflected in his gaze, and he possessed a dark complexion, a lengthy beard, and limbs that were disproportionately long. As they entered, the fairy bowed in greeting. Before them appeared a second door, silver in hue, adorned with the following inscription: "Enter, stranger, but beware of the consequences of greed. Those who seek to gain without effort shall face the gravest penalties. If you intend to pilfer wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." Chapter 6. The inverted exchange rate. Approximately 100 fairies were seated on high stools behind a long counter, some weighing coins from various countries and eras with copper scales, while others inspected rubies through magnifying glasses. "Good morning," Hagrid addressed a lounging fairy. "We wish to withdraw some funds from Mr. Harry Potter's vault. Do you possess Mr. Potter's key?" In stark contrast to the enthusiasm exhibited towards the so-called savior, the fairies displayed a marked indifference, their fervor for wealth far eclipsing any interest in heroics. Hagrid promptly laid out all the contents of his pockets on the counter. A heap of biscuits larger than Harry's palm sprawled across the surface, exuding a foul odor. The fairy wrinkled his brow, subtly pushing the biscuits aside without further ado. "Ah, found it," Hagrid exclaimed, pinching a small golden key from the assortment. "This should suffice." The fairy accepted the key, scrutinizing it closely before inhaling its scent with a beak-like nose, displaying utmost diligence. "I also possess a letter from Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid declared solemnly, puffing his chest, regarding that item in Vault 713. Hagrid seemed intent on lowering his voice to evoke an air of mystery, yet his volume was too loud, reverberating throughout Gringotts, drawing the attention of several small fairies who turned to ensure no conflict was arising. "Class is so dull," a friend lamented. "How has entered a magic school? I wish I could go there too." Harry, taking money from Gringotts. "Frail guy, I beseech the Great One to commence a live broadcast." Gandalf, "I too yearn to behold the visage of another magical realm. The magical world, truly intriguing." Old Huang, "The realm of psychics? Fascinating indeed." Observing the excited expressions of his companions, Harry reluctantly initiated a full-screen live stream, hoping that his friends could offer some guidance as he embarked on his journey into the magical world. Currently, he only possessed the ability to cast spells without a wand and perform silent incantations, along with a few basic charms, as he had seldom had the opportunity to practice in the Muggle world. With the reminders from his companions, he could also avoid making certain blunders. Hagrid tucked all the dog biscuits into his pocket and urged Harry to follow a fairy named Larkin through a door that led out of the hall. "What is that thing in Vault 713? Harry inquired. "I cannot divulge that," Hagrid replied mysteriously. "It is strictly confidential. It pertains to Hogwarts. Dumbledore trusts me. It is best not to pry into matters of the outside world." They traversed a narrow, dimly lit stone corridor and boarded a small cart that whisked them down a steep passage. The frigid air filled Harry's open eyes, and in the haze, he glimpsed a fire dragon, but before he could discern any details, they veered off into the depths of an underground lake. "Harry, did I just see a dragon?" "Ron, wow, that is impressive. It's a giant dragon." "I saw the flames, but it's not a dragon. It's likely a fire elemental lizard." "Gandalf, I never expected that the bank in your realm would be guarded by a dragon without facing dire consequences. Dragons are notoriously greedy and immensely powerful beings. The fact that Gringotts boasts a fire dragon as its guardian greatly alters Harry's perception of these goblins, who, by their appearance, seem rather unthreatening. Yet, their ability to tame a fire dragon to protect their riches underscores the bank's remarkable confidentiality. Massive stalactites and stalagmites hung above Harry like thorns. They wouldn't fall. Would they? Harry looked up and said with concern. "No, Harry, don't speak to me right now." Hagrid's face was pale as he awkwardly climbed down from the cart. "Feeling nauseous. I think I might be sick." The ring pulled open the door lock, releasing a plume of green smoke. Once the smoke cleared, the glimmering gold galleons within sparkled, accompanied by a significant quantity of silver sickles and heaps of bronze nuts. This was quite a fortune, particularly for Harry, who had relied on Dudley for entertainment. However, extracting money from Uncle Vernon to learn magic was out of the question. Harry had already resolved to fully emancipate himself from the Dursleys, necessitating careful budgeting of this newfound wealth for the ensuing 7 years. A galleon is worth 17 sickles, and 29 nuts equal 1 sickle. Quite straightforward, right? Hagrid turned to the ring and said, "Now, let us proceed to Vault 713. But could you please slow the cart down a bit? Ron, that exchange rate is astonishing. This means 1 galleon equals 493 nuts. I have a chalice worth 2 galleons and 45 sickles. You've given me 4 galleons, so how many nuts should I receive in return?" Gandalf, hiss. 319 bronze nuts. Ron, wrong, you owe me 319 bronze nuts because the sickles can be converted to 2 galleons and 11 sickles. Ron, ha ha ha, the old man. It feels like a cunning plot. Setting aside the outrageous exchange rate, Harry was elated about his windfall, which signified a considerable amount of liquid assets. Previously, he couldn't even possess his own pocket money. The cart traveled at a single speed. The ring haughtily declared as he restarted the cart, transforming the ride into a roller coaster experience. Harry, at Ron's behest, attempted to observe his surroundings but was firmly seated by Hagrid's large hand. "Stay back," the ring solemnly instructed. He extended a long finger and gently tapped the door, which began to gradually vanish. This door could only be opened by the goblins of Gringotts. Anyone else who approached would be sucked in. The ring glanced at the curious Harry. "How often do you check for intruders inside?" Harry inquired. "About once every decade," the ring replied with a sly grin. Contrary to the imagined scene of skeletal remains, there was no dazzling display of treasures within the vault. Instead, it contained an inconspicuous, dirty little package wrapped in brown paper. "Harry, what is this?" Harry posed a question in the group chat and the tangible world simultaneously. Hagrid trembled slightly, his beard quivering, hesitating to respond as he tucked the gray package deep into his moleskin coat, seemingly ignoring Harry's inquiry. Ron remarked, "Anything hidden so deeply must surely be a priceless treasure." Gandalf added, "It appears to be a small object or perhaps a stone, reminiscent of the legendary Philosopher's Stone, though I cannot assert this with certainty." He chimed in. "The big fellow's silence only adds to the intrigue. If it were me, I could easily coax him into sharing a drink, revealing his secrets." Hagrid cautioned Harry. "When you return, do not speak to me." He appeared to be in a rather poor state of mind. Harry nodded and took a seat in the small cart. "Harry, the Philosopher's Stone?" Gandalf, "Indeed, it is an alchemical marvel that transcends mere form, a magical wonder that drives all alchemists to madness. Not only can it transmute base metals into gold, thus turning stone into gold, but it also grants immortality, allowing one to evade death. That is incredible. To possess such an object would mean never having to work again and having endless wealth. That sounds utterly delightful. Old Man Juan, is the Philosopher's Stone truly that precious?" Lousy. Lonnie, eternal life is not necessarily a blessing. It may bring you boundless calamities. Gandalf, Lonnie speaks the truth. Magic is wondrous yet perilous. At times, it can transform you into something unrecognizable. Lousy, please. Do add to the misfortunes of my already unfortunate existence. V. I feel the same. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened as Harry followed Hagrid out of the corridor. He carried a bag of galleons as they exited Gringotts, and Hagrid abruptly halted in front of him. Chapter 7. Daphne and Astoria Heir. Harry. Let us first acquire your uniform, Hagrid suggested, nodding towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The trolley at Gringotts is terribly vexing. Ahem, you know. I'd like to visit the Leaky Cauldron for a drink to invigorate myself. V. A drink to rejuvenate sounds like a splendid idea. Harry entered Madame Malkin's robe shop, where a group of friends were animatedly discussing recent events, and he thought things were not quite so dire. Madame Malkin was a kind-hearted witch, plump and cheerful, dressed in a lovely purple outfit. Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, dear? She beckoned Harry into the back room. We have plenty in stock. To be honest, there are 2 young girls trying on clothes in there. Do go take a look. At the rear of the shop, a platinum-haired girl stood on a stool while a witch pinned her black robe to measure it to her height. Nearby, another slender girl, also with platinum hair, sat gracefully on a sofa, watching Daphne with a hint of envy. Hey, are you also coming to Hogwarts? Daphne cast a sideways glance at Harry, her tone dripping with pride. Harry surveyed the surroundings, noticing no one else present, before turning his gaze to Daphne. She briefly glanced at Harry's oversized hand-me-down shirt, turned her head away, seemingly disgusted by her own words. I can't believe I just spoke to a mudblood. Daphne glanced at her sister, Astoria Greengrass, lowering her voice, though Harry still caught the words. Astoria innocently blinked, curiously appraising Harry. What? Harry inquired, clad in Dudley's old clothes, which appeared excessively large due to Dudley's size. Compared to her sister's flamboyance, Astoria exhibited a quiet demeanor, reminiscent of Harry's own experiences of being bullied by Dudley. Where are your parents? No one came with you? Or are they not wizards? Daphne casually inquired, her words laced with disdain. Hagrid said they were wizards, but they are both deceased, Harry replied coolly, disliking the girl as condescending tone. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Which of the Sacred 28 are you from? I don't believe I've seen you before. Daphne turned to Harry, reassessing the boy, speculating he might belong to a once noble pure-blood family that had fallen from grace. However, having wizard parents merely confirmed his pure-blood status. It did not guarantee his affiliation with the Sacred 28. A child with one Muggle parent or both Muggle parents could still be considered pure-blood, albeit of inferior stock, yet still superior to a mudblood. What Sacred 28? Harry jumped down from the stool, his words dripping with indifference, infuriating Daphne further. He had not anticipated that upon entering the magical world, he would encounter various factions before even learning any spells. Nonetheless, Daphne's haughty demeanor spurred Harry's determination to teach her a lesson, and his feigned nonchalance only served to provoke her ire. How ignorant! What is your surname? Daphne demanded angrily. She would not tolerate a pure blood being unaware of the Sacred 28. It represented the very faith of pure bloods, a testament to noble lineage, and a legacy of illustrious wizards. The mere thought that someone could be so unconcerned incensed her. She was resolute in learning his name, refusing to accept him should he seek their favor in the future. Dear children, it seems you are enjoying your conversation. Your fitting is complete, came Madame Malkin's voice. Harry deftly jumped down from the footrest, paying no heed to Daphne. He was finally able to extricate himself from this awkward situation. Gandalf remarked, this child is quite conceited. Be quipped, I wish to whip her backside to shreds, just jesting. The unfortunate lad commented, the English little goddess. The old man interjected, her beliefs are misplaced, send her to me for some adjustments. Lonnie added, a pyramid scheme leader. The old man retorted, died from blood loss. Harry, sensing the presence of 2 girls inside, turned to Hagrid, who blinked his beetle-like eyes and offered Harry the vanilla-flavored ice cream in his hand. Hagrid, what does the Sacred 28 mean? Harry inquired, licking the ice cream. It's merely a list created by those purebloods out of boredom. Pay it no mind, Harry, Hagrid replied. Furthermore, your mother was a remarkable witch. Many exceptional wizards hail from Muggle families. She is in no way inferior to your father, Potter, who is of pure-blood lineage. My father? Harry had no recollection of his parents. The only information he possessed came from Aunt Petunia, who had mentioned that his aimless father, along with his self-indulgent mother, met a tragic end after a stroke of fortune. This, of course, seemed implausible, as the magical world held little knowledge of their story, even less than his own notoriety. Indeed, your father, James Potter, was also an accomplished wizard. Although he is included in that wretched list, he is entirely different from those fools," Hagrid stated as he led Harry away from Madame Malkin's. Sitting on the sofa at the entrance, Astoria contemplatively observed her frenzied sister, her platinum blonde hair shifting with the slightest movement, while the Daily Prophet wedged beside the shop caught her attention. Harry Potter once again rescues Diagon Alley. Astoria's starry eyes sparkled with surprise. "I never expected you to read the Daily Prophet. You should have come over just now to help me teach that insufferable little boy a lesson." Daphne approached with an air of irritation, still troubled by her sister's earlier indifference. Hagrid led Harry into a splendid bookstore, where an abundance of books dazzled the senses, many of which were wordless, while even more had beautifully crafted covers that invited touch and admiration. Harry picked up a book titled Spells and Counterspells by Professor Wendick, which detailed the latest revenge tactics to play pranks on friends and ensnare enemies, tricks such as causing baldness, breaking legs, and tying tongues, among many others. Hagrid had a difficult time prying Harry away from the book. Harry contemplated devising a curse for Dudley. Reluctantly, he set the book aside, vowing that if they crossed paths again, he would show no mercy. However, curses like Shatter to Pieces were excessively harmful, and the Fire Curse posed too great a risk, while the Clean Water Curse lacked sufficient deterrent power. Perhaps a spell to tie Dudley's tongue and then transform him into a Mediterranean would serve as a fitting punishment. Hagrid remarked that while the idea was not without merit, one could not wield magic in the Muggle world except under extraordinary circumstances. He added that, for now, Harry was certainly not allowed to use such spells. In a nondescript corner of the Daily Prophet, traces of magic detected by an auror indicated that a dark wizard had not employed such spells. This suggested Harry possessed an extraordinary magical talent, prompting Hagrid to decide to report this thrilling news to Dumbledore. "Gandalf, I cannot believe that you can be monitored while using magic. After all, magic emanates from within the human body, unlike V, who could be controlled by implanted chips or similar devices. V, I truly appreciate your insights, Clean Sweep. I suppose they might silently place a tracker on you, allowing them to observe your nightly activities." The Weasley. Suddenly, the desire to attend a magical academy seems less appealing. Hagrid took Harry to procure essential supplies for potions class. Due to the lack of financial resources, Harry was compelled to economize, and under Hagrid's guidance, he acquired a number of affordable yet sturdy items. Chapter 8. Homecoming. Do you not yet have a birthday gift? Hagrid inquired suddenly. "It is unnecessary," Harry replied, feeling a flush of embarrassment. He had never celebrated a birthday, and although he once envied Dudley for receiving over 30 gifts each year, it now seemed inconsequential. "Do not expect the Dursleys to purchase you a birthday gift. We are still missing a pet and a wand," Hagrid stated, unfurling a list. "I shall procure a pet for you. You, my dear Harry, must select a wand. This is a moment of great significance for every young wizard." Hagrid led Harry to a shop that appeared small and dilapidated, the gilded sign above the door peeling away, bearing the inscription, Ollivander, EST 382B. C. Master Wand Maker. "Step inside, Harry. I shall fetch your pet," Hagrid said, ushering him through the door before departing. The interior was eerily quiet, with thousands of boxes containing wands meticulously arranged on the shelves, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a solemn library. "Gandalf, the craftsmanship of these wands is exquisite. Good afternoon." A gentle voice suddenly startled Harry. An elderly gentleman appeared before him, his pale eyes shining like two bright moons in the dimly lit shop. "Hello," Harry greeted him. "Oh, Mr. Potter, I anticipated our meeting would occur soon. Your eyes resemble your mother's," the old man remarked, nodding as he reminisced about the past. He recounted how she had come here to purchase her first wand, as if it were a memory from yesterday. "It measures 10¼ inches, crafted from willow, and is a fine one for casting spells." V. This old coot is boasting about his memory. There was no need for such detail. It is merely business, buying and selling. Your father, however, preferred a wand made of mahogany. 11 inches long, more flexible and stronger, it was ideal for transfiguration. I would say your father was fond of it. Of course, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Gandalf, an intriguing theory, one I have not encountered before. I eagerly await your wand, Harry. For a wand is indeed a wizard's most cherished companion. Harry, what kind of wand does Gandalf typically wield? Gandalf, I prefer wands that are rather robust and of a larger size. If they could be even sturdier, that would be ideal, as it would assist me in winning close combat. Old Man Huang, how about a wand with a 1-inch diameter, capable of unleashing explosive power equivalent to that of intercontinental missiles? No one would stand a chance against you, Harry. Frail guy. 9. Harry rubbed his forehead and addressed Ollivander. Sir, could I possibly try a wand that is relatively sturdy? If it could have a 1-inch diameter, that would be ideal, as I may need it for close combat. Ollivander gazed at him with eyes reminiscent of silver moons, incredulous as he replied, Mr. Potter, I am unsure from whom you have heard such notions. But I assure you that wands are not intended for close quarters, and there certainly is no wand with a 1-inch diameter. Displacing Harry's fingers, Ollivander gently traced the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, murmuring, This was the result of one of my wands. 13.5 inches long, crafted from you. It possesses immense power, indeed, yet it fell into the hands of malevolence. Had I known the consequences of this wand's creation, I would have acted differently. Let him apologize. And then we'll let it slide, said a voice. Sweetbeats, another chimed in, as the group continued to exhibit their usual unreliability. Ollivander retrieved a measuring tape and began to assess the length of Harry's arm, from shoulder to wrist, from knee to armpit, even measuring the distance between his nostrils. Was this a method to match wands based on some formula? Otherwise, how long would it take to match these thousands of wands? Try this one, he suggested. Presenting a wand made from beechwood and the heartstring of a fire dragon. 9 inches long. Quite nice, very supple. Give it a wave. Ollivander placed the wand in Harry's hand. Gandalf remarked, This wand is so slender that I fear it may break. Harry cautiously brandished his wand, unleashing a formidable surge of magic that caused hundreds of wands from the ceiling to plummet to the ground. Such immense power is a quintessential trait possessed by every accomplished wizard. Ollivander, observing the scattered wands, remained undeterred. Let us try this one, he said, made of maple, with a phoenix feather core. It measures 7 inches in length and possesses excellent flexibility. Harry grasped the wand and, with a gentle flick directed at the scattered wands, returned them all to their original positions. Excellent control, Mr. Potter. You managed to wield such intricate magic without uttering a single incantation. This innate talent reminds me of another wizard who achieved great feats. Ollivander fixed his gaze upon Harry's eyes, remarking, Though malevolent, it is undeniably remarkable. Indeed. An extraordinary combination. Hollywood, phoenix feather, 11 inches in length. Quite impressive, and also quite supple. Ollivander then handed Harry a wand. Harry grasped the wand, a sudden warmth flooding his fingertips. He raised it high above his head, and with a swift motion, brought it down, cutting through the dust-laden air. A brilliant red light erupted forth, with golden sparks dancing like fireworks from the wand's tip, casting flickering shadows upon the walls. Absolutely splendid, Ollivander exclaimed, drawing closer so that Harry could glimpse his dim, shadowy eyes. I have a premonition that you shall achieve greatness akin to that of the one before you. Having spoken, Ollivander carefully packed the wand into its box, while Harry handed over 7 golden galleons, finally possessing a wand that belonged to him. Hagrid stood outside the shop, waving at Harry, a small cage in one hand and a snowy owl perched upon his arm. What shall you name him? Harry asked, cradling the owl in his arms. This is your pet, so you ought to name him, Hagrid replied, laden with luggage as he led Harry past the leaky cauldron. Let us call him Hedwig, Harry decided, gently stroking the now slumbering owl as the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the end of a day that would part him from Hagrid. Happy birthday, Hagrid said, presenting a pink frosted cake with the words Happy Birthday clumsily inscribed upon it. Thank you, Hagrid, Harry replied, accepting the cake, his first birthday gift, excitement bubbling within him. Though words eluded him. It's time to return to the Dursleys. If they mistreat you, you can have Hedwig send me a message. I'll intervene, Hagrid reassured, patting Harry's shoulder, his bushy beard breaking into a warm smile. Hagrid, I wish to return to my former home, to see it, Harry said, gazing up at Hagrid, who hesitated, glancing around. I don't want to go back to the Dursleys. It's time to begin anew, with my true parents. After a moment of struggle, Hagrid nodded, embracing Harry tightly, tears cascading onto Harry's thick hair. Chapter 9. The Dark Lord in the hushed corridors of Hogwarts. Hurried footsteps echoed, and a shadow resembling a giant bat flitted across the griffin-shaped spiral staircase. Spider String, the black bat murmured to the creature at the door, which immediately leapt aside, allowing the heavy door to swing open. Dumbledore was munching on cockroach clusters from a glass jar, unfazed by Snape's arrival. Grabbing a handful of the sweets, he inquired, Care for a taste, Severus? Snape regarded Dumbledore with a cold gaze, almost lunging at Dumbledore as he growled, This child has committed murder before even attending school. He is no savior. Before Snape could finish, Dumbledore casually wiped his mouth with a napkin, meeting Snape's eyes. I believe Mr. Potter acted in self-defense, otherwise he would have been slain by a mad dark wizard. But he has indeed taken a life. His heart may harbor darkness greater than that of the Dark Lord. You must not err again, Dumbledore. Look at this daily prophet, Snape spat, thrusting the newspaper towards Dumbledore's face until the latter's expression grew serious, revealing a satisfied smirk. He even used a nonverbal spell, wielding a powerful metal wand to slay an experienced Death Eater. His intentions are far from simple. It seems Harry has inherited his father's talent for spells, Dumbledore noted, observing Snape's visibly worsening demeanor. His eyes resemble those of his mother, Lily. I will not harm a child who has yet to enroll, especially one who vanquished Voldemort, Severus, Dumbledore replied lightly, having known all the details long before the news broke. Every incident reported to Fudge's desk first came before Dumbledore. Do not play the saint before me, White Wizard, Snape retorted, unconvinced that Dumbledore would waver before great interests. Viewing the sacrifice of students as part of a larger plan for the greater good, namely, the peace of the wizarding world. What do you intend to do with this child? Calming himself, Snape took a deep breath, fixing his gaze upon the venerable headmaster, who had lived for over a century, a figure of immense power and wisdom. Despite his dissatisfaction with Dumbledore's decisions, he could not deny the latter's greatness. The Ministry had dubbed Harry the Bane of Death Eaters, believing him destined to eradicate Voldemort and his followers. Dumbledore's expression turned grave as he glanced at Snape. Yet we know Voldemort has not truly perished. He waits for the opportune moment to return. By then, I may be too old. So you intend to let Potter become a sacrifice in the fight against Voldemort? What if he were to become the next Dark Lord? Do you believe you can control everything? Snape's words dripped with venom. Not from mere insults, but from a profound understanding of the darker possibilities lurking within others. What is your true intention, Dumbledore? I trust Harry, for he possesses love. Remaining kind even under the most wretched of Muggle guardians, Dumbledore asserted firmly, his azure eyes locked onto Snape's, striving to persuade him with sincerity. Our young Harry is soon to begin his studies. If you still believe otherwise, we can discuss this further in my office, Dumbledore declared, removing his glasses to clean them. I feel I can still serve for another 7 years, ha. At least I won't retire this year. At that moment, an owl alighted on the window of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore rose to accept the owl's letter, slowly returning to his seat to open it. Snape inclined slightly, preparing to depart in silence, only to be halted by Dumbledore's trembling voice. Wait, Severus, I need you to stay. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Harry's departure from the Dursleys means the protection Lily bestowed upon him will soon dissipate. Where has he gone now? Snape's earlier sarcasm melted away as he stepped forward, his restrained voice trembling with concern. Godric's Hollow, the Potter residence, Dumbledore began, but was interrupted by Snape. Why would he think to go there? Snape transformed into a bat, poised to attack Dumbledore. No one had informed him. Perhaps he simply loathed the Dursleys, though in the short term, Death Eaters might not come knocking. Yet, the world is never devoid of surprises. This news evidently surpassed Dumbledore's expectations. He pondered over a reasonable explanation, which was not difficult to articulate, yet imperfect. For instance, Harry was merely 11 years old. He had to reside with the Dursleys to ensure his protection, and naturally, he would primarily face their bullying. However, these justifications were clearly insufficient to satisfy Harry, thereby undermining his trust in Hogwarts and the subsequent arrangements. Their foremost objective was to see Harry mature into adulthood, while the validity of the reasons provided was secondary. It seems you are not omnipotent, Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Why not let that little fellow stay there? If he dies, you can always find another, correct? You are not lacking in young wizards willing to fight for you. You speak the truth, Severus. Dumbledore's profound gaze pierced through Snape, rendering him momentarily speechless. What did you say? Snape could scarcely believe his ears. This is something we must confront sooner or later. I cannot allow my own weaknesses to deprive young Harry of his chance to return home. He should go back, though I shall pay a visit to Vernon as well. Dumbledore mischievously winked. Indeed, I cannot control everything. Plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Wouldn't you agree, Severus? You mad old fool, Snape coldly retorted, turning away as he departed the headmaster's office, his black cloak billowing behind him. Chapter 10. The last enemy to be conquered is death. Godric's Hollow, a village nestled in the southwest of England, is the birthplace of the great wizard Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of the esteemed Gryffindor house, and the site where the wizarding blacksmith, Bowman Wright, crafted the first golden snitch. Accompanied by Hagrid, Harry arrived at this tranquil valley, adorned in his newly purchased clothes. Under the midnight sky filled with stars and piercing cries, Harry struggled to keep his eyes open against the biting cold wind, the eerie stillness of the surroundings sending shivers down his spine. On the pitch-black streets, the faint glow of a few houses' lights added an air of solitude. This village was a shared habitat for both Muggles and wizards, where the latter could not freely wield magic. Hagrid explained that following Voldemort's attack, many wizards had vacated the area, leaving it desolate, yet some, like Beheld Bagshot, remained. After passing several darkened shops, they reached the village's center, where a structure resembling a war memorial gradually transformed into the likeness of three statues, a disheveled man with glasses, a long-haired woman of exquisite beauty and kindness, and an infant nestled in his mother's embrace. "These are your parents. They were true wizards, exceptional Gryffindors," Hagrid wept, pulling out a massive handkerchief with a loud sound. "I thought I would never come here." Harry had scarcely glimpsed his own parents, possessing no recollection of them at all. He slowly approached the statue, the shattered lenses of his glasses glinting in the moonlight, gazing at the stone-carved image of himself as a joyful infant, unmarked by scars. He pondered how his life might have unfolded had Voldemort never existed. He remained lost in contemplation for an extended period until the autumn breeze chilled his ankles, prompting him to realize he had been standing there for quite some time. His legs had grown numb, and as he turned to depart, he stumbled uncontrollably towards the ground. Fortunately, being caught by Hagrid, the chat group was enveloped in an eerie silence, leaving one to wonder whether they were preoccupied or simply at a loss for words. "Let us go," Harry remarked. The local residents cast curious glances in their direction, perplexed by the presence of these two unfamiliar individuals who lingered for so long. They arrived at the cemetery behind the church, known as the Potter Cemetery, adorned with numerous ancient gravestones that whispered tales of renowned ghost stories. The two bent low as they traversed deeper into the graveyard, passing by countless dark and time-worn tombstones. On one lichen-covered granite stone, Harry seemingly spotted the familiar name of Dumbledore. Before he could ponder further, Hagrid's deep voice resonated. "Harry, come here, over here." In the darkness, Harry could discern something about 5 or 6 meters away. A heavy weight settled in his heart as a surge of sorrow washed over him. Yet it was firmly restrained by an impenetrable barrier. They had located his parents' gravestone. The inscription on the gravestone was illuminated clearly under the moonlight, easily readable from a distance. Crafted from white marble. James Potter, born March 27, 1960, died October 31, 1981. Lily Potter, born January 30, 1960, died October 31, 1981. The last enemy to be destroyed is death. They did not vanquish death. The white bones lay quietly beneath the gravestone, cold and devoid of sensation, having succumbed to their final adversary. Harry contemplated this. However, Hagrid remarked, "They vanquished their final foe. Their lives transcend death, Harry. They reside within my heart." Harry pressed his lips together, striving to prevent the tears from cascading down his cheeks. He lifted his gaze towards the luminous moon in the sky. The radiant full moon, emanating a serene light, seemed to conjure visions of his mother waving at him, or his father cradling him in his embrace. "Oh, Lily Potter." Hagrid, with a pink umbrella, conjured a flower that he gently placed upon the cold gravestone. Harry waved his wand, causing the soil around the gravestone to loosen, and vibrant green grass began to surge upwards, swiftly enveloping his parents' tombstone. Under the guidance of Harry's wand, the grass whimsically contorted into various shapes, forming a verdant protective dome, which then receded back into the earth. In response to Hagrid's astonished gaze, Harry explained, "When it rains, they extend to shield my parents from the downpour. Or so I imagine." The two mourned in silence before departing from the shadowy cemetery, weaving through rows of houses while striving to evade the gaze of muggles. "Harry, when I rescued you from the ruins, you were merely a tiny babe," Hagrid said, his voice tinged with emotion, tears glistening on his beard like stars. He skillfully led Harry to a derelict site nestled between two houses. Neglected and overgrown, the hedgerows had become a chaotic tangle, with debris buried beneath waist-high wild grass. Yet the outline of the house remained discernible. Most of the structure still stood, entirely shrouded beneath deep black ivy and a blanket of snow. Though the right side of the upper room had been destroyed, this was the site of the spell's rebound, the place where his parents had met their fate. Harry extended his hand to touch the rusted iron gate. He exerted force, yet the gate remained stubbornly shut, ensnared by the unruly thicket and debris below. Suddenly, a wooden sign emerged from the ground before them, breaking through the tangled nettles and wild grasses, reminiscent of a peculiar, rapidly blossoming flower. Inscribed in gold upon the sign were the words, "On October 31, 1981, Lily and James Potter sacrificed their lives here. Their son, Harry, is the sole wizard to survive the killing curse. This house, invisible to muggles, has been preserved in its original state as a monument to the Potters, serving as a solemn reminder of the violence that shattered their family." Alohomora. Hagrid gently tapped the door with his umbrella, and it swung open in response. As they stepped through the iron gate, Harry discerned the inscriptions left beside the sign. "Good luck, Harry," wherever you may be. I hope you read this, Harry. We are all behind you. Long live Harry Potter. This place has become a desolation, uninhabitable. Let us find a spot to rest. And I shall escort you back to the Dursleys tomorrow." Hagrid wiped away his tears. Having fulfilled Harry's wish, he felt a profound sense of reluctance. Yet, the time had come to return him. Why not attempt to restore this ruin? Harry pondered, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Gandalf, give it a try, Harry. Harry, guided by Hagrid, was poised to depart from the house. As he opened the iron gate, he staggered along the path, casting a backward glance at the Potter residence. Would miracles occur? How could one ascertain without making an attempt? Harry turned around and drew his wand. Unleashing a torrent of blue light mingled with the chilling glow of the moon, which surged towards the ruins, erupting in a dazzling display of white brilliance. The stars appeared to dance in the night sky according to some cosmic rhythm, while the moonlight bathed the ruins, enveloping the entire house in a peculiar radiance. Once the white light dissipated, the house had been restored to its original state, with the rampant weeds pressed down, transforming into delicate blades of grass swaying in the breeze. "The frantic Gorgon!" Hagrid exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at the silvery gleam before him, akin to a divine masterpiece forged by the god Hephaestus himself. Breathless, Harry gazed at the brand-new house, beads of sweat forming densely upon his forehead, as if every ounce of strength within him was being drained away. Hagrid lifted Harry, much like he had done 11 years prior when he rescued him from the ruins, carrying the slumbering boy back to the Potter residence. Chapter 11. How come you cannot perform magic without a wand? In Godric's Hollow, a new house had inexplicably appeared, indistinguishable from the two adjacent homes. The local Muggle residents vaguely recalled that a couple once lived in this place, and that their son had only recently returned from London. Harry sat in a chair, lightly shaking the ticket in his hand, his gaze fixed upon the inscription of Platform 9 3/4, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. Did the elusive Platform 9 3/4, the gateway to Hogwarts, truly exist? Beside him lay a standard spellbook, labeled Beginner, which appeared to the passing Muggles as nothing more than an ordinary children's fairy tale. A heap of luggage was stacked beside him, with Hedwig confined within her cage. From a distance, he observed several red-haired individuals slipping through the space between the 9th and 10th platforms, entering what seemed to be merely an ordinary wall to bystanders. Surely, colliding with it would result in a grievous injury. Harry absent-mindedly touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, recalling the moment when a fellow red-haired boy dashed through, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Hagrid had already validated the existence of the magical realm. He had returned to his former cottage, even possessing a magic that left Hagrid in awe. Harry took a deep breath and, burdened with all his belongings, charged towards Platform 9 3/4. Finding that the imagined formidable resistance was absent, he surged forward with determination. The rumbling sound of engines filled his ears as the ancient steam locomotive rested at the platform. Surrounded by peers clad in garments reminiscent of wizarding robes, bidding farewell to their parents, Harry waved his wand at his cumbersome luggage, and it lightened considerably. He easily lifted the entire load, leaving the nearby young wizards astonished. After checking tickets, he proceeded to board. A girl with curly brown hair approached him and inquired, "Is that the levitation charm? I remember seeing it in standard spells. Beginner." "Yes. Could you assist me with this?" Harry replied, placing Hedwig into Hermione's arms. He then dragged his luggage into a nearby compartment and took Hedwig back from Hermione. "Thank you." "You're welcome. Are you, like me, from a Muggle background? Or are both your parents wizards?" The girl asked candidly, revealing her prominent front teeth, though she appeared somewhat anxious. "I spent my first 11 years in a Muggle household. In truth, I know very little magic," Harry admitted, sharing his own concerns about his future academic performance. He had only been studying magic for about a year, mastering wandless and nonverbal spells, which Gandalf had described as the most fundamental magical skills. Moreover, he considered himself far from extraordinary, especially compared to classmates whose parents were wizards and who had been immersed in magic from a young age. Both of them, worried about their impending grades, sighed deeply in unison. "As far as I know, this is the finest school of magic. I have endeavored to memorize all the textbooks. I hope it will suffice. In fact, I have tried a few spells at home, though regrettably, none were executed as adeptly as yours." Hermione spoke rapidly, momentarily forgetting to introduce herself. "I am Hermione Granger. May I ask your name?" "Loser, the bookworm." The train began to chug along, and Harry realized he would be spending the next few hours in the company of Miss Granger. "I can only perform wandless and nonverbal spells," he thought to himself. "Harry Potter," he introduced. "Is it truly you?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. "I know all about you. Of course, I've bought a few extra reference books. such as the rise and fall of dark magic and important magical events of the 20th century. They all mention you. Me? Harry replied, suddenly feeling dizzy. Surprised by his notoriety in the magical world. He felt a bit shy, but it was a pleasant sensation nonetheless. Oh, Arjun fell in love with Achyang. On a starry night, Gandalf remarked, the vitality of youth is indeed splendid. Wah. The little train has been muted by the group leader for 24 hours. Oh. I forgot to turn off my video sharing. Harry quickly shut down the sharing system. With a sudden clatter, the compartment door swung open, revealing a small, plump boy who stood awkwardly, feeling the weight of Harry and Hermione's gaze upon him, which made him even more nervous. My toad is missing. Have you seen him? The boy stammered with embarrassment. His name was Neville. Under Hermione's encouraging gaze, the boy managed to express himself, but upon seeing their puzzled looks, he shyly attempted to close the compartment door, only to be stopped by Hermione. I can help you look for him. Shall we go together, Harry? Hermione suggested. Rising to her feet. I think I know where Neville is, Harry said, moving his lips and extending his palm. In an instant, Neville's toad flew to Harry's hand, drawn by an unusual force from a corner outside the compartment. This spectacle left both Hermione and Neville in utter astonishment. Here's your toad, Harry said, handing it to Neville. Thank you, Neville replied, somewhat tongue-tied, as he hastily took his beloved toad. I'm Neville Longbottom. Thank you, Harry. No need to thank me. Harry was delighted to assist the new students within his capacity. Wait, you didn't even draw your wand, nor did you utter a spell. How did you perform magic? Hermione, resembling a stunned little lion, gazed at Harry in disbelief. It's merely a simple nonverbal spell and wandless magic, Harry remarked casually, considering such proficiency to be commonplace. Perhaps she was curious about the specific incantation, so he kindly added, it's the summoning charm. I know it's the summoning charm. But how can you cast it wandlessly and without incantation? Hermione inquired, leaning closer to Harry, her voice so soft that even Neville beside her could not catch it. Don't you all know how? Isn't it a fundamental spell? Harry asked, puzzled. Is it that difficult? Extremely difficult, Harry. According to the Compendium of Spells, the nonverbal spell is a skill we are expected to master in our 6th year. Many witches and wizards do not even grasp it by graduation, Hermione whispered, her tone imbued with concern. Let alone wandless magic, which is a skill possessed only by truly advanced and powerful wizards. Oh. It seems I am not as weak as I thought, Harry sighed in relief, as he feared failing and being held back in school, ultimately facing expulsion. Not weak. You are remarkably strong, Harry. After expressing her astonishment, Hermione fell into deep distress, tugging at her chestnut curls. The first classmate I meet has already mastered 6th-year skills. I have been terribly remiss. At this rate, I will certainly fall behind in the curriculum. I believe you have been diligent enough, Harry consoled, gently running his fingers through Hermione's curls, which felt pleasantly fluffy. Hello, I am in search of the renowned savior, Harry Potter. Have you seen him? 3 boys entered, led by a pale-haired young man whose gaze swiftly darted over Hermione and Neville, settling with keen interest on Harry. We have not seen Harry Potter here, Harry signaled to Hermione. Once Draco Malfoy's footsteps faded into the distance, Harry closed the compartment door, wishing to avoid attracting too much attention from the new students. Why did you not tell them the truth? Hermione whispered, but before she could respond, Harry silenced her with a glance, forcefully stifling her words. Everyone knows him, and the fuss is overwhelming. I do not relish the attention among these newcomers, especially when they approach with such intention, Harry explained. He yearned for new friendships, yet not ones forged from ulterior motives. Suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle erupted outside the compartment, accompanied by the frantic voices of other young witches and wizards attempting to intervene. My father is correct. Your family, the Weasleys, are nothing but uncultured blood traders, Malfoy sneered from behind 2 burly followers, his words dripping with innate arrogance. Your entire family consists of dark wizards, retorted the red-haired boy, his face as flushed as his hair. That is still preferable to being so impoverished you cannot afford anything more than this, Malfoy shot back, tauntingly. If I am not mistaken, you are still using your brother's old wand. The red-haired boy could no longer contain himself and charged at Malfoy, only to be restrained by his 2 companions. Hit him, Crab. Goyle, Malfoy instructed, taking advantage of the protection offered by his minions as he ducked into the compartment of the red-haired boy. Upon seeing a half-eaten sandwich on the table, he scoffed. Reduced to gnawing on such scraps, Weasley? Before he could finish, a mouse sprang from Ron's pocket and bit Malfoy's finger, causing him to yelp in pain. Well done, Scabbers. Ron laughed heartily, despite being held back by the 2 followers. They cannot behave this way. We must inform the upperclassmen, Hermione fumed, turning to leave. But Harry held her back. Someone has already gone, said a nearby young wizard. The compartments for lower and upper years were separated, with the prefect's compartment located further ahead. The situation is escalating, Hermione observed as she watched the red-haired boy being restrained. Unable to bear it any longer, she rushed forward. Stop it at once. I have already notified the prefects. This does not concern you, Mudblood, Malfoy sneered, disregarding Hermione's intervention. The next moment, he was sent flying several meters by a shockwave. His two henchmen, witnessing their leader being hurled away, fell silent and gradually released the red-haired boy, stepping aside. Harry brandished his wand, directing it towards the group of bullies. He slowly shifted his wand's focus onto the two henchmen, causing one of them to wet his trousers, much to the amusement of onlookers. Thanks, mate, the red-haired boy said as he gradually rose from the ground. The way you wielded your wand was truly impressive, utterly cool. Draco Malfoy, coughing as he struggled to his feet, limped back to his original position. He gazed at Harry, his voice tinged with anxiety and grievance, yet laced with a threatening undertone. My father is a school governor. If you hurt me, be wary of the consequences. I shall have him expel you. Harry paid no heed as his wand was once again aimed at Malfoy. Malfoy's formerly smooth golden locks seemed to stand on end as he stammered and retreated, mumbling about calling his father to deal with Harry. Who is it that's fighting here? The first thing that caught Harry's eye was the billowing black robes of Hogwarts, followed by the striking crimson and gold badge emblazoned with the letter P. A senior, resembling a fiery-haired child, stormed toward them, his eyes immediately locking on to Ron and the crowd. How dare you engage in a brawl with your classmates on the very first day of school? 15 points from Gryffindor, Percy admonished in a seasoned tone. Furthermore, I shall write to Mother and inform her of your reckless behavior so soon after being out of her sight. But I haven't even been sorted yet, Ron protested indignantly. And you haven't even grasped the situation. Upon realizing that the newcomer was a Gryffindor, Malfoy's expression darkened momentarily, but then he seemed to regain his composure. With a pitiful gesture towards Ron, he lamented, he attacked me without any reason. Ron appeared on the verge of madness, nearly lunging at Malfoy once more but biting back his rage, he growled. He was the one who insulted me first. Percy raised his voice. All right. I demand that you both apologize to each other and shake hands to make amends. In unison, Ron and Malfoy exclaimed, No way. Malfoy pointed at Harry, exclaiming, And him. He attacked me with his wand. I feel like I'm falling apart. Only then did Percy notice the dark-haired boy who had intervened, looking rather unfamiliar. Senior. Here's the situation. They were bullying that red-haired student, and Harry merely stepped in to assist, Hermione urgently explained to Percy. If the senior misunderstood and Malfoy's parents intervened, Harry could face dire consequences, even expulsion. I trust the professors will render a fair judgment. What is your name? Young man? Percy inquired, his voice carrying a certain inescapable authority as he turned to Harry. My name is Harry Potter, Senior, Harry replied with dignity. Feeling no remorse for his actions, he would act the same way again if given the chance. Percy inhaled sharply, the name striking a familiar chord. It dawned on him that the Savior himself was indeed present in this very compartment. All right, return to your seats. I will handle this matter. Percy ushered the curious young wizards back to their own compartments, leaving only the involved parties, 3 pureblood youngsters, his own brother, a savior, and a muggle-born girl. I must apologize on behalf of my brother, Malfoy, Percy said, bowing slightly before continuing in a cold tone. Now, it is your turn to apologize to Ron for your crude words and violence. Malfoy scoffed, disdainfully shoving past Hermione and circumventing Harry as he exited the inferior compartment. I am Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor. It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry, Percy said with a smile, extending his hand for a shake. I look forward to your arrival at our house. I must take my leave now. The school prohibits the use of wands against classmates, Harry. Please do not violate the rules again. It is quite serious. With that, Percy departed. Ron, initially inclined to make a face, restrained himself upon noticing Harry and Hermione nearby. How about you both join me in my compartment? It's rather empty, Ron quietly suggested. Chapter 13. Hogwarts that was my brother, Percy Weasley. Don't mind him. He acts like that at home as well, Ron remarked, stuffing the last half of his sandwich into his mouth. You really are Harry Potter. So that means. Yes, that's correct, Harry replied, deftly tousling his hair to reveal the lightning-shaped scar beneath. Harry, why is everyone so interested in my head? Ron, laughing to death. Brother Ha is forced to operate. V, when I become famous, I will carve a V on my head, and when others find me, I will show them my V-shaped scar. Incredible, Ron exclaimed. Have you really lived in the Muggle world before? What are they like? Well, actually, they are quite good. Except for my uncle's family. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Strictly speaking, they were all muggles. Oh. Ron glanced at Hermione, drawing a conclusion in his mind. By the way, is your family made up of wizards? You must have learned quite a bit of magic from your parents since you were little. Harry and Hermione looked at Ron eagerly, keen to discern the differences between themselves and those little wizards from wizarding families. Well, actually, I don't know much. Fred and George taught me some before. Ron coughed, proudly placing Scabbers on his lap and pulling out a wand from his suitcase, which was somewhat worn and still glimmering with white light. The moment Scabbers saw Harry, he fell asleep, lying motionless on Ron's lap. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine turned this silly fat rat yellow. Ron chanted his spell, but Scabbers remained still, evidently confident in his little master's magic. Oh, it doesn't seem to have changed much, Hermione bluntly remarked. Ron shoved the wand back. Dear, would you like to buy some snacks on the train? The compartment door opened, revealing a smiling lady with dimples, pushing a cart full of treats. Actually, Ron stammered, pulling out his remaining sandwich. Give me a little bit. Harry, who had never eaten snacks at the Dursleys, took out a handful of silver sickles, exchanging them for a heap of snacks that filled the empty space beside him. Would you like some? Harry opened a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and offered them to Hermione. My parents don't let me eat too many sweets. Hermione was also intrigued to taste the snacks from the wizarding world, but worried they might rot her teeth. It's fine, just a little. Your mother won't find out. Ron grabbed a handful of beans, his head emitting a steam-like roar, and white steam wafting from his ears. Likely not to see them for about a year. Well then, Hermione tried a few beans, strawberry-flavored, and out of curiosity, also ate a chocolate frog. By the way, which house do you think you'll be sorted into? Hermione asked, gazing at the fields outside. I want to go to Gryffindor. Dumbledore graduated from there. But Ravenclaw is also good. If I can't get into Gryffindor, I think I'd be doomed. However, Ravenclaw is definitely better than Slytherin. Ron bit into a pepper-flavored bean, his face contorting in distaste, and he said with a lisp, I can't even imagine being sorted into Slytherin. What is wrong with Slytherin? Harry asked curiously. Many dark wizards graduated from there. They seek power at all costs, Hermione replied. However, many famous figures have emerged from there. I heard Merlin graduated from that house. Perhaps Slytherin isn't so bad. At least they have the power to not be stuck in storage rooms, Harry pondered. But he kept that thought to himself. The three chatted casually about family matters, and soon the train was approaching the station. Harry and Ron had changed their clothes in the compartment, while Hermione lingered in the corridor outside. All right, Hermione, you may come in now, Harry called. Ron and Harry sat in their seats, exchanging curious glances with the entering Hermione. What's the matter? Harry inquired, touching his face, which bore no signs of dirt. I want to change clothes too, Hermione exclaimed in frustration, seizing a book on potion making and shooing Ron and Harry away. She yes, just like Percy. Goodness. I hope I'm not in the same house as her. Ron pretended to pray. One Percy is quite bothersome enough. The corridor was bustling with young wizards, all aware that Harry Potter was within the compartment. Their curiosity was palpable as they gazed at Harry and the red-haired Weasley beside him. I can't believe he is actually Harry Potter, Daphne remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice, reflecting on her behavior at the clothing store. She felt a pang of regret for not having been more ladylike. You are Harry Potter, aren't you? I heard you defeated you-know-who. My mother says you're a great hero in the wizarding world. Do you get discounts when you shop at the magical store? Is it true that you grew up in the Muggle world? The barrage of questions left Harry feeling somewhat dizzy, as he had never engaged with so many people simultaneously. Ahem, Ron cleared his throat. Let us take it one at a time. I'm his good friend, Ron Weasley. Ron stepped forward, shielding Harry from the overwhelming inquiries, which left him anxious and speechless. Oh, I'm ready now. Harry, you can come in, Hermione's voice rang out from inside, followed by the appearance of her brown-haired head. What is all this noise? Upon hearing this, Harry felt an immense sense of relief and swiftly made his way inside, while Ron fought bravely yet retreated, ultimately collapsing into Harry's embrace. They were indeed inquisitive. Ron, panting with laughter, remarked, I can only imagine how many are eager to know if you've ever had a girlfriend. Harry, ha ha ha. You're right, Harry. Hermione interjected with a hint of annoyance. Many of them do not possess the purest of intentions. You must exercise caution. In another 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts, and a voice resonated throughout the carriage, instructing, please leave your luggage on the train. We will ensure it is delivered to the school. The train gradually decelerated until it finally came to a halt. Passengers jostled one another, eager to disembark onto a dark and narrow platform. The chill of the night sent a shiver through Harry. "First-year students, this way." A familiar voice called out, prompting Harry and his friends to move forward. "That's Hagrid." "I know him," Harry exclaimed with excitement. They followed Hagrid, sliding and stumbling as they descended what appeared to be a steep, narrow path. The darkness enveloped them on either side, and Harry mused that it must be a dense forest. They resembled wizards from the Middle Ages, journeying towards a forbidden and sacred gathering, silence enveloping them. "Just around this bend, you will glimpse Hogwarts for the first time," Hagrid shouted back. At the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a towering hill, its spires piercing the night sky, and the windows twinkling like stars. Chapter 14. The sorting Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville embarked on a small boat, gliding across the placid surface of the lake. Upon reaching the castle, they discovered that it towered majestically beyond their imagination. After traversing a gravel path and ascending a steep flight of stairs, the new students found themselves before a grand oak door. Hagrid raised his massive fist and knocked 3 times upon the door. It creaked open, revealing a tall witch in a black hat, who led the newcomers across the stone-paved floor. Harry heard a low hum of conversation emanating from within, suggesting the presence of at least 100 people. After a brief respite, they passed through a small room and entered a lavish hall, where the same witch stood at the center, clutching a tattered, wrinkled hat. Students from other years were already seated at 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles that cast a brilliant glow throughout the hall. Gleaming golden plates and goblets adorned the tables. I had read about this moment in the school's history. Hermione gazed up at the starry sky, struggling to comprehend that the castle had a ceiling rather than being open to the elements. The long tables were reserved for the professors, and Hagrid's imposing figure caught Harry's attention as he sipped from a small goblet. Upon noticing Harry's gaze, he returned a hearty smile. "Rumors had it that my father once faced off against a dragon. Would they send us out to the castle one by one?" Malfoy, who had been so arrogant, now whispered with a trembling voice to those nearby, "They wouldn't dare do that. If they did, make sure to collect my remains." Fred and George had mentioned a duel with a troll, but I couldn't even turn a rat yellow. Ron hung his head in despair. Even 2 wizards from wizarding families had expressed similar sentiments, while the Muggle-born students appeared utterly pale. Hermione was deeply anxious about failing the entrance exam and being expelled, ready to pull out her notes to memorize silently. But in a practical scenario, it seemed that rote learning would be of little use. Professor McGonagall's tattered hat sprang to life, wriggling and splitting open along the brim, resembling a mouth. After finishing its song, it bowed to the audience, then fell still. It appeared that donning the hat was all that was required. Ron whispered to Harry, "I want to kill Fred." Wearing the hat seemed far simpler than any examination or magical assessment. All one needed to do was place it upon their head to learn the outcome. Yet Harry felt a foreboding sense that he lacked the qualities of any of the 4 houses and would be sent back home, obliviously subjected to a memory charm under Ron and Hermione's watchful eyes. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "I will call out names, and those summoned shall wear the hat and take a seat to await their sorting," she announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled forward, the brim of the hat obscuring her eyes. After sitting down, the hat swiftly rendered its judgment. Hufflepuff. The members at the right table applauded warmly as she took her place. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. The second table on the left erupted in applause as Terry joined their ranks, receiving handshakes from several Ravenclaw students. Lavender Brown became the first Gryffindor, eliciting envy from Ron, who noticed her glance in his direction. Hermione Granger. Hermione nearly sprinted to the stool, hurriedly placing the hat atop her head. Gryffindor, it declared. When Malfoy's name was called, he strode over with swagger, and as the hat brushed against his pointed hair, it cried, Slytherin. With only a few students remaining, after Pansy Parkinson, came the Patil twins, and finally, it was Harry Potter's turn. As Harry stepped forward, a buzz of whispers erupted in the dining hall, a soft hiss like a flickering flame. Potter? Are they calling Potter? The Harry Potter? I heard he fought Malfoy on the train. I bet 5 galleons he LL joined Gryffindor. Fred nudged Wood beside him. Don't gamble recklessly, Percy said, appearing stern yet unable to suppress a smile, which quickly faded as George mimicked his tone. I heard he single-handedly defeated a dark wizard. He's beyond the ordinary wizarding level. The Slytherin table sat in solemn silence, exuding an atmosphere of gravity and decorum. If we could bring Potter to our house, a Slytherin proposed, but was silenced by disapproving glares. They knew the truth. In essence, those present were akin to the reserve force of Azkaban. The likelihood of the savior joining their ranks was virtually non-existent. I heard you had a scuffle with Potter on the train, Malfoy. Who won? Daphne inquired, her family often hinting at Malfoy's name, suggesting associations that might benefit their lineage. He was pinned down and beaten. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't want to tarnish Gryffindor's image, I would have let Crabbe and Goyle decorate his face, Malfoy quickly retorted, maintaining a facade of bravado. It seems the savior isn't as formidable as the legends claim, mused Slytherin prefect Marcus Flint, noting Harry's imposing stature, which made him appear more like a troll than a thinker. Malfoy basked in the flattery of Pansy Parkinson, boasting and stirring up some excitement for Slytherin. After all, Malfoy's name still held weight within their house. As Harry took the hat from Professor McGonagall, he placed it upon his head. Oh, very difficult. I see great courage. A good heart as well. You possess talent. Oh my, you have a strong desire to prove yourself. How intriguing. A whispering voice echoed in Harry's ear. And as he closed his eyes, he could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. You have power. You are willing to go to any lengths to achieve your goals, adaptable. Yet you also possess courage. I've heard you had a confrontation today. Harry's heartbeat quickened. Do not be anxious. The Sorting Hat always possesses a wealth of information. I can perceive your deepest desires, yet I shall reveal them to no one. I will make the choice that aligns most closely with your essence, the Hat proclaimed. Chapter 15. The Serpent King. Slytherin. The Hat declared with a resounding voice that echoed throughout the entire hall. The once lively Gryffindor fell into a sudden hush, while the previously silent Slytherin was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Only the Hufflepuffs on the right offered applause, granting Harry a modicum of strength while seated. Hagrid looked at Harry in astonishment, yet he soon extended his best wishes, while a middle-aged professor with slick black hair stared at him blankly, cup in hand. Professor Snape. Your tea will grow cold, Professor Flitwick reminded him. Oh, Snape exclaimed as the red liquid splattered onto his robes. He awkwardly used his wand to clean his black cloak. When he turned his gaze back to Harry, he found him seated beside Malfoy. I am Marcus Flint, announced the elder student, seemingly of troll blood, who rose to greet Harry Potter and shook his hand, as he was the head of Slytherin. Ron had been sorted into Gryffindor. He looked at Harry in disbelief before returning to his house. Regardless of what they say, he is still my mate, Ron thought silently. Albus Dumbledore stood up, his face beaming with joy as he looked at the assembled students, arms outstretched as if nothing brought him greater delight than seeing them all together. Welcome, he proclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to impart a few words. Nincompoops, sniveling, scoundrels, twists. Thank you all. He sat down again, and applause erupted. Harry was uncertain whether to laugh it off. Potter, I am truly pleased you have chosen the right house. You ought not to associate with certain peculiar wizarding children or even Malfoy, he began, but Harry shot him a glare before he could utter the term. Children from Muggle families. I believe I know whom I should befriend, Harry replied coolly, methodically consuming the food upon the table, much to Malfoy's embarrassment. Each Slytherin lay in wait like serpents concealed within a cave, their cold, slit-like eyes observing the tension between Malfoy and the savior, remaining uninvolved in the disputes of others unless it served their own interests. Harry felt as though someone had been watching him. Turning his gaze in that direction, he spotted the middle-aged professor with slick black hair, accompanied by the enigmatic Professor Quirrell, who was draped in a headscarf and muttering to himself. Harry, I sense that the oily-haired middle-aged man is fixated upon me. Gandalf, his sickly youth, his fee, his Harry, 6 Gandalf, has Harry entered the academy? Harry, I have entered Slytherin, a house that seeks purity of blood, honor, power, and ambition. The Sorting had deemed me more suited for this place. Ron, there is nothing inherently wrong with that. Mastering power and authority ensures that others do not look down upon you. One must strive to be the most remarkable individual in the class, Harry. Gandalf, ambition is never a pejorative term. Harry, it is the driving force behind your progress. Harry, my companions are all from Gryffindor, yet I have encountered some discord with my current classmates. I constantly sense that they may devise ways to undermine me. Harry cast a glance around at his classmates, who, whether intentionally or unintentionally, directed their gazes towards him, some with expressions of curiosity and reverence, while others harbored an ineffable disdain. This was peculiar, as Harry had not encountered them before. Gandalf remarked, I believe I can impart some fundamental defensive spells to you when the night grows quiet. The frail boy chimed in, I, too, wish to have a private lesson. I long to learn magic. Be added, I share the same desire. The old man responded, it depends on your capacity to perceive the subspace. And Harry, from your description, it appears that your academy possesses a certain blasphemy. Do send over the coordinates. Harry shivered as the food on the table was suddenly swept away. and the hall gradually fell into silence. Now that everyone is sufficiently nourished and refreshed, I wish to impart a few words to you all. At the commencement of this term, I must present several points of importance. First-year students, please take heed. The wooded area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to any student. It is imperative that some of our older classmates remember this as well. Dumbledore's bright eyes flickered towards the Weasley twins. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during break times. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any student aspiring to join the house team should reach out to Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution all who wish to avoid unforeseen mishaps and untimely demise, refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Harry was perplexed as to why entry to the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor was prohibited. However, the surrounding Slytherins displayed a palpable disinterest, prompting him to remain silent. Eventually, the headmaster invited everyone to sing the school song to their favorite melody. The professors visibly stiffened, with only Professor McGonagall managing to blend her voice into the final notes. Most Slytherins, mirroring their head of house, maintained stern expressions throughout. All right, first-year students, follow me, Marcus instructed, casting a glance at Harry as he led the young wizards through the left door towards the Slytherin common room. In front of a stone wall, Marcus turned to the group of young wizards and declared, "There is but one password, and I shall state it only once, pure blood glory." All the wizards gazed reverently at the stone wall, the flickering torches illuminating their profiles while casting an even more ominous atmosphere over their surroundings. Harry followed the throng into the common room, only to be abruptly halted by a shout from Marcus Flint. "Harry, wait." Marcus brandished his gleaming prefect badge, his towering stature looming at least 2 heads above Harry. "What is the matter?" Harry paused. "Slytherin welcomes your presence. Should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I am Marcus Flint. I have heard whispers that Malfoy laid a hand on you in the carriage, but I know that to be untrue. There are many within the school who wish to challenge you, and I can aid you in dealing with them." Harry responded awkwardly, aware that the attitude towards him within the academy was far from friendly. However, he was taken aback that the prefect approached him with such matters, seemingly offering assistance against Malfoy and his cronies. Though he harbored a dislike for Malfoy, he sensed that this prefect was not entirely virtuous either. "Be cautious. I have heard that Malfoy intends to have someone teach you a lesson," Marcus remarked. "If necessary, you may seek my aid." Such unsolicited kindness often concealed ulterior motives. Harry felt hesitant to inquire about the true intentions of the person across from him. Slytherin was a den of serpents, and he was merely the nominal Serpent King. "I am not, but I could be," Marcus declared. After uttering this cryptic statement, he patted Harry on the shoulder and departed. Harry returned to his bedroom, laden with confusion. Upon opening the door, he stood frozen in place. "It was you." Chapter 16, The Flashing Spell. Malfoy was seated on the bed, engaged in conversation with Crabbe and Goyle about how to eliminate Potter. "In my opinion, we have no reason to fear him. Do you remember what Dumbledore said?" "What did he say?" Harry approached his bed and sat down, astonished that his roommate was none other than Malfoy. It appeared that his dormitory would henceforth be the place he least desired to occupy. "Humph," Malfoy scoffed, dismissing Potter, and began to discuss the upcoming Quidditch lesson. "It's a pity that first years can't join the Quidditch team. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly excel as the finest seeker. Just wait and see." With Crabbe and Goyle as flattery, Malfoy's nose rose high in the air as he contentedly burrowed into his bed, calling out to Harry, who was engrossed in a book. "Potter, did you know? When I was a child, I nearly collided with a helicopter while riding my flying broom." "What about you, Potter?" No one paid him any mind. Potter was absorbed in magical herbs and fungi, where the myriad of plants appeared indistinguishable to him. Who would have thought that Hermione had memorized all these plants and could match them accordingly? No wonder they had 3 herbology classes each week. "Harry, school hasn't started yet, but I feel like I'm going to fail." "V, what are you afraid of? I have the time to send you a cognitive enhancer that will bolster the knowledge in your mind. Even if you were a gorilla, you could still top the class." "Loser, the entrance test is coming. Please make sure to send me one." Seeing that Harry paid him no mind, Malfoy became irritated. He moved his lips, and his voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito buzzing, as he directed his comments at Harry for at least 2 minutes. Harry dozed off in a haze, and in the midst of his slumber, he appeared to glimpse a line of tiny text floating in the air. "Gandalf invites you to the realm of Middle-earth. Yes or no?" "Surely, this must be a dream." Harry extended his hand and selected yes. After all, if it were merely a dream, why not explore it? His body seemed to plummet at an alarming speed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open his eyes. Suddenly, with a twist of his body, He fell from the bed. Harry rose to his feet, retrieved his fallen glasses, and surveyed his surroundings. This was not the Slytherin common room, where sunlight streamed through wooden windows, bathing the space in warmth. Instead, he found himself in a tall, quaint cabin where an elderly man clad in a gray robe, adorned with a soft blue hat, bent over a pot, brewing tea that emanated a comforting aroma. Harry merely took a whiff and felt his fatigue evaporate, replaced by an invigorating energy coursing through him. Would you care for a cup? This is a specialty of our world. I bet you can't find it anywhere else. Gandalf poured a cup for Harry, revealing moreover the elven drink, which happened to be his favorite. Oh, thank you. Harry accepted the drink with both hands, savoring a small sip. The smooth aroma and sweetness instantly enveloped him, uplifting his spirits. May I ask, are you Mr. Gandalf? Haha, indeed. What? You seem quite surprised. Gandalf poured himself a drink, humorously noting the discrepancy between his appearance and what Harry might have anticipated. Well, yes, you bear a slight resemblance to our headmaster, Dumbledore. Harry replied, nodding. He had always imagined Gandalf as a burly, muscular old man, akin to Sylvester Stallone and Rambo. You and V have sent me fitness magazines. Quite useful indeed. I can work out with my weights anywhere. Gandalf produced a barbell from thin air, placing it on the table. Often, my journeys can be rather dull. Good stories are not always at hand. Thank you, Harry. Actually, it's nothing. Harry scratched his head. In an ambitious academy, the only way to safeguard oneself from harm is to grow stronger. Gandalf casually inquired, from your description, your academy must have produced numerous corrupted dark wizards. Yes, indeed. Harry lowered his gaze, fearing he might become one of them, or worse, a dark wizard himself. Do not fret, Harry. Ambition is not a pejorative term. However, many misapply their ambition, becoming ruthless dark wizards. Gandalf kindly reassured him. This is precisely why I summoned you. I shall impart to you the appropriate magic to shield you from harm, ensuring you do not descend into darkness. Magic profoundly influences the caster's heart, and the strength of the caster's emotions dictates the potency of the spell. For instance, the killing curse requires the caster to harbor a pure intent to take a life. Not for self-defense. Self-defense and combat cannot unleash the killing curse. Those who wield it with reckless abandon often harbor dark, arrogant hearts, viewing life as insignificant, thus nurturing the intent to claim lives for the sake of it. Conversely, a protective charm requires the wizard to be in a state of joy. I forgot my wand, Harry admitted, having left it by his bedside to avoid damaging it while sleeping. No matter, try this. Gandalf tossed Harry a large wooden stick, longer than a broom, almost suitable as a melee weapon. Harry grasped the stick, finding it somewhat heavy, necessitating both hands to wield it. You ought to exercise more, Gandalf chuckled. He followed Gandalf outside to a verdant expanse, where a diverse array of birds nested in the stirring forest, occasionally interrupted by the roars of tigers and bears. Hee. This is the home of a shapeshifter friend of mine who is away at the moment. I am borrowing his place for a few days, Gandalf grinned. Now, let me teach you your first spell, Lumos. At that moment, the sky darkened, thick clouds rolling in, transforming the day into night in an instant. This is merely a simple spell. It allows me to better demonstrate Lumos, Gandalf said, waving his wand casually and extending it forward. The previously dark sky was suddenly illuminated by a blinding light, causing Harry to stagger back, nearly collapsing had Gandalf not steadied him, preventing him from losing consciousness. Once the brilliance faded, the world reverted to its former state, leaving Harry feeling slightly dazed, almost overwhelmed by the radiance. Gandalf grasped Harry's hand, wielding the wand forward. And with his assistance, Harry successfully cast a miniature Lumos, akin to a flashbang. The scene was obscured by light before gradually returning to normal. Quite impressive, Harry. Your magical aptitude exceeds my expectations, Gandalf encouraged. With a bit more practice, you will be able to cast this spell independently. Master Gandalf. Will staying here too long affect my real life? I'm afraid I might be late for herbology class tomorrow, Harry expressed concern. Not at all. The flow of time varies between worlds. You can comfortably have lunch here before departing. Gandalf picked up a biscuit and continued, by the way. Is there anything delicious from your world that you could bring me? Certainly, Master Gandalf, Harry replied, practicing diligently, eager to prove himself worthy of the title of savior that had been unexpectedly bestowed upon him, not only for himself but also for his late parents, who would surely be proud. Do not tire yourself too much. Come enjoy some of the bread I baked. Gandalf presented a plate of warm bread, sharing it with Harry while munching away. This is merely supplementary. In truth, I excel in close combat. Later, let us visit my equipment room for some training. Chapter 17. The bully, should we wake him? Goyle inquired, noticing Harry soundly asleep as Malfoy dressed. Let him be. It would be amusing if the savior were late for his first class, Malfoy replied, preparing to leave when a mischievous thought struck him. He produced a quill and approached Harry's bedside. Allow me to give the savior a little decoration. Malfoy turned to jest with Goyle and Crabbe, but upon glancing back, he was met with a swift jab from Harry, sending him staggering backward, clutching his nose in pain, unable to utter a word. Fresh from his encounter with Gandalf, Harry was still brimming with excitement. After enjoying several cups of Moreover, his spirits were exceptionally high, rendering even Malfoy somewhat endearing in comparison. What is the matter? Harry asked, observing Malfoy cradling his nose alongside his guilt-ridden lackeys, and quickly pieced together the situation. Malfoy had attempted to pull a prank while he slept. Who would dare sleep again after this? Harry seized his wand from the bedside and pointed it menacingly at Malfoy, declaring, Malfoy, I warn you. Should you dare to engage in any mischief while I slumber, do not hold me accountable for my actions. Malfoy, initially poised to retort, was abruptly interrupted as blood gushed from his nose. Gazing at his blood-stained hand, he felt a surge of indignation. Harry, how dare you bully me like this? Malfoy intended to deliver a scathing insult, yet the sight of his own blood rendered him startled, causing his voice to quiver with an undertone of distress. With that, he departed the dormitory, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, his tone muffled as he muttered, Come with me to the infirmary. Harry could only rely on himself to traverse the ever-shifting staircase that led to the small cottage on the left side of the castle's main building. He did not catch sight of Malfoy and his companions. Blaise Zabini, in a casual tone, inquired of Harry regarding Malfoy's whereabouts. He was a fellow Slytherin from Harry's year, possessing a remarkable demeanor that garnered the admiration of many young witches and wizards across various houses, yet he had always preferred solitude. Harry merely replied with indifference, stating that he had gone to the infirmary. After a brief acknowledgement from Blaise, they both returned to their respective tasks. Thus, a new legend began to circulate at Hogwarts, claiming that Harry had bullied Malfoy on the very night of his arrival, breaking his nose and causing him to miss his first class. This was merely a rumor propagated by Malfoy, and Harry paid little heed to it until Wednesday's Transfiguration class, when Professor McGonagall confronted him. I heard you bullied Malfoy. Is that true? How could you do such a thing? Hermione growled at Harry like a furious little lion, admonishing him for his abhorrent behavior, which could potentially lead to expulsion from the school. Ron, on the other hand, nudged Harry and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, You're so cool. I've always wanted to do that. It's a shame I wasn't sorted into Slytherin. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Ron pouted and buried his face in his arms on the table. Where did you hear that? Has this reached Gryffindor already? Harry asked, bewildered, but was interrupted before he could deny the claims. I distinctly remember telling you that anyone misbehaving in my class would be asked to leave. Professor McGonagall stated sternly as she approached their table, and that would be a permanent exclusion. I warned you. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, Ron and Harry quickly conceded, realizing that their voices had been louder than they had anticipated. Fellow classmates had unconsciously leaned in closer, eager to glean the truth of the matter. Hermione, however, buried her head deeper into her book, appearing rather unwell, and refrained from speaking to Ron or Harry for the remainder of the class. Next time, be more cautious, Professor McGonagall remarked coolly before returning to her lecturing. Malfoy, reveling in the chaos, overheard Pansy's voice from the back, per Malfoy, sharing a dormitory with Harry Potter, bullied to the point of a broken nose. We must find a way to help him. Is Harry really that strong? Malfoy is so pitiable. Malfoy's expression soured as he furiously waved his wand, seemingly venting all his frustration into the spells he cast. Mr. Malfoy, the transfiguration spell does not involve using your wand as a percussion instrument, Professor McGonagall gently reminded him, her words only serving to deepen his embarrassment. It seems things are not as dire as they appear, Ron whispered. The task for that class was to transform a matchstick into a needle. Hermione, with great determination, finally succeeded in her attempts, transforming the matchstick into a gleaming needle, its tip radiating a sharp light. As expected, this earned her praise from Professor McGonagall, who instructed her to present her creation to the class, demonstrating how to execute the transformation. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor finally softened with a hint of a smile. The other young wizards, however, remained unconcerned, believing that hard work in their studies was of little consequence, as they would eventually grasp the concepts, whether sooner or later. Hey, why don't you take your silver needle up there? Yours is even better than Hermione's, Ron exclaimed, astonished by the shimmering silver needle on Harry's desk. Just moments ago we were chatting, and now you've completed a task that took others the entire lesson. There's no need for that. Accomplishing it is sufficient. Harry urged Ron to keep quiet, casually waving his hand, causing the glimmering silver needle to revert to a simple wooden stick. Harry did not intend to draw too much attention to himself. The title of the savior had already brought him considerable hardship. Whenever he lingered in the common room, he could overhear discussions about him. Conversations regarding the Dark Lord and that fateful encounter with Malfoy on the train had circulated in numerous versions. On the first day of school, an additional tale emerged about him bullying Malfoy, rendering him the focal point of gossip within Slytherin. Almost every conversation among the Slytherins inevitably included some incident involving Harry. Some approached him in an attempt to befriend him, which proved to be exceedingly tiresome. Their chatter incessant like the rapid-fire discharge of a machine gun. Rather than endure their company, he preferred to listen to Hermione recount her recent academic experiences and the latest insights gleaned from her readings. Nevertheless, a touch of additional points was also deemed necessary. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Harry transformed the front half of the matchstick into a silver needle, while the latter half remained unchanged. Professor McGonagall examined it closely before announcing, "Slytherin gains 2 points. Honestly, you are far too modest. You should showcase your talents," Ron remarked, bewildered. If he possessed such abilities, he would flaunt them for all to see, proving that the first-year Weasley was a prodigy in transfiguration. "What is the matter?" Harry inquired, feeling unperturbed. "This way." "Hermione won't constantly scold me in that tone only my mother uses," Ron replied, disheartened. He added, "There's always someone more skilled, to be honest. I'm avoiding her now. She is simply unbearable." Harry nodded. "Do you have classes this afternoon?" "None," Ron exclaimed eagerly. "Fred and George told me there's a hidden treasure in the castle. Want to join me in the search? I suspect your brothers are deceiving you." Harry's words brought clarity to Ron, who began to ponder his brother's honesty. Did Fred and George really trick me? While Ron contemplated, Professor McGonagall concluded the class. "I'm their brother, yet they are Fred and George. So, is there treasure?" Emerging from a crowd of Slytherins, Harry spotted Hermione walking alone along the corridor, engrossed in a book. "Shall we head to the library this afternoon?" Harry proposed, to investigate the flickering lights. Hermione revealed her prominent front teeth, only to awkwardly hide them as Harry approached. "Sure." Chapter 18. Snape, Potions. Ron mentioned that first-year Gryffindors previously only shared potions class with Slytherin. But this year was an exception, adding a transfiguration class. Hermione speculated that as the head of Gryffindor and Slytherin, Dumbledore likely intended to foster harmony between the two houses. How could that be harmonious? Ron retorted, "I despise all Slytherins except Harry." As he spoke, Ron inhaled deeply, suppressing his words, while Hermione blinked rapidly, evidently unwilling to elaborate on Ron's sentiments. The trio descended the spiral staircase, only to encounter Malfoy and his companions chatting at the entrance of the dungeons. Leaning against the cold stone walls and fiddling with something, Malfoy produced a small, foul-smelling yellow object, briefly showcasing it to Pansy and others before flashing a smug smile. Upon spotting Harry's group, Malfoy turned and entered the potions classroom, casting Harry an inscrutable grin. "He is undoubtedly plotting something in potions. Be cautious, Harry," Ron warned from behind. Potions class took place in a subterranean classroom that was even colder than the castle above, lined with glass jars containing preserved animal specimens, sending shivers down the spines of first-year witches and wizards. The pervasive odor reminded Harry of the Dark Wizard's lair, and he held a distinct aversion to the oily-haired middle-aged professor, particularly after the unfriendly glare during the start-of-term feast. Yet soon, he realized that his head of house was not merely unfriendly, he loathed him. "Oh, it's our illustrious Mr. Savior gracing my class," Snape declared. Resembling a bat revealing its fangs upon first encounter, his gaze akin to two bottomless tunnels devoid of light. He exuded an air of lifelessness, resembling a walking corpse, which became Harry's initial impression of his headmaster. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making," Professor Snape, similar to Professor McGonagall, possessed the ability to silence the classroom, albeit in a different manner. In McGonagall's class, students respected her established rules and stern reprimands, while with Snape, there lingered a palpable, suppressed fear that he might suddenly target one of them. As there was no aimless wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the sublime beauty of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors, nor the enchanting power of liquids coursing through human veins, captivating the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But one condition remains: you must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter. After delivering his brief introductory remarks, Snape abruptly turned toward Harry. "Potter, If I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would I obtain? You would create a potion called the elixir of life, also known as the draught of living death, which possesses potent sedative properties. Professor, Harry replied fluently, glancing at Hermione, who was fervently raising her hand. A momentary silence enveloped the room. No one expected Harry to answer correctly. As this topic was not covered in their current lessons, knowledge of concocting the elixir of life likely belonged to the fifth-year curriculum. However, Snape appeared oblivious to this. Raising an eyebrow and continuing in his deep voice, "Let us try again, Potter. If I were to ask you to find me a piece of bezoar, where would you search?" "In a goat's stomach, Professor," Harry answered smoothly, having been studying potions and herbology with Hermione after class, mastering the foundational knowledge. His fluent responses, however, failed to elicit any sign of elation from Snape, who appeared increasingly displeased. "Isn't it said that the head of Slytherin favors his own students?" Harry believed that this perception must stem from other houses. No one could speak with more authority on the matter than he, a Slytherin. Perhaps our savior possessed a modicum of talent in recitation, yet such knowledge proved utterly futile in practical application. Snape, with a scowl, inquired, "Potter, can you elucidate the difference between aconitum and wolfia?" "They are, in fact, the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite." Harry was certain that his headmaster was targeting him. "Oh, the irony, the father slaying the brother. Pathetic." Before Snape could continue, Harry interjected, "Professor, I believe you have posed enough questions to me." He glanced at Hermione, who was nearly reaching for Snape's nose. Why not inquire of Hermione? Ron could not contain himself and burst into laughter, drawing the attention of the old bat. "Weasley, for disrupting the class." Snape thundered, 10 points from Gryffindor. "We hardly have any points left," Ron muttered under his breath, feeling indifferent. After all, he had learned from his brother that they had been at the bottom of the leaderboard for 6 consecutive years. Another year of losses hardly mattered, as he had heard that most of the points were deducted by this very professor. "Are your brains filled with trolls? Why don't you take notes on what Potter has articulated?" Snape bellowed at the assembly, prompting a chorus of rustling. Fortunately, their headmaster had not yet descended into madness by deducting points from his own house. "Harry, do you think that answering correctly absolves you of respect for your teacher?" Snape coldly remarked, "Due to your arrogance, Slytherin loses a point." Ron gasped in astonishment. It was indeed a reversal of fortune for the Slytherin head to deduct points from his own house. Slytherin gains 10 points. Snape offered no explanation, but it was clear to all that this was a reward for Harry's correct answer. It was evident that Snape harbored a particular disdain for Harry. Had he been a Gryffindor, it might have been less conspicuous, but Harry, being a true Slytherin, was facing unusual scrutiny from Snape. Next, they were to pair up to concoct a simple potion for treating boils, but unfortunately, Snape was the one to assign the partners. Harry cast a glance at the smug Malfoy, who was fiddling with something in his pocket, seemingly lost in thought. To be placed in the same group as Malfoy would truly be a torment. Not only would he have to endure Snape's pressure, but also remain wary of Malfoy's subtle antics. To his left sat Ron, and to his right, Hermione, with Harry's green Slytherin tie standing out conspicuously between them. "Potter," Snape said coldly, glancing at Hermione, who was leaning beside Harry. "A muggle-born witch, quite the know-it-all, isn't she?" Snape mused internally, pausing momentarily as if contemplating how best to assign Potter to someone who could torment him further. "Potter, you shall be paired with Granger," Snape stated before striding away, his dark robes billowing behind him. "Professor, what about me?" Ron raised his hand in inquiry, having initially envisioned leaning on Harry for support, only to see that fantasy dashed. Yet, it seemed rather unlikely that he would be entirely overlooked. Harry and Hermione are both exceptionally talented. Why not separate them to mentor those less experienced? "You will join Longbottom's group," Snape bellowed without turning around. Ron glanced back at the shy Longbottom, who was smiling at him. Chapter 19, The Potion Boy and the Muggle Girl. The recipe and preparation process for the Scabbers potion are not particularly complex. Yet this marks the first occasion for Harry and Hermione to collaborate on potion making. Harry engaged in the practical aspects, while Hermione guided him through the process according to the instructions in the book. Harry took the venomous fong and began to grind it meticulously until it was reduced to a fine powder. The moment he completed this task, Hermione expertly received the powdered fong and added it to the cauldron along with dried nettle, awaiting the temperature to reach 250 degrees Fahrenheit. "Isn't it marvelous?" she remarked, her gaze fixed on the cauldron as she leaned over the table. Hermione was quite eager for the potions lesson. After all, witches and fairy tales concocted potions. She turned to Harry with palpable excitement. With a swift flick of his wand, Harry hurled 4 tentacled slugs into the cauldron. At that moment, he noticed 5 slugs swirling in the air, and he promptly extracted one that appeared distinct from the rest, successfully submerging the others into the cauldron. Once he extinguished the flames, he intended to add porcupine quills. Hermione remained engrossed in potion making, while Harry observed that the extra slug had transformed into a yellow clump in Malfoy's hand. It was clear that this was yet another of Malfoy's schemes. Malfoy, humming a tune, was instructing Pansy on potion brewing, having had a tutor prior to their enrollment, though he had absorbed little knowledge. Snape came over to glance at the brewing scabious potion, nodding in approval, awarding Slytherin 5 points. The next step involved adding the slugs, and Malfoy arrogantly proclaimed to Pansy, "Watch closely. This is the most crucial step in creating the scabious potion. I wager Harry won't manage even this." Pansy nodded vigorously. Potter is merely a clumsy oaf with a wand. How could he possibly comprehend the intricacies required for crafting potions meant for the intelligent? She then attempted to reach out and touch Malfoy's nose, only to be brusquely halted by him. "Observe my technique," Malfoy retorted irritably, maneuvering the 5 slugs into the cauldron. "Wait, 5. He leaned over the cauldron to inspect, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4. Indeed, 5. Before Malfoy could process what was happening, the potion reacted violently, quickly bubbling and releasing yellow frothy vapors that surged upward, ultimately erupting forth. The fiery scabious potion splashed onto Malfoy's face, causing an intense burning sensation accompanied by sharp stings. As the potion continued to spout forth like a meteor shower, Snape remained expressionless, observing the scabious potion concocted by Harry and Hermione. The blue liquid mingled with pink smoke, and even Snape found no fault in it. "It seems our know-it-all Miss and Mr. Savior's collaboration is not as dreadful as I had anticipated," Snape remarked, half sarcastic and half melancholic. "Well done." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Harry draw his wand, and at that moment, Malfoy's shriek pierced the air. Turning around, Snape beheld Malfoy writhing in agony on the ground, his face marred with numerous red welts, as remnants of the failed scabious potion rained down from above. What a fool Malfoy is. Snape thought bitterly, preparing to raise his wand to rectify the chaos, but a blue light shot forth into the sky ahead of him. Harry gently maneuvered his wand, causing the potions to return to the cauldron that was currently brewing, and extinguish the flames beneath it with a stream of pure, clear water. "What on earth did you put in there?" Snape exclaimed sharply, turning to face Harry, his expression far from pleasant. Harry stood protectively in front of Hermione, shielding her from whatever was unfolding, despite her efforts to grasp his shoulders in an attempt to discern the situation. Snape remained silent for a moment before turning to Ron, who was stifling laughter, and bellowed, "You clearly saw him make a mistake, and yet chose not to intervene. 10 points from Gryffindor. Weasley, take him to the infirmary." Ron's expression morphed into one of dismay as he rolled his eyes, hoisting the weeping Malfoy onto his shoulder before departing the potions classroom in silence. "What are you staring at? Continue," Snape shouted at the remaining students. Fortunately, there was still an hour left in the potions class. Hermione and Harry exited together, while Snape remained seated, staring vacantly at the wooden door of the classroom. A somewhat talented Slytherin in potions, a diligent Gryffindor of Muggle heritage, and, to make matters worse, a troublesome Gryffindor at their side. A flicker of realization crossed Snape's vacant gaze. Clearly, Professor Snape was not without his peculiarities. On their way to the infirmary, Harry and Hermione encountered Ron, who appeared utterly exhausted as he trudged back toward the Gryffindor common room. "Hagrid invited me to his hut this afternoon. Care to join?" he asked, a glimmer of enthusiasm returning to his voice. "Oh, that's near the Forbidden Forest. I've always wanted to visit, but never had the chance." During lunch, Harry noticed Malfoy was absent, likely still languishing in the infirmary. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Within a week of the term's commencement, Malfoy had already visited the nurse twice. No one was more acquainted with the path to the hospital wing than he, though Malfoy had orchestrated his own misfortunes. Harry was well aware that the blame would inevitably fall upon him. It was rather bothersome to have unwittingly acquired an enemy, yet Harry, while not one to instigate trouble, was also unafraid of it. "Harry, today, my roommate attempted to add something to my potion again. I returned the items to his desk, and now he is in the infirmary receiving treatment. Was I in the right?" Ron: "Absolutely right, Harry. My suggestion is to place some snacks laced with laxatives by his bedside. That way, you could help him escape the next class." V: "You are far too merciful. If you ask me, why not go all the way and ensure he is so terrified of you that he loses control whenever he sees you, thus eliminating any future troubles?" Gandalf: Such childhood adversaries are indeed indispensable and rare, Harry. Why not test your newfound swordsmanship on him? Upon hearing the suggestions from his friends, Harry suddenly felt that his moral standards were rather high, verging on the virtuous. Even indulging in mango pudding provided him with greater motivation. He proudly savored 2 bowls of it, leaving just enough room to enjoy Hagrid's afternoon tea later. Hey, Harry. I heard Malfoy is back in the infirmary. Is that true? Fred and George, the red-haired twins, strolled past the Slytherin table, whistling at Harry. Yes. Harry focused intently on the steak on his plate, unaware of any unusual happenings. Oh. The twins exchanged knowing glances and replied with a meaningful tone before cheerfully departing the scene. Chapter 20. Hagrid's Hut Nonsense. Why would Professor Snape harbor any animosity towards you? Hagrid sat in an enormous armchair, Fong panting beside him. Harry gently touched the creature resting on his lap and remarked, I have never heard of Snape targeting students from his own house. The ceiling was adorned with hanging hams and wild fowl, while a copper kettle boiled water in the hearth. In one corner stood a large bed, draped with patchwork quilts. Well, Professor Snape does tend to pick on certain young wizards whom he disapproves of, but you are certainly not one of them. Hagrid's gaze drifted elsewhere, clearly unwilling to delve deeper into that subject. Ron, I heard your brother Charlie is working as a dragon tamer in Romania. How is he faring? He is doing all right. Ron boasted with pride about his brother. He sends home a sum of galleons every year, although he was injured on his left arm by a fire dragon. Ron continued. Mum has always urged him to abandon that perilous job, but you know, there is nothing more lucrative than being a dragon tamer. While Hagrid conversed with Ron, Hermione, who was focused on the rock cakes Hagrid had distributed, inadvertently caught sight of a copy of the Daily Prophet on the table. Most of Hagrid's newspapers were repurposed as bedding for Yaya, so it was rare to find one intact. Harry, you actually fought against dark wizards. Hermione exclaimed in a hushed voice, brandishing the newspaper at Harry. This indicates that Voldemort's forces are still intent on targeting you. Indeed, but here I am, standing before you. Aren't I? Harry chuckled in response, surprised that Hagrid still kept that newspaper from months ago. Yet we know so little about it, Harry. Hermione looked distressed. You are in Slytherin. You understand what that place is like. They can harm you at any moment. Especially Malfoy, Ron chimed in. He approached Harry and, upon noticing the newspaper in Hermione's hand, incredulously remarked, You actually managed to take down Summers? That is worthy of a third-class Merlin Award. He's an exceedingly malevolent wizard, known to hold a position just below the core members under Voldemort, Ron stated mysteriously. He has been a source of great trouble for the Aurors. Harry, how did you accomplish that? Hermione shot a fierce glance at Ron, a look that seemed to suggest she might devour him whole. Ron recoiled slightly, falling silent. It's all right. Harry, it's all in the past now. Come, have some rock cakes, Hermione said, as she personally offered Harry a piece. Let us see what else the newspaper contains. Harry felt that Hermione had just attempted to suffocate him with the rock cake. He placed the cake into a bowl of hot water, waiting for it to soften before consuming it. This was a method suggested by the Weasley twins, referred to as yin gru palma in their vicinity. It seemed that Gringotts was not as secure as they had boasted. Hermione waved a newspaper. The investigation into the illegal break-in at Gringotts on July 28th was still ongoing. It was widely believed to be the work of an unnamed dark wizard. The goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing had been stolen. The underground vault that had been searched by the intruders had, in fact, been emptied earlier that day. A spokesperson for Gringotts stated in the afternoon that they could not disclose what was stored in the vault, and advised against interference in the matter. This time frame felt eerily familiar. Was it not when Harry and Hagrid had been attacked by dark wizards right after withdrawing money from Gringotts? Hagrid. We very likely brushed past that dark wizard that day, Harry remarked. Hagrid appeared noticeably uncomfortable, shifting in his seat as if seeking a more comfortable position. Before offering Harry a piece of rock cake, the ministry will handle these matters, Harry. How about we discuss your school life instead? Hagrid said, his gaze diverted. I heard you bullied Malfoy. Though I have no fondness for his family, you shouldn't stoop to that level. Bully him? I can't believe Malfoy would take it to the professors. This is unforgivable, Hagrid. It's a rumor spread by Malfoy who has always sought revenge against me. Why? What does he have to take revenge for? Hagrid asked, puzzled. Because Malfoy and I had a fight in the box. And he insulted my family for being too poor to afford a wand. Though he spoke the truth, I still fought him, Ron said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Harry stood by me. I'm sorry, Harry. It's nothing. I also find Malfoy insufferable. Becoming friends with him would be the worst. I'd rather eat a whole slug, Harry reassured. In any case, you should be careful. Playful banter is one thing. But this has reached the ears of many professors, Hagrid kindly warned. The Malfoys and Snape have both allied with the Dark Lord. If it weren't for the substantial bribes they paid, they would have been imprisoned in Azkaban long ago, Ron complained, his disdain for the Malfoy family evident. Oh, that makes sense. Harry, you vanquished the Dark Lord. Snape is targeting you in vengeance for his master, Hermione said with concern. Let us not forget the dark wizards who seek to harm you. Their ambitions remain unquenched. As the trio walked back to the castle for dinner, their pockets weighed down with rock cakes, they felt polite reluctance to refuse the offering. Harry, after an afternoon tea with Hagrid, found himself contemplating far more pressing matters than those posed in class over the past few days. Gandalf once said, "Only the Philosopher's Stone can compel one to face the peril of a dragon. No human can forsake the greed for eternal life and wealth." Harry, then why did Hagrid choose to keep it from me? Gandalf, I am not well versed in the affairs of your world, and thus cannot provide clarity. If time permits, I would gladly visit for a while. However, my current obligations are numerous. Harry, may I still come to your place to practice swordsmanship tonight? Gandalf, of course. I will introduce you to a few friends next weekend. They are exceptional warriors. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found Malfoy's bed conspicuously empty. Logically, his injury should have healed within half a day, yet he remained resolutely in the hospital bed. It seemed he preferred enduring Madame Pomfrey's numerous reprimands and regulations rather than returning to his warm room. Perhaps I have isolated them all. Harry observed the trembling Crabbe and Goyle, who dared not exhale nor meet his gaze after their leader's departure. Am I truly that terrifying? Harry pondered. Considering that the following week they would attend Quidditch class with Gryffindor, a course exclusive to first years. Thereafter, any engagement with Quidditch would necessitate joining the Quidditch team. Incidentally, their prefect, Marcus Flint, was the captain of that very team. Before retiring for the night, Harry grasped his wand, preparing to enter Gandalf's realm. This action sent Crabbe into a panic, emitting an unimaginable high-pitched scream, before he and Goyle scurried from the dormitory, only to be apprehended by the fat lady in the corridor. Ultimately, they stubbornly refused to return to the dormitory, spending a night trembling in Filch's detention room. The events of that night remain shrouded in mystery, but we gleaned a hint from Filch's refreshed, rosy visage the following day. Chapter 21. Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Since their last potions class, Harry did not encounter Malfoy again until the following Thursday. Malfoy's injuries had yet to heal, and it was only during Thursday afternoon's Quidditch that he reluctantly declared himself fully recovered from the mishap in potions class. His spirits appeared considerably elevated as he regaled a throng of Slytherins surrounding him. Did you know? I've been riding a flying broomstick since childhood. Once, I was on my family's Nimbus 2000. The latest model at the time, which my father promptly gifted me for my birthday, Malfoy boasted without hesitation. It was quite perilous. A thick fog enveloped the air as I soared at an altitude of 6,000 meters, nearly colliding with a spiraling helicopter. Malfoy paused, his nose held high, surveying his classmates. And what happened next? Pansy inquired, her eyes sparkling with fascination. She was a Slytherin girl resembling a pug. Well, I clutched the broom tightly, pulling upwards with all my might, then executed a 180-degree turn downward, successfully evading the helicopter. Malfoy's vanity was thoroughly gratified. Such tales were commonplace among young wizards hailing from wizarding families. Seamus Finnegan chimed in, suggesting that much of his childhood was spent soaring through the wilderness on a broomstick. Even Ron, whenever someone was willing to listen, recounted a time he nearly collided with a hang glider while riding Charlie's old broomstick. Hermione, nervously chattering beside Harry, was engrossed in memorizing the properties of the magical Quidditch balls. Ron grew increasingly animated, inadvertently sparking a scuffle with his roommate Dean until their flying instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived. With her short, gray hair and hawk-like yellow eyes, she commanded, "What are you all waiting for? Stand next to a broomstick. Hurry, time is of the essence." Harry cast a glance downward at his battered broomstick, which was old and worn, with several twigs protruding at odd angles. He extended his right hand, resting it above the broom's handle, as Madame Hooch called out from the front, then proclaimed, "Up, up." Everyone echoed. Harry's broom leapt into his hand with a sudden flourish, while Hermione's broom merely rolled on the ground. Malfoy, in his usual haughty manner, continued to issue commands, his tone gradually shifting to one of supplication. Subsequently, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without sliding off the top. She moved along the line, correcting their grip on the handles. Harry and Ron felt an unbidden sense of joy as they overheard her chastising Malfoy for his incessant wrongdoings. "All right, at the sound of my whistle, you shall kick your legs and take flight. Exert yourselves vigorously," Miss Hooch instructed. "Grip your brooms firmly, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. Harry tightened his grip on the broom, his legs tensed and poised for takeoff. Suddenly, with a woeful cry, Neville inadvertently propelled himself into the air, soaring like a cork released from a bottle, careening wildly across the vast expanse of the azure sky. As he ascended like a speeding rocket, he executed a complete 360-degree turn before plummeting straight downward, perilously close to a most intimate encounter with the ground. Mrs. Hooch hurriedly rushed to the spot where Neville was likely to crash, her face pale with concern, urgently calling out, "Come back, child." Harry immediately drew his wand and shouted at Neville's broomstick, "Come here." Grasping his broomstick tightly, Neville soared towards Harry and his companions like a roasted pig suspended in midair. Those who had been mocking Neville's appearance, including Pansy, quickly fell silent, for Neville was heading directly towards them. "Get down, children," Madame Hooch cried in terror. At her command, everyone ducked to the ground, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of Neville's aerial assault. Under Harry's guidance, Neville landed safely, albeit with his trousers soaked and his face bearing a look of defeat, unable to rise. "My legs are too numb. They've gone completely dead," Neville said, his voice tinged with tears, eliciting laughter from the Slytherins. "Child, I will take you to the infirmary," Madame Hooch declared, her expression mirroring Neville's despair as she helped him up and addressed the onlookers. "I will take this child to the hospital. None of you are to move. Return the broomsticks to their rightful places, or before you can utter Quidditch, you will find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Now, come along, dear." As Madame Hooch walked away, the remaining Gryffindors and Slytherin stirred with renewed energy. Once they were out of earshot, Malfoy burst into laughter. "Did you see that face? That big oaf?" Other Slytherin students chimed in with agreement. "Shut up, Malfoy," Parvati Patil retorted sharply. "Oh, protecting Longbottom?" Pansy Parkinson sneered, a rather unattractive Slytherin girl. "I can't believe you actually fancy the pudgy little crybaby, Patil. You look like a lion dog and you go licking Malfoy every day. Don't think we don't know that you secretly enjoy watching your best friend be humiliated," Lavender shot back, causing Pansy to flush with anger, nearly rushing to confront her. Malfoy ignored her and picked up Neville's dropped memory orb, calling out to Harry with interest, "Harry, care for a duel? The prize is Neville's memory orb. If you're not interested, I'll just smash it. After all, that big oaf won't remember it anyway." "Stop it, Malfoy. Madame Hooch forbids us from touching the broomsticks." "And that belongs to Neville," Hermione interjected, blocking Harry and shouting at Malfoy. "If you dare break it, I will inform the professors." "Filthy mudblood. You have no say here," Malfoy scoffed, utterly dismissing Hermione's warning. However, upon noticing the united gaze of the Gryffindors upon him, he felt a twinge of anxiety. "How dare you say that word?" Ron exclaimed, though he was not particularly fond of Hermione. He despised Malfoy even more for using that term to insult his friend. "Harry, are you really going to stand with a Slytherin? You know where your true allies lie." Malfoy extended his hand, envisioning himself as a noble king accepting a penitent and powerful knight. "I am a Slytherin, but I choose my companions," Harry replied boldly. "Slytherins have never feared going solo." "You are not worthy to be my friend, Malfoy." Malfoy's face flushed crimson with rage, rivaling Ron's fiery hair. "Are we supposed to consider Potter when we thrash them?" Lavender asked a nearby Slytherin student, only to receive a response that Slytherins were all the same, and who would actually fancy that know-it-all. Ron hesitated. Gryffindor was his strength, and betraying his house to side with Harry was certainly not a wise choice. But when Malfoy drew his wand, everyone hesitated no longer, ready to draw their own wands for a chaotic skirmish. Some even prepared to charge in and demonstrate what being a Gryffindor truly meant. Ron's first instinct was to rush in front of Harry, as Harry and Hermione stood squarely between the two houses. Suddenly, Ron stumbled over a stone, and as he pushed himself up, various spells began to soar overhead. Chapter 22. On the proper use of the stunning spell, first-year students scarcely possessed any spells. Much like what Professor Snape said about the trolls who could only wield a large club, most of their foundational spells leaned towards practicality rather than aggression, with only a handful of young wizards secretly practicing dark curses. After waving their wands for what seemed an eternity, they realized that fists were far more effective. All petrify. Legs, be stiff as stone. With a few curses cast, both Slytherin and Gryffindor suffered casualties. Dean was among the first to fall, and Millicent Bulstrode was struck by Lavender's spell. Witnessing a teammate fall, everyone's eyes turned red with fury. The Gryffindors, filled with righteous valor, charged forward, fist raised, while Slytherin, momentarily stunned, soon joined the fray. Harry and Hermione found themselves caught in the middle, neither house considering them allies. They were merely the Gryffindor oddity cozying up to Slytherin and vice versa. Illuminating gleam. Harry shouted, his wand erupting with a light more brilliant than the sun, instantly enveloping the entire Quidditch pitch. Everyone's vision was gradually obscured by the radiant glow. The white magical energy emanating from Harry and Hermione rapidly spread outward, forcing the advancing Gryffindors and Slytherins back, rendering them disoriented and aimless. Harry seized the broomstick beside him and swung it fiercely at the approaching Slytherin, inadvertently knocking down a nearby Gryffindor. "Oh, my chin!" exclaimed Crabbe as Harry sent him soaring with the broom, causing him to tumble backward for several meters before crashing down. Amidst the radiant light, Harry, employing the swordsmanship taught to him by Gandalf, wielded the broom with remarkable prowess, traversing the battlefield as if it were uninhabited. As Harry advanced, other students fell like leaves in an autumn gale. Strike, sweep, slash, and thrust, the already battered old broom could bear no more, splitting down the middle and breaking into two pieces. When the brilliance finally subsided, the Quidditch pitch lay in disarray, strewn with fallen students. Hermione stood speechless in the chaos. Ron slowly rose from the ground, gazing at the remaining figures of Harry and Hermione, utterly astonished. "We three are formidable." In the distance, Malfoy furiously pedaled his broom, desperate to escape, cursing its disobedience. "Fly, for heaven's sake, fly." Faced with the fearsome presence of Harry, Malfoy became increasingly frantic, repeatedly attempting to lift off before finally launching into the air. In that moment, he truly wished to soar to 9,000 meters, yearning to distance himself as far as possible from Harry as he clutched the broom and ascended relentlessly. Harry discarded the broom in his hand and effortlessly summoned another, propelling himself into the air with a powerful kick of his legs. Malfoy, glancing back at the relentless pursuit of Potter, endeavored to ascend higher. Yet the protective barrier of Hogwarts thwarted his efforts, as he immediately felt an invisible wall of air firmly obstructing his ascent, rendering him unable to rise. Furthermore, amidst the heights, he experienced a disconcerting tremor in his legs, and his hands gradually lost their strength, causing his entire body to sway precariously, as if he might plummet at any moment. The frigid winds of the open sky chilled his trousers, and the pallor of Malfoy's face was unnaturally accentuated by a sickly flush. Harry relentlessly pursued from behind. Casting a glance at Malfoy in the sky, he shouted, "Malfoy! Potter! I was wrong, Potter. I beg you, spare me." In an instant, Malfoy was overcome with tears, and his broomstick began to tremble uncontrollably. Losing his grip, he plummeted downwards. Gazing at the lush green grass below, a chill coursed through Malfoy's heart. Falling from such a height, he was certain he would not survive. He desperately extended his hands, akin to a bird with severed wings, descending uncontrollably. Harry swiftly turned and plunged downward, darting beside Malfoy and hoisting him up. His rigorous training endowed him with strength far beyond that of an ordinary young wizard, especially as he had also cast a levitation charm on Malfoy. "Let me go, Potter." Malfoy whined, his elongated nose dripping. He glanced at the minuscule tower below and shuddered, adding, "You mustn't let go, Potter." Harry remained silent, the pounding of blood in his ears deafening. He had never experienced anything that felt so instinctive. He sprinted towards the Quidditch pitch with Malfoy in tow. The chaos on the pitch had already drawn Professor McGonagall's attention. Upon witnessing the scattered young wizards, along with Hermione and Ron, she nearly fainted. "What on earth is happening? Miss Granger?" Professor McGonagall glared at Hermione, her disappointment palpable. Hermione's heart raced, but she clenched her jaw, refusing to betray Harry. If Professor McGonagall were to discover the truth, Harry would surely be expelled. "I don't know, Professor," Hermione replied, her eyes reddened. Ron stood helplessly beside her, glancing up at Harry soaring through the air. Concern etched on his face, he looked back at Professor McGonagall, prompting her to notice his anxious gesture. "Get down." Snape stormed onto the scene, furiously casting petrifying spells at Harry, who effortlessly evaded them. Professor McGonagall turned to see Malfoy, treated as a trophy, being carried on Harry's broom, rushing past with spells in hot pursuit. Harry elevated his broomstick, executing a reverse maneuver that successfully evaded Snape's curse. In that fleeting moment, Snape was momentarily entranced. Why did he perceive the visage of an old acquaintance? It was, in truth, the offspring of that very friend. A flurry of dark spells surged forth, causing Snape's countenance to twitch uncontrollably, completely erasing the cold, mocking expression he wore during class. Harry hovered in an appropriate position, seizing Malfoy and leaping down, accompanied by a piercing scream, as several dark curses struck Malfoy. Since the establishment of Hogwarts, such a tumult had never before occurred. Professor McGonagall trembled with fury, her stern gaze sweeping across the crowd, and both Slytherin and Gryffindor lost 50 points each. Hermione's face turned pale. It had only been a week since the start of term, and all her hard-earned house points had vanished, potentially plunging into the negative. Harry set down the twitching Malfoy. Observing the trembling Ron and the pallid Hermione, a sinking feeling settling in his heart. It seemed that our savior desired to amplify his notoriety. Snape, with a grim countenance, remarked, "Potter, I expect you in my office after class, along with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall parted her lips yet ultimately remained silent, waving her wand to awaken the young witches and wizards, leading them away for questioning. As for Madame Hooch, by the time she returned to the Quidditch pitch, it was already deserted, leaving her to exchange glances with a broken broomstick. Chapter 23, Malfoy's recruitment since the incident during flying class. Harry not only secured his place at the Slytherin table but also noticed a marked increase in the respect with which his classmates addressed him. Even the insufferable Malfoy had, for the first time, sought to curry favor with Harry, covertly slipping expensive treats beneath his pillow. Harry felt a shiver of repulsion and refrained from consuming them, opting instead to set the delicacies aside, uncertain of their safety. Following the flying lesson, he found no sign of Snape in his office, leaving him anxious for their potions class the next day. Hermione and Ron shared his unease, wondering how this old bat would choose to deal with them. Until the end of the lesson, there were no notable incidents. Gryffindor continued to lose points, yet Snape was less caustic towards Harry and Hermione than in the previous class, with Ron bearing the brunt of his ire. Snape's demeanor towards Ron was particularly harsh, as if he were observing a true ogre, darting behind Ron at the slightest disruption during potion-making, launching into his characteristic scathing ridicule. "Mr. Weasley, everything left unattended will rust. Perhaps you should engage your brain a bit more." Under Snape's intimidation, Ron made numerous mistakes, leading to Gryffindor losing over 30 points, which left Hermione, seated beside Harry, flushed with frustration, wishing she could take over Ron's task herself. As the potions class concluded, Ron was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly defeated as he gathered his cauldron to leave the classroom, only to be halted by Snape. "Mr. Weasley, along with our savior and Miss Know-It-All," Snape rose slowly, casting a vast shadow over the trio. "It seems you have forgotten the events of flying class." Hermione's face tightened, anxiously awaiting Professor Snape's admonishment, while Ron displayed indifference, having recognized Snape's true nature and relinquished all hope of his goodwill. "Professor, I was responsible for the incident in flying class, and Harry would rather bear the consequences than drag two innocent friends into this," he declared, ignoring Ron and Hermione's attempts to interject, ready to shoulder the blame, but was abruptly interrupted by Snape's sharp retort. "Self-important savior, trying to play the hero again, are we?" Snape's snake-like gaze bore into Harry. "This matter is to be judged by the professor, not you. Kindly remain silent, Mr. Savior." Watching the trio tremble before him brought Snape a twisted sense of satisfaction, and he smirked, seemingly disappointed that Harry did not retort. "Mr. Savior, I suggest you refrain from wasting your precious time on the utterly foolish sport of Quidditch for the rest of your life." Snape appeared to harbor a deep disdain for Harry's Quidditch talent, even expressing resentment that his own house had such a gifted young wizard in the sport. Logically, Quidditch was a crucial component of the House Cup, and while Snape seldom managed the Quidditch team, he never actively interfered. In this context, the glory-seeking Slytherins repeatedly triumphed over Gryffindor, leading Professor McGonagall to avoid Snape for several weeks. Snape felt perplexed, with no one understanding the underlying reasons. "Were it not for your marginal talent in potions compared to a troll, I would hardly care if you were struck dead by a bludger," Snape continued, his biting words unexpectedly alleviating the tension among the trio, who felt relieved to finally have some resolution. The greatest fear was not the punishment itself, but the eerie calm before the storm. It didn't seem so dire after all, and Harry and Hermione exchanged a relieved smile. This scene caused Snape to experience a near-cardiac event, his body trembling, as if he needed his wand to steady himself against the desk. "Mr. Savior and Miss Know-It-All, to prevent you from causing further disturbances, I expect you both in my office every Wednesday and Friday evening to organize the potion ingredients." Snape's punishment was surprisingly lenient, rumored to be a privilege reserved for his favorite students, though it was widely believed that Snape had never favored anyone. Harry forced a smile, having already prepared himself for the possibility of expulsion. He was taken aback by the leniency of his punishment, which merely required him to spend additional hours with Snape each week, a prospect that left him somewhat displeased. Perhaps following Hagrid, carrying his toolbox, would not be so bad. Harry mused silently. Hagrid never seemed to mind his mistakes, and was a constant source of trustworthiness. Ron, with his head bowed, wished he could vanish into the ground, hoping Snape might forget about him. While the idea of being overlooked by Snape seemed appealing, Ron felt an inexplicable discomfort, a slight itch creeping over him. "Well, you may go and frolic like trolls." Snape seemed to expend all his energy to dismiss Harry and Hermione, leaning heavily against the desk. The impression Snape left on Harry was one of a curious blend of severity and restraint, leaving him somewhat bewildered as he and Hermione stepped out of the classroom. Ron, however, quietly trailed behind them, just as he was about to leave. Weasley, where do you think you're going? Snape's voice boomed, causing Ron to slowly turn around, his expression resembling that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. You will accompany Filch on his patrols for a week. I shall escort you to him. That is final. Snape enveloped Ron in his robe like a great bat. Ron dared not breathe, his face flushed crimson as he mentally cursed Snape's ancestors. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy unexpectedly took a seat beside Harry, silently eating his dinner while only daring to touch the food in front of him. He did not so much as glance at the dishes on Harry's side. It was not until Harry wiped his mouth, preparing to join Hermione waiting at the entrance for their trip to Snape's potions classroom, that Malfoy called out to him. Harry, come here for a moment. Malfoy spoke with an almost pleading tone, and although Harry suspected a trick, he was emboldened by his own confidence, doubting Malfoy could truly harm him any further. Malfoy led Harry into a tunnel behind the right side door, where Crabbe and Goyle were holding a long package that appeared to be quite valuable. This is something my father sent me. I bought it with my pocket money for a month, Malfoy declared with a sense of pride, and it's for you. Harry received the elongated package, feeling it was time to reconcile with Malfoy. Although Malfoy was indeed insufferable, continuing their perpetual state of alarm was not a viable solution. It was time to resolve the discord between them. Under the watchful gaze of Malfoy and his companions, the package was unwrapped, revealing the Nimbus 2000, which stirred a surge of excitement within Harry. What is the meaning of this? Harry questioned, for he had an immense fondness for flying brooms. Yet Hogwarts forbade first-year students from bringing them. My father urged me to establish a rapport with you, Malfoy replied, a hint of color returning to his pale face. You are right. Slytherins do not fear solitude. We choose our companions. I am not your companion. Harry swiftly delineated the boundaries, returning the broom to Malfoy. A mere broom could not sway him. Malfoy remained as arrogant as ever. No, no, no. I am willing to follow you, provided you teach me some magic. Malfoy struggled with his words, finding it difficult to believe he would utter such a thing. He did not seem like one to submit solely to brute force. Very well. If that is your wish, Harry raised an eyebrow, accepting the broom. By this time, Hermione had been waiting at the door for quite a while, and time was of the essence. He did not wish to linger with Malfoy any longer. All right, then I shall take the broom back to the dormitory, Malfoy exclaimed excitedly, eager to lead Crabbe and Goyle through the tunnel to the Slytherin common room. Chapter 24. The three-headed dog having returned from Snape's potion storeroom. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Harry had to evade the fat lady, and before returning to the dormitory, he seemed to hear Filch calling for Ron. Poor Ron, regrettably, he could offer no assistance. Suddenly, Peeves the poltergeist emerged from the nearby tower wall, cackling at the sight of the two young wizards. Two little wizards. One from Slytherin, and the other from Gryffindor. He jeered. Be silent, Peeves, or I shall summon the Bloody Baron, Harry threatened, and his words evidently intimidated Peeves, who froze in place. After all, as a Slytherin, Harry indeed wielded the influence to call upon the Bloody Baron to deal with Peeves, for within the castle, only the Baron could manage the troublesome poltergeist. Harry, within our academy resides a specter, distinct from others, possessing a tangible form capable of wreaking havoc. Do you have any strategies to counteract this? Gandalf, in my realm, there exists a similar entity known as a ringwraith. You might consider employing water or fire to repel them. The old man, the recent turmoil has been exceedingly intense. Yet simply adjust the button on the handgun I provided you to maximum. That will suffice for their physical exorcism. The thought of wielding a handgun within the confines of the school seemed utterly preposterous to Harry, who inwardly scoffed at the notion. He could hardly fathom the idea of triumphing in battle merely by drawing a firearm. Moreover, he had not equipped it with a silencer, and the ensuing noise and repercussions could very well lead to his expulsion. Harry felt the necessity to be discreet, striving to avoid drawing the headmaster's attention. The unfortunate lad mused. If ghosts are destined for immortality, what is there to fear? Even if he were to eliminate you, you would merely become a ghost and could seek revenge in kind. V retorted, do not speak so lightly. If our superior were to discover that one could still generate value after death, it would indeed mean we would have to continue laboring in the afterlife. The old man Huang interjected, V, kindly provide your coordinates. I shall assist you in eradicating these pests. V replied, the unfortunate lad seems intent on expanding his territory once more. The mischievous Peeves muttered to himself, gradually merging into the adjacent tower. And just as he was on the verge of vanishing, he darted toward the center of the staircase. Two young wizards were on a date. Let us see who they are. Peeves bounced around, laughing maniacally as he began hurling glass bottles, shattering them across the floor with a cacophonous clamor. "Ah, it is Slytherin-S Harry Potter and Gryffindor-S Peeves," he began, only to be interrupted by Harry. "Be silent, Peeves, for the water flows clear," Harry interjected, immediately conjuring a jet of water that struck Peeves, which then splashed down onto the patrolling Filch below. "Ha ha, missed," Peeves chuckled, bending down to join the Gryffindor-S Miss Otter, laughing heartily. Harry and Hermione leaned over to look down and discovered Filch ascending with a lantern in hand, the water from earlier making his greasy hair shine. "We must reason with Filch. I believe he will grant us leniency." Hermione still held a glimmer of hope for the caretaker, while Harry was already bracing for a confrontation. "What can we possibly say? That we receive punishment from Snape?" Harry pulled Hermione towards a nearby corridor, certain that Snape would not testify on their behalf. Harry and Hermione found themselves on the 4th floor, glancing left and right, desperately seeking a way to evade Filch. Just then, a mop of red hair appeared on the staircase leading from the 3rd floor. "Hi, Harry, Hermione, I've made it up," Ron exclaimed, his face smeared with dust as he climbed up. He immediately bent down, ushering Harry and Hermione into the adjacent corridor. "Ron, what are you doing here?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "I've been forced to patrol with Filch for an entire week," Ron sighed, peering outside. "He had me cornered earlier and sent me up here to find you." "So you plan to betray us?" Hermione retorted. "Of course not. Filch is right behind me. He'll be here any moment." "You two need to find a place to hide," Ron warned, leading them down the corridor. "Dumbledore told us not to go to the 4th floor corridor. We would meet a dreadful fate here. Or worse," Hermione exclaimed, her tone reminiscent of an irate mother goose. "Expulsion," Ron and Harry chimed in unison. Hermione's flowing curls gave her a fierce appearance. "Oh." Ron collided with a wooden door, having failed to see it in the darkness, and he jumped back, clutching his nose. "Filch is right behind us." Harry could hear the creaking of Filch's lantern not far away. "Alohomora," Harry commanded, using his wand to unlock the door. Ron and Hermione cautiously retreated inside, and Hermione promptly shut the door. Ron hesitated, but a glare from Hermione silenced him. "Bloody hell." Ron turned around, collapsing onto the floor. They were not in a room as they had presumed. They were in a corridor, the forbidden corridor of the 4th floor. Now they understood the reason for its prohibition. Before them loomed the monstrous gaze of a colossal 3-headed dog, filling the space from ceiling to floor. Each had possessed a pair of menacing, beady eyes, and 3 quivering noses twitched in their direction, accompanied by 3 drooling mouths, with saliva hanging like sticky strings from its yellowed teeth. "Expulsion or death, what should we choose?" Harry exchanged bewildered glances with his companions, but before they could ponder an answer, the 3-headed beast provided one with a deafening growl. The stench emanating from its maw could suffocate any young wizard, as the beast anxiously scratched at the ground, striving to break free from its chains and crush them. "Run!" Ron flung open the door and stumbled outside, with Harry and Hermione closely behind him. Perhaps Peeves was preoccupying Filch, for they did not encounter him, but they had no time for such thoughts. All they desired was to escape to their common room and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Harry's Slytherin common room lay beneath the depths of the lake, a journey that took him the longest, returning to his dormitory around 10:30, completely drenched in perspiration. He first took a refreshing shower before heading back to his chamber. "Where have you been?" Draco had eagerly placed the broomstick at the head of Harry's bed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the gift intended for Harry. A decision he seemed to have made with great resolve. Having just returned from Snape's storage room, Harry was too exhausted to utter a single word. He collapsed onto his warm bed and surrendered to slumber. He may have had an inkling of what the 3-headed dog was guarding. It must be the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Would that dark wizard attempt to seize the stone from the school? Uncertain, yet Dumbledore would surely intervene to thwart him. Harry endeavored to refrain from pondering these matters. In 2 days, he would spend time with Gandalf, who had promised to introduce him to new acquaintances this week. There was also Quidditch, a sport he could perhaps showcase to Gandalf. Chapter 25, Thorin Oakenshield, acknowledgments to the generous support of Black Puppet, in stark contrast to the lush green fields. The eye was met with dense forests, and in the distance lay the vast expanse of the Cerulean Sea, dotted with islands that flickered in and out of visibility. The Blue Mountains, situated in the northwestern region of Middle-earth, marked the western boundary of the Eriador region. It was here that dwarves first settled, establishing 2 city-states, Nogrod and Belagost, and engaging in trade with the Elves, amidst the wars waged between Elves, men, and Morgoth. The Blue Mountains stood at the easternmost edge of the Elven defense line. Many city-states and fortresses fell to Morgoth's destruction, while the western side of the mountains transformed into a peninsula where Elves resided, and the dwarves retreated to Lake Mirrormere in the eastern stronghold of Khazad-dûm. Following the Second Age, Morgoth's lieutenant, the Dark Lord Sauron, faced resistance from the elves and the noblemen of En-Minor, ultimately gazing longingly at the Blue Mountains, unable to extend his dominion over them. Concurrently, the Blue Mountains lay desolate, nearly devoid of any significant habitation. It was not until 1980 of the Third Age that the mountains saw a resurgence of settlement. As many dwarves returned to the Blue Mountains after the abandonment of Khazad-dûm due to the awakening of the Balrog, Harry stood nervously outside a small door. Gripping his broom tightly, he noticed that the round door was not particularly tall. Indeed, it could be described as small. "Who resides here? Gandalf?" Harry inquired, glancing up. Gandalf was rather tall. Harry surmised he would need to stoop to avoid striking his head. "Dwarves, there are no mightier warriors than dwarves. Yet they are often lacking in wit and manners," Gandalf muttered. Upon finishing his words, he straightened up, and the door creaked open, revealing a dazzling golden light that nearly blinded Harry. Countless dwarves were suspended from engineering apparatuses as they chiseled grand golden statues. The powerful gust from a distant bellows nearly toppled Harry, while the dwarves worked diligently, hammering away at cast iron, the rhythmic clanking echoing throughout the vast hall. The world beyond the door was far larger than Harry had imagined, its grandeur rivaling that of all of Hogwarts. He followed Gandalf slowly into this magnificent realm. The dwarves merely nodded slightly upon seeing Gandalf and the diminutive figure beside him, whispering amongst themselves as they continued their labors, seemingly indifferent to their visitors. It was not until a bearded dwarf spotted Gandalf that he called out, "Gandalf has arrived." He leaped down from the ropes suspended in the air, landing before Harry and Gandalf, introducing himself. "I am Balin." "Ah, Gandalf, is this your apprentice? A wizard, I presume." Gandalf nudged Harry forward, saying, "I have brought him to meet Thorin. By the way, where is Thorin? Why does he not come out to greet me?" Harry glanced at the stout dwarf with a red nose, white beard, and white hair, feeling a sense of novelty, for even within the magical realm, dwarves had nearly become extinct. Their kind resembled magical beings more than traditional warriors, often relegated to comedic roles. In contrast, fairies and goblins bore closer resemblance to the goblins of folklore rather than this type of dwarf. Balin, while leading them further inside, remarked, "The recent orders from the human kingdoms have been quite numerous. We are due for delivery in just a few days." Thorin has been preoccupied with the orders and has emerged for several days. The corridor of the hall housed countless individual chambers, exuding a searing warmth that contrasted sharply with the coolness of the hall, the temperature rising by at least 20 degrees inside. A dwarf clad in black leather armor was hammering an iron sword on an anvil. He sensed the newcomers behind him, but did not cease his labor until the sword was fully forged, at which point he turned to face them. This dwarf was unlike the others, with slightly curly black hair cascading down. He bore a regal presence that surpassed even Snape's. Unlike the typically stocky dwarfs, this one possessed a tall, slender frame, akin to a miniature human. He regarded the two guests with an air of unspoken authority, extending his hand to shake Gandalf's. Then he turned his gaze toward Harry. "I never expected you to come, Gandalf. And who might this be?" Despite the apparent warmth in his demeanor, his tone was laced with coldness and skepticism towards Gandalf, suggesting a reluctance to engage in conversation. "This is my apprentice, Harry Potter, who is also a wizard," Gandalf stated. Unfazed by Thorin's skepticism, deftly asserting Harry's identity as his apprentice, though it was clear that this explanation would not suffice for Thorin. There are only 5 wizards in Middle-earth, all of whom are Mayor, emissaries of the Vala. The 14 Vala represent the principal deities of Middle-earth, intervening in the realm's affairs through their emissaries, the Mayor, to combat the encroachment of malevolent forces. Never before had he heard of such a diminutive wizard. Perhaps this child was an incarnation of a Mayor, assumed the form of a young wizard. Thorin circled around Gandalf and Harry, and the dwarves beside him instinctively closed in, the atmosphere growing significantly colder. "I am acquainted with a few dwarven friends," he added. Harry suspected that Gandalf might have a misunderstanding regarding the term friend. Given that both Gandalf and Harry belonged to the noble faction of the Mayor, the dwarves dared not exhibit any rude behavior towards them, leading them into a cozy chamber adorned with a fireplace. Harry waved his wand, and a flame erupted in the fireplace, leaving the nearby dwarf in a state of astonishment as he glanced towards Gandalf. Gandalf sat comfortably beside the head of the table, a gray-robed wizard skilled in close combat. Was it not reasonable? Furthermore, he possessed the ability to cast long-range spells as well. Was it not peculiar for a wizard to engage in a melee spiral strike? And so what if he could not cast spells? "Sit down, Harry. Dwarves are like that. They always feel owed 200 gold pieces," Gandalf reassured the anxious Harry, pulling him closer. The other dwarves took their seats in succession, all loyal to Thorin, a total of 12, with several clearly sharing familial ties. A few dwarves exchanged glances, evidently unprepared for the current situation, while Thorin, arms crossed, cast a brooding gaze upon Harry and Gandalf, seemingly unwilling to speak first. Thorin, I once fought alongside your ancestors. Now, Moria is occupied by fire demons and goblins, while the lonely mountain lies in the grasp of Smaug, Gandalf lamented. Have the descendants of Thor forgotten the glory of their forebears due to the seclusion of the Blue Mountains? Of course we have not forgotten. I yearn to reclaim the lonely mountain every moment, yet we lack an army, allies, and supplies, Thorin replied, bearing the weight of the fate of the Durin dwarves. He wished to take risks, yet could not ignore the mission bestowed upon him. I shall not lead my remaining kin to their deaths. If your purpose is to persuade me to slay Smaug, you may as well return, Gandalf. The scarcity of female dwarves in the Blue Mountains resulted in a slow population growth. The newly established line of Durin could hardly withstand any turbulence. Thorin longed to kill Smaug and reclaim the lonely mountain, but such ambitions were predicated on having soldiers and provisions, and he possessed neither. The legendary Arkenstone, which could unite all dwarves, lay hidden beneath a sea of gold. Obtaining it would rally others to reclaim the lonely mountain. I come prepared. I possess the map and key to the lonely mountain, which is ample proof of my sincerity. In 2850, Gandalf encountered the ailing Thor, who, in a delirious state, entrusted him with a map and a key. To thwart an alliance between Smaug and Sauron, Gandalf was determined to locate the heirs of the lonely mountain, the Durin dwarves, to confront Smaug. However, the Iron Hills dwarves, led by Dane Ironfoot, dismissed him without hesitation. Yet, Gandalf learned of Thorin Oakenshield's whereabouts from other dwarves and made the journey to find him, bringing Harry along. With our current numbers, it seems implausible to reclaim the Arkenstone, remarked another dwarf, Thorin's nephew, named Keeley. Oh, you need not worry about that. I have already found a most suitable candidate, Haven T.I., Mr. Potter. Gandalf patted Harry on the back and winked at him. Ah? Harry glanced around at the dwarves, nodding in confusion. Yes, sir. Chapter 26. A touch of aerial wonder for the dwarves. To be honest, Gandalf had never envisioned Harry as a remarkable burglar. Nor had Harry contemplated earning the friendship of a group of dwarves and signing a lifelong contract under somewhat dubious circumstances. The dwarves, too, had not expected to encounter a genuine wizard among humans, rather than a mere manifestation of a Maya. Gandalf had established a teleportation point here, in the future. When Harry wished to enter the realm of hobbits, he would need only Gandalf's consent to gain access to the secret base of the Blue Mountain dwarfs. This meant he would join us, with the condition that we would train him to become a valiant warrior. Thorin scrutinized Harry, thinking Gandalf must be mad to entrust such a responsibility to an 11-year-old child. A fair exchange, Thorin Oakenshield, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, Thorin extended his hand to Harry. He was not a benevolent individual. Yet he would not concern himself with the age of one who could aid him in reclaiming the lonely mountain. Harry Potter, Harry introduced himself, shaking Thorin's hand. Though not tall, he was reasonably well-sized among dwarfs. Let us see your flying skills, then, Mr. Potter. Philly and Keeley doffed their hats in salute, and the other dwarves followed suit, while Thorin, the proudest among them, merely offered a slight nod. The plan to journey to the lonely mountain had been adopted. Yet the selection of the expedition members would require time. Not only must they exhibit capability, but their loyalty must also be assured to prevent betrayal among the dwarfs. Their advisor, Harry, would likewise need time to learn the invisibility charm and the fire avoidance spell, as well as to practice his flying techniques. Harry anxiously mounted the flying broomstick, embarking on his second attempt at flight, the weight of responsibility making him somewhat nervous. With a swift push of his legs, Harry and his broom vanished from sight in an instant. Where had he gone? Beaufort was momentarily taken aback, shaking his orange beard as he voiced the collective bewilderment of the dwarfs. The Blue Mountain dwarves strained to lift their heads, gazing upwards where a swift shadow streaked across the sky, stirring a forest of trees before disappearing from view. With the restrictions of the no-fly zone lifted, Harry pushed the Nimbus 2000 to its maximum speed, soaring high above the undulating treetops and the shimmering surface of the twilight lake below. As he continued to fly forward, he caught sight of distant, scattered medieval fortresses and contemplated pressing on to greet the inhabitants across the way. Harry, hurry back. If the city-states near the Blue Mountains mistake you for an enemy, it could spell trouble, Gandalf called out. At these words, Harry reluctantly altered his course, returning to hover above Thorin's hall, before leaping down with his broom. A marvelous artifact, Thorin Oakenshield exclaimed, his eyes betraying an unrestrained desire for the enchanted broom. However, as his gaze shifted to Harry, that greed vanished instantly. I would gladly trade my sword for it. Although the Nimbus 2000 was not particularly precious, Harry had no intention of selling his first flying broomstick. Perhaps next time, I shall bring you more brooms, he replied, scratching his head. He noticed Gandalf's expression had changed, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" "Ah, you know, being a few thousand years old has its drawbacks. My legs aren't as spry as they once were. And I find myself traversing mountains and rivers daily," Gandalf admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his ancient face. While he could call upon the great eagles for assistance in long-distance travel, possessing his own broomstick was an entirely different matter. A man remains a boy at heart until his dying days. "Do I get a turn?" Philly eagerly stepped forward, the youngest and most dashing of the dwarfs, his youthful spirit contrasting with the steadiness of his kin. "Of course, as much as I am able," Harry mused, calculating how many broomsticks his modest treasury could procure in one go, while also considering the need for some form of compensation. "Balin, how much gold do we have left in our treasury?" Thorin quickly interjected, aware that despite the dwarves' frugality, the value of the flying broomstick was undeniable. Such a deal would surely yield significant profits. "We shall require 13 broomsticks, along with the training fees for our esteemed advisor." The Blue Mountain dwarves had gradually amassed wealth through their ironwork for the human kingdoms. Their riches, though not as grand as their ancestors, were still impressive enough to astonish elves and men alike. Only the goblins of Gringotts could rival their wealth accumulation. Balin, accompanied by a few dwarves, brought forth a chest brimming with treasures, filled to the brim with glittering gems, enough to evoke thoughts of inflation in Harry's mind. Additionally, "Let us forge a suitable weapon for Harry," Gandalf suggested, knowing that Thorin's willingness to part with some treasure would not leave him financially drained. It would be unfair for a wizard to be without a fine weapon. "Indeed, wise Gandalf, we shall craft a longsword tailored for Harry. Certainly no less impressive than the sword I wield," Thorin responded with unusual cheerfulness, readily agreeing to Gandalf's proposal without haggling. "Let us finalize the agreement, Mr. Potter." Dwalin hastily presented a freshly inked parchment, the letters bold and powerful upon the sheepskin. Harry briefly skimmed through the hastily prepared contract, which stated the following: "Greetings from Thorin and the company to the esteemed thief, Harry Potter. We extend our sincerest gratitude for your hospitality and graciously accept the professional assistance you have offered us. The terms we propose are as follows: a reward payable upon the successful completion of the task, not exceeding 1/14 of the total profits, if any. Full reimbursement of travel expenses, regardless of the outcome. In the unfortunate event of your demise, burial expenses will be borne by us or our representatives. While you shall not be liable for our burial costs should we meet a similar fate. Yours faithfully, Thorin and the company." Harry felt a pang of sadness as he contemplated where he would be laid to rest if he were to die. He thought of Gandalf, who could not return him to his original world, and the disheartening prospect of not seeing Ron and Hermione one last time. "We will do everything in our power to protect you," Phileas assured him. "This means that if you happen to perish, you will likely be reduced to ashes," Balin clarified. "But before that, Thorin and we will exert our utmost efforts to safeguard you. Thus, it is highly probable that we shall not incur burial expenses," Keeley succinctly remarked. "For we would have already turned to ash beforehand." Well, what a straightforward and comprehensible and equitable treaty, Harry thought. Harry felt as though he had embarked upon a treacherous journey. Yet he was not afraid. How shall I put it? He believed he could give it a try. Chapter 27, The Dwarves' Banquet. To his astonishment, Gandalf's realm resembled a fantastical world akin to the Middle Ages. Harry never anticipated that one day he would don the heavy armor of a dwarf and engage in combat with a warrior skilled in the art of swordsmanship. The weighty dwarven helm encased his head, while he was adorned in finely crafted, robust silver armor adorned with exquisite engravings. Peering through the crevices, he caught sight of Cheery opposite him, swallowing hard as he tightened his grip on the silver sword. "Give it your all, Harry, you cannot harm me," Cheery proclaimed. Clad in a simple leather jerkin and wielding a silver sword, standing confidently across from him, his martial prowess was no trifling matter. And he was indeed among the most distinguished of the young dwarfs. Harry stepped forward, his silver sword swinging towards Cheely's right chest. The opponent expertly struck the spine of Harry's sword with the tip of his own, causing Harry to stagger back several paces. Yet, he did not relinquish his grip on the silver blade. "Well done, Harry. Remember, the weapon in your hand is your very life." Cheely gazed at Harry in astonishment, recalling how he himself had endured a brutal beating for 2 or 3 years before internalizing the principle that one must never let their weapon slip away, unless in the direst of circumstances. Harry nodded, refraining from casting the lightning charm on his armor to reduce its weight. In the heat of battle, he would undoubtedly employ such magic, yet at this moment, he sought to hone both his willpower and physical prowess. The Dark Lord and his followers remained ever watchful, and Gandalf's realm was far from tranquil. Though he did not indulge in the vanity of being hailed as a savior by others, he aspired to become a great wizard. He was plagued by doubts about his own adequacy, fearing he had not exerted sufficient effort and questioning whether he had truly vanquished the Dark Lord. The Dark Wizards harbored persistent malice towards him. During his school days, he found refuge at Hogwarts. But what of the holidays? Would he retreat like a turtle into another world, seeking to hide? Such behavior was not in Harry's nature. He would confront the Dark Lord's followers with unwavering strength. As the silver sword was raised once more, the sound of clashing metal filled the arena, with Gandalf observing with great enthusiasm, even descending to spar with Cirith for a few exchanges. Naturally, Cirith was no match for Gandalf, who swiftly incapacitated him with a deft strike of his staff. The two exchanged glances, and it was not until half an hour later that Cirith regained consciousness. Through relentless and straightforward combat, Harry gradually acquired some combat skills and developed a fondness for the witty and humorous dwarf, Keeley, with whom he fought until evening. Keeley reciprocated this sentiment, sharing with Harry numerous tales about the history of dwarves, the legends of the Durin lineage, and their quest to reclaim the Lonely Mountain and vanquish Smaug. In short, they conversed freely about everything. Once Thorin ascended to the throne beneath the mountain, Harry planned to invite them to his ancestral home in Godric's Hollow, provided they were still alive by then. Naturally, dwarves were never absent from a feast. Nori approached and announced that it was time to eat. Mate, the long dining table, stretching over 100 meters, was adorned with an array of dwarves, some with long beards, others shorter yet equally hirsute, and even female dwarves sporting beards. All dwarves, regardless of size or gender, boasted long, flowing beards. Harry sat beside Thorin, at the long table laden with an array of stews, beef, chicken, duck, goose, and fish, alongside boiled meats such as beef, fish, and lamb. The dwarves' culinary offerings revolved entirely around stewing and boiling, which caused Harry considerable distress. He had thought his experiences with the Dursleys had been dreadful, yet he discovered that while the dwarves' food was undoubtedly filling, their culinary skills were far from remarkable. "Come, taste our dwarven delicacy, the earth bread," Thorin proclaimed, breaking off a generous piece of the root-like food and placing it in Harry's bowl. Compared to the surrounding dwarfs, he exuded a regal demeanor, despite the towering mound of food on his plate that could rival Harry's height. The earth bread resembled a potato on the surface, with a flavor and texture that gracefully straddled the line between bread and potato, offering a delightful taste. Seeing Harry relish the dish, Thorin smiled with pride and prepared to fetch more earth bread. However, the plate containing it was swiftly emptied by the other dwarves. After a day of hard labor, the dwarves greedily seized every morsel in sight, devouring the food with an insatiable fervor. Harry had been battling for an entire day, consuming several pieces of stew seasoned with salt, and began to long for the culinary delights of Hogwarts. He had vanished for a full 2 days, and he couldn't help but wonder if Ron and Hermione were beside themselves with worry. They were likely seated at the long table, indulging in delectable lemon juice and cheesy beef, while he was absent from the Slytherin table, as all the plates on the long table lay empty. The dwarves leaped onto the table, tossing the plates beneath their feet to the hands of their companions, performing acrobatics as they swiftly passed them to Harry. Gandalf caught a plate several meters long, chuckling, "I believe this plate is about to fall." Just as he spoke, the top plate began to wobble precariously. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry cast the spell, ensuring the plate landed safely. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, dreading the cacophony that would ensue from the clattering of hundreds of plates. Thorin led the applause, and the dwarves sang and danced, celebrating Harry. "A little wizard has come to our cave, who can fly, conjure fire, and catch plates. Bring forth the fine wine and beef. He adores the earthy bread. If it were up to me, I would bestow upon him a large sack of that bread." Their song made Harry bashfully scratch his head, and as they showed interest in continuing, Thorin joyfully interrupted, "Let us have some music. Bring me my harp." Thorin directed several dwarves to bring forth a plethora of instruments, from which he selected a golden harp. Keeley and Philly hurried to their packs, retrieving 2 diminutive violins. Nori, and Ori produced flutes from their garments, while Bomber fetched a drum. Bifer and Bofer returned from where they had left their clarinet. Unlike the earlier raucous songs, Thorin plucked the strings, and a soothing tranquility enveloped the space, dimming the once resplendent dwarven cavern. In the gentle glow and serene atmosphere, only the music remained, accompanied by the deep, magnetic voices of the dwarves, swiftly transporting Harry to the enchanted realm they described, far removed from his own world. Across the icy, mist-laden mountains, In those deep underground caverns that have existed for millennia, we must set forth before dawn breaks, in search of that enchanting hue of gold. The ancient dwarves recite mighty spells, accompanied by the rhythmic clang of hammers, while in the depths, dark creatures lie in slumber, the depth of the caverns unknown. The noble elves and ancient kings, possessing glittering treasures of gold, forge it anew, capturing its radiance, concealing it amidst the gems adorning the sword's hilt. They string a line of stars upon silver necklaces, blooming beautifully like flowers, and adorn their crowns with dragon flames, the twisted lines revealing the brilliance of the sun and moon. Across the icy, mist-laden mountains, in those deep underground caverns that have existed for millennia, we must set forth before dawn breaks to reclaim the forgotten gold. They fashioned exquisite goblets and golden harps, treasures lying dormant in realms unseen. Their flavors unknown to both men and elves. The pines roar in those lofty heights, and the fierce winds wail in the midnight hour. Flames blaze fiercely, spreading rapidly, with trees like torches igniting the skies. In the valley, bells toll in succession, as men gaze upward, their faces etched with dread. The fury of the dragon is more intense than the flames, obliterating towering structures and fragile homes. The mountains rise, shrouded in moonlit mist. The dwarves hear the ominous footsteps of doom. They flee the hall, yet fall beneath its weight, gasping for breath in the moonlight, unable to escape their fate. Across the icy, foreboding mountains, in those deep underground caverns, we must set forth before dawn breaks, to wage war for the harp and the gold. The stirring music resonated far more than any speech could, igniting a fervor within Harry's heart, as he felt himself becoming one with the dwarves. He resolved to assist them in reclaiming their homeland. Before departing, the dwarves gifted him a substantial sack of earthy bread, promising that upon his next visit, he would receive armor and weapons uniquely his own. Balin remarked that Harry was quite dwarf-like, and Harry mused that this must be a title befitting Gryffindor. Yet he bid farewell to Balin and the others with great joy, carrying away a large chest of gemstones, a silver sword, and a sack of earthy bread. Chapter 28. The Serpent and the Lion. Harry opened his eyes, realizing it was time for class once more. Fortunately, it was a little past 10 in the morning, allowing him to luxuriate in his warm bed for another couple of hours. As he rummaged through his wallet, his fingers grazed the sharp edges of a gem, filling him with delight. He intended to use these precious stones to bribe Marcus, hoping to join the Quidditch team, or at the very least, to secure some time at the Slytherin Quidditch pitch to practice his flying skills in preparation for future adventures. In the adjoining bed, Malfoy had just awakened. Potter, the so-called dragon, had been elusive these past few days, leaving everyone wondering about his whereabouts. Even more infuriating was Ron and Hermione's suspicion that Malfoy had secretly harmed Harry and their intent to report him to a professor. Malfoy, swearing upon his pure-blood honor that he had not harmed Harry, managed to assuage their concerns, diverting their search for Harry elsewhere. Raised in the lap of luxury by his parents, Malfoy both idolized and took pride in the tales surrounding the savior. Yet, beneath the overwhelming strength of Harry, he gradually recognized the disparity between them. His pride in his lineage and confidence in his abilities faltered in light of Harry's undeniable superiority. Slytherin sang of a prophecy foretelling the rebirth of a third Dark Lord, believing they would become his most loyal followers, achieving unprecedented victories and glory. This prophecy had circulated among Slytherins since Voldemort's decline, attributed to the legendary seer Enel Travers, a descendant of the renowned Harkinson Travers. Its authenticity remained a mystery. At least the wizarding world had enjoyed over a decade of peace, and the young witches and wizards who grew up during Voldemort's reign might still cling to dreams of fulfilling that prophecy. However, for the young wizards in this era, such notions seemed utterly absurd. Who could possibly defeat the invincible Dumbledore? They were also skeptical that a genius would emerge to inspire their unwavering allegiance. For over a decade, Slytherin had not produced a true prodigy. Their headmaster, Snape, the legendary and a master of potions, was not the figure of myth. Who could claim that future achievements would surpass those of Professor Snape? Malfoy had once overheard distant relatives jesting about this prophecy, thinking he might inherit Voldemort's legacy and become the third Dark Lord. However, in light of his encounters with the Savior Potter, he began to doubt his role as the prophesied figure, suspecting that perhaps Potter was the more fitting candidate. As Malfoy groggily opened his eyes, he discovered Potter seated on his bed, engrossed in a book, startling him. "When did you return?" Malfoy asked, having engaged in a battle of wits with Ron over Harry's whereabouts these past few days. "Last night," Harry replied, realizing he needed to find an opportune moment to reappear. Otherwise, his absence would raise suspicions. Oh, Malfoy seemed unconvinced by this explanation but chose not to challenge it, instead dressing quickly to leave. "They're looking for you," he said, hesitating to directly name Ron or Hermione, opting instead to refer to them indirectly. Harry nodded, donning his wizarding robes and tucking a gem into his pocket before proceeding to herbology class as usual. Meanwhile, the formidable bat finally found time to enter the headmaster's office once more. However, unlike before, Snape sat in an unusual silence, his dark eyes devoid of any glimmer. Severus, the school year has commenced for 2 weeks now. Let us discuss your thoughts on this child, Dumbledore said cheerfully, sipping juice and offering Snape a glass of butterbeer. Initially, he had worried that Harry might become a cold-blooded dark wizard after enduring such experiences, but it seemed he had not misjudged. The magic of Lily's love would continue to flourish within Harry. Harry, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger forged a bond of friendship that had not been anticipated by Dumbledore. Yet he welcomed the outcome with open arms. I do not consider myself an exemplary headmaster, at least in the realm of relations among the 4 houses. I fall short compared to Headmaster Black. Dumbledore cast a glance at the portrait of the most acerbic figure among them, pondering the unlikely reconciliation between Slytherin and Gryffindor. It seems evident that Harry and Hermione's unique circumstances do not signify a potential mending of the long-standing rift. Severus Snape, akin to a vigilant cobra detecting intruders in its domain, abruptly rose to interject, disrupting the conversation of the venerable lion. The head of Slytherin regarded the Gryffindor-born headmaster with a scrutinizing gaze. Hermione, among them, was one of the few who could be deemed intelligent, whereas Potter, in my estimation, mirrored the arrogance and disdain of his father, albeit with a modicum of talent and potions that surpassed that of his brutish progenitor. Even after all these years, Snape could not fully mask his disdain for James Potter. Harry's prowess in Quidditch was reminiscent of his father. Dumbledore remarked indifferently, wisely choosing to refrain from further provoking the formidable bat before him, for history often repeats itself in varied forms. I, a seasoned observer, have witnessed this countless times. What do you intend to do, Severus? Snape, momentarily perplexed, directed his hollow gaze toward Dumbledore, aware of the boundaries he ought not to cross. Following a conversation that bore little significance, Snape departed, burdened by the demands of his role as a Hogwarts professor. 2 weeks into the term, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Aware that time was on his side, the Dark Lord had yet to make his appearance, granting him ample opportunity to nurture Harry's character. However, he had observed that Harry would intermittently vanish from Hogwarts, to the extent that even the portraits within the castle had not glimpsed him, as if he had evaporated into thin air. While Hogwarts publicly asserted that no wizard could utilize apparition within its confines, in truth, only the headmaster possessed that privilege. The identity of those who infiltrated the school remained unknown to him, as the most formidable of dark wizards uncovered some obscure secrets about Harry. Who among us lacks secrets? Dumbledore had no intention of intervening. He would allow Harry to divulge his truths in due time. Nevertheless, a slight issue had arisen within Hogwarts' security system, prompting Dumbledore to consider investigating the arcane magics of other nations to discover any spells akin to apparition that could breach magical territories. Some wizards ought to temper their arrogance. Chapter 29. Harry's quest for the Philosopher's Stone. At the Slytherin table, just as Harry speared a piece of kidney, he was abruptly pulled aside by Hermione and Ron, who had rushed over from the Gryffindor table. Where have you been? Even Malfoy couldn't locate you, Ron inquired, obstructing Harry's view of his plate of steak and kidney. What's the matter? Before Harry could respond, Hermione stormed over, her demeanor akin to that of an agitated goose. Harry, where have you been for 2 whole days? I thought the 3-headed dog had devoured you. I was searching for information regarding that mysterious package, Harry fibbed without flinching, and I ended up in the restricted section, outsmarting Madame Pants until it grew too late. He had been evading Filch every night, thus spending his evenings in the dormitory. Upon hearing this explanation, Ron and Hermione chose not to press further, relieved that Harry stood before them unscathed. Did you find any information about the contents of that package? Hermione promptly queried. Harry attempted to glance at the food on the long table, but regrettably, it had vanished completely, and the kidney steak he had longed for was nowhere to be found. Well, he had resigned himself to the fact that he need not worry about missing lunch. The package he carried was presumably the Philosopher's Stone, reputed to transmute base metals into gold and grant immortality. Harry articulated his hypothesis, suggesting that the Dark Wizard must be in pursuit of the stone, though he wondered whether the wizard would dare to assault Hogwarts. Dumbledore was the most formidable white wizard of the century, and Hogwarts was deemed the safest haven within the wizarding realm. Hermione firmly asserted that every book she had read supported this notion. After all, it was about immortality and the transmutation of metals. Ron countered, questioning who could resist the allure of turning stone into gold, which would grant one an inexhaustible wealth. The other Gryffindors at the long table cast curious glances, having noticed early in the term how Ron and Hermione had become particularly close to the Savior. Although the hero's actions on the train were indeed commendable, the animosities between houses would not dissipate due to a single act of kindness. Ron was somewhat insulated, after all. The Weasleys were notorious for their pure blood status, and with several brothers backing him, no one doubted Ron's Gryffindor credentials. Hermione, however, faced a different plight. Her eagerness to excel had incited resentment among some younger wizards, who did not view a studious girl as deserving of their respect, especially given her close association with a Slytherin. While discrimination against Muggles was not the prevailing sentiment among Gryffindors, Hermione still faced ostracism due to her individuality and her scholarly pursuits, which were deemed unusual for someone of her age. After Ron spoke, Draco Malfoy nearly toppled the white bowl in front of him at the Slytherin table, while the other students had already dispersed, leaving Malfoy to intentionally linger near the trio, seemingly eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon noticing the trio staring at him, Malfoy's face flushed crimson, and he pretended to saunter towards the side door. Ron was inclined to confront him, but Hermione and Harry jointly restrained him. Malfoy hastily exited through the side door, his heart racing. He understood why Harry had been absent from the dormitory over the weekend, slumped against the walls of the corridor tunnel, gasping for breath. Harry's absence from the dormitory was, in truth, motivated by his quest for the legendary Philosopher's Stone, in pursuit of immortality and the ability to transmute stone into gold. Even a formidable figure like Voldemort cannot escape death, and his followers, known as Death Eaters, aim solely to obliterate mortality. Astonishingly, Harry harbored such ambitions even in his first year, actively seeking the mythical stone and assembling his own small fellowship. Malfoy, burdened by his previous insolence, lamented that had he refrained from his caustic remarks, he might have had the opportunity to join the ranks of the Savior. Now, however, that chance had slipped entirely from his grasp. He could only endeavor to find any opportunity to mend the rift between himself and the hero. Yet, could it all be a fade? Might he have misheard? As Malfoy contemplated turning away, he caught a glimpse of Ron glancing in his direction before hastily departing the dining hall alongside Harry. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Malfoy cast a look towards Harry's chamber, a sense of reverence swelling within him. In comparison to Harry's remarkable endeavors, his own pursuit seemed utterly trivial. After all, he was in search of the fabled Philosopher's Stone. Meanwhile, he was accompanied by two lackeys, meandering through the school, preoccupied with matters of little consequence. Perhaps this epitomized the stark contrast between the Dark Lord and an ordinary student. It was not until the afternoon history of magic class that Harry finally opened the dormitory door. Grasping a tome on magical history, he inquired as he departed, "Malfoy, could you assist me in acquiring 12 Nimbus 2000s? I shall provide you with a portion of the deposit." At Hogwarts, Harry essentially engaged in a secluded form of education, devoid of the opportunity to visit other wizarding shops, not even Diagon Alley. Furthermore, he had no acquaintances who could assist him in procuring a Nimbus 2000 broomstick. Could he possibly rely on the Dursleys, who had severed ties with him? That was utterly implausible. As for Hagrid, although their bond was strong, he would undoubtedly inquire incessantly about the purpose of the 12 Nimbus 2000 brooms. Additionally, prior to their friendship, Hagrid had served as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, working under Dumbledore. Harry was reluctant to reveal the existence of the chat group. He wished to avoid drawing the attention of the legendary headmaster. Under the watchful gaze of such a distinguished figure, he felt he had no secrets to keep. After much contemplation, he realized that only Ron and Malfoy could assist him, as they too relied on their parents to procure and send items back to them. Although Ron was a close confidant, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions regarding the sudden influx of wealth and its intended purpose. Even if Harry could deceive Ron, he could not mislead Ron's parents. He was well aware of the Weasley family's financial predicament. Thus, the concern lay not in questioning their moral integrity, but rather in Ron's inability to explain the origins and intended use of such a substantial sum. Harry wished to spare his old friend from trouble, but if it concerned Malfoy, it was of little consequence. Malfoy was always boasting about the immense wealth of his family. Asking him to procure 12 Nimbus 2000s would raise no suspicions, and he would not need to explain himself extensively to Malfoy. Upon hearing that he could assist Harry, Malfoy sprang to his feet, nodding eagerly. Not only could he fetch 12 brooms, but he could easily acquire 24. This was merely a deposit. Harry retrieved a dazzling gem from his wallet, placing it in Malfoy's astonished hands. The gemstones glimmered with vibrant hues, their worth far surpassing that of ordinary diamonds on the market. 12 brooms were a trivial matter. In the past, Malfoy had prided himself on his family's wealth and pure blood status. carrying an air of natural arrogance from his privileged upbringing. However, he found himself utterly humbled by Harry's lavishness. What had once been mere suspicion transformed into certainty. Is this insufficient? Harry inquired, noticing Malfoy still dumbfounded, perhaps believing the deposit was inadequate, as this gem represented only a fraction of what lay within a dwarfish treasure chest. Nonetheless, in terms of the gem's value, Harry felt it was more than sufficient. Surely Malfoy did not expect additional fees. Before Harry could delve deeper into his wallet, Malfoy hastily nodded. Yes, certainly. I shall write to my father this evening to have the 12 brooms sent over, he exclaimed, visibly delighted as he examined the gleaming gem. Unable to tear his gaze away. The worth of these gemstones was unparalleled even within the wizarding world, akin to priceless treasures, their luminous glow illuminating Malfoy's face. He reluctantly averted his gaze, granting Harry passage as he walked by. Serving the third Dark Lord, he felt immensely honored. The history of magic was taught by a ghost named Professor Binns, who had reportedly lived for so long that he once fell asleep in class and left his body behind, thus becoming a spirit. Perhaps it was due to ghosts being unable to resign or leave Hogwarts that Professor Binns continued to teach magic history. His lectures were notoriously dull, as he read monotonously from his texts, indifferent to the attentiveness of his young students. In truth, many students often succumbed to slumber during his classes, and he neither deducted points nor awarded them. Only the astute students recognized the folly of wasting such time. At this moment, Harry began to peruse books on Quidditch, such as the marvelous volume that Hermione had mentioned previously. However, ever since the last incident, Harry was uncertain whether he could face Madame Hooch, especially considering the potential repercussions of mishandling a broomstick, which would spell the end of his Quidditch aspirations. Surprisingly, Malfoy was also unable to succumb to sleep. He forced himself to fight through the fog of drowsiness and noticed Harry engrossed in his Quidditch literature, which reminded him of that particular event and the recent task he had been assigned. Harry wished to join the Quidditch team. However, the team only required 7 players, and with substitutes, the total could not exceed 10. Why then did Harry request 12 broomsticks? Malfoy could only attribute this to the notion that the illustrious Potter lacked a true understanding of Quidditch, deeming it a mere trivial flaw. Before he could ponder further, a wave of drowsiness overwhelmed him, nearly causing Malfoy to stumble until the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Malfoy stealthily followed Harry from behind. After leaving the classroom, Harry unexpectedly bypassed the library and made his way directly to the Slytherin common room. Flint was seated beside the fireplace, relishing his scarce leisure time. He watched as Harry walked past him, and then halted before him, prompting a serious expression to cross his face. What is it? Flint inquired, observing Harry's demeanor, and then led him to a private chamber within the common room, while Malfoy eavesdropped outside the door. I wish to join the Quidditch team, Harry declared, recalling the positions outlined in his Quidditch book, specifically the role of seeker. The task of locating the golden snitch amidst a sea of gold was akin to that of a thief hunting for the elusive Horcrux. Both endeavors involved the pursuit of elusive objects. Impossible. No first-year student has ever participated in the Quidditch team, Marcus immediately countered. Countless young wizards had previously approached their Quidditch captain with similar aspirations, only to be met with the unwavering response of rejection. The last instance of a first-year being involved with the Quidditch team dated back to the last century. I can provide funding, Harry asserted, fully aware of Slytherin's principles. At the very least, you must wait until your second year. Marcus was wavering, yet he remained resolute, perhaps aiming to negotiate a higher price. This matter must be discussed with the headmaster. Contemplating Snape's perpetually morose visage, Harry recognized the considerable pressure Marcus was under. He produced a gem he had prepared beforehand, its mere glimmer illuminating the entire room, including Marcus's eyes. Flint's family had once basked in glory over a century ago when they allied with the Black family. However, their status had gradually diminished under the relentless assault of other Muggle wizards. They were left with only their pure-blood title and noble identity. A far cry from their former splendor, their current holdings reduced to a mere fraction of their past wealth. This gem had the potential to restore their once respectable lifestyle. Let us discuss this, Harry said nonchalantly. What followed was a hushed conversation, inaudible to Malfoy, who feigned busyness by idly moving about near the fireplace. When Marcus approached Severus Snape for approval while clutching the gem, he was met with a resounding get-out. Marcus had never witnessed the headmaster in such a fervent rage. He nearly found himself toppled by Snape's wrath. He cautiously endured the headmaster's 2-minute tirade of invective, yet Snape's disdain was palpable. It was unclear why Snape harbored such animosity towards Harry, but for the sake of Harry's aspirations, Marcus sought to glean further insight, only to be unceremoniously expelled from the office. Cast out into the biting wind, Marcus was about to depart when he spotted Headmaster Albus Dumbledore passing by. Awakening a sense of bloodline pride within him, he dared not breathe too loudly, resembling a mouse in the presence of a cat, yet Dumbledore called out to him. "My child, do you harbor any concerns?" Dumbledore inquired with a warm smile, patting Marcus's shoulder. Tending to the well-being of students was an essential part of the headmaster's duties. Marcus stood frozen, his mind racing as he glanced towards Snape's office, responding with a slight stammer. Headmaster, I sought to apply for the Quidditch position for Harry. But Professor Snape rejected it. Do you believe Harry is capable of fulfilling this role? Dumbledore pondered, recalling the events of the previous week. Although he had not witnessed them firsthand, he had heard Professor McGonagall's account. Harry's talent far surpasses that of Charlie Weasley, who is well known as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and has consistently led his house to victory in the Quidditch Cup. As an avid Quidditch enthusiast and a senior in Gryffindor, Dumbledore possesses a profound understanding of Charlie's flying prowess, receiving commendation from a professional Quidditch aficionado like Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore is convinced that Harry's Quidditch aptitude undoubtedly carries the legacy of his father. I'm certain, Headmaster. Marcus felt a wave of relief wash over him. Well, I shall discuss this matter with Professor Snape. A glimmer flickered across Dumbledore's crescent-shaped spectacles as he gestured for Marcus to take his leave. Marcus, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, promptly exited the scene. Dumbledore then opened the door to Snape's office. The events that transpired within the office remain a mystery to us, however. It is evident from Harry being granted a position as the crucial seeker for the Slytherin team in the 4th week that Snape made a significant concession. In the subsequent classes, Snape's focus on Harry intensified, frequently provoking him, while Hermione emerged as the sole Gryffindor spared from Snape's biting remarks. Due to their rigorous training schedules, Harry and Hermione often found their time together limited. Aside from the occasional exchange during potions class, they seldom crossed paths. On the eve of Halloween, during flying lessons, Harry, being the first-year wizard to assume the role of Seeker in a century, naturally became the chief representative for Slytherin in the realm of Quidditch. Harry naturally walked ahead, with Malfoy trailing behind on his left, followed by a formidable group of Slytherins marching in his wake. Observing this, Gryffindor prepared for an imminent clash, ready to draw their wands, only to be surprised as Harry approached them alone. Was this the confidence of a true champion? Unlike the Slytherin newcomers who had been thoroughly subdued by Harry, Gryffindor seemed emboldened, evidently gearing up for a future confrontation with him. Where were Ron and Hermione? Harry waved to Ron, who was among the Gryffindor ranks. In the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, it turned out he was searching for Hermione. I don't know. I haven't seen her, Ron admitted, stepping out from the Gryffindor group, a hint of remorse in his voice. I was a bit harsh with her during Charms class earlier, and she just walked away. I haven't seen her since. A collective silence enveloped Gryffindor. Perhaps they simply wished to avoid interacting with a classmate who often took charge, yet they certainly had no intention of causing her harm. I understand, Harry nodded. His childhood experiences of abuse at the Dursleys having instilled in him a heightened sensitivity. He had noticed that Hermione had, to some extent, become isolated by her peers, and his own time spent with her had dwindled. So, had the conflict finally come to a head? Harry scratched his head, and before he could ponder further, Mrs. Pooch blew her whistle to commence the lesson. Harry, I have a friend who is feeling down. Where do you think she might go? Harry had become so adept at Quidditch that he could effortlessly converse while soaring through the skies. The ongoing chat group did not impede his mastery of flight. Ha. It's been ages since you last graced the chat, Harry. Clearly, you've been off courting someone. Is it a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Teased Choi. The scent of romance wafts in the air, my friend. Choi, I must inform you that this is merely sexual repression, as elucidated by that certain Freud, he chimed in. The group buzzed with lively banter for a while. Gandalf was still en route, while Old Man Huang was engaged in fierce battles daily, and Miss Lonnie remained submerged in silence. Meanwhile, Vi continued playfully sparring with Choi. It was only when class concluded that Harry recalled Hermione. Ron, let us seek out Hermione, Harry suggested. Ron appeared somewhat anxious but nodded in agreement. Let us head to the Halloween feast first. Perhaps Hermione will have calmed down and joined us for dinner. The two made their way to the Great Hall, where Ron burst into laughter at the amusing costumes of their classmates, many of whom were masquerading as vampires. Clearly, Ron had forgotten all about Hermione before even entering the hall. Welcome. Fred suddenly sprang forth from nowhere, donned in a regal vampire costume, theatrically brandishing his claws at Harry and Ron. The Dark Lord has arrived. George followed closely behind, dressed in a werewolf ensemble, playfully nudging Harry and Ron towards the hall. Each house's head was distributing sweets to their students. Snape, still clad in his long black robe, appeared as though he had been exiled to Siberia. Clutching a large platter of candies and doling them out indiscriminately, Professors Flitwick and Sprout were surrounded by eager little witches and wizards clamoring for treats. Their faces adorned with grotesque paint as they chanted the age-old phrase, trick or treat. They hopped about joyfully beside the professors. Flitwick and Sprout wore cheerful expressions, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, as they diligently produced an assortment of candies for their students. As for Snape, he resembled a great bat, randomly capturing a victim and, against their will, thrusting a handful of sweets into their hands. Such was Professor Snape. He managed to transform the simple act of distributing candy into a veritable execution. Harry was quite certain he had not consumed any hallucinogenic candy. He saw Snape striding towards him with an air of authority, casting a condescending gaze down upon him. Snape glanced at Ron, disappointment etched across his face. Ron inquired, "What?" Snape roughly shoved a handful of candy into Harry's arms, as if he had completed some sinister task and was now randomly tormenting a victim. The notion of Snape distributing sweets was as incredulous as the idea of Hermione willingly contravening school rules. "Is he unwell?" Ron muttered under his breath, then began to eat the chocolate Snape had given him, exclaiming, "Harry, this almond-flavored one is delicious." In Snape's presence, Harry felt an acute absence of someone. He observed Ron, who was engrossed in devouring a baked potato, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Ron, blissfully munching on his potato, had completely forgotten why they had come to the Great Hall, consumed only by his voracious appetite. "Did you know? Hermione didn't attend class this afternoon because she was hiding in the girls' restroom, crying." Parvati Patil was discussing with her close friend. "I went to the restroom thinking I might encounter a ghost, only to find it was Hermione." "Are you not going to comfort her?" Lavender asked, adding, "To be honest, she is rather pitiable. Aside from Harry, no one seems inclined to speak with her. She refuses to let anyone console her. She just sits there crying, and I feel powerless," Parvati said with a sigh. "Perhaps after tonight she will feel better. There are classes to attend tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Harry hurriedly dashed out of the hall, while Ron, who had been closely following, was intercepted by his two twin brothers and led to Lavender. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ron once again forgot his original purpose. Harry unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Professor Quirrell on the 4th floor. He harbored no suspicions, as Quirrell himself was quite an eccentric individual, and a touch of social anxiety was entirely understandable. Turning down the side corridor, Harry took a deep breath. After all, he had never ventured into the girls' restroom, and it would be rather unfortunate to be mistaken for a pervert. However, most of the students were currently frolicking in the Great Hall, and he merely wished to peek in on Hermione. Thus, he resolved to remain outside, refraining from entering. Harry made up his mind and stood outside the ladies' restroom, whispering, "Hermione. Hermione, are you there? How are you?" Chapter 32. The troll don't come to comfort me, Harry. I just want to be alone, Hermione's voice, tinged with tears, echoed from within the restroom, followed by the sound of soft sobbing. Harry stood outside the girls' restroom, uncertain whether to depart and join Ron or remain to comfort Hermione. Deep within, he yearned to witness the grandeur of the Halloween feast in the Great Hall, an event that occurred but a few times each year. Yet, leaving Hermione alone in the restroom felt unkind. "Are you feeling any better, Hermione?" Harry inquired tentatively. In response, the only sound from within the restroom was Hermione's quiet sobbing. After a moment, her murmured words emerged, seemingly elevated in volume, as if she feared Harry might not hear her. "Harry, do you truly despise me? Do you harbor disdain for me as well?" Harry reflected on Hermione's usual demeanor. It was almost inconceivable that this delicate voice belonged to the proud and self-assured Hermione he knew. Perhaps to others, it appeared so, but even Harry, despite his occasional foolishness, understood he could not reveal the truth. As for the sentiment, certainly not, Hermione. You are the bravest and most confident little witch I have ever known. Expressing such slightly sentimental words would only send shivers down Harry's spine, rendering him speechless. After a moment of contemplation, the sobs within grew louder, accompanied by the sound of her blowing her nose. The bathroom door swung open, and Hermione peered out with her tear-streaked face and red nose, appearing somewhat comical. Harry could not contain himself, and upon witnessing his unrestrained demeanor, Hermione felt a surge of anger, akin to a furious little dragon rushing towards him. Harry, initially engulfed in sorrow, Hermione found her melancholic emotions dissipating as Harry's timely humor brightened the atmosphere. She watched as he animatedly transformed himself into a clown with a flick of his wand. This was a clever tactic from the hapless fellow. When one is uncertain about how to elicit laughter from a girl, it suffices to be amusing oneself. However, Harry harbored doubts about the practical wisdom of his inept friend, who possessed only theoretical knowledge devoid of real-world application. Suddenly, a foul stench emanated from the corridor outside the girls' restroom, reminiscent of Ron's socks combined with a public lavatory that had not seen cleanliness in years. Hermione wrinkled her red nose. Though her sense of smell was not as sharp as it once was, she still detected the overwhelming odor. As the stench intensified, Harry and Hermione cautiously retreated into the restroom, while outside, a low, drawn-out mumble echoed, resembling the sound of mucus being dragged across the floor, accompanied by the thudding of meat patties hitting the ground. Harry and Hermione cautiously peeked out, only to behold a colossal creature emerging from the shadows into the moonlight. The sight was utterly terrifying. Towering at 12 feet, its skin was dull and lifeless, resembling a grimy slab of granite. Its massive, clumsy body appeared as if it were a mound of oversized rubble, topped with a head no larger than a cocoa bean. Its short, stout legs were as thick as tree stumps, supporting flat, calloused feet. A nauseating stench emanated from its form. Grasped in its hand was a hefty wooden club, which trailed on the ground due to its lengthy arms. Harry had always struggled to comprehend why Snape likened their potential for aggression to that of a troll. But now he understood the comparison was indeed fitting. The troll's cocoa bean-like head turned towards them, lowering as it lumbered forward, dragging the club behind. Hermione swiftly grasped the door, urging Harry to seek refuge in the girls' restroom. Harry stood at the entrance of the restroom, momentarily frozen in indecision, contemplating whether to enter the ladies' room to seek refuge for a while, when Hermione abruptly tugged him inside. Harry and Hermione were squeezed into a restroom, where they could hear the troll effortlessly smashing open the door with a wooden club, brazenly charging inside. Harry could feel Hermione's grip on his clothing tighten, as the foul stench enveloped the entire restroom. The troll extended its head, searching each stall one by one. Hermione clutched her wand firmly, simultaneously covering Harry's mouth. Harry gazed up at the troll, whose bulbous head loomed over him and Hermione, its grotesque little eyes finally focusing. After a moment of hesitation, it slowly raised the massive club in its hand. This pause was sufficient for Harry and Hermione to slip through the door, as the troll's enormous form completely obstructed the corridor of the restroom, leaving only the tiniest of gaps on either side. Attempting to force their way past would likely result in their bones being crushed by the troll's sheer weight, though the troll lifted its club with sluggish speed. Its descent was swift, and the colossal weapon was about to descend upon the two young wizards. Hermione brandished her wand, casting spells at the troll. Yet the creature's formidable magical resistance rendered her efforts utterly ineffective. With unwavering resolve, Harry swiftly drew a silver sword, effortlessly severing the giant's wooden club. The giant, bewildered, raised the now-halved club, his limited intellect incapable of comprehending such a complex dilemma. He positioned the fragmented weapon between his eyes, utterly perplexed as to why it had shortened. In a fluid motion, Harry retrieved a handgun and fired several rounds at the colossal creature. The bullets pierced through the giant's thick hide, embedding themselves deep within its flesh. The giant let out a dolorous roar, thrashing about in agony while brandishing the remnants of its club. Hermione, gripped by fear, shut her eyes, unaware of Harry's firearm, while Harry cast a silencing charm upon the gun, rendering it effectively mute in place of a suppressor. Harry held a gun in his left hand and a sword in his right, delivering a fierce strike to the belly of the giant, carving a massive gash that forced the creature to kneel. The giant howled in agony as it sank to the ground, and with a swift motion, Harry severed its head with the silver sword, blood gushing forth and emanating an indescribable stench. At that moment, Ron arrived just in time, halting in shock at the gruesome scene before him, exclaiming, "Bloody hell! Harry, Hermione, are you all right?" Ron stepped over the giant's corpse to stand before Harry. Observing the silver sword in his hand, coated with the creature's viscous blood, filled with admiration for his bravery. It was both unexpected yet entirely reasonable. "We are fine," Harry replied, glancing at Hermione, whose pallor betrayed the toll of the giant's attack, leaning weakly against him. She seemed to be struggling. Just then, the professors arrived, with Snape striding ahead, followed closely by Professor McGonagall, while Professor Quirrell fainted at the sight of the giant's carcass. "Harry," Snape fixed Harry with a piercing gaze, as if to extract the very marrow from his bones. "Do you find vanquishing a giant to be amusing? Playing this foolish game of saving the world with your dim-witted friends? Why are you not in your dormitory but rather wandering about outside?" Professor McGonagall scrutinized the trio sharply, her gaze rendering all deceit transparent. "I do not know, Professor. I was chatting with Hermione," Harry replied, recalling how Ron had disregarded the rules to rush to their aid. "And Ron was there as well. Is that so? I am curious to know what thoughts occupy the minds of our gifted saviors on a daily basis," Snape remarked, his gaze serpentine as it assessed Harry. We were discussing the defense against the dark arts class, particularly how to deal with a giant, Harry explained, supporting the weary Hermione. She is rather exhausted, Professor. Snape appeared more pained than if he had ingested the giant, ultimately choosing silence. Professor McGonagall deducted 5 points from Slytherin and 10 from Gryffindor, yet awarded 20 points for their bravery. Oh, how could young wizards like you possibly confront an adult giant? Professor Sprout expressed her concern. It seems our sorting hat may have erred in its judgment. Snape inspected the giant's wounds, slicing open its belly with the sharp silver sword. An act befitting a Gryffindor rather than a Slytherin. All right, Professor Snape. I believe the young wizards are weary and require rest, Professor McGonagall stated with unusual reasonableness, devoid of her usual sternness. I will report this incident to Professor Dumbledore. You may return to the common room for a meal. Chapter 33, The Legendary Prophecy in the Slytherin Common Room. Hushed whispers filled the air. In just 2 months, the small factions within Slytherin had formed distinctly, each group occupying its own corner, conversing without interference. The fireplace crackled in the center, casting a warm glow that illuminated the faces of every student. Due to the giant's rampage, the once delightful Halloween feast had been abruptly curtailed, leaving many young wizards returning to the common room still hungry. While the house elves busied themselves delivering delicious meals to each of the houses, Draco Malfoy, munching on a kidney brought by a house elf, complained. My father donates so much money to the school each year, not for us to be threatened by giants. The other Slytherins nodded in agreement. Most of them descendants of Hogwarts board members, thus feeling entitled to regard themselves as the school's benefactors. Yet, among them, no one yielded to another. While one may boast of a powerful lineage, it did not guarantee respect. We all serve the Dark Lord. You are no more noble than my family. Consequently, Slytherin rarely united, splintering into various cliques, though they would band together against Gryffindor. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Harry appeared, drenched in blood. With crimson liquid dripping down his sleeves, all the Slytherins fell silent, holding their breath. Had Harry, the supposed savior, perished at the hands of the giant and become one of Hogwarts' ghosts? Malfoy stood dumbfounded, as the hero he idolized had seemingly been slain by a giant. The irony was almost darkly humorous. Harry found it perplexing why everyone was casting peculiar glances in his direction. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the remnants of troll blood smeared across his wizarding robe, and it dawned on him that he had stealthily returned to the Slytherin common room. Once cleaned up, the blood vanished without a trace, and he entered the hall unscathed. It was then that the Slytherins realized that Potter was not merely a ghost, but rather a hero who had battled a troll. Potter, you vanquished the troll, Draco Malfoy remarked, his disbelief palpable. He could hardly fathom what sort of prodigy could slay an adult troll in their first year, a feat typically reserved for wizards of graduation caliber. After all, even the mysterious figure could not single-handedly confront a troll in their first year. It stood to reason that if Harry were not exceptionally powerful, he would not be inclined to seek the fabled Philosopher's Stone. Having witnessed Harry's prowess, Malfoy began to consider that Harry might indeed achieve greatness, while others marveled in silence. Slytherin revered strength, and Potter had not only eliminated the seasoned Death Eater, Summers, but had also displayed remarkable Quidditch skills, even managing to resolve the chaos caused by the troll more swiftly than the professors could. Harry nodded slightly, and the other Slytherins silently parted to create a path for him. Exhausted, Harry paid no heed to the odd gazes directed his way as he sank into the sofa before the fireplace. No one dared to encroach upon his space. As if making a sound that disturbed Potter would be an unforgivable sacrilege, they whispered among themselves, discussing the events that had just transpired. While Harry squinted at the flickering flames, relishing the tranquility that follows utter fatigue. Meanwhile, Harry recalled that the following day he was to assist Hermione in organizing Snape's potions, and he also needed to train the dwarves on the use of flying broomsticks. Intriguingly, with 12 dwarves alongside himself and Gandalf, they would form 2 Quidditch teams, and Gandalf would undoubtedly excel as a goalkeeper. Yet, the brooms had yet to arrive. Malfoy, Harry called softly, intending to inquire further when he returned to the dormitory. But the words slipped out instinctively. From his former circle with Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy emerged like a responding insect, disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him. He approached Harry, exuding an air of readiness for commands. The other Slytherin students watched in disbelief. They recognized Potter's formidable prowess. Yet they were taken aback by Malfoy's uncharacteristic humility in approaching him. The last time the Malfoy family had displayed such subservience was during the reign of the Dark Lord. Malfoy cast a glance around at his fellow Slytherins, well aware of how they would gossip about him, but he remained indifferent to their petty disdain. One day, they would envy his choices. By aligning himself now, he was akin to acquiring prime shares, far superior to the inferior status of those who would join later. Harry was, of course, oblivious to the machinations swirling within Malfoy's mind. He was taken aback to see Malfoy approach him, seemingly compelled by his call, albeit with a hint of discomfort. Nevertheless, Malfoy reclined on the sofa and softly inquired, "Have the 12 brooms arrived?" A wave of anxiety washed over Malfoy as he recalled that he had merely concocted a flimsy excuse when he spoke to his father a month prior. Since then, his father had not responded, perhaps dismissing his letter as a frivolous jest. After all, the 12 firebolts were not a matter of great financial strain for their family. Yet Lucius would undoubtedly scrutinize his son's motives for procuring such a quantity. Now that Harry had demanded them, Malfoy found himself in the dark regarding their arrival or acquisition. Masking a subtle dread beneath his poised exterior, fearful of inciting Potter's ire. "They should be arriving soon, Mr. Potter," Malfoy managed to feign indifference, his tone laden with an exaggerated respect that did not go unnoticed by Daphne and Pansy. Initially, they held a certain admiration for Malfoy, but his deference towards Potter was disconcerting. Despite their limited interactions with Potter, Slytherins universally harbored disdain for any student who associated too closely with Gryffindor. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, and under the scrutiny of his peers, he slowly made his way back to his dormitory, with Malfoy trailing closely behind, resembling Potter's most loyal servant. It was only after the dormitory door closed that the Slytherin common room returned to its usual state, with everyone eagerly debating Potter's origins and what could possibly render Malfoy so submissive, as well as whether Malfoy's demeanor reflected the stance of the Malfoy family. The origins of Harry Potter are quite clear. He is the prophesied savior and the vanquisher of Voldemort, an illustrious graduate and exceptional entrepreneur from Slytherin's history. Subsequently, he was raised in a Muggle household, a period of his history that remains largely undocumented. Most pureblood families harbor an aversion to Muggles that has become a mere formality, let alone a genuine understanding of their world. Perhaps Harry derived formidable strength from his Muggle upbringing. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed, as the pureblood families held a deep-seated disdain for the powers of the Muggle realm, their arrogance deeply ingrained. Thus, only one possibility lingered. All gazes turned towards the grand serpent sculpture suspended in the center of the Slytherin common room, recalling the legendary prophecy. Chapter 34, The Enemy at Hogwarts the following morning. An owl swooped down to the Slytherin table, panting as it delivered a package over a meter in length, landing it on Malfoy's table. The identity of the new broomstick purchaser remained a mystery, Ron remarked to Dean beside him, a hint of envy in their eyes as they watched the broom settle on Malfoy's table. How could it be him? It did not end there. The owl made a total of 12 trips, dropping off 12 Nimbus 2000s, prompting envy throughout the entire school. Officially, this was a purchase sponsored by Malfoy for Slytherin House, leaving Ron and Dean helpless against their discontent. Accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy hurriedly transported the 12 flying broomsticks to the dormitory before rushing to Professor Snape's potions class. Unlike his usual demeanor, Snape was less active today, no longer prowling behind Gryffindor, searching for opportunities to deduct points. He sat in his chair, his piercing gaze continuously flitting between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The lesson focused on crafting a beauty cream with whitening effects, and all the young witches were eager to try their hand, with Hermione assertively directing the potion-making process while Harry assisted her. Snape observed everything with keen attention. Even without moving about, he could accurately identify the errors made by the young wizards and mercilessly deducted points from Gryffindor. Weasley, if you intend to apply what you've brewed to your face, rest assured you'll be spending the latter half of the term with Madame Pomfrey. Seamus, what did you add to the cauldron? Nitroglycerin. Miss Brown, can you not distinguish between blue smoke and purple smoke? As blue smoke billowed forth, Harry adjusted the flames beneath the cauldron, the thick white liquid gradually solidifying into a gelatinous white substance. This was indeed the beauty cream for whitening, identical to that in the textbook. Hermione, excited, applied the cream to her face and then seized Harry's arm. Harry, do I look whiter? In her excitement, Hermione neglected to smooth out the cream evenly, leaving a patch on her left cheek. Harry, recalling all the sorrowful moments of his life, managed to suppress a laugh, suddenly appreciating that maintaining a deadpan expression like Snape's was no easy feat. Harry nodded, reaching out to even out the cream on Hermione's face. You do look a bit whiter, right? Hermione beamed at Harry's praise, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. I knew it. Snape turned away, his form slightly swaying. Harry keenly noticed that Snape's left leg appeared shorter than his right, seemingly unable to bear his weight, as Snape was not as agile as before. He remotely instructed Harry to assist the Slytherin students, who were surprisingly taken aback by Harry's guidance. Daphne, who previously held a poor impression of Harry, nodded repeatedly at his observations, her lips pursed, on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, in Gryffindor, Hermione anxiously observed her classmates being penalized for various blunders, some even developing unsightly rashes and other unknown ailments on their faces. Yet, Snape did not permit Hermione to assist, merely instructing Harry to fetch antidotes for them. When the potions class concluded, Harry and Hermione were left behind to tidy the classroom. Harry caught a fleeting glimpse of a conspicuous tear on Snape's right leg, which was even oozing blood. Snape, maintaining an impassive demeanor, discreetly wiped away the traces of blood. Hermione also noticed this detail. She nudged Harry with her elbow, signaling him to refrain from being too overt. Harry recalled the day the troll had emerged, pondering whether it was then that Snape had sustained his injuries. Yet, who could possibly inflict harm upon Snape, or what circumstances could have led to his wounding? Before departing, Snape unprecedentedly bestowed upon Harry and Hermione an unusual gift of ingredients for a whitening potion, subsequently ushering them out of the potions classroom. In the hallway, Harry fortuitously encountered Filch, who was approaching with a vial of essence of dittany, watching as he entered Snape's chamber. Snape and Filch shared a remarkably close rapport. These two kindred spirits undoubtedly found camaraderie in their mutual disdain. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, deciding to lean against the door to eavesdrop. "You needn't. Just give me the essence. I shall handle it myself." The low rumble of Snape's voice echoed within the classroom, followed by the sound of him inhaling. Harry could vividly imagine Filch, flustered and helpless, standing nearby, watching as Snape applied the essence of Wraith to his left leg. "What sort of wound necessitates the application of Wraith essence?" Harry inquired. "Only injuries inflicted by magical creatures or curses cannot be treated with ordinary medical remedies," Hermione replied. "So, this implies that Snape was harmed by a magical creature when the troll was unleashed," Harry murmured, noting that his calf appeared to bear a laceration. Unlike the damage one would expect from a troll. The three-headed dog. Hermione recalled the monstrous creature they had encountered during their earlier escapade. It was the only being likely to inflict severe harm upon the professor. After all, Snape, in his 30s, had surpassed Dumbledore in certain realms, and he was not to be underestimated in the art of spells. If not for the internal strife among the professors, only the three-headed dog would have been capable of wounding Snape. Harry recalled the frail Professor Quirrell from the 4th floor. Could it truly be that the timid Quirrell could stand against Professor Snape, potentially inflicting harm upon him? Considering Quirrell's usual demeanor, Harry shook his head, doubting that Quirrell at full capacity could pose any threat to his head of house. This raised a question. What was Quirrell doing on the 4th floor at that time? Just then, the voice of Filch echoed from within, his footsteps drawing nearer, prompting Harry and Hermione to make a hasty exit. At the dining table, Hermione unceremoniously took a seat at the Slytherin long table, undeterred by the curious glances from others, while Draco Malfoy deliberately distanced himself, granting Hermione a wider berth. "Snape is attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione whispered to Harry, who sat beside her, munching on toast, feeling the weight of his headmaster's gaze from the staff table. Harry nodded and offered Snape a smile. Snape, expressionless, continued to consume the peas in his bowl, showing no inclination to reprimand Miss Granger for her transgression. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell, seemingly distressed, buried his face in his meal, occasionally glancing at Professor Snape's expression, which only served to reinforce Hermione's belief that Snape was indeed bullying Quirrell. Harry acknowledged that Professor Snape indeed possessed a bullying disposition, yet he believed that Professor Quirrell was the one shrouded in greater suspicion. When Hermione softly called out to him, Harry regained his composure, though a sharp pain throbbed in his head, making him realize that Professor Quirrell was far more complex than he appeared. After lunch, Harry pulled Hermione and Ron into a small room to share his thoughts. "I suspect that the dark wizard intent on stealing the Sorcerer's Stone is right here at Hogwarts." Chapter 35, the first team building of the Fellowship of the Lonely Mountain. Although Hermione and Ron predictably dismissed Harry's suspicions about Professor Quirrell, as they could not fathom that a man who had spent nearly a decade at Hogwarts, behaving like a fool, could be the formidable dark wizard responsible for the attack on Gringotts, it simply did not make sense. However, if all the suspicion were directed towards Snape, everything would fall into place. Harry remained non-committal regarding the situation, observing as Snape flitted about the castle in his dark robes like a restless moth, making it difficult not to conclude that he was in search of something. Compounding this mystery was the injury on Snape's leg inflicted by the three-headed dog, while Professor Quirrell, who ascended to the 4th floor, appeared unscathed. Harry speculated that Professors Quirrell and Snape were conspiring to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This predicament seemed rather daunting. With the three young wizards pitted against two professors, a formidable challenge indeed. Hermione suggested they inform Dumbledore, but Ron doubted that Dumbledore would believe them, fearing the matter would be dismissed altogether. Later that evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Harry stowed the Nimbus 2000, which Draco had brought, into his enchanted pocket, transporting it directly to the dwarves' encampment at the Blue Mountains, Thorin's Hall. Indeed, Harry had returned. As he entered, Beaufort, seated at the entrance and munching on a mound of cockroach clusters, rushed forward to embrace him, before calling out to the hall. After more than a month of camaraderie, they had grown quite familiar with one another. "This is the rock cake I brought for you, along with some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans." Harry first extracted a generous handful of delicacies from the magical realm, presenting them to Beaufort. Thorin, brandishing a long sword wrapped in exquisite silk, emerged from the hall accompanied by a throng of dwarves to welcome Harry. This sword was the fruit of over a month's labor, forged with the collective strength of the dwarves. Thorin personally handed the silk-wrapped sword to Harry. "This is my own craftsmanship," Balin whispered. "Go on, take a look." As Harry unwrapped the silk from the sword, it danced in the breeze and soared into the air, revealing a robust blade. The dragon-shaped relief on the hilt was vividly lifelike. Grasping the hilt, Harry felt a surge of courage welling up within him, as if he could vanquish any colossal adversary that stood in his path. Under the blazing light, the blade reflected a misty white glow. Harry sheathed the sword, utterly captivated by it. Harry retrieved the broom from his wallet and handed it to the surrounding dwarves, marking the official establishment of the Lonely Mountain expedition. Harry recalled the visage of Madame Hooch, prompting the dwarves to grasp their broomsticks and stand in formation nearby, while he paced back and forth before the assembly. "Harry, why won't this broom obey me?" Philip exclaimed, mimicking Harry's earlier stance by wedging the broom between his legs. He resembled a frog as he hopped about, until a shriek pierced the air, evidently having struck a sensitive spot. Harry slapped his forehead, while nearby, Cheery had already begun sweeping the floor with a broom. The other dwarves, imitating him, started to follow suit. Only Thorin stood still, holding a broom and gazing at Harry with the demeanor of a diligent student. "Cease this, Orwin." Harry ventured into the midst of the chaotic dwarves, aiming to halt their disorderly conduct. Bomber, that broom's bristles are not made of chocolate, refrained from nibbling on it. Rather than heeding his words, the group of dwarves snatched the broom from Harry's hands, began passing it around, and broke into song once more. Harry pointed his wand directly at his throat and cast the sonorous spell. "Stop." The gust of wind created by Harry's voice ruffled the beards of the dwarfs, who instinctively covered their ears, instantly falling silent. It remained a mystery who had thrown Harry's broom back to him. For the first time, he truly grasped the arduous experience of being a professor, and he began to empathize with Snape's perpetual scowl. Perhaps Hermione would be more suited to assume the role of a teacher. She relished in issuing commands and would undoubtedly have this rowdy group of dwarfs in line in no time. Setting down the broom, Harry realized that one could not simply mount it while forcibly holding it. They needed to call out to the broom. Only when the brooms willingly approached them could they be utilized. As he walked, Harry explained, and upon hearing this, the dwarfs eagerly relinquished their grips on the brooms, rolling up their sleeves in preparation to tame the restless little brooms. "Up, up, up," echoed the voices of the dwarfs in a cacophony. Harry perched upon a stone, observing as the dwarfs shouted from dawn until dusk, the moon now hanging high in the sky, yet the spirited band had still failed to summon the brooms. Harry was genuinely curious to pry open the minds of the dwarves and discern whether their intellect surpassed that of the trolls. The dwarf shouts had transformed from fervent enthusiasm to a feeble echo. They had completely lost the initial zeal they once possessed. At this juncture, they could only retreat to partake in their meal. After a day of toil, the dwarves were ravenous and swiftly devoured the food laid out on the long table. Just as Harry was enjoying his meal, an exclamation rang out from outside. "I did it." After a mere couple of bites, Soren stealthily ventured outside to practice, unexpectedly managing to grasp the broom. The other dwarves, inspired by his success, began to follow suit. Through their relentless efforts, they finally exhibited some progress, a stark contrast to the complete lack of response observed in the morning. "Harry, Gandalf, why are the dwarves able to lift their brooms at night, yet completely incapable of doing so during the day?" "Gandalf, the dwarves have established their calendar according to the moon, which may have fostered a tenuous connection to magic. Perhaps it is only at night that they can truly sense the essence of enchantment." Lonnie, an intriguing race. For an entire year, Lonnie has only offered her insights on matters pertaining to the moon. At that moment, Sway appeared, while Harry continued to observe from a distance. As he watched the dwarves gradually succeed, he began to correct their grip on the brooms. Just as he pried open Thorin's hands, Bomber, feeling an itch, inadvertently bent his leg during the scratching, and was propelled away like a cannonball. The dwarves gazed in awe as Bomber soared through the air like a little bird. His mother would surely be proud. He was the first dwarf to take flight. Beaufort remarked, being Bomber's brother, though not quite as portly. He bore a somewhat shifty appearance. Oh, does he not appear utterly delighted? Balin chuckled, stroking his beard. Never having imagined that in his later years he would experience the sensation of flight, Harry observed Bomber soaring into the sky like a cannonball, ascending further and further until he seemed to vanish from sight. Dwalin was the first to sense that something was amiss. After him, Harry exclaimed, mounting his broomstick and taking to the air. The dwarves, emulating his actions, swiftly followed suit. On that day's lunar surface, an elf witnessed 12 airborne dwarves and meticulously recorded the event, composing a poem that would resonate throughout the elven kingdom. Bomber, lacking any control over his broom, flew at an ever-increasing speed, leaving Harry and the others far behind. Harry looked down and seemed to glimpse a quaint human settlement, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. He paid it no heed and continued his pursuit. Chapter 36. The half-orc camp who knows how far Bumper had flown. All Harry was aware of was that they had soared from the depths of night into the brightness of day. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the forest, the dwarves behind him lost their grip on their brooms and tumbled down, while Bumper ahead also vanished from sight. As Harry descended, he beheld Bombo tumbling into a camp. He intended to hover above the encampment and engage with those below, when suddenly, the cries of dwarves pierced the air. Thorin, Keely, and Philly were bound with ropes, their forms hoisted by several humanoid creatures clad in rudimentary leather armor, their pallid bodies stark against the backdrop. These beings, characterized by their sparse hair and sharp teeth, possessed strikingly golden scara surrounding their black pupils. Armed with an array of weapons, their malevolence was immediately apparent. Faced with a multitude of such creatures below, Harry prudently chose to remain inconspicuous. He settled atop the tallest tree, observing the movements of this ominous assembly. In times of crisis, one must remain composed and assess the situation thoroughly. Harry, Gandalf, Thorin, and the others have been abducted by a group of pale, humanoid beings. Who exactly are they? Silly boy, what are these white-skinned, beast-eared little girls? Hurry and teleport me over. Old Huang. Hiss, silly boy, if you continue like this, you might easily succumb to corruption. I've sent you an invitation. Come over, and I will assist you in purging that corruption. V. Is your purging method reliable? Old Huang. Absolutely reliable, a comprehensive service. Gandalf. Ahem, enough of the frivolity. These individuals are minions of the Dark Lord Sauron, transformed from twisted and fallen elves and men into what are known as orcs. Or half-orcs. How did you come across them? Harry, Bomba suddenly flew out, and we followed him throughout the night. By morning, they had landed in a campsite. Upon finishing his words, Gandalf dove into the water, presumably to seek out Harry and his companions. Harry observed the movements of the Orcish horde, determined to prevent the annihilation of Thorin and his companions before Gandalf's arrival. The leader of the grayish-white orcs, a figure with red brows and hair, wielded a crossbow, guiding his famished followers whose ribs protruded starkly against their gaunt frames. These half-orcs were exiles from the northern plains, tasked with scouting the activities of surrounding forces and harassing human settlements. However, their main battalion had been vanquished by the elusive northern nomads, forcing them to take refuge in this forest, where they sought to gather strength for a counterattack. Yet, their plans for retaliation had faltered, as they suffered grievous losses from the stealthy assaults of the shapeshifters, the Bjornings, who could transform into various animal forms. Moreover, unlike the denizens of Gondor and Rohan, the northern nomads did not settle in villages. They roamed in search of sustenance, lacking a reliable source of livestock. This precarious existence exacerbated the plight of the half-orcs, who, deprived of stable nourishment, began to turn upon one another, resorting to cannibalism among their lower-ranking soldiers, further diminishing their strength. Now, with the arrival of a group of dwarves, the half-orcs, ravenous and with glinting eyes, eagerly prepared to seize the dwarves and kindle a cauldron for cooking. Dinner is served, brothers. No Sir tossed wood into the flames, instructing his soldiers to add water to the large pot. Let us set the brothers down today. We shall not feast upon them. The dwarves, noticing Harry above, exchanged desperate glances, seemingly pleading for salvation. The horde below numbered around 40 to 50, and Harry took a deep breath, uncertain whether his wand could vanquish them in an instant, resolving instead to engage in a tactical retreat. Harry dove down on his broomstick, his wand swirling in his hand. As a flame struck the grass below, the fire blazed fiercely. At that moment, the 12 dwarves had already been tossed into a large cauldron. Watching as the wood beneath them was ignited by Harry, releasing an unpleasant aroma that quickly enveloped them. Do you think Harry will defeat this band of half-orcs first? or will we be cooked alive? Dory glanced at the other dwarfs. Hey, Nori, how long has it been since you last bathed? Thorin, observing the bubbles rising in front of him, scowled and kicked the dwarf in front. Keely, apologies, uncle, Keely replied. I had dinner last night and Haven Tea had the chance to relieve myself. It has been several hours, you know. Silence, Keely, Thorin warned. The surrounding dwarfs, submerged in the scalding water and overwhelmed by the nauseating scent, felt their stomachs roiling uncomfortably, and the most dire aspect was that they could not clutch their bellies. No, Balin. Oh, Dwalin. Bomber, what did you eat last night? The dwarves exerted their collective will, causing the half-orcs to lose their appetite for them. Utilizing the exceptional maneuverability of his flying broomstick, Harry transformed into a celestial cavalryman, launching an aerial assault upon his adversaries. The half-orcs, engulfed by the flames, were taken aback to discover that the assailant was merely an 11-year-old boy, a sense of disdain rising within them. Do not panic, prepare to shoot, commanded Norcos as he assembled a squad of crossbowmen, aiming at the airborne Harry. Fire! The obsidian bolts soared through the air, and Harry struggled to evade the barrage, finding his movement severely hindered by the onslaught from the ground. Realizing that their concentrated hail of arrows was ineffectual against Harry, Norcos decisively altered his strategy, opting for a dispersed attack to restrict Harry's mobility and prevent him from wreaking havoc on the ground. All petrified, a spell hurled by Harry struck Norcos, causing his body to stiffen instantly. However, just before he became completely immobile, he managed to release a bolt that struck Harry's right arm. Harry winced in pain, plummeting from his broom, while the dwarves anxiously watched him, oblivious to the fact that the cauldron had begun to steam. The encroaching half-orcs surrounded him, but Harry cast a spell that pierced through their ranks, striking the cauldron. It shattered instantly, spilling forth a cascade of aromatic yellow and white liquids and spices. Soren seized a shard to sever the ropes binding Keely, and soon the dwarves regained their freedom, glancing back at the half-orcs who, though unwilling to concede, realized they were unarmed. I will hold them off, declared Harry, casting several spells to disarm the orcs, sending their weapons flying into the dwarves' reach. Take that, you half-orc scoundrels. Dwalin, filled with valor, seized a flying hammer and charged forward, striking down a half-orc with a single blow. Bomber toppled another half-orc, snatching up a weapon from the fallen foe, and decisively engaged in a spinning attack, carving a bloody path through their ranks. Harry gasped for breath, his wand nearly smoking from exertion as a relentless swarm of half-reeds continued to encircle him. A crossbow bolt once again knocked Harry's wand from his grasp. The petrified Norcos regained control of his body, drawing a short sword as he emerged from among the half-reeds, declaring to Harry, "He is mine." Chapter 37, The Sword of Potter. Harry glanced back at his wand, which had been flung several dozen meters away. If he were to turn back now to retrieve it, the proximity would likely result in him being shot down immediately by his adversary. Therefore, the only weapon he could wield in this moment was. Harry drew forth the silver sword crafted for him by Slytherin, yet he had yet to bestow a name upon this formidable weapon. He believed that this blade would resonate with his name and instill fear far and wide, much like the legendary sword of Gryffindor. Let it be known as the Sword of Potter. Harry drew the sword of Gryffindor, its blade aimed at the eager Norcos, who was far from certain that he could slay a battle-hardened half-orc captain. Allow me to elucidate the sensation of being struck by a blade. Norcos gazed at Harry with a mocking demeanor. Defeating an 11-year-old child seemed a trivial task, especially since his opponent lacked a wand capable of casting peculiar spells. Should he vanquish this child, Norcos' renown would echo throughout Mordor, for the title of which Slayer was an exceedingly rare distinction. Indeed, no one had ever possessed such an honor. Brandishing a dagger, Norcos slashed at Harry's neck from the side, but Harry swiftly parried the attack, deflecting the charging Norcos away. Although he had lost his wand, Harry could still perform magic without it, a skill that constituted his sole means of overcoming his adversary. Norcos, rebuffed, extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips and charged once more, leaping into the air with the intent of delivering a lethal blow to Harry's head. Petrificus totalis. Harry swiftly uttered the incantation, reaching out to immobilize Norcos midair. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief as his body plummeted like a statue. Seizing the moment, Harry was not one to be easily defeated, yet in this critical juncture of life and death, he could afford no hesitation. With a precise thrust of his silver sword, he pierced Norcos' neck, the force of inertia driving it through. Firmly grasping Norcos' head, Harry yanked the sword free. Nearby, the orcs were momentarily stunned, their captain slain by a mere child, igniting a surge of fear that compelled them to flee in disarray. Their fighting spirit, already fragile in the face of dire circumstances, crumbled further under the siege of dwarves and wizards. The dwarves, wielding their weapons, relentlessly pursued the retreating half-orcs, while Harry summoned his wand to unleash pinpoint strikes against the fleeing foes. In a short span, the half-orc ranks were decimated. Knopf was reprimanding Bombo, while the three brothers, Nolly, Dolly, and Ollie, intervened to mediate. Other dwarves rested against the great trees. Who are they, after all? Harry inquired, having listened to Gandalf's explanation regarding the orcs, yet remaining unaware of the deeper history behind them. Do you not know? These half-orcs are the creations of Morgoth, who lured fallen men and elves, corrupting them into this wretched form. Thorin expressed surprise at Harry's ignorance of such matters, for he and his lieutenant, the Dark Lord Sauron, aspired to unify the entire world, their vision extending beyond Middle-earth to the dominion of the gods, the land of Aman. Harry pondered for a moment, realizing that it resembled a tale from a storybook, where a once harmonious world was suddenly threatened by a malevolent sorcerer of immense power, endangering the entire realm. The Alliance of Righteousness was compelled to unite in order to confront this formidable adversary. The fairy tales of the world were interconnected, and Harry quickly comprehended the history of this realm. Gandalf's intent in reclaiming the Lonely Mountain was to thwart the potential alliance between Smaug and Sauron. Balin added that he could sense Sauron's strength was regaining momentum, biding its time to awaken, heralding the onset of a new conflict. We shall vanquish those repugnant half-orcs, Thorin asserted resolutely, recalling how his grandfather and father had been defeated and even captured by the half-orc Azek. A deep-seated enmity existed between the dwarves of Durin and the half-orcs. After a brief respite, the group picked up their broomsticks and set off towards the Blue Mountains. Through the observations of Thorin and others, they realized they had crossed the Shire and arrived at the border of the Northern Wanderers and Beorn's realm, a testament to their astonishing speed of flight that evening. If we could master the flying broom completely, we could reach the Lonely Mountain in merely a few days, Thorin exclaimed, gripping his broom tightly, as if the majesty of the mountain were within his grasp. However, Harry doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality, reminding him that they still had a long way to go. He handed Thorin a magical book on Quidditch, a gift from Hermione for his inclusion in the Quidditch team, suggesting he study it diligently. What is this? Thorin inquired, flipping through the pages with a puzzled expression. Quidditch is a sport played using flying broomsticks where we come from. Harry realized he could not train the dwarves continuously, relying instead on their own practice. Yet, monotonous training would yield little results. So he resolved to teach them the game of Quidditch to gradually master the art of flight. It's a game for 7 players. You can play casually, and it's fine if one person is missing. This is the quaffle, this is the bludger, and there's the golden snitch. I will purchase a set to send to you upon my return. Such treasures are merely commonplace means of transportation in your world. It's hard to fathom, Thorin marveled, contemplating the wealth that could be generated through trade if he were to enter Harry's realm. He began to entertain the notion that Harry might be a new Maya, living in Aman, that paradisiacal domain of the gods, which could bestow such extraordinary powers. Of course, I'll be available once winter break begins, Harry nodded, not intending to disappear for 2 days, especially since he had a Quidditch match that afternoon. I must take my leave. Farewell. With that, Harry vanished from sight, leaving the dwarves exchanging bewildered glances. This self-proclaimed little wizard was, in truth, a deity. Stubbornly, Harry refused to acknowledge any divine identity. As for the dwarves' musings, Harry could no longer hear them. He returned to the Slytherin common room, glanced at the clock, noting it was 10 in the morning, and felt relieved. This battle had made Harry acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. He lacked effective defensive measures and was easily susceptible to the harm of cold steel weaponry. Though the injuries were not severe, Harry inhaled sharply, feeling a sharp pang from the wound on his right arm. He rummaged through the drawer and retrieved some white ointment, applying it to the injury before simply binding it with a bandage. Upon returning from breakfast, Malfoy, who had initially intended to pass by, caught sight of Harry tending to his wound and immediately retreated behind the door to observe him in secret. To his astonishment, Harry had sustained an injury the previous day and was now attending to it himself. How intriguing. After bandaging his wounds, Harry nonchalantly made his way to the library, determined to avoid any further ambushes. Mastering the iron armor charm was imperative. It would be his safeguard against being slain by an orc before even encountering Smaug. In Draco Malfoy's eyes, Harry had been injured while seeking the Philosopher's Stone, protected by magical creatures. But where, indeed, was the Philosopher's Stone? Malfoy began to ponder why Dumbledore forbade them from entering the corridor adjacent to the 4th floor. Chapter 38. Quidditch at noon. Ron and Hermione approached Harry, fluttering around him like two restless cicadas, incessantly buzzing in his ear. If you're going to play Quidditch, make sure to give Fred and George a good thrashing. They boast endlessly about their Quidditch prowess, Ron said, shaking a pie in his hand and chewing as he spoke. I'm looking for a seeker, Ron, Harry replied, exasperated. After battling fiercely with the orcs that morning, he was accustomed to the sin of blood and found the greasy food on the table utterly unappetizing. Come on. Just eat a little, Harry, Hermione coaxed, holding out a piece of pie, but Harry turned away to avoid it. I truly can't eat, he sighed, feeling the weight of anxiety about the afternoon Quidditch match. After all, the Golden Snitch contributed significantly to the game's score. Harry, you only need to watch out for the Weasley brothers. They play aggressively without regard for defense, Malfoy said, spooning pudding from his plate. He glanced at Ron's furious expression but chose to remain unfazed, opting not to elaborate further. Ugh, but he's right, Harry, Ron conceded hesitantly. He realized that rather than hoping his brothers would triumph, it was wiser to support his friend, even if he was a Slytherin. Fred and George fought as one. If Fred pursued the snitch, one could never relax, as George might be lurking nearby. That thing is made of iron. Harry, you must avoid being struck by the ball, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide. The history of Quidditch was replete with instances of lifelong disabilities and even fatalities, rendering it utterly insane. Thank you, Hermione. I feel much better, Harry replied dismissively, only to have Hermione promptly shove a piece of pie into his mouth. Well, it seemed Hermione had won this round. Once lunch concluded, Harry would follow Marcus, the Quidditch captain, to the Slytherin locker room to don the green uniform. Although the color lacked the vibrancy of Gryffindor's, it exuded a sense of understated tranquility. Nothing much to say, Slytherins, Marcus grinned, revealing his uneven teeth. His speech was as limited as his intellect. They would seize victory from Gryffindor by any means necessary, within the bounds of reasonable penalties. Harry could scarcely believe his ears. The infamous Slytherin, known for its insatiable thirst for power, had brazenly included rule infractions as a facet of the competition. Could it be that Slytherin himself would forsake his own honor in pursuit of victory, or, like a cowardly hound, seek every opportunity to gain an advantage? What in the world had become of Slytherin? Moreover, they possessed the finest seeker in history. Marcus, eager to curry favor with Harry, generously relinquished his opportunity to speak. He was acutely aware of his lack of eloquence and feared that excessive words would only invite ridicule regarding his appearance and teeth. By offering this chance to Harry, he believed it would serve him better in the long run. As he noticed the familiar faces of his teammates turning toward him, Harry merely cleared his throat. We are inherently formidable. Slytherin does not need to resort to cheating, and that is that, Harry stated succinctly. He observed Marcus's expression darkening, yet he remained indifferent. He had not joined Slytherin to comply with its shameless rules and traditions. He was there to reshape Slytherin's legacy. Well then, let us proceed. Marcus managed a strained smile and gestured for the Slytherins to prepare for battle. Madam Hooch stood at the center of the field, embodying the role of Quidditch referee, flanked by players from both houses. Listen closely. I expect everyone to participate in the match with fairness and integrity. This pronouncement seemed directed at Marcus, and upon hearing it, the morale of the Slytherins waned slightly. Nevertheless, they gripped their brooms even more resolutely. Now, everyone take to the air. Madam Hooch blew her silver whistle with fervor. Harry mounted his Nimbus 2000, initially believing he would remain idle. However, reality proved otherwise. 15 broomsticks ascended gracefully into the sky, marking the commencement of the match. The quaffle was swiftly seized by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor, an exceptional chaser whose beauty was equally striking. Jordan, came the call. My apologies, Professor McGonagall. Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, was serving as the commentator under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye. Aside from the keeper, Wood, and the Weasley brothers as beaters, the opposing trio of chasers were all female, accompanied by a fifth-year seeker, who scrutinized the field intently, particularly observing Harry's every move. It was an uncomfortable sensation to be under such scrutiny, prompting Harry to reciprocate the gaze. He could hear Hermione and Ron cheering from the stands, "Go Gryffindor! Go Gryffindor!" Well, it was hardly surprising that his friends were all supporters of Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy, flanked by Daphne and Pansy, had assembled a Slytherin cheering squad, brandishing the green banner proclaiming Slytherin's inevitable triumph, while younger wizards waved enthusiastically. "Go Harry! Go Harry!" It was rather awkward. Harry believed he could extract a nearly perfect replica of Hogwarts. A yellow blur darted past him, and the adrenaline from the ensuing battle prompted Harry to instinctively lunge forward, pinpointing the location of the golden snitch with precision. Just as he was about to seize the elusive snitch, a bludger came hurtling towards him, grazing his nose. Had he been a moment swifter, it would have struck his skull. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Hermione first celebrated, then, in a fit of indignation, pointed at the Weasley twins and exclaimed to Ron, "How could they do that? They nearly caused Harry serious harm." Ron rolled his eyes. George and Fred were his brothers, not him. So what good was her outburst directed at him? "Excuse me," coming through, Hagrid's immense form maneuvered past the Gryffindor seats, prompting Hermione and Ron to shift aside to allow him to settle down. "I was just watching from my little hut," Hagrid said, patting the large telescope hanging around his neck, "but it's not the same as witnessing the match amidst the crowd. The snitch is still nowhere to be seen, is it?" Hermione remarked, her frustration palpable. "Harry almost caught it just now, but the Weasley brothers sent it flying away with a bludger, nearly hitting Harry in the process." "Oh. Ha ha ha, the Weasley twins, we know them well," Hagrid chuckled, as expected. "Their games are always the most entertaining during Quidditch season." After Fred waved him off, Harry lost sight of the golden snitch and hovered in midair, scanning the surroundings once more. He had felt his broomstick accelerate unexpectedly just as it was about to collide with the bludger, leaving him unable to regain control and narrowly avoiding a crash. He had never felt such unfamiliarity with his broom. Someone must have cast a spell on him. "Harry, friends, I have initiated a video call. I suspect someone has placed a spell on my broomstick. Please assist me in examining it." Chapter 39. Who is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Lame guy. Since our last encounter, Harry has finally unveiled a glimpse of the celestial realm to us. Gandalf, is this Quidditch? Doesn't he that broomstick cause discomfort? Flying for several hours must be unbearable for one's posterior. Old man Huang, I shall monitor the situation. Could it be that the influence from the subspace is causing fluctuations in your broomstick? I have recently replaced my eye with a prosthetic that possesses exceptional tracking and sensitivity. I shall surely discern the truth. With the assurance of his friends. Harry turned slightly towards the audience, seemingly greeting Ron and Hermione, while in reality, he was quietly observing the movements of the spectators. The Slytherins have, begrudgingly, adhered to the rules more than before. Marcus, however, recklessly charged forward, nearly colliding with a female Gryffindor, disrupting their formation. "Red card! Red card!" Dean Thomas shouted angrily. "This is not football," Ron reminded from the side, although he had little knowledge of the sport. Daily exposure to Dean's incessant chatter had imparted him some understanding of its rules. Yet Professor Hooch did not send Marcus off the field, as this is not considered a foul in Quidditch, nor is there a concept of expulsion. In the words of Lee Jordan, friends who often commit fouls know this is merely a trivial act. I believe everyone encounters such scenarios from time to time. Amidst the fierce onslaught from Slytherin, even Fred and George were too preoccupied to pay attention to Harry. They were relentlessly attacking Marcus with the bludgers, seemingly seeking vengeance for their teammate. A golden figure sword passed once more, yet Harry refrained from pursuing recklessly. He was aware that the Gryffindor seeker had been tracking him, following his path to locate the golden snitch. Meanwhile, V was shouting excitedly. "V, look there. Fly left, Harry. Now right. Up, up, up." Harry sprinted in the opposite direction of the golden snitch, and predictably, the Gryffindor seeker soared towards him. With a deft maneuver, Harry executed a 180-degree flip on his broom, altering his course. Following the guidance of the V-shape, he nearly extended his hand to grasp the elusive snitch. At that moment, Harry's broom began to tremble violently, akin to a wild stallion attempting to dislodge its rider. Hermione and Ron also took note of this unsettling occurrence, scanning the surroundings for suspicious figures, ultimately fixating their attention on Snape. He was intently watching Harry, muttering to himself, arms crossed over his chest. Gandalf inquired, "Harry, can you hold on? Harry, what do you think?" Harry was dislodged from his frantic broom, gripping the handle tightly as he soared through the sky. "I am here to assist you," Gandalf proclaimed. A link appeared in the group chat, and upon Harry clicking it, the broom calmed instantly, descending at a steady pace. Meanwhile, in the audience, Hermione, who was stealthily preparing to ignite Snape's robes, noticed Snape sway forward, his arms uncrossing as if every ounce of strength had abandoned him. In that moment, his robes caught fire. "Oh, Professor Snape, did you bathe yesterday?" Professor McGonagall inquired suddenly from beside him, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "Your robes emit a peculiar odor." Snape sprang to his feet, realizing that the back of his robes was completely ablaze. He hurriedly waved his wand, extinguishing the flames with a stream of clear water. Unbeknownst to anyone, Professor Quirrell, seated behind, had turned pale, as if suffocated, his heart gripped by an unyielding force. A sudden disruption by an overwhelming power interrupted his spellcasting, causing a chaotic imbalance of magic within him, as if his veins were on the verge of bursting. Professor Quirrell, what ails you? You appear unwell." Professor Sprout expressed with concern, gently patting Quirrell, who awkwardly recoiled from her attention. I'm fine. I just saw Harry in such peril, Quirrell stammered, suppressing the urge to vomit blood, masking his distress with a facade of his usual stuttering demeanor, though his teeth were stained crimson. I am simply very worried. Oh. How kind of you, Sprout replied sympathetically. Harry mounted the gently descending broomstick and leaped onto it, freed from the earlier constraints of force. He soared across the pitch with the grace of a fish in water. Harry, did you see who was disturbing me just now? V, the ball. Oh, Harry, come on. Chase the ball, Harry. V was completely engrossed in the first-person perspective of chasing the ball. Gandalf, from my observations. A middle-aged man in a black robe and a young man with a wrapped turban exhibit signs of having been interrupted by magic. Harry, Professor Snape, and Professor Quirrell? Can you ascertain which one it is? The outcome involving Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell did not surprise Harry. Perhaps both of them were conspiring against him. Gandalf, I am uncertain. Both are plausible. Harry, all right, I understand. Harry resumed scanning his surroundings and, with the assistance of the devoted Fan V, effortlessly located the golden snitch. Unimpeded by any external resistance, he captured the elusive snitch with remarkable ease. The Slytherin supporters, including Malfoy, erupted in excitement, rising to their feet to applaud Harry's achievement. The Slytherin team, already superior to Gryffindor, further solidified their victory by scoring an additional 150 points for capturing the golden snitch, culminating in a resounding triumph with a score of 240-60, all while demonstrating a marked reduction in fouls. Even Gryffindor found it challenging to voice substantial complaints, though they expressed their discontent and frustration with furious outcries against Slytherin's foul play. If it weren't for Marcus's collision, our defeat wouldn't have been so devastating, Dean lamented, with other Gryffindors nodding in agreement. 20 minutes later, Harry traversed through the unfriendly gazes of his fellow Gryffindors. Let us go, Hagrid, he said, in Hagrid's cozy hut. Hagrid prepared a cup of tea for each of the trio and set them before them. Can you imagine, Hagrid? Ron and I witnessed Professor Snape casting a spell on Harry, Hermione explained. He was muttering incantations, his eyes fixated on you. Nonsense, Hagrid retorted, incredulous. He was oblivious to what transpired in the stands. Why would Snape do such a thing? I believe it's not just Professor Snape, Harry interjected, surprising them. What do you know about Professor Quirrell, Hagrid? Quirrell? Ron's mouth dropped in astonishment. Why would you suspect him? Just because he teaches defense against the dark arts doesn't mean he practices dark magic. What are you talking about, Ron? Hermione exclaimed, giving him a nudge, her eyes wide with disbelief as she urged him to collect his thoughts. If I see someone casting a dark curse, I would recognize it, Hagrid. I've read all about them. You must keep your eyes on them. Snape didn't blink. I saw it. Hermione asserted firmly, her respect for professors unwavering, provided they did not threaten her friends. And then? Harry inquired with curiosity. I set his robes ablaze with flames, Hermione said, casting a quick glance at Hagrid, slightly embarrassed. Oh, Miss Granger, Hagrid remarked in disbelief. I heard Professor McGonagall say you were an exemplary student, just like she was in her youth. With the realization that Snape was implicated, Harry's mind raced to the identity of the would-be thief of the Philosopher's Stone. Do you remember the day of the troll? Harry gathered his friends. I distinctly saw Professor Quirrell heading toward the 4th floor, where that three-headed dog was guarding the stone. How did you know about Fluffy and the Philosopher's Stone? Hagrid asked gravely, setting down the teapot with a thud. That is something Dumbledore entrusted me to protect. So, the three-headed dog is named Fluffy, Hermione noted, grasping the significance. Indeed, I acquired him from a Greek fellow I met last year. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the Philosopher's Stone, Hagrid confessed, suddenly closing off and growing agitated. Do not inquire further. It is not your concern. Professors Quirrell and Snape are teachers at Hogwarts. They would never. I read that the Philosopher's Stone can turn stone into gold and grant immortality, which is an irresistible temptation for a potions master, Hermione interrupted. Enough, Hagrid shouted in frustration, clearly upset with himself. Chapter 40. Where did I go wrong? Please continue reading. As Christmas approached, Harry and Hermione sat in the library, watching through the glass as the Weasley brothers playfully pelted unsuspecting passers-by with snowballs. The lake was frozen, and Harry now donned thick winter garments for his daily return to the Slytherin common room, as he had no desire to forecast the weather by merely touching his legs years later. Such matters were best left to Professor Trelawney. He had no intention of taking on that task. He had also delivered the Quidditch gear to the dwarves, and under their tutelage, his swordsmanship had become increasingly proficient, allowing him to handle ordinary goblins with ease. Coupled with magic, he had become an undeniable asset to the company embarking on the Lonely Mountain expedition. As they prepared for their journey, Harry estimated that after the Christmas break, he would set forth with the dwarves, leaving him little time to master the ironclad charm and other vital spells for survival. Harry was engrossed in the advanced standard spells he had borrowed from the library, while Hermione was diligently reviewing her notes and Ron was busy completing his assignments. With Christmas approaching, Hermione turned to her two close friends and inquired about their plans. "My mother hopes I will return home. She is always worried that I will get into mischief with Fred and George." Ron, who had initially intended to stay at Hogwarts and enjoy time with Harry, felt compelled to return home after receiving several letters of concern from his family. "I apologize, Harry. I may not be able to remain at school." Harry nodded, and the three of them gazed out through the glass wall. Fred and George conjured several snowballs with magic, chasing the hapless Professor Quirrell as he ran about in a frantic manner. Observing Quirrell, who was being pursued throughout Hogwarts by Fred and George, Ron pondered once more, "Harry, do you truly believe he is the Dark Wizard?" Just then, a well-aimed snowball struck Quirrell squarely on the back of his head, the shattered ice undoubtedly seeping into the folds of his ample turban. Harry nodded, continuing to scrutinize the text on the ironclad charm. "Harry, I must be off," Hermione said softly, her gaze lowered as she flipped through the 36 applications of the levitation charm in her hands. Harry responded absently. "Harry, I must be off," Hermione reiterated, shaking her leg under the table, producing a heavy nasal sound as she nudged Harry, her tone seemingly elevated. Harry, oblivious, continued to immerse himself in his book. Then, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Hermione blinked, closed her book, and hurriedly departed. As Harry lifted his gaze, he noticed Ron shivering beside him, his body curled up as far away from Hermione as possible. "What is wrong with her?" Harry inquired, his voice barely a whisper. "How should I know?" Ron replied, equally perplexed, "But I suspect her anger may be directed at you." "Me?" Harry was bewildered. Perhaps due to his tendency to underestimate his friends, he was unaware of the reasons behind Hermione's ire. Yet, he understood that if he allowed this situation to fester, he would inevitably lose Hermione's friendship forever. Under the watchful eye of Madame Pants, Harry hastily exited the library, sprinting to catch up with Hermione. As he turned a corner, he unexpectedly encountered Severus Snape, cloaked in black robes. "Ah, isn't this our illustrious seeker, Harry Potter?" Snape emphasized the words illustrious and Potter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What is you in such a rush?" "I'm chasing Hermione, Professor," Harry replied candidly. Snape's expression darkened as he momentarily stepped aside, his demeanor suggesting displeasure. "I wish you success, Mr. Potter." With that, Snape vanished like a great black bat, leaving Harry to ponder Hermione's whereabouts. If only he could find a door that would lead him directly to Hermione, he mused. Suddenly, he noticed a dilapidated classroom he had never paid attention to before. Should he explore this forsaken room or continue searching for Hermione? His instincts urged him that entering this decayed classroom might just lead him to her. Harry slowly stepped inside, the door behind him closing with a soft thud. The room appeared to be an abandoned classroom, with numerous desks and chairs haphazardly piled against the walls, casting large, dark shadows. In addition, there was an overturned wastebasket, yet on the wall directly facing him rested an item that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of space. A young witch stood before this object, lost in thought as she gazed intently at its contents. From behind, her distinctive chestnut curls were visible. "Hermione," Harry called out, and the young witch slowly turned around, her earlier irritation still evident. Upon seeing Harry, Hermione seemed inclined to withdraw. Harry held Hermione's small hand, causing her to blush. She attempted several times to shake off Harry's lingering grip, but to no avail. At times, when a girl tries to free herself from your hold, it is crucial to loosen your grasp. Yet, there are moments one must not relent, for if you do, it may be a release forever. "Hermione, remember to write to me when you get home," Harry said. "I know your address." Hermione smiled subtly, almost imperceptibly, and nodded her head, a silent concession of forgiveness towards Harry. Harry took a deep breath, having narrowly escaped a crisis. "Hey, Harry, did you know? I have never heard of such a room in the history of Hogwarts." Hermione tugged at Harry, leading him on a tour of the chamber, which seemed to exist independently of Hogwarts, like a long-abandoned space that had escaped notice. "So?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "This indicates that we have stumbled upon a completely new room, one that no one has explored." Hermione brought Harry to stand before a magnificent mirror, its height reaching the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported at the base by two claw-like feet. At the top, an inscription read, "Irresistiruat tubicafruat tanguohis." "Can you see it?" I successfully graduated from Hogwarts, achieving 12 outstanding grades. You were right there beside me, Harry. I assume your results were similar to mine, Hermione exclaimed with enthusiasm. Harry leaned in for a closer look, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Reflected in the mirror were his parents, whom he had once encountered in Godric's Hollow, standing behind him with gentle hands resting on his shoulders. Harry touched his shoulder, only then realizing that all of this was an illusion. His parents had long since passed away, and he had witnessed their graves with his own eyes. Yet, admitting that they were mere fabrications proved to be exceedingly difficult. Who can deny the hopes that dwell within? Merely to glimpse another possibility of this world, or perhaps a vision of the finest future. This is not real, Hermione, Harry cautioned, unwilling to see his companion ensnared in false fantasies. I know, Hermione replied, her rationality intact, though she reluctantly cast a few lingering glances at the mirror before averting her gaze. This was the mirror of Erist, revealing the deepest desires of our hearts. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy was anxiously searching for Harry. He had seen him running in the corridor and had followed him, only to lose track of him here. A thought struck him, perhaps the corridor on the side of the 4th floor, and he dashed towards it without hesitation. This place exists within Hogwarts, Harry remarked as he gazed into the mirror. Then let us take it with us. You must be mad. This is school property, Hermione exclaimed incredulously. No one can find this place, not even Dumbledore. This treasure is perilous. I believe we must secure it in a safe location, Harry explained, asserting that entrusting it to Dumbledore would be the safest course of action. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione nodded in agreement, and together they heaved the mirror out of the abandoned little house. Chapter 41. Upon entering, I beheld a 3-headed dog gnawing at Malfoy. Just place it there, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said, adjusting his glasses. This battered mirror had remained dormant in the room of requirement for centuries, and Dumbledore had never considered moving it. Yet Harry had managed to bring it out. We found it in an old, deserted room, Professor Dumbledore, Harry and Hermione explained as they positioned the mirror before Dumbledore's desk. We were concerned that someone might be harmed by this mirror. It appears quite sinister, Hermione articulated with clarity. It reflects the most urgent and fervent desires of one's heart, making it easy for others to become ensnared within. You are correct, Miss Granger, Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod of approval. However, only those who succumb to their desires would be lured into an inescapable trap by the mirror. Yet, you have demonstrated your noble character and your ability to resist its allure. Hermione straightened her posture, prepared for commendation. I hereby award 10 points to both Gryffindor and Slytherin in recognition of your efforts in recovering a precious artifact for the school. Dumbledore glanced at Hermione, seeing in her face a reflection of Professor McGonagall. I am, however, quite curious about what you saw within the mirror. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the mirror at the entrance, prompting Harry and Hermione to turn and look. I saw myself achieving 12 outstanding grades on my ultimate wizarding exams. I became an exceptionally talented witch. Hermione, raised in a dentist's household, had a confident and resolute childhood, knowing she was on the right path, regardless of how others may misinterpret or malign her. If you possess fragrance, butterflies will come to you. Dumbledore's expression toward Hermione shifted subtly. It felt too familiar, leaving him to wonder if the world was playing a jest on him, a 150-year-old man. Yet, he hoped for the best outcome from fate. And you, Harry? Dumbledore inquired, turning his gaze to Harry, who had entered Slytherin, a realm rife with ambition and desire for fame. To be frank, even the greatest white wizard of this century lacked the direct ability or qualification to alter the thoughts of others. I saw myself with my parents, knowing full well it was a fabrication. Harry understood that he ought not to dwell on the sorrows of the past. This was a lesson imparted by the frail boy, who, though he merely spoke it, Harry knew also missed his parents. Two kindred spirits, having gradually unraveled their emotional knots through shared understanding. Those who appear delicate and sensitive often harbor a strength far greater within. And you, Professor? Hermione queried, curious about what desires might reside within someone as wise and powerful as Professor Dumbledore, who had lived for so long. As for me, I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. Harry widened his eyes. Socks are perpetually insufficient, Dumbledore remarked. Christmas comes and goes, yet I have received not a single pair. People insist on bestowing books upon me. It is utterly astonishing, yet seems to align perfectly with the enigmatic nature of those formidable wizards, whose desires often remain strikingly simple. Harry felt a peculiar sense of unease, yet he chose not to voice it until he exited the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore had not been entirely forthright with them. Hermione glanced at Harry, keenly sensing a hint of resignation beneath Dumbledore's usual wisdom and composure. This was no mere disappointment over a lack of received socks. Perhaps everyone harbored a small secret of their own. Harry refrained from sharing with Hermione his genuine intention of purchasing a pair of thick woolen socks for Professor Dumbledore as a Christmas gift. He believed it prudent to keep this notion to himself for the time being, observing the hurried little wizards bustling past him. Harry recognized that they were all preparing their belongings for the impending journey home to celebrate the Christmas holidays. He had definitively severed ties with the Dursleys, and the concept of guardianship had naturally dissipated, though legally he still required the Dursleys' signatures. This posed a significant inconvenience. Without Vernon's consent, any future endeavors would be hindered. He mused that it would be splendid if Hagrid could assume the role of his guardian. With Christmas approaching, everyone had returned home. As Harry and Hermione strolled along the path, they engaged in a casual exchange. "Why don't you come over to my house for a visit? Speak with Professor Dumbledore." "He would surely agree," Hermione proposed with an air of pride. "I suspect that dark wizards might take advantage of Hogwarts' vulnerabilities to steal the Philosopher's Stone. You could be in grave danger, Harry." Perhaps, Harry thought, preferring to confront the professors at school rather than face a dragon named Fluffy. For at least the professors did not appear quite so terrifying. After their separation, Harry wandered through the castle and faintly heard cries emanating from the fourth-floor corridor, sounding suspiciously like Draco Malfoy's voice. This particular location reminded Harry of the three-headed dog. The area was rather deserted, as most young wizards seldom ventured to the side corridors of the fourth floor. Without hesitation, Harry pursued the sound, noticing that the door at the end of the corridor had been opened, and the cries grew increasingly louder. Harry dashed over urgently, bracing himself for the sight of Malfoy in a dire state. He raised his wand and plunged into the fray. Upon entering, he beheld the sight of Fluffy gnawing at Malfoy. The three-headed dog lunged ferociously several times, only to be yanked back by the heavy chains, its frustration evident as it bared its fangs at Malfoy, pinning the boy's trousers to the floor with its claws. Saliva sprayed across Malfoy's face, and Harry could no longer discern whether it was snot, tears, or drool that adorned Malfoy's visage. Perhaps it was a combination of all three. Despite his disdain for Malfoy, who was indeed his classmate, Harry decided to test the shield charm he had recently learned. "Run, Malfoy." Harry cast the charm, invoking a protective barrier. Malfoy, desperately attempting to distance himself from the beast, was yanked back by a paw, and as the distance to the dog's gaping maw diminished, a paralyzing fear enveloped him. At the sound of Harry's booming shout, a surge of strength coursed through Malfoy, propelling him from the ground, though his robes were torn at the seams as Fluffy pulled him back with great force. Malfoy stumbled and crawled towards Harry, only to be sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fall. Harry cast a cleansing charm upon Malfoy's face and then personally shut the door behind him. "How did you end up here?" Harry whispered, pondering whether Malfoy was indeed the one who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, he appeared incapable of even overcoming the three-headed dog, let alone the perils that lay beyond, not to mention the dark wizard who had successfully raided Gringotts. Malfoy trembled uncontrollably, his speech quivering. It was not until Harry escorted him back to the Slytherin common room, where he warmed himself by the fireplace and sipped some hot tea, that he began to recover. "I owe you my life, Harry," Malfoy finally uttered, having regained his composure. "Whatever you require of me, I will ensure my father assists you. He is a governor of the school and can procure anything you desire." After a brief pause, Malfoy added, "If necessary, my father can arrange for others to aid you." Harry perceived that Malfoy had been rendered speechless by fear, as he began to utter nonsensical words, prompting Harry to cast a sympathetic glance his way. "Do nothing at all, Malfoy?" Malfoy took a sip of hot tea, savoring the phrase, and nodded in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. Chapter 42. The Invisibility Cloak After the Holidays. The Slytherin common room was so eerily quiet that it sent chills down one's spine. The fireplace, which had never been particularly lively, now stood desolate, with only Harry remaining. On the eve of Christmas, Harry anticipated that the following day would unfold as usual, with an empty long table awaiting his hearty feast, followed by a joyful journey to the lonely mountain alongside the dwarves. Even in death, he wished to indulge as a satiated ghost. Harry was awakened in the morning by the sharp edge of a gift box. As he fumbled to get out of bed, he nearly tripped over the vast sea of presents that surrounded him. In disbelief, he rose to gaze at the small mountain of packages at the side of his bed. Even Dudley's birthday gifts had never amounted to such an overwhelming collection. Harry suspected that this gift box was intended for Malfoy, but had been mistakenly delivered to him. Upon meticulously examining all the packages, he discovered that they were indeed all addressed to him. Alas! Harry joyfully reclined amidst the sea of parcels, feeling as though he were in a dream. Yet the sharp pangs from the corners of the gift boxes reminded him that he was, in fact, awake. The dormitory, devoid of others, offered a sense of freedom. Harry casually unwrapped the parcel to discover who had sent it to him. The topmost layer, wrapped in brown paper, was unmistakably from Hagrid, as evidenced by the large, flamboyant handwriting. Inside lay a crudely crafted flute, which emitted a sound reminiscent of a cat's meow when Harry blew into it. The second parcel was from the Dursleys. Initially, Harry contemplated discarding it without a second thought. But his curiosity got the better of him, compelling him to see what the Dursleys had sent. He wondered how they had managed to send a gift. Did they use an owl? Inside was a perfunctory congratulatory letter, affixed with a 50-pence coin on the back, a gesture that could be deemed somewhat friendly. Harry set the letter aside. Hermione's gift was a large box of chocolate frogs, revealing her fondness for the treat. Accompanying it was a book titled How to Care for Your Teeth, which included a note with a small handwritten message. Harry, remember to indulge sparingly in sweets, take care of your teeth, and your daily sugar intake should not exceed 25 grams. Harry discovered a potion recipe along with some ingredients for brewing nestled within the package. He speculated that it might have been a gift from their headmaster. Despite the absence of a signature, Ron presented him with a chess set, akin to international chess, yet the pieces possessed their own consciousness and often disregarded his commands, resulting in Harry being betrayed by his own pieces time and again. Malfoy bestowed upon him a hefty bag of galleons and a gaudy, animated statue of Harry himself, leaving Harry perplexed as to why he would desire a statue of himself when he already possessed a mirror. Below these gifts lay an assortment of snacks, adorned with a small note that read, "Wishing the great Harry a Merry Christmas." The signatures belonged to various Slytherin students, many of whom Harry recognized only by name, their faces remaining a mystery. Finally, there remained one last parcel. Harry picked it up and felt its lightness. Upon unwrapping it, a silvery, liquid-like substance cascaded onto the floor, forming a shimmering pile. He had heard of this substance before. It was known as an invisibility cloak, exceedingly precious, though it often came with a limited duration for use. He wondered who had sent it to him. Harry could scarcely contain his excitement as he donned the invisibility cloak, rendering his entire form invisible. He could see the space behind his legs, and, when he gazed into the mirror, even his reflection had vanished completely. He twirled around, reveling in the extraordinary sensation. Suddenly, a slip of paper fluttered down from his calf, and Harry caught it midair. The note was inscribed in an unfamiliar, elongated, looping script, which read, "Your father left this item for me before he passed. It is now time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." There was no signature. Harry stared at the note in bewilderment, pondering who had returned his father's relic to him. Harry remained perplexed until the rumbling of his stomach reminded him of the sumptuous Christmas feast he had been eagerly anticipating. He had never before attended such a grand Christmas banquet. 100 plump roasted turkeys, mounds of succulent meats and boiled potatoes, platters overflowing with delectable sausages, bowls brimming with buttered peas, and dishes laden with rich gravies and cranberry sauce awaited him. The colorful wizarding fireworks nearly filled the entire hall as soon as Harry entered. He was engulfed by a cloud of blue smoke, while thunderous booms erupted in succession, releasing a myriad of surprises from within the haze. At times, a naval captain's hat would emerge, followed by a mole, and Harry even witnessed a vibrant parrot flutter past him. Hagrid, indulging in cup after cup of wine, became so inebriated that he unexpectedly planted a kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek, causing her face to flush with a hue reminiscent of a measuring cup, escalating steadily until it reached a vivid climax. Harry relished his Christmas lunch, indulging in an abundance of cake and delectable dishes he had never before encountered. He collected numerous confections, intending to share them with the dwarves of another realm. The number of those remaining at Hogwarts was quite limited, and the individuals he cared about were even fewer. As he surveyed the faces around him, he felt a warmth of familiarity, regardless of his closeness to them. An Asian girl sat at the Ravenclaw table. Harry speculated that she might share a common language with Ron, yet he decided against approaching her, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. After the meal, clad in his invisibility cloak and holding his Firebolt 2000, Harry reclined in a comfortable armchair by the fireplace. He retrieved the cognitive enhancement potion that V had sent him, applying it to himself. Instantly, his focus sharpened. V had mentioned that this was a concoction used by their company's canine employees to enhance work efficiency and train livestock. It possessed a formidable addictive quality, facilitating the company's control over its staff. Following this, V launched into an endless stream of complaints, to which the old man offered consolation, leading to the familiar exchange of banter. Uncertain about the aspect of addiction V referred to, Harry reflected on how this potion seemed to promote a sense of complacency, fostering a psychological dependence. Tasks that typically required a week of diligent study could now be mastered in just a day and a half. And he felt an unsettling surge of power coursing through him. Harry, I have acquired an invisibility cloak. Loser, isn't this every boy's dream? I can already envision how Harry intends to utilize it. Old Man Huang, how mundane. Why not dedicate such a perverse ability to the noble cause of human unity? Loser, your enlightenment is truly commendable, Your Majesty. Gandalf, an invisibility cloak that grants the power of invisibility? Harry, I believe this may prove useful during our expedition. Gandalf, we shall prepare to depart once night falls. Harry took one last glance at the empty Slytherin common room before disappearing beside the armchair closest to the fireplace. Chapter 43. The journey begins with the troll. Thorin licked the remnants of cake from his fingers, incredulous that Harry would part with such a delicacy. While Gandalf had never mentioned feasting so lavishly in his daily life. Observing Gandalf licking the plate clean, the other dwarves devoured the sweets Harry had brought, until they were stuffed to the brim, nearly bursting. The food brought today was exquisite. Bombur leaned contentedly against the wall, resting his hands on his belly. His legs stretched out, tears of exhaustion welling in his eyes. Today was Christmas, Harry explained as he picked up his broom, gazing at the sky outside the cave. It was time for them to depart. Christmas? Is it a holiday commemorating the creator of this world? Thorin silently noted the date. Under the cover of night. The dwarves managed to control the flight of their brooms, and Gandalf resolved to set off that very night, leaving no time to waste. After bidding farewell to the dwarves remaining in the Blue Mountains, Thorin, along with the others, mounted their brooms, laden with provisions, and departed. While flying brooms offered certain advantages, the issue arose when night fell, as they could not bear the weight of their considerable baggage, let alone the beloved ponies of the dwarves. Who could ride a broom while carrying a horse? Moreover, it seemed they could only proceed on foot to the lonely mountain during the day, for by nightfall, all means of transport had to be abandoned. Much of their provisions were stowed within Harry's space wallet, filling its once ample interior, though not adding significantly to the weight. They traversed mountains and rivers, moving through numerous castles that appeared to have been erected by some malevolent force, surrounded by scattered villages. As their journey deepened, they entered a dark forest, where the blackened trunks stood ominously, like murderers, with branches poised like daggers ready to strike. Adventure was not as idyllic as imagined. Yet neither was it fraught with peril. Harry, burdened with luggage, trudged through the muddy forest, ruminating that he had envisioned an adventure spent in fierce battles against half-orcs, while in reality much of their time was consumed by travel. On the third night, they lost sight due to a torrential downpour, to avoid losing their way. Harry illuminated the path with his wand, guiding the group back to solid ground. The weather here was peculiar, bearing no resemblance to May, but rather akin to the heat of July. Gandalf glanced at the darkened sky, his tall frame often colliding with branches, causing him some irritation. Under Harry's guidance, the dwarves pressed on, while Gandalf found himself relegated to the rear of the party. Compared to Harry, Gandalf had been reduced to the ranks of a wizard of little utility. The inhabitants of this land knew nothing of the Lonely Mountain or the Kingdom of the Valleys. Gandalf's map had lost its relevance, as the terrain had long since transformed. Let us pause for dinner, Dory and Nori lamented, proponents of frequent meals, yet were always met with Thorin's unyielding reprimands. However, this time, the path ahead was too muddy, and after 2 days of rapid marching, the dwarves were utterly exhausted. Their morale significantly diminished, compelling them to set up camp. Soaked and surrounded by dampness, Harry pondered whether rheumatism existed in this world. Damn it, we can't start a fire. Thorin and Dwalin fumbled for ages, their prowess in forging seemingly failing them this time. The sensation was dreadful. With flames roaring, Harry cast a spell on the damp ground, igniting the twigs and leaves into a stable, warm fire. The group gathered around the blaze, reclining in relaxation. Gandalf, sitting beside the fire, shrugged, glancing at the surrounding darkness, silently donning his hat before quietly leaving the group. In the depths of night, whispers echoed, reminiscent of monstrous voices, rustling sounds disturbing the peace. Yet it was only Harry who remained restless. The dwarves, utterly unguarded, snored, their beards fluttering with their breaths. Even the most serious of them, Thorin, snoring robustly. Fortuitously for them, Harry could not find sleep. His clothes dried by the nearby fire, he felt warm, gazing at the distant flickering flames, his mind plagued with curiosity. Who could be camping ahead at such a late hour? Could it be the camp of half-orcs? Suddenly, a broomstick approached. Harry grasped his broom, determining to scout ahead alone. He mounted the broom and glided forward. The cold wind roared in his ears as he spotted 3 large figures by the fire below, towering even over Hagrid, feasting on sizzling roasted lamb. They tore into the roasted meat, a barrel of fine wine beside them, the air thick with tantalizing aromas. Goodness, today it's roasted lamb. Will we have it again tomorrow? Human flesh. I crave human flesh. One troll grumbled, lamenting the absence of even horse meat. William, you think you deserve human flesh? If it weren't for you leading us here, we wouldn't be without wine to drink. One troll angrily elbowed another. Their forms and manners were brutish and crude. Their intelligence slightly superior to that of a giant, but not by much, perhaps due to their oily foreheads being broader than the sharp-headed giants. The troll named William, caught off guard by the jab, choked on his drink and retorted, "Shut your filthy mouth. Since we descended the mountain, you and Bert have devoured half a village's worth of people. Is that not enough? I even brought you this delicious lamb. You should be saying thank you, William." "Thank you. I thank your mother, you troll," he shouted, suddenly noticing the figure perched on the broom, a flying human, exclaiming, "Let me see how tasty you are." The trolls, upon spotting Harry, immediately rose, attempting to seize the nimble boy. "I shall make you my dessert." Bert, one of the trolls, eagerly reached out to grasp Harry. Harry swiftly evaded, and the spell cast from his wand struck the group of trolls without eliciting any reaction. Their magical resistance was even greater than that of giants. Their size, intellect, and strength were double that of giants, and with 3 adversaries before him, he realized that his 2 fists were no match for their 4 hands. "With 3 of you against just 1 of me, I'm scarcely enough to satisfy your appetites. How do you intend to divide me?" Chapter 44. Finally chopped into minced meat, the 3 trolls exchanged glances, their smooth scalps betraying their evident lack of contemplation on this matter. Harry's diminutive frame was singular and wholly insufficient for division. "The mutton belongs to you. But I have led you down the mountain after devouring half a village's worth of its people. Thus, this human ought to be mine," William proclaimed with impatience, rising to claim Harry in his grasp. "I shall carve you into mincemeat. You think you deserve human flesh? The flesh is reserved for me. You have no part in this." Another troll, named Tom, seized William's arm. "You've tricked me long enough. This human flesh should be my restitution. I intend to crush him and consume him whole." "Stop your squabbling. This human is rightfully mine. I have stated this before, you 2 imbeciles," Bert interjected, brandishing a branch to separate the 2 combatants. "I told you before, you are fools. We haven't even captured this human yet. And you're already at each other's throats, you utter fools." Upon hearing this, Tom and William grew even more incensed. They shoved Bert aside and delivered a painful thrashing to him. While their own foolishness was indeed contemptible, it was the revelation of the truth by another that stung like a dagger. The 2 trolls, having been pricked to their core, united to force Bert to the ground, pummeling him before once again descending into chaos. Harry slowly retreated on his broomstick, surprised at how easily he had escaped. At that moment, a furious roar echoed above the dense forest. "Potter is in danger." Thorin sprang into action, emerging from behind Harry with a dozen dwarves wielding weapons, ready for battle. They soared on their broomsticks, furiously attacking the ogres who were locked in combat. Upon hearing the dwarves' shouts, the ogres immediately ceased their fighting and scanned the area, failing to spot the dwarves' presence. Ogres detest dwarves, especially those that are not cooked. The dwarves' social reputation was legendary in Middle-earth. Thorin thrust his sword into the head of an ogre, while the other dwarves bravely leaped down, accurately dispatching 3 ogres. The ogres howled in agony, shaking off the dwarves atop them, sending several crashing against trees, which splintered under the force. Seeing his friends in peril, Harry shouted, "Lumos!" The 3 ogres, confronted by the flickering light, became sluggish, not petrified but rather blinded by the brightness, which hindered their movement. The dwarves, seizing the opportunity, slashed at the ogres' feet as if trimming their toenails, though their sharp weapons still inflicted wounds. Blood gushed forth, and the dwarves hastily dodged, for the ogre's blood was highly corrosive. Anyone wishing to avoid being caught in the splatter should keep their distance. Enraged, the ogres relentlessly pursued the dwarves, while Harry cast a petrification spell, combining it with the blinding light. The ogres began to turn to stone under the spell's effect, witnessing 3 ogres standing in peculiar poses. The dwarves rallied their courage and successfully felled the remaining foes, collapsing the ogres to the ground in a thunderous crash. Exhausted, the dwarves sank down beside the ogres' corpses. As rocks were dislodged above, a beam of dawn light shone down, transforming the 3 fallen ogres into stone, ensuring they would not rise again to assault Harry and his companions. For ogres, it was imperative to retreat underground before dawn, lest they revert to the very rock from which they had been formed. Gandalf descended from behind the rocks, explaining to Harry and the others that there must be caves and tunnels nearby. We require provisions and a source of water. Thorin lied without a flinch, as the dwarves found the river's water too bland and were eyeing the ogres' stored fine wines. "Look, I've discovered a stone door," Beaufort exclaimed, knocking on a stone door hidden among the underbrush. He called upon the dwarves to push against it, yet the door remained unmoved. "Let me try," Harry said, and as the dwarves watched, he incanted Alohomora. The lock clicked open, and the door slowly creaked ajar, prompting the dwarves to rush inside eagerly. The cave floor was littered with white bones, and a foul odor lingered in the air. However, shelves and the ground were haphazardly stacked with an abundance of food. Scattered throughout the cave were plundered riches, from brass buttons to jars brimming with gold coins, a veritable treasure trove. Various garments hung on the walls, clearly too small for ogres, likely stripped from their victims. Among these garments lay an array of swords of different styles, shapes, and sizes, with two in particular catching their eye due to their exquisite scabbards adorned with gemstones. "What fine swords!" Gandalf marveled, examining the runes inscribed upon them. These were not crafted by ordinary ogres or human smiths. Once we decipher the runes, we shall uncover more about their origins. Additionally, the cave contained several jars full of gold coins, and Thorin organized the dwarves to transport the coins out, followed by the untouched food and a barrel still brimming with malt beer. Balin was delighted. Compared to such trivial wealth, he preferred a sip of malt beer. In the face of the treasures of the Lonely Mountain, these are hardly worth a fraction of it. After tasting the beer, Balin recounted tales of the Lonely Mountain's former glory. With their stomachs barely filled by a meager breakfast and a scant lunch, the dwarves feasted heartily, eventually leaning against the ogres' carcasses as they fell into a deep slumber. After a night of tumult, everyone was utterly exhausted. Gandalf sat beside Harry, engaging in casual conversation. "Harry, you may soon need to walk this path alone," he said mysteriously. "Are you leaving?" Harry's eyes widened in surprise. No, I have a greater task ahead, Harry." Gandalf raised his hands. "You see, I may speak the most, but I am not indispensable. You, Harry, have been of immense help on this journey. You flatter me." Harry blushed. "The dwarves are my friends, and I cherish them. Indeed, I am also curious about how wondrous this world is. Beyond our realm, there are countless others. How many worlds are in peril, Harry? Perhaps we could establish an organization to assist one another. After all, when chat groups arise, we are indeed within the same world." Chapter 45. The Vale. As twilight descended upon the forest, Harry heard a distant wolf howl, followed by a chorus of howls that sent shivers down the spines of the group. Crossing an expansive river, they pressed on under Gandalf's guidance. At that moment, Harry noticed a great mountain looming before them, as if it had fallen from the heavens, causing him to shudder. "It seems we are nearly there," Harry said optimistically. As they were but a day's journey from the nearest foot of the mountain, he found himself yearning for the warmth of the fireplace and his cozy bed at Hogwarts. "Not so fast. We are merely at the edge of the misty mountains. We must traverse this mountain and enter the vast wilderness before we are anywhere near our destination," Balin explained ahead. "This place is shrouded in mist, and we could easily lose our way. Thus, we must stick to the main path," Gandalf declared loudly. "Venturing off the beaten track could lead us astray, especially with a band of half-orcs nearby. We must be cautious, for an ambush is highly likely." The vibrant green marshland nearby was alluring, yet Harry understood that stepping into it would spell doom. The constant sound of cascading waterfalls seemed to mask an encroaching menace. "However, I have sent word to the Elrond who resides here, and I believe they are awaiting our arrival." Gandalf pointed toward the vast expanse ahead. His words did little to uplift the dwarves, as evening was approaching and they had yet to find a resting place. This meant they would either endure a night of incessant flies or continue to hastily travel on broomsticks alongside Harry. Many dwarves, compared to the distant treasures of the Lonely Mountain, merely wished to find a warm hearth to sleep beside. Yet this did not deter their determination to pursue the treasures of the Lonely Mountain. What is that sound? The wind rustled ominously, causing the trees to lean in one direction, while tremors reverberated along the road, making Harry acutely aware of the slight quivering of his robes. Strange shadows flitted through the forest, leaping from the treetops with a cacophonous clamor. It was merely a flock of crows. No, that was not right. Whoosh! A rain of arrows plummeted from above, landing haphazardly before Harry and his companions. On a nearby slope, a pack of fierce wargs emerged, baring their teeth, revealing their pale fangs. Each warg was mounted by a half-orc, brandishing iron and even bone weapons, looking down with disdain upon the dwarves below. Though dwarves were not typically the main adversaries of half-orcs, they were viewed as a potential ally by the latter, as Sauron had previously sought to corrupt a faction of dwarves. Unexpectedly, this group of dwarves proved to be remarkably obstinate and avaricious. Resisting Sauron's influence driven by their greed for treasure, only a handful had succumbed to Sauron's cause. As for Thorin's company of dwarves, the half-orcs were well aware that one must eradicate the roots of the problem. The commanding officer of the riders urged his warg forward, raising his curved blade and shouting, "Charge!" With a glimmering silver scimitar descending, the formidable warg riders began to crouch and swoop down from the sky, resembling a dark cloud descending upon them. The thudding of their claws against the ground echoed in Harry's heart, facing a cavalry group of at least 100. "Form a shield wall," Thorin commanded, leading the dwarves to raise their rudimentary wooden shields in front of Harry and Gandalf. He held his oak shield firmly at the center. The encounter with the half-orcs was sudden and electrifying. The enemy vastly outnumbered them and consisted of light cavalry, leaving Harry and his companions completely unprepared. Channeling all his strength, Harry cast a protective spell towards the dwarves, a vibrant blue light forming a barrier before them. When the first wave of light cavalry collided with the dwarves, they were met with an impenetrable wall of air, causing them to be thrown off their wargs and slaughtered by the dwarves' weapons. The subsequent cavalry, unable to halt their charge, stumbled over their fallen comrades, tumbling from their mounts, while the remaining riders hastily reined in their wargs. The half-orc commander nocked an arrow and, with deadly precision, shattered Harry's wavering shield, the projectile striking Thorin's oak shield. Charge! Despite his confusion over why his forces had suddenly halted, the half-orc commander trusted his instincts, ordering the assault to continue. The dwarves, having dispatched the first wave of light cavalry, quickly raised their shields to defend against the oncoming charge. "Broomsticks incoming," Harry shouted, soaring into the air, becoming an aerial unit in the astonished gaze of the half-orc commander. Flames erupted. Despite the warg's intelligence, they were still beasts, likely to fear fire. Seizing the moment, Harry ignited the corpses of the first wave of warg riders, using them as fuel to spread flames to the hapless half-orcs nearby. They shrieked in agony as they struggled to rise, only to be cut down by the dwarves, while the remaining light cavalry hesitated, becoming a chaotic throng. The blaze that Harry conjured illuminated the night sky, compelling the half-orc commander to grit his teeth as he surveyed his dwindling forces, ultimately ordering a retreat. "Fall back." As he turned to flee, an arrow struck him, sending him tumbling down the slope. Countless elven archers emerged from the woods, executing precise shots that took down the panicking half-orc soldiers. The dwarves boasted a high resistance to flames, and even amidst Harry's fire, they valiantly battled the half-orcs, confining them to their positions. As the last of the half-orcs fell, Harry released a torrent of water, extinguishing the flames he had ignited. He had heard tales of elves, often depicted as being intimately connected with the woods in their folklore, and he wished to avoid turning potential allies into enemies. "Welcome to our valley." The leader of the elves, a man of noble and handsome visage, waved down to Harry. His countenance was as regal as an elven lord, his physique robust as a warrior, his wits sharp as a wizardess, and his reputation esteemed as a king among dwarves, radiating kindness akin to summer. He warmly welcomed Harry and his companions, and the elves, no longer harboring animosity towards the dwarves, appeared quite amiable, even engaging in lively conversation when in high spirits. Harry followed him onto a narrow, unguarded bridge, where they could only pass one at a time, until they arrived at the final abode. It resembled a fairyland, with towering trees cloaking the houses nestled within, scattered like stars. Nearby, the elves scrutinized the guests of their lord, murmuring among themselves. Who could deny that the elves were the most adept at gathering information in Middle-earth? They seemed to know everything, even understanding how to circulate information swiftly. Perhaps this was one of the few pastimes they cherished during their long lives. Chapter 46. Elrond gazed curiously at the boy with black hair and green eyes before him. He had witnessed the recent battle against the orcs, where this young boy played a pivotal role. A formidable young human wizard, that was Elrond's first impression of Harry. To have a human mingling among a crowd of dwarves was as rare as an elf among humans. And even more astonishing was that he himself had adopted a human child, naming him Estel. "Let us have some wine," Elrond proposed, raising his glass in a toast. Among the guests, only Harry and he maintained a semblance of decorum in their dining habits, for the dwarves were notoriously uncouth, though Elrond paid this no heed. "It is a pleasure to meet such a young and powerful wizard. Are you a friend of Gandalf?" "Indeed, he considers me half his apprentice," Harry replied. Gandalf was busy picking meat fibers from between his teeth with a toothpick, a sight most amusing. Wow, Elrond. I saw a little wizard outside who could make these orcs flee in terror on his broom. A mud-streaked 9-year-old boy burst into the room, his black hair and eyes making him stand out. Impressive, he exclaimed. Realizing his rudeness, he wiped the mud from his face and bowed to the guests, attempting to retreat. Come here, Estel. Today, we have special guests in Rivendell. Elrond gently beckoned the boy, embracing him warmly. This is my adopted son, Estel, which means hope, and like Harry, he is also human. The two young faces met, and though they were similar in age, the emotions they carried were worlds apart. Estel looked at Harry hesitantly, uncertainly calling out, Uncle. The dwarves erupted in laughter, pounding the table, while Thorin, chuckling, remarked, He is not your uncle. You should call him brother. Gandalf smiled, taking up his pipe and puffing contentedly, gesturing to Thorin to discuss matters at hand. As they deliberated, Estel approached Harry, displaying an innate confidence, and asked, What are you going to do? We are going to the Lonely Mountain to reclaim the treasure from the dwarves, Harry replied, taking a sip of wine and adding, We also have to deal with a dragon named Smaug. Cool. In Estel's eyes, Harry had become a powerful human wizard, not only gifted but also ambitious. Can you take me with you? You? Harry feigned intimidation, not expecting the boy's boldness. Of course not. The dragon's flames can incinerate everything. You would be reduced to ashes. What a pity. If only Elrond would let me roam beyond Rivendell, I would be strong enough to join this expedition. Estel clenched his fist. I would surely make those orcs flee in terror. Perhaps, Harry encouraged. Will you return? Estel looked up at Harry earnestly. Yes, Harry nodded. Beside them, Elrond re-explained the map to Gandalf and the others, recounting the origins of the swords from the Troll's Cave, advising, This sword was forged by our kin to defeat the orcs. Thorin, yours is called Orcrist, meaning the sword that slays orcs. It is a renowned blade. Gandalf, yours is named Glamdring, meaning the hammer of foes. It once belonged to King Turgon. Take good care of these fine swords. I have long desired to change my profession, Gandalf said, cradling his Glamdring with affection. Then looking at his treasured apprentice, Harry, Would you like to try this sword? No, I have my Potter sword, which suffices. Harry drew his Potter sword, marking the beginning of his friendship with the dwarves. A king does not claim his title through a sword. A sword earns its renown through its king. After resting for the night and bidding farewell to Elrond, Harry and his companions ventured into the depths of the mountain. They could only traverse this unfathomable tunnel to reach the vast wilderness. Outside, thunder rumbled and rain poured. Harry kindled a fire, and the dwarves sang by the flames, envisioning how they would divide the riches of the Lonely Mountain. Though their goal remained distant and the prospect of dividing wealth improbable, the topic invigorated their spirits. A thunderous boom echoed outside the cave, and Harry noticed a disturbance in the stone wall behind him. He cast a flickering light charm on his wand, revealing a fine crack in the stone, and leaned in to peer through it, discovering a filthy head with vacant eyes staring back at him. Suddenly, the stone wall collapsed along the crack, unveiling an abyss, as towering orcs surrounded them, each dwarf facing several foes. Gandalf, who had been napping against the stone wall, sprang to life, agilely flipping over just before the orcs could seize him, his wand swirling. In an instant, a terrifying lightning bolt illuminated the cave, accompanied by the scent of gunpowder, as several orcs fell to the ground. Harry gazed in astonishment at Gandalf. You never mentioned you possessed such a skill. This must be the final version of the fluorescent flicker. Gandalf seized his Glamdring and unleashed a whirlwind slash upon the half-orc, carving a bloody path through the chaos. Behind Harry and his companions lay a precipice, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. Their only course of action was to shatter the encirclement formed by the half-orcs. After several skirmishes with these brutish foes, Harry had learned to maintain his composure in the face of ambushes. He drew the pistol gifted to him by the old man, dispatching each advancing half-orc with precision, while his other weapon cleaved through the nearby adversaries. Yet, the pistol proved insufficiently efficient. How he longed for a Gatling gun of substantial caliber. In the midst of battle, Harry's mind wandered amidst the chaos. The half-orcs, wielding whips, attempted to drive the dwarves into the cave, but the enraged dwarves charged through them, storming into the heart of the half-orc stronghold, leaving the half-orcs momentarily stunned. At the center of the cavern sat a colossal half-orc king, adorned with an enormous crown stuffed with an array of treasures pilfered from human adventurers. The cauldron they feasted from contained the remains of human bones, reminiscent of a scene from a cannibalistic tale. The half-orc king rose and scrutinized the dwarves with indifference. Historically, there was little animosity between half-orcs and dwarves, save for the enduring enmity directed towards the Durin clan, stemming from a protracted war. What brings you here? The half-orc king inquired. Chapter 47, The Ring of Power. Dwarf Thorin, at your service. Thorin responded with a courteous bow, rambling about visiting their relatives. Distant cousins and long-lost ancestors. After all, it was a venerable lineage they wished to acknowledge. At that moment, Thorin found himself at a loss for words. The truth could not be uttered. You lie. Earlier in the entrance hall, we extended an invitation for your descent, only for you to strike down several of our brothers with a bolt of lightning and wound others with your weapons, a half-orc retorted, incensed. Summoning guests with a whip is the highest courtesy of the half-orcs, yet you repay us with such ingratitude and inversion of truth. The dwarves turned to Gandalf, who gazed skyward, as if expecting the moon to emerge from beneath the earth. These matters are trifling. You may depart. I wish to keep this human, the half-orc king declared, pointing at Harry. He licked his lips. I have yet to savor such tender human flesh. Upon hearing this, the dwarves encircled Harry, with Thorin drawing his sword in defense. The sight of the weapon sent the half-orc king recoiling in terror, exclaiming, Murderer! Friend of elves! This vile dwarf spy must be slain. The half-orcs clamored, brandishing torches and pitchforks as they surged forth. In the narrow passage, chaos ensued. But Harry and his companions swiftly formed a defensive line. As the half-orcs struggled to breach their formation, they were instead cast into the lair of venomous serpents. The half-orc king, driven by rage, leapt from his throne, his vast bulk towering 3 to 4 times that of a dwarf, his corpulent body appearing almost immovable beneath layers of fat. Harry, wielding his wand, directed his sword with precision towards the heart of the approaching half-orc king, piercing it with great velocity and shattering the adversary's ability to maintain his balance. Harry wielded the sword with great force, severing the head of the half-orc king, who coughed a few times before collapsing to the ground, akin to a decapitated Nick. Behind them, Gandalf conjured a dazzling display of fireworks, creating flames that danced wildly throughout the cavern, sending the half-orcs into a frantic disarray, scrambling to evade the chaos. The entire party momentarily escaped the clutches of the half-orcs and ventured deeper into the cave. But Harry could still hear the horns and roars of the enraged half-orcs growing ever closer. There was no choice but to resort to that method. Balin cast a glance at the other dwarves, who solemnly nodded in agreement. What method? Harry inquired with curiosity. In dire circumstances, the dwarves possessed an astonishing ability to roll swiftly across the ground. Thus, they would take turns carrying Harry as they ran. The pursuing half-orcs, equally relentless, were well acquainted with the tunnels, having excavated them themselves, and the stalactites above continually struck Harry's head, causing him pain despite the ironclad charm he had cast for protection. As they rounded a corner, Harry turned to see a group of half-orcs brandishing torches, charging towards them with shouts of menace. As soon as Harry turned his head, he was struck unconscious by a hard stalactite and fell into the abyss of darkness. In his final moments of consciousness, he faintly heard the shouts of the dwarves. When he awoke, he suspected he had not truly opened his eyes, for the surroundings were enveloped in impenetrable blackness. Harry groped around on the ground, akin to a blind man seeking his cane, and inadvertently touched a small, cold, circular ring. Harry remained indifferent, clutching it in his hand, awaiting the moment he would retrieve his wand to survey his surroundings. The wand soared through the air. Under the influence of wandless magic, Harry located his wand. He illuminated the vicinity with a flick of his wand, revealing a still and stagnant pool, surrounded by ominous, jagged rocks that loomed menacingly in the darkness. Harry illuminated the ring on his hand with a fluorescent light. This unexpected delight was merely an ordinary ring, seemingly unremarkable. After toying with it for a moment, Harry donned his invisibility cloak to evade the approaching band of goblins. At that moment, in the center of the lake, a pale-faced, diminutive, grotesque creature fixated its lifeless, pale eyes on Harry. With the donning of the cloak, Harry completely vanished from sight. Thief! Gollum seethed as he leaped forward. I shall slay you, despicable thief. You have stolen my treasure. My precious. Harry initially intended to leave at once. He glanced at the ring in his hand, pondering whether this peculiar creature was in search of it. However, observing the other's frenzied demeanor, Harry deemed it wiser to heed the advice given. Hadn't he heard the threat against his life? Harry adorned the ring upon his finger, instantly enveloped by a wave of warmth as it settled perfectly into place, accompanied by an unusual surge of energy. The orc-dug tunnels were riddled with uneven surfaces, many leading to dead ends, leaving one feeling utterly lost. The grotesque creature darted swiftly through the caverns, seemingly on a quest to locate Harry, who followed gracefully in its wake. Ahead, the orcs recklessly charged, pursuing the dwarves who cried out in despair, obstructing Harry's view and path. To Harry's astonishment, the deformed monster summoned the courage to pounce on an orc at the rear of the group, using its sharp claws to snuff out its life. This scene filled Harry with dread, for the creature's eyes held an innocent yet primal thirst for bloodshed. A glimmer of light burst forth around the corner, prompting Harry to hasten his steps as the orcs cornered the dwarves, intent on capturing them all. Flames roared, in stark contrast to previous fires. Harry effortlessly conjured an even greater inferno, akin to a colossal dragon unfurling its wings, roaring fiercely as it unleashed devastating fire upon the earth. The entire orc squad was nearly reduced to ashes in the wake of the dragon's fury, while the dwarves blinked in astonishment, brushing off the remnants of ash as they hastened out of the misty mountains with Harry. Fortunately, they had stowed their flying broomsticks in Harry's bag, allowing them to soar skyward and continue their journey. With the broomsticks at their disposal, they traversed great distances swiftly, each member invigorated by the urgency to distance themselves from the orc encampment, save for Gandalf. He claimed that the wizards of Middle-earth were convening to deliberate a significant resolution, which unnerved the dwarfs, who feared Gandalf might whisk Harry away. Upon learning that Gandalf was to venture alone, the dwarves joyfully bid him farewell, relieved that their limited provisions would remain intact. As the lonely mountain drew near, the dwarves shed their previous complaints and hesitations, now propelled by a renewed determination. Under their swift flight, they arrived at the base of the lonely mountain before dawn, gazing up at its majestic form, a stark reminder of its former glory. Chapter 48. Smog under the night sky. At the foot of the lonely mountain, a chill and solitude enveloped them, the desolate atmosphere weighing heavily on each individual. All heads hung low, burdened with unspoken thoughts. Even the most vivacious of dwarves wore a somber expression. Thorin, usually a fountain of words, fell silent, leading the group with keen vigilance as he surveyed the ominous terrain, a place that was once his home. The barren land, once awash with vibrant blooms, and the rugged cliffs, once adorned with lush greenery, now lay desolate before him, evoking memories of its past splendor. This was the final leg of their journey. Yet the spirit that once ignited their departure had dimmed considerably. Due to Smaug's devastation, many of the steps leading to the lonely mountain were rendered impassable. Thorin divided his companions into smaller groups, sending them to scour the various paths for potential secret doors. By the time Harry received the map, night had fallen. He quickly deduced that the secret door lay at the summit of the mountain, but the staircase leading there had been completely destroyed. Thus, Harry resolved to guide them to the peak under the cover of darkness. The dwarves were heartened, for the day of the dwarves was upon them come dawn, granting them a single day to locate the keyhole to the secret door. Yet as dusk approached, their search yielded no sign of the keyhole. The last rays of the day of the dwarves would illuminate the keyhole. Thorin clutched the map, muttering incessantly as he observed the sun's descent, attempting to align its light with the door. Yet no matter how he felt along the stone surface, the elusive keyhole remained hidden. "Where is the keyhole?" "Balin, search diligently," he urged. The dwarves recalled every detail of the stone wall, yet despite their meticulous searching, the fabled keyhole eluded them. "Next year, then," Dwalin remarked, "our beards will grow long enough to drag from the cliffs to the valleys." If only Hermione were here, Harry thought, gazing at the map in deep contemplation. He was certain that she would unravel the riddle. As the moon ascended, its silvery light gradually bathed the cliffs, and the dwarves, with drooping spirits, grasped their brooms, prepared to depart from this place. On the first night that Harry contemplated instructing the group of dwarves, he realized that they were unable to fly during the day, as their lives and calendar were intricately tied to the moon. Thus, they could only engage with magic when the moon ascended into the night sky. Might the brilliance of the day of the dwarves not be attributed to the sun, but rather to the moon? At that moment, he heard a sharp clicking sound behind him. A gigantic thrush alighted upon a gray rock on the grass, its plumage nearly entirely black, even its pale yellow breast speckled with dark spots. Click. It had captured a snail, attempting to crack its shell against the stone. Click. Click. The thrush approached a stone wall, pecking at a thin section of it, causing rocks to tumble down and revealing a small stone hollow. "Thorin, the key, the key." Harry retrieved the key, successfully inserting it into the lock, which emitted the sound of mechanism shifting. With the combined effort of the dwarves, a stone wall gradually receded, unveiling a narrow gap. Darkness, like steam, flowed out from the black hole in the mountain wall. Before them lay a pitch-black cave, as if a gaping maw leading deep into the heart of the lonely mountain. It was time for Harry to claim his reward, yet Thorin launched into another lengthy speech, with Dory rambling on until the dwarves grew impatient. Philly and Keely led Harry into the depths, while Balin guided them. Being the eldest dwarf aside from Thorin and intimately familiar with the structure of the place, all the dwarves clamored, ushering Harry inside and from a height within the cavern. They waved at him, indicating they would await his return there. The golden-red dragon lay quietly upon a vast treasure hoard, resembling a bat with outstretched wings. its white belly adorned with numerous gems and unrefined gold, all reflecting the crimson glow emanating from its scales. Harry donned the invisibility cloak and cautiously leaped into the golden sea, keenly observing the movements of the slumbering dragon. Even a dragon in repose poses a considerable threat, as the breath it exhales during sleep can annihilate timid creatures. Amidst this ocean of gold, Harry sought the fabled Arkenstone, gripping his Nimbus broom as he searched for a suitable launch point. Should the Arkenstone be buried too deeply, the commotion of its extraction would undoubtedly rouse the dormant dragon. Each avaricious dragon possesses an intimate knowledge of its hoard. By the following day after claiming their treasures, they can account for every last piece with precision. Any disturbance, no matter how slight, is perceived by them as a tempest, though they may never utilize these riches. The thought of someone pilfering their sacred and inviolable possessions incites their wrath. The Arkenstone comes forth, utilizing a silent incantation. A sudden current surged through the vast expanse of gold, weaving beneath the belly of the dragon, Smog. Ultimately, a dazzling Arkenstone, radiating a spectrum of colors and appearing as if sculpted by divine hands, fell into Harry's grasp. Harry hastily stuffed the gleaming Arkenstone into his wallet. All he needed to do now was return to the dwarven company and await their summons to regroup and vanquish Smog. The task was proving to be easier than he had anticipated. The dragon slowly opened his eyes, acutely aware of the location of all his treasures. And the Arkenstone was brazenly fleeing from beneath his very belly. As a descendant of Glorung, the last great dragon of Middle-earth, Smog had never been so contemptuously disregarded. He furiously opened his golden dragon eyes, searching for the audacious thief who dared to pilfer his hoard. The dwarves above were startled by the awakening of the dragon and hastily attempted to flee, yet under Thorin's command, they resolved to remain and await Harry. Stay calm. We agreed to wait for Harry here. We cannot abandon him. Where are the ropes? We must not let them take us all at once. Enraged, Smog soared into the air, his dragon fire unlike any ordinary flame, a magical inferno distinct from the medieval fires that burned witches. Harry could not evade Smog's fire with a fire-repelling charm. He mounted his broomstick and descended into the cavern where the dwarves awaited. However, the invisibility cloak was too short to conceal the broom, and thus Smog discerned a broomstick wobbling upward before him. Thief! Smog's colossal head lunged forward. Thorin shielded the dwarven company as they retreated, and amidst the eruption of Smog's dragon fire, they successfully escaped the hall, save for Thorin's cloak, which caught flame. He resolutely discarded the burning garment. Smog's fury sent tremors throughout the entire lonely mountain, flames leaping skyward, threatening to obliterate the mountain itself. He rampaged through the hall, crashing through the great door above, mockingly gazing down at the 13 diminutive dwarfs. Though Harry was human, his small stature rendered him nearly indistinguishable from the dwarves in Smog's eyes. Harry, having stolen the treasure of a dragon, it is now in pursuit of me. What should I do? I am anxiously awaiting a response. Chapter 49, The Majestic Cannon of My Emperor, Replica Completed, Kaizai. A dragon? Send me a picture. Is it a Chinese dragon or a foreign one? V. From a certain perspective, you are the foreigner, aren't you? Harry, I have begun my live stream. Where is Gandalf? I could use some assistance. Gandalf, I am preoccupied with matters in Dol Guldur. I am unable to intervene directly with Smog. Now, Harry found himself at a loss. Realizing that old Gandalf had deceived him, he promptly opened the video sharing, ensuring that Gandalf could at least reclaim his remains. Before him loomed the fearsome visage of Smog, who gazed down at the dwarves below with a sly expression, hissing in amusement. This reminded Harry of Professor Snape. It was uncertain who would prevail in a quarrel between them. Let me see who has arrived. Ah, it appears to be the dwarves of Durin, who fled in terror. Smog mockingly taunted from above, extending his massive head to scrutinize Thorin, the leader among them. Thorin, how delightful it must be to be so terrified. You even brought a thief along to assist, another wizard, no less. Ha! Harry, we may perish in this confrontation, but you must escape. This is our last will. Deliver it to my cousin, Dane Ironfoot. Gandalf knows his whereabouts. Thorin and the other dwarves handed their prepared wills to Harry, joining forces with the elves of the Blue Mountains, gathering strength for vengeance. Thorin wished to deliver one final speech, yet Smog had no intention of allowing this. He suddenly descended among the dwarves, pinning Thorin to the ground with his claw. Your numbers are of no consequence, my dear. You dared to steal my Arkenstone. None of you shall leave here alive. Smog pretended to breathe fire towards Thorin, attempting to instill fear before erupting into derisive laughter. How amusing. If each of you praises me, perhaps I shall grant you a more merciful demise. Bah. Thorin spat a thick glob of phlegm into Smog's gaping maw, which silenced the dragon's laughter instantly. He flapped his wings and descended into the sky, his enormous wings casting a shadow over the land. To challenge the great Smaug is to invite death. Smaug roared, conjuring a massive fireball aimed at the dwarves. Run! Harry leaped onto his broomstick, darting in front of Smaug, who ignored him as a fireball struck the dwarves' position. The dwarves scattered in every direction, their frantic utterances a mix of curses and cries, desperately seeking refuge behind the stone walls, peering at the ravaged area with a mix of relief and horror. The searing heat enveloped them, causing their skin to itch, while the scorched earth bore a vast blackened scar, collapsing into a gaping chasm. Hide and seek? Ha ha! Smaug scoffed, swooping down, intent on picking off the dwarves one by one. Hey, great Smaug, the treasure you seek is right here. Harry brandished the Arkenstone before the dragon, teasingly waving it before stowing it away. If you want it, come and take it. With that, Harry soared towards the distant full moon on his broomstick, determined to lure the dragon away and buy the dwarves some time, not pondering much beyond that. Dweeb, Harry is truly formidable. Gandalf, do you have a plan? Harry, what the hell? Send it. Gandalf, send it. The unfortunate lad. Send it. Smaug, with a sinister smile, unfurled his wings and leisurely followed in Harry's wake, as if toying with his prey. A young wizard on a broomstick, your enchanted broom is indeed a treasure. Once you perish, it shall belong to me. The old man, I apologize. I was just figuring out how to use this chat system. I have now boarded my battleship. Can this attack energy be converted? Harry, is the African warlord finally poised to demonstrate his might? Lame guy, since the last encounter, the old man Huang has achieved great merit. Gandalf, indeed. Within that group tool, there exists a link. Simply transmit the file you wish to share. You can create a new document to gather the energy needed for transmission. Old man Huang, this is rather convoluted. At this moment, my very survival hangs in the balance. Let us refrain from discussing this matter further, shall we? Harry roared inwardly. Behind him, the dragon Smaug soared through the sky, taunting, How far can you fly, little wizard? Let me witness the despair as I bring about your demise. Ahead lay the town of Long Lake, marked on the map, and Harry endeavored to ascend higher, mindful not to endanger the townsfolk below. The old man remarked, File transmission in progress, transmission complete. Please check. Harry observed a file pop up in the chat group and, without hesitation, clicked to accept it, though the loading process would take some time. Suddenly, Smaug lunged fiercely, knocking Harry off his broom. In midair, Harry cast the levitation charm and the shield charm, tumbling into a nearby house. Who are you? Why have you intruded into my home? A fisherman with black hair demanded, shoving Harry out the door. Looking up, Harry beheld a colossal, malevolent dragon, none other than Smaug, the beast that had once ravaged the city of Riverdale, soaring ominously above. Without the time to explain, Smaug gracefully leaped above the rooftops, his presence eliciting a cacophony that captured the attention of the entire populace of Long Lake Town. They gasped in alarm and scattered in fear, convinced that the malevolent dragon sought their utter annihilation. In truth, their fears were not unfounded. Smaug unleashed his fiery breath once more, laying waste to the town, and he roared with pride at the devastation he wrought upon the world. I am the harbinger of doom, the embodiment of disaster. Smaug, a dark-haired fisherman, resolute in his determination, dashed toward a nearby tower, intent on ascending its heights. Harry, utilizing the levitation charm, ascended to a vantage point, where he stood face to face with Smaug, akin to two masters engaged in a duel, their gazes locked. This intense confrontation irked Smaug, who, in a fit of rage, charged towards Harry, his dragon fire poised to erupt. Alarmingly, the young boy found himself in peril. The dark-haired fisherman pivoted the crossbow atop the tower, aiming it at Smaug. In the next moment, he bore witness to a battle that would remain etched in his memory for eternity. The files have been loaded. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from behind Harry, as multiple missiles, akin to energy blasts, struck Smaug, igniting a dazzling display akin to fireworks. Smaug, having endured but a single strike, let out a wretched howl. And from the point of impact, wisps of white smoke began to rise, accompanied by a pungent scent reminiscent of charred flesh, much like an injured pup. Harry, by Merlin's stockings. What on earth is this weapon? Slacker, is it a Patriot missile? Old Huang, it's merely a cannon from my collection. Its effectiveness is quite satisfactory, I suppose. Harry stared blankly at Smaug, who was cowering and clutching his head, and nodded in affirmation. This was truly remarkable. The residents of Long Lake Town halted in their tracks, witnessing an 11-year-old young wizard single-handedly wielding an unimaginable force of magical energy, engaging in a fierce contest with the dragon, and even prevailing with overwhelming dominance. The colossal cannon behind Harry relentlessly unleashed its firepower, striking every inch of Smaug's skin with uncanny precision, as if guided by an unseen force. The dragon wailed in agony, attempting to ascend and flee, only to be felled by the explosive force of Harry's mighty artillery. Harry summoned his flying broomstick to keep pace. As the colossal cannon behind him gathered its final reserves of strength and unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding white light erupted, illuminating the surrounding hundreds of kilometers. Resembling an artificial, frigid white sun, at the center, Smaug gazed in terror at the relentless barrage approaching him, his previous bravado dissipating as he was struck down at the foot of the lonely mountain. When Harry arrived, Smaug was left with only his formidable shell, the flesh within having been cooked to perfection. Gandalf remarked, "It seems there is no need for me to make another journey," the frail lad declared. "Kakaka is the only son in my heart." V retorted, "Look at you, Kakaka. How about me? Are you still in need of companions?" The old man fell silent for a moment. "Indeed, I am in dire need," he admitted. At this moment, the dwarves from the lonely mountain descended on flying broomsticks, embracing Harry. Regardless of the miracles that had transpired, survival was paramount. "It appears my journey has come to an end," Harry said, glancing at Smaug's lifeless form. "The gates of the lonely mountain shall forever remain open for you," Thorin stated, embracing Harry. "You are my dearest friend, Thorin Oakenshield, and wherever you go, you may call upon my name to rally the dwarves to your side." "Enough of this sentimentality, Harry," Thorin continued. "According to our agreement, you may claim 1/14 of the treasures of the lonely mountain at any time." Valen and the other dwarves came forth to hug Harry, reluctant to part with this share of treasure, although they were aware that Harry could not possibly take so much. Thorin sent a letter to the dwarves of the Blue Mountains, summoning the wandering dwarves of Durin from across the world to return to the lonely mountain, and wrote to his cousin, Dian Ironfoot, urging him to guard the wealth of the mountain. "This is your gem," Harry said, producing the Arkenstone and handing it to Thorin. A glimmer of greed flashed in Thorin's eyes as he seized the Arkenstone, scrutinizing it closely before embracing Harry once more. "So, how shall we deal with this dragon?" Harry inquired, gazing at the deceased yet still formidable Smaug, holding on to the tradition of looting defeated foes. He felt compelled to extract something from Smaug. "Shall we roast him?" Healy suggested. "What do you think of dragon meat? Few have tasted it, and none will in the future." "Excellent idea," both Beaufort and Bomber immediately concurred. "I will commission the finest dwarven craftsman to forge you a suit of dragon armor." "You deserve it," Thorin said, turning his gaze towards Smaug, incredulous that Harry had vanquished such a powerful creature. Even a Maya could not accomplish such a feat. The missions of the mayor varied, yet their powers were not so grotesque. Most of the time, they remained sealed. Even Saruman the White, though cruel in his methods, could not slay Smaug. The other parts of the dragon are also quite useful. Dragon's blood alone has 12 applications, Harry recalled Dumbledore's card. "Indeed, everything is prepared for you." The dwarves exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 50. The correct use of the summoning charm. Returning to the main plot, Hermione returned the day before school commenced, expressing her concern about missing news from the magical world while in the Muggle realm. She worried that if Hogwarts were invaded by dark wizards, she would remain oblivious, which prompted her to return to check on Harry. "But even if you and I teamed up, we couldn't contend with dark wizards," Ron foolishly stated, only to receive a light smack from Hermione with a book. For Gryffindor, the primary concern was not whether they could win, but whether they should fight at all. "I feel the pace of our education is far too slow. Relying solely on school courses, we might not become competent wizards even by 5th or 6th year." Harry mused after returning from the lonely mountain, developing an extraordinary thirst for power. "What can we do? We are merely first-year wizards. And even Percy and Charlie struggle against dark wizards," Ron responded, lacking confidence and feeling distanced from the responsibility of confronting dark forces. "Hogwarts, with Dumbledore at the helm, is the safest place in the world. We need not worry, Harry. If the sky were to fall, there are tall ones to bear the weight." Completing homework was already a monumental task for Ron. What more could be said about extracurricular spell classes? "At least Harry and I can ensure you complete your assignments," Hermione asserted. "If this continues, you might end up with a big fat O in your final exams." Ron rolled his eyes, muttering, "Come on, it's just first year. Who cares if I get an O or an E?" Yet, in support of his friend's endeavors, Ron chose to join them. He adjusted his red nose and said, "All right then. I suppose it's still the three of us. It doesn't seem like our numbers have changed." A combination of 1 Slytherin and 2 Gryffindors was indeed a rarity at Hogwarts. Harry fared well in Slytherin, a realm where strength and lineage are held in high esteem, having earned their respect through his prowess. In contrast, Gryffindor exhibited an even lesser degree of unity than Slytherin. They ostracized Hermione, who sought camaraderie with Slytherin, and even Ron. deeming them traitors to Gryffindor. Thus, it became imperative to recruit from Slytherin. Harry cast a glance at his rather peculiar classmates, shivering slightly. Although they were somewhat teachable, he was not particularly familiar with them. As for Malfoy, he was merely grateful if he could avoid a confrontation with Ron. Hermione lamented that aside from the long dining table, they lacked a proper space for meaningful communication. It seemed that Hogwarts had delineated the social circles of its students, making it quite challenging for young witches and wizards from different houses to congregate, save for a few social butterflies. We need a club. And we should petition the prefects for a classroom, Harry suggested. Ron retorted, we don't know anyone from Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, and Percy, given your entrance into Slytherin, is not in a favorable mood. He is particularly rigid and unlikely to grant us a classroom. Ron seethed, recalling how Percy had advised him to keep his distance from Harry, claiming that anyone who could aim a wand at a classmate could not be a good wizard, especially if they had joined Slytherin. In response, Ron argued that it was Percy's dismal conduct and pretentious attitude that had driven Harry to choose Slytherin in the first place. This statement resonated with the twins, who echoed it with fervor, causing Percy to remain silent with them for several days. Harry glanced at Marcus Flint in the distance and had to concede that Slytherin was far more astute in matters of convenience than the other houses, as Harry anticipated. After exchanging a few casual words with Marcus at the dining table and subtly conveying his needs, Marcus readily granted them a classroom to serve as a research base for the enthusiast of wizard's chess, with Harry appointed as the president. Harry, when did you acquire such a ring? Hermione inquired, noticing Harry's incessant fiddling with a ring on his finger in their secret lair. I received it as a gift from an unknown sender during Christmas, Harry replied somewhat awkwardly, concealing the fact that this enchanted ring significantly enhanced his spellcasting prowess, which he intended to keep secret as a tactical advantage. Let us try the summoning charm. I believe it could prove quite useful, Harry suggested to his companions. Acknowledging that his survival against the attacks of both the basilisk and the goblins was largely due to his adept use of the summoning charm, Ron, who had initially been eager to learn the Bat-Bogey hex in the Tarantaligra, felt disheartened, believing that the summoning charm was only good for retrieving misplaced items at home and lacked practicality. Oh, really? Harry chuckled, directing his wand at a sword hanging on the wall behind Ron. Sword, come here. The sword soared through the air, narrowly missing Ron's head, and struck the wall behind Harry, quivering ominously. Ron was too startled to utter a word. Hermione turned to Harry. Are you attempting to commit murder, Harry? No. This is merely the correct application of the summoning charm, Harry responded, extracting the sword from midair and guiding it back to its original position on the wall. The essence of the summoning charm lies in the control over inanimate objects. With sufficient focus, one can achieve unexpected results. We do not study spells for the purpose of causing harm, Hermione asserted angrily. I did not encounter such notions in the literature on the summoning charm. This is utterly reckless. Meanwhile, the startled Ron was exhilarated, eagerly brandishing his wand to attempt the summoning charm himself. This is incredible, Harry. If I master this, I dare say I could chase Malfoy down. Hermione, ruffling her frizzy hair, resolved to stay on, determined to ensure that these two fools didn't injure themselves without anyone to take them to the hospital. By the time they concluded their practice, it was quite late, and the trio returned to their respective common rooms, still buzzing with excitement. As they turned a corner, Harry collided with Professor Quirrell, who appeared as though he had just emerged from a sauna, drenched in perspiration. Good evening, Professor Quirrell, Harry greeted him. Harry feigned ignorance regarding Professor Quirrell's intention to harm him, as he possessed no concrete evidence, merely conjecture, and the individual in question remained a professor at Hogwarts. That evening, Quirrell's gaze fixated greedily upon the ring adorning Harry's hand, his covetous eyes lingering until Harry pointedly remarked, Professor, you are obstructing my path. Quirrell, realizing his rudeness, hastily apologized and retreated, yet Harry could not shake the feeling of being scrutinized by unseen eyes. He cast a glance at his magical ring and hurried back to the Slytherin common room, with a plethora of spells still left to master. Chapter 51. A special lesson from Defense Against the Dark Arts today. We shall discuss the distribution of vampires, Professor Quirrell announced, still clad in his peculiar Indian attire. Standing before the class, despite the evident disinterest of his audience, Malfoy was keenly observing Harry's every move, almost pressing his face against the makeshift barrier of books Harry had erected to shield himself. Defense against the dark arts was a compulsory subject for every Hogwarts wizard from the time of their enrollment until graduation, and Harry found it intolerable that such a feeble-minded individual was entrusted with instructing him in magical defense. Harry seldom resorts to such acerbic tones when describing others, Yet Professor Quirrell appears to possess no self-awareness whatsoever. He monotonously recites from the textbook, filling the classroom with an atmosphere of tedium and heat. One wonders what Voldemort would feel upon witnessing his most coveted position being portrayed in such a manner. Ha ha ha, Professor Quirrell stammered as if suddenly afflicted by a cold. Awkwardly uttering a few words, LL Potter, this utterance unsettled Harry. It felt as though he heard two distinct tones simultaneously, the unfamiliar one muffled as if wrapped in cloth. Separated by a barrier. I'm here, Professor. Harry hesitated to set aside the borrowed tome on dueling techniques from the library, authored by Flitwick. He glanced up at Professor Quirrell. A wave of pain coursing through his mind. Please come up. I shall borrow your one to demonstrate how to navigate obstacles. Wasn't Quirrell socially anxious? How could he so readily invite someone to the front, especially a renowned figure from Slytherin, Harry Potter? The previously lethargic Slytherins suddenly perked up. Professor Quirrell had requested Harry to come forth for a demonstration, a rare occurrence indeed. As a rather lackluster professor, Quirrell unexpectedly sought to impart some substantial knowledge. With Harry as the exemplar. Regardless of the oddity of the situation or any other factors, the Slytherins dared not disregard Harry's dignity. Harry could sense Professor Quirrell's greedy gaze never straying from his ring, and he discreetly concealed it within the palm of his hand, causing Quirrell's expression to betray a sense of urgency. Vampires, he explained, do not possess the same formidable resistance to spells as werewolves. We can effectively slow down the advancing vampires and other dark magical creatures using obstacles. Come, Harry, hand me your wand. Quirrell extended his hand towards Harry's wand. Yet Harry refused to relinquish it, gripping it tightly. Quirrell tugged at it several times without success. Not to worry, I shall guide you, Harry. Quirrell positioned himself behind Harry. His gaze fixated on the ring adorning Harry's hand, as he grasped Harry's arm and directed him toward the classroom wall. Follow my lead. Obstacles abound. Harry undoubtedly mastered this spell. With a mere flick of his wand, he nearly shattered the classroom wall, causing the plaster to peel away in large chunks and revealing a gaping, spiderweb-like crater. Malfoy stood in stunned silence. This was not merely a measure to hinder the vampire's advance. Harry could have obliterated the creature entirely. You spoke of insurmountable obstacles, yet unleashed such devastating force? Even Professor Quirrell was paralyzed with fear, having never anticipated that his guidance would culminate in such a formidable spell. It was the power of the ring upon his hand. Retrieve it and present it to me. No one noticed the subtle movement of the scarf at the back of Professor Quirrell's head, emitting faint sounds. Naturally, my esteemed master. Professor Quirrell trembled slightly, rising unsteadily from the ground only to slip once more, prompting a chorus of laughter from the entire Slytherin house, who now had ample fodder for their conversations. Emerging from Ravenclaw, they were indeed mere bookworms unfit for practical combat, easily frightened by the obstacles posed by a first-year wizard. Harry returned to his seat like a triumphant king, drawing the gaze of the Slytherins upon him. As for Professor Quirrell, he was merely a jester. When the class concluded, Harry turned to leave the classroom, only to be called back by Professor Quirrell. Harry, could you come to my office for a moment? I have some materials that I need your assistance in organizing, Quirrell said, his tone somewhat awkward. This excuse was a mere fabrication. He certainly had no materials for Harry to sort through. Of course, Professor, Harry replied, feeling quite anxious. The dark wizard professor had fixated on his ring, leaving Harry uncertain about how to respond. He resolved to remain calm amidst the turmoil. Quirrell led Harry to his office in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it, as it remained under Dumbledore's supervision. Only a few dark creatures were confined within, intended for use in lessons for the upper years. However, Harry harbored serious doubts that these creatures had been utilized for far too long. Quirrell likely never employed them during his classes. From the very moment I laid eyes on you, Quirrell continued to feign his previous demeanor. I knew you would achieve extraordinary things. Flattery often conceals ulterior motives. As he spoke, Quirrell's gaze fixated on Harry's ring. Suddenly, he extended his gloved hand, encased in bearskin, seizing Harry's wrist with a sinister grin. Harry, where did you acquire such a beautiful ring? With all his strength, Harry finally managed to free his arm from Quirrell's grip. The Quirrell before him was a stark contrast to the stuttering professor he was accustomed to. The area where he had been grasped bore a stark white mark. I wonder who sent the Christmas gift, Professor. Quirrell, however, seemed oblivious to his own rudeness, his gaze fixated on Harry with an unsettling hunger. Harry, I possess an extensive collection of tomes on advanced dark arts defense, and even more profound ancient magic. Should you be inclined, I am willing to impart my knowledge generously. The visage of Quirrell before him convinced Harry that he was indeed facing the very dark wizard who had assaulted Gringotts, despite his usual pretense. His true nature was now laid bare. The cowardice and ineptitude he displayed were merely a facade for this cunning dark sorcerer, a realization that sent chills down Harry's spine. For it indicated that this adversary was far from simple-minded and would prove exceedingly difficult to contend with. Yet, Harry had to maintain a facade of compliance. He understood that outright refusal could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even death. To ease the tension, Harry reluctantly nodded. "I am most willing, Professor. I admire your ring. Please do remember to wear it when you come to class." Quirrell replied leisurely, "Come every Tuesday and Wednesday. I shall be occupied on Wednesday nights assisting Professor Snape with potion preparations." Harry excused himself, knowing full well that their headmaster, despite his sour demeanor, was a far more favorable ally than this deranged dark wizard. Harry seemed to hear Professor Quirrell mutter a soft reprimand as he turned his head. At that moment, Quirrell had returned to his usual stammering demeanor, the earlier sharpness having all but vanished. "Let us meet on Monday and Tuesday evenings. Harry, do remember to bring your ring." Professor Quirrell's voice carried a hint of a whimper, revealing his pitiable state once again. Harry even harbored suspicions that the unfortunate Professor Quirrell might be suffering from a split personality. However, he would do better to pity himself. He had become the target of a dark wizard, yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate this claim, and Dumbledore would not believe him. Should there come a day when Harry was to be murdered by Quirrell in his office, he would find himself unsurprised. Yet, the situation seemed to transcend his imagination. Chapter 52. The Three Musketeers of Hogwarts. In private, Professor Quirrell spoke without the slightest stutter, his thoughts flowing with remarkable agility, articulating even the most intricate knowledge of dark magic in a manner that was both accessible and concise, wasting not a moment. It was as if he were only the true defense against the dark arts instructor in these private moments, while on stage. He merely played the role of a reluctant puppet reciting from a script. As Harry spent more time with Professor Quirrell, he observed, aside from the professor's morbid gaze and insatiable yearning for the ring, that Quirrell's complexion grew increasingly pale, as though a leech were nestled within him, relentlessly siphoning away his vitality. "Professor Quirrell? Professor Quirrell? Are you all right?" Harry inquired, watching as Quirrell suddenly fell into a stupor. He waved his hand in front of Quirrell's eyes. Quirrell lowered his head, swayed slightly, and braced himself to avoid collapsing. When he raised his head again, his face was as pale as that of a corpse, his irregularly aligned teeth sharp yet fragile, resembling a vampire. Harry believed that Professor Quirrell's encounter in Albania was not a mere fabrication. He truly had been cursed by a vampire, and the turban he wore evidently served little purpose. "Harry, you may leave for today." Quirrell weakly gestured for Harry to depart, sinking into a feeble-seated position. With the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook strewn haphazardly around him, Harry walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with an air of nonchalance, oblivious to the irritable black figure that flitted past the corner. "Your body is too feeble, Quirinus," a dissatisfied voice echoed from behind him, causing Quirrell to kneel in fright. "I am guilty, my esteemed master," Quirrell gasped, clutching his heart, acutely aware of his waning life force. "I do not understand, master. Why you expend such effort on nurturing such a formidable adversary." A frail breath followed, and then the voice slowly continued. "At such a young age, he possesses extraordinary power. Guess who Dumbledore is most concerned about?" "You mean?" Quirrell replied, playing the sycophant with utmost obsequiousness. "Before I kill Dumbledore, I shall first shatter him mentally." The trio sat cross-legged before a cauldron, watching the potion simmer gently, a milky white mist rising, with froth bubbling to the surface. All right, Hermione said, her gaze unwavering. Harry held a strainer to filter out the froth and impurities, pouring the liquid into a large bowl. Beside him, Ron eagerly scooped a spoonful, only to choke. Cough, cough. Ron's face flushed as he turned away, coughing several times. "Drink slowly." Hermione, wearing a knowing expression, ladled a bowl for Harry and then another for herself, blowing on it carefully. "It's hot, Harry. Why is it so sweet?" Hermione tentatively tasted it, her eyes lighting up as she looked at the smiling Harry, her brow furrowing in curiosity. After swallowing, Ron filled his own bowl again, savoring it silently. "This is delicious, better than the soup my mom makes." "What did you put in it, Harry?" "It's sugar. I added sugar." Harry revealed his stash of sugar, knowing that if he had done this in potions class, Snape would have surely gone mad and sent him to Filch for punishment. Hermione wrinkled her nose, somewhat disapproving of such unorthodox creativity. "Harry, the textbook methods are the safest. What if sugar reacts with the other ingredients?" "I shudder to think about what we might turn into. I think aside from worrying about your teeth, there's not much to be concerned about." "You're just being overly cautious," Ron replied, scooping another bowl for himself. However, as he swallowed, his bowl suddenly fell to the ground. and he stared blankly at the ceiling. Ron. Seeing something was amiss, Harry approached and patted Ron's face, noticing some liquid dribbling from his mouth. He realized he had forgotten to inform Ron that one should not consume too much focus potion, or else one would become overly sensitive to their surroundings. Ron snapped back to reality, dazedly covering his ears. A buzzing sound surrounded him. He could hear Fred and George scheming a prank on Professor Quirrell 2 floors away. Snape's furious footsteps in the corridor, and Professor McGonagall's stern reprimands. "I feel like I'm dying, Harry," Ron moaned, clutching his ears amidst the incessant buzzing. "Breathe deeply, Ron," Hermione suggested, always quick to provide solutions in times of trouble. Black steam emanated from Ron's ears, resembling the release of impurities from his mind. "I feel a bit better. But just a bit. My head feels like it's going to explode." Ron took a few deep breaths before giving up, feeling overly sensitive to everything around him. With an endless supply of breath and spirit, he had consumed far too much. Hermione's advice was only suitable for slight excess, while Ron had indulged excessively. After all, drinking potion like it was a beverage was unprecedented. "What should we do, Harry?" Hermione sighed, watching Ron roll on the floor. Realizing that staying with them was indeed the right choice, these two fools would eventually bring about their own demise without the need for dark wizards. "Let us take Ron to the nurse." Upon hearing this, Ron scrambled to escape, but Hermione locked the door with a spell, rendering him unable to budge. "Spare me. I don't want to hear Madame Pomfrey's incessant chatter. I have an idea." Harry pondered for a moment. The focus potion was intended to enhance their concentration for a short period, boosting their spell casting and learning efficiency, as long as they remained sufficiently focused. The potion's effects would gradually diminish. However, seeing Ron in his current state, Harry felt that while Ron was indeed focused, he could hear everything, making it difficult to concentrate. "I think we could go to the Forbidden Forest." Harry knew this suggestion was absurd, so he gazed at the ceiling while holding his wand. "I believe we need to be extremely focused to avoid death." "That idea is terrible," Harry, Hermione immediately countered. "If you dare go, I will break your legs." Hearing this, Ron redoubled his efforts to open the door. "Fine, but it's too noisy here. If this continues, Ron might actually go mad." Harry cast a sympathetic glance at Ron, who was banging his head against the door with a loud thud. "We need a quiet place." "Oh, all right, but I want to come with you," Hermione reluctantly agreed, her trust in her two companions waning. Outside Hogwarts, a peculiar sight unfolded on the vast grassy fields. 3 pairs of small legs moved in the air, with their upper bodies unseen, creating an eerie spectacle. On the grass, Fong was tugging at a rope, sliding himself. When he spotted the 3 pairs of legs and instantly tucked his tail, inadvertently tumbling to the ground. Fong's legs kicked out in the air, whimpering as he retreated, scurrying back to Hagrid's hut in a panic. Inside, Hagrid was leisurely sipping tea, admiring the dragon egg he had just purchased from a merchant, a rare and authentic treasure. He could hardly wait to share the news with Harry. Just as he picked up his quill to write to Harry, the door was flung open by Fong. "Fong, what have you encountered now?" Hagrid skillfully smoothed down Fong's ruffled fur, scratching his chin, prompting Fong to roll over and beg for affection. Hagrid opened the small door to peer outside, finding the empty grassy expanse devoid of anyone. He initially thought Fong had been bullied again by Fred and George, those 2 rascals who delighted in frightening Fong. He had spent half his life trying to keep the twins out of the Forbidden Forest. He shuddered at the thought of another pair. Hagrid shook off the thought, turning back to continue writing to Harry. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had successfully made their way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a place sparsely populated and lacking in distractions, yet fraught with lurking dangers. Ron's focus was indeed being put to good use. "There are many acromantulas nearby," Harry warned his friend, knowing Ron's greatest fear was spiders, which would surely heighten his alertness. It was said that a spider the size of a 2-story building lurked within the Forbidden Forest, its fangs and venomous webs a source of dread. "Don't say that, Harry," Ron muttered, his mouth full, speaking indistinctly before turning and retching. "That's disgusting." In the depths of the jungle, a rustling sound emerged, prompting Hermione to twitch her ears. She drew her wand and aimed it towards the source of the noise, revealing a swarm of small black spiders emerging from the dark undergrowth. Hermione crouched down, intending to capture one of the little spiders to demonstrate its potency to Ron, but was swiftly thwarted by Harry, who incanted a spell that obliterated the creatures. The crescent-shaped spiders were annihilated in a single enchantment, their red and black blood seeping across the ground before them. Ron, the most perceptive among them, was paralyzed by fear, his voice reduced to a hoarse whisper as he struggled to muster any strength. "Harry, we must flee," he urged. Suddenly, A colossal figure surged through the underbrush in front of the forbidden forest, deftly navigating the trees. The unmistakable hairy limbs spread out in all directions as it lunged towards Harry and his companions. 8 eyes, each the size of a crystal ball, scrutinized them with a cruel glint. The acromantula, known for its vicious nature and taste for human flesh, preyed upon various large creatures. As descendants of Aragog, these spiders had previously forged an agreement with Hagrid. They would not hunt his friends nor attack Hogwarts for young witches and wizards. However, they would not hesitate to ambush intruding wizards, particularly those who had harmed their kin. With a fearsome roar, the acromantula spat a viscous white saliva at Ron, coating his clothes in a sticky film. Yet, Ron stood resolute, facing the monstrous creature before collapsing to the ground. Ron, Harry cast a levitation charm, intending to escape with him, but the giant spider was swift, blocking their path with a single stride and unveiling its grotesque maw. Flames, arise! Hermione shouted, directing a spell at the spider's mouth, but her efforts proved futile. The spells of young witches and wizards were ineffectual against such a formidable foe. Moreover, the acromantula possessed a high intelligence, akin to that of humans, and typically operated in groups. During this brief interval, it began summoning its companions. The surrounding rustling sounds intensified, accompanied by faint whispers, amplifying the terror of the situation. Who could have anticipated such fearsome creatures lurking in the forbidden forest? Ron, overwhelmed by dread of spiders, began to expel black bile, struggling to stand. His mother had taught him a rather uncommon spell to confront these arachnids. "Begone, spiders," Ron declared, spewing forth a pool of dark liquid. His incantation proved effective as the nearby acromantula began to retreat, though they did not flee far. Harry, through keen observation of Ron's actions, similarly invoked the spell to repel spiders, driving away the swarm of 8-eyed giant spiders. However, they have become hopelessly lost in the forbidden forest, unable to distinguish their cardinal directions. Are we to be trapped here forever? Ron gazed upward, the dense canopy obscuring the sky, rendering them incapable of locating the sun, forcing them to proceed in a direction based solely on memory. They could either find their way out or reach the forest's edge. The trio leaned on one another as they traversed the forest, Ron's potion effects having significantly waned. He was no longer retching as frequently, yet remained acutely sensitive to the sounds surrounding them, thanks to Ron's startled reactions. Harry and the others had thus far evaded peril, but their constant change of direction only deepened their disorientation. Wait, I hear footsteps ahead. Perhaps others have noticed our absence and are seeking the professors to find us. Ron suddenly halted, excitement lighting his features. The perils of the forbidden forest had momentarily clouded his judgment, and he longed to be extricated swiftly, particularly as the footsteps sounded hauntingly familiar. Be cautious, Hermione cautioned uneasily. It could well be a boggart, which delight in mimicking humans to lure victims to their doom. The trio approached stealthily, and a fleeting white figure darted past. Harry instantly recognized the exquisite creature as a unicorn. Its slender white legs raced through the forest, shadowed by a dark figure that emanated an aura of power yet fragility. This was a dark wizard lurking within Hogwarts. Many could enter the grounds, including members of the Ministry of Magic. Yet it was likely that the wizard pursuing the unicorn was one from the school itself, compelled to hunt beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze. For unicorns were not exclusive to the Forbidden Forest. Why venture into the safest haven in the wizarding world for such a hunt? It could also be a werewolf. Hermione speculated uncertainly, recalling that a pack of werewolves resided within the forest, notable for their considerable size and swift speed, losing their sanity on full moon nights. Regardless of the identity, they were certainly no friends, Ron quavered, having anticipated encountering a professor rather than stumbling into such misfortune. Let us return, Harry, Hermione. Just as they exchanged words, a mournful cry echoed from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 54. Avada Kedavra. The trio donned their invisibility cloak once more, weaving through the forest, concealing themselves behind an ancient tree as they observed the dark figure strike the unicorn with a wand. The unicorn's elegant white legs crumpled upon the inky carpet of fallen leaves, silver blood seeping from the wound, shimmering under the moonlight as it pooled in the underbrush. The shadowy figure hunched forward, moving with an unsettling, contorted grace, as if its head were positioned at an unnatural angle, yet exhibiting an uncanny agility. Ron and Hermione held their breath, silencing even the faintest sound, grasping their wands, though they harbored no confidence in defeating this dark wizard. The Gryffindor virtue of standing against injustice burned brightly within them. Gryffindors are known for their courage in confronting foes far mightier than themselves. The unicorn emitted a heart-wrenching cry, struggling in vain to rise, its wound bleeding profusely. The shadow loomed ever closer, revealing sharp teeth as it lowered its hood in the moonlight. exposing a ghastly visage, strange and unfamiliar, neither Snape nor Quirrell, but a creature that was neither fully human nor entirely spectre. Harry had once read in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them that the blood of a unicorn possesses the remarkable ability to prolong life, enhance magical potency, and restore vitality. However, it also harbors a formidable curse, necessitating the slaying of unicorns for survival, indicating that this dark wizard had grown so feeble that he could no longer sustain himself. Harry quietly observed everything around him, convinced that Quirrell was indeed the dark wizard. If only he could prevent him from siphoning the unicorn's life force, the wizard would eventually perish from the depletion of his own body. Yet, such matters cannot solely rely on others. Miracles do not always occur, and Dumbledore is not always timely. A creature of such exquisite beauty was on the brink of being slaughtered by this monster. Expelliarmus. Obstacles loomed ahead. 2 spells were cast simultaneously. The shadow turned, effortlessly deflecting the attacks from Ron and Hermione, a sinister smirk emerging on his pallid face as he realized that 2 inexperienced young wizards dared to thwart him. Avada Kedavra. The shadow swiftly unleashed a killing curse, recognizing the distinctive red hair of the Weasley family and deciding not to eliminate this pure-blood traitor just yet, for he held greater potential. Hermione, the quintessential Muggle girl, was not among those spared. Her voluminous curls and hazel eyes were illuminated by the incoming curse. In the brief moment it took Ron to turn his head, he watched helplessly as the green curse advanced towards Hermione, his wand unable to keep pace with the impending danger. Hermione, nearly in despair, gazed at the curse approaching her. She had heard of it before. One of the 3 unforgivable curses, the most malevolent of dark magic. Unlike other spells that boasted bravado but lacked substance, the killing curse was instantaneous, aside from Harry. None had survived its lethal grasp. Expelliarmus. Fueled by rage, Harry sprang up from the underbrush, a blue light intercepting the killing curse and forcefully redirecting it towards the shadow before him. The shadow, now cautious, unleashed a barrage of killing curses, all of which Harry met head-on with disarming spells. Empowered by his fury, he grew bolder, even closing the distance between himself and the shadow. In contrast to the shadow's weakness and brutality, Harry had matured and steadied himself through his battles with the half-breeds. He could not only withstand all of the shadow's deadly strikes but also seize the opportunity to counterattack. With a well-placed disarming spell, he knocked the wand from the shadow's grasp, leaving the figure visibly astonished and stripped of combat capability, prompting an immediate attempt to flee the forbidden forest. Harry would not grant his adversary the opportunity. The blatant intent to kill Hermione ignited an unforgiving fire within him. Shatter. He immediately unleashed a spell, while the opponent, turning back, attempted to retaliate with wandless magic, only to be wounded by Harry's formidable enchantment, blood dripping along the way. The shadow, wincing in pain, continued its flight, as Harry relentlessly cast Shatter in pursuit, but was restrained by Ron and Hermione, who were determined to prevent Harry from plunging into peril. After all, once night fell, the consequences of causing too much commotion in the Forbidden Forest were unpredictable. Harry turned to look at the injured unicorn, its pristine white belly marred by a curse that had inflicted a copious amount of silvery blood, though it was slowly healing. Prolonged delay would undoubtedly lead to excessive blood loss and its demise. Fortunately, Professor Snape had often provided them with some healing salve to prevent mishaps during their experiments. He retrieved a box of the ointment from his wallet and applied it to the wound. The unicorn remained silent, as if aware that these young wizards were its saviors. It extended its delicate pink tongue to gently lick Hermione, who was offering her comfort nearby. Harry tore a strip from his wizarding robe to bandage the unicorn's wound, leaving his robe looking somewhat shorter. He had not studied much about healing methods, as he usually sought Madame Pomfrey for minor injuries, and for severe ones, they often resulted in fatality. Fortunately, the unicorn's injury was not deep, and the trio took turns gently touching it, providing companionship until the unicorn regained enough strength to stand. It first nuzzled Harry with its horn, then its eyes began to shine with vitality. Recognizing the moment, Harry quickly retrieved a vial from his belongings, a habit cultivated from his interactions with Snape to collect any residual potion. Unicorn tears are rare and invaluable in the market. Captive unicorns often succumb to depression and may refuse to mate or even starve themselves if they realize their captivity. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult to obtain unicorn tears through conventional means, and tears acquired through abuse lose much of their healing efficacy. In contrast, tears given willingly by a unicorn can cure most ailments and surpass all known remedies. Noticing the unicorn hair protruding from Ron's wand, the unicorn graciously approached a nearby tree, flicked its tail, and offered a tuft of its tail hair to Ron. Ron accepted the bundle of unicorn hair with both hands. It was as sturdy as steel wire. Although he could not process it for further use, it was sufficient to exchange at Ollivander's for a wand of his own. The unicorn led the way, turning back to gracefully beckon the group to follow. It guided them to its camp, where it presented Hermione with the largest horn it could find. Initially shy, Hermione eventually accepted the gift, blushing under the unicorn's persistent nudging. The unicorn then let out a joyous neigh, kicked its hooves, and playfully circled the trio before leading them back to the edge of the forbidden forest. At that moment, the lights of Hogwarts appeared particularly inviting, and the three friends embraced, teary-eyed, as the unicorn cautiously nudged its head into their midst. Chapter 55, The Disappearance of Quirrell Since That Fateful Night. Professor Quirrell had not made an appearance before the students for an extended period, effectively halting the defense against the dark arts classes and leaving students to self-study. Officially, it was claimed that a malevolent curse had left Professor Quirrell in a state of suffering, with extensive wounds and failing organs, necessitating his placement in the infirmary's critical care unit for final rescue attempts. During dinner, Dumbledore gravely announced this news, forbidding any young witches and wizards from visiting Professor Quirrell, citing concerns for both his health and the well-being of the students. Oh, how he had teased Quirrell, and now hearing this tragic news. Even the most carefree twins at the Gryffindor table ceased their antics, expressing a somber realization that they would not have the chance to apologize. Ron, with his mouth full of beef, turned to inform his brothers that Quirrell was a dark wizard who had attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone and sought to drain unicorn blood, but had been thwarted by Harry. They should not pity him. However, before he could articulate this, Hermione swiftly silenced him. Cough, cough. Ron hastily drank some lemonade to clear his throat, waving off the curious stares around him. Consider this. If they learn that our defense against the dark arts professor is a genuine dark wizard who attempted to attack students, the uproar would be immense. I dare say Dumbledore would resign in shame by the following day. What can we do? We know Quirrell's intentions, but he saw our faces that night. Perhaps he used Polyjuice Potion to disguise himself, Ron whispered, his voice low with concern. What if he escapes the infirmary and comes after us? Hermione hesitated. We should inform the professors and let them handle the situation. Do you think Dumbledore would believe a professor who has taught at Hogwarts for years? Or a group of first-year students? Ron countered fluently. If we tell them, it might arouse his suspicion. What if he tries to silence us? In Ron's eyes, the professors were all cut from the same cloth, indistinguishable from one another. Madame Pomfrey delivered medication to Quirrell daily, even if he did escape. They would have ample time to react. Hermione, however, was less assured. Given Quirrell's knowledge of Hogwarts, finding us would be a matter of moments. Their concerns were soon validated. On the same day Harry received Hagrid's invitation, a sensational piece of news swept through Hogwarts. Professor Quirrell had vanished from his sickbed, and no one knew what had transpired. According to Hannah Abbott, a student from Hufflepuff who had risen in the middle of the night to brave the kitchen for a snack, she had witnessed Quirrell's shadow. With her rosy complexion and golden pigtails, she was well known among the students, having been the first called during the sorting ceremony. I was going to grab some chocolate pudding to take back to my dormitory when I suddenly heard hurried footsteps around the corner, Hannah recounted, captivating her audience. And then? They urged eagerly. Yes, continue. Hannah, noticing the attentive expression of the somewhat foolish-looking Longbottom, smiled but remained cryptic. Yet, her friends pressed her to continue, including the trio who had been anxious since Quirrell's disappearance, always moving in groups to avoid potential ambushes. Then I saw, Hannah reminisced, a hunched, dark figure darting through the kitchen, with blood sausages scattered everywhere. Professor Quirrell seemed to have a particular fondness for bloody meat. Do you recall why he wore that silly turban? I remember that lavender-brown fingers were nearly smoking from the effort of recalling the details, she exclaimed. Having forgotten much of the defense against the dark arts lessons but being well-versed in Quirrell's gossip, he encountered a vampire in the Forbidden Forest, then a witch. And something happened that left him fearful of the subject he now teaches. The answer was becoming clear. Quirrell had been cursed by that witch and very likely bitten by the vampire, Justin Finch-Fletchley asserted confidently. His complexion has grown increasingly pale. He may have turned into a vampire then. This assertion garnered agreement from the other students, being both reasonable and convincing. Soon, the rumor that Professor Quirrell had transformed into a vampire and was cursed by a witch spread throughout Hogwarts. However, the trio knew the truth was far more absurd. This is ludicrous, Harry. We must inform the professors of everything, Hermione declared. Quirrell is undoubtedly after the Philosopher's Stone, and he poses a significant threat to other students. I suppose it's not all bad. If Quirrell has become a vampire, no one would dare approach him. Ron shrugged. seemingly unconcerned. "What do you think, Harry?" "Hagrid has invited us to witness the hatching of a dragon." Harry was perusing the letter Hagrid had sent him. "We could first confide in Hagrid. Having him relay the message to Dumbledore would certainly carry more weight." "Let us go now," Ron suggested. "We have herbology class this afternoon," Hermione reminded him. "Then let us skip herbology," Ron continued. "Ronald!" Hermione exclaimed. "But Hermione, think about it. How many ordinary wizards ever get to witness a dragon hatching?" Ron quickly conceded, adding, "Even Charlie has had many opportunities." "Well, Hermione, Ron, be cautious. I'll wait for you outside of herbology class. It's during class time that the trio is most easily separated, which puts one at risk while the other two are safe." "Stay safe, Harry." Hermione hesitated briefly, stepped forward, and embraced Harry, feeling his arms encircle her, which made her hold on a bit tighter. "Remember to blend in with your classmates. Quirrell wouldn't dare." "Right." Harry nodded. "Take care, mate." Ron also stepped forward to hug Harry, as if they were parting forever. "You can stay with Fred and George. They know Hogwarts inside out. If you encounter Quirrell, following them will surely be a wise choice." Chapter 56, Norwegian Ridgeback. As the bell rang at the end of class, the trio gathered at the castle entrance and hurried across the grounds towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid greeted them, his face aglow with excitement. "Good afternoon, children," he said, patting their backs as he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, closing the small door of his hut and drawing the curtains. The egg lay on the table, something within it moving restlessly, producing a delightful clicking sound. The trio found a place to sit around the table, their eyes fixed intently on the emergence of this new life. "Wow, a dragon! It looks so tiny," Harry remarked, recalling the immense smog of the Lonely Mountain, whose gigantic form could darken the skies, while this dragon egg was scarcely the size of his palm and a half. "Hagrid, what breed is it?" "Norwegian Ridgeback," Hagrid replied, gazing tenderly at his unborn child like a mother anticipating her delivery. "I wonder what name I should give it." "Raising dragons is illegal, Hagrid." Ron, whose brother was a dragon tamer, was particularly sensitive to this issue. It was common knowledge that the Wizarding Conference of 1709 had enacted a law prohibiting the raising of fire-breathing dragons. "If we were to raise a dragon in our backyard, it would be nearly impossible to avoid attracting Muggle attention, and taming them is quite perilous. You really should see the burn marks on Charlie. They're from when he was chasing wild dragons in Romania." Charlie, not Ron. Hagrid had once shared many conversations with Ron's older brother, Charlie, both being dragon enthusiasts. Now that Charlie was away, Hagrid felt the loss of a kindred spirit. "I've been studying dragon care for decades. No child would harm their mother." The fire crackled beside them as Hagrid stirred the logs, the room growing warmer. They all shifted their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath in keen anticipation. Suddenly, with a sharp scraping sound, the egg cracked open. The baby dragon wobbled on the table, flapping its wings. It was, in truth, not a particularly attractive creature. Harry perceived its appearance as akin to a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiky wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender, jet-black body. Furthermore, it boasted a lengthy snout with white nostrils, and its head was adorned with horn-like protrusions, while its orange-red eyes bulged outward. Upon sneezing, sparks erupted from its nose. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid murmured, extending a hand to caress the little dragon's head. The young dragon promptly bit his finger, revealing its sharp, elongated teeth. "What's this? A little nibble?" Hagrid remarked. "Oh, look. He thinks I'm his mother. I suspect he might be hungry," Harry observed. "Hagrid, the Norwegian Ridgeback grows remarkably fast," Hermione said, her brow furrowed with concern. "As far as I know, dragons have a lengthy juvenile stage, yet they grow quickly in size to fend off the threats posed by other magical creatures." Hagrid pondered for a moment before sealing his lips, engrossed in entertaining the newborn fire dragon, nearly oblivious to the other discussions taking place among Harry and the others. Yes, quite right," he replied dismissively. The trio exchanged resigned glances. "Hagrid, we trust your capability in caring for magical creatures. Nothing that transpires in the Forbidden Forest escapes your notice. I've heard that during your tenure as the Keeper of Keys and Grounds, you never caused a single mishap for the school," Hermione said in a sweet, flattering tone. Harry looked at Hermione in disbelief, and Ron's mouth hung agape, both unaware of Hermione's commanding side, which sent chills down their spines. "Who is this? Is this really Hermione? Could it be Voldemort in disguise?" At this remark, Hagrid's beard quivered. They could see he was laughing, though his thick fur concealed it. His beetle-like eyes, however, betrayed a hint of wariness. "Yet, a few days ago, we encountered a dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest who was hunting unicorn blood and even cast the killing curse at us," Hermione pivoted the conversation, her tone somewhat confrontational. Do you know, Hagrid? Are you all uninjured? Let me see. Hagrid seemed to be taken aback, hurriedly inspecting the trio's wizarding robes for any signs of harm. When he reached Harry's robe, he noticed it was evidently shorter. Oh, Harry, oh, Harry, oh, Harry awkwardly pushed against Hagrid's broad chest, yet found himself unable to budge him. He gently patted Hagrid's back and reassured him, Hagrid, I'm fine. This clothing is merely for bandaging the unicorn. They had encountered a pale, noseless face that resembled a serpentine creature that day, which, although it did not bear a striking resemblance to Quirrell, they had indeed injured. Ron chimed in, stating that the following day it was reported that Quirrell was hospitalized due to a curse. However, it was clear that if he were truly that weak, he would not have been able to escape. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, and besides, you mentioned that he looked different from Professor Quirrell. Hagrid, visibly lacking in confidence, murmured that Professor Quirrell had merely been frightened in the Albanian forest. He was simply too timid, fearing that someone might continue to plot against him. As for the dark wizard who sought to harm the unicorn, I have read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Its blood is said to possess life-extending properties and invigorating effects, albeit with a curse. Hermione asserted with conviction, only a desperate dark wizard, whose life hangs by a thread, would disregard such matters. Quirrell's complexion grew increasingly pale, and Madame Pomfrey had stated that his organs were failing. Let us admit it, Quirrell is that dark wizard. Beads of sweat cascaded down Hagrid's forehead. Whether from heat or fear it was hard to tell. He wiped his brow and scanned the surroundings cautiously. Harry, I will inform Professor Dumbledore about this matter, and I will notify the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest as well. They have a good rapport with the unicorns. Hagrid nodded, fidgeting with the baby dragon. I never imagined Professor Quirrell would be that dark wizard. Moreover, Quirrell's ultimate objective is to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid, we need to ascertain who designed these obstacles, Harry insisted. Please, Hagrid, Quirrell could breach those barriers at any moment to obtain the stone. Hagrid's expression faltered. After a moment's hesitation, he finally revealed the secrets of the obstacles. After the trio departed, Hagrid cradled the baby dragon, gazing tenderly at the roaring little creature, only then realizing he had forgotten to give it brandy and chicken blood. Poor little fellow, I shall name you Smock. Chapter 57. Polyjuice Potion. A week after Hagrid relayed the message to Dumbledore, the atmosphere within the castle had noticeably grown more serious. Dumbledore mandated that students must remain in the classrooms, dining hall, and dormitories, forming a direct line, while the fourth-floor corridor was completely sealed off. Hogwarts gained yet another eerie legend, claiming that Professor Quirrell had transformed into a vampire, lurking in some corner of the castle, ever ready to pounce on solitary young wizards. Due to their respective houses, Harry and Ron found themselves often apart, communicating primarily through Owlpost. Snape's punishments provided Harry and Hermione with a weekly opportunity to converse freely. They seized this moment to discuss all that had transpired during the week, right under Snape's nose. Why haven't I seen Ron? Harry wondered aloud, glancing at the departing Gryffindors. Having not spotted Ron throughout the entire class, could he have been attacked? Ron had secretly gone to care for Smock, and it was said that the creature had grown 3 times its original size and developed long, sharp teeth. Hermione informed Harry Ron was bitten. His entire hand turned green. He refused to visit the infirmary and only went today after it began to fester. That sounds utterly disgusting, Harry shuddered. What will happen if Madame Pomfrey finds out? Harry queried, knowing that Madame Pomfrey would easily deduce that Ron had been bitten by a dragon, or at the very least, a venomous creature. I don't know. But Ron plans to say he was bitten by a dog, Hermione replied just as a dark figure darted behind them, swiftly extending ghostly white hands, causing Hermione to shut her eyes in fright. As a diligent student, she believed she had been caught speaking and would be punished by Snape. Crash. A good sound is a good start. Slowly, Hermione opened her eyes to find Harry pressed against the desk, his head making intimate contact with it. How long do you plan to buzz around like a fly, Mr. Potter? Snape snapped, unable to contain his irritation as he seized Harry's head and slammed it against the desk. You have been conversing throughout my entire potions lesson. Apologies, Professor, Hermione earnestly offered. Snape took a deep breath, releasing Harry's head, and rummaged through the potions classroom to retrieve 2 potion books, tossing them to Harry and Hermione. Find the ingredients needed for the Polyjuice Potion, Snape commanded, his expression as cold as ice. Harry took the book and quickly turned to the page on Polyjuice Potion. Unlike before, this concoction did not belong to medicinal or commercial products. It held neither commercial nor medical value. Rather, the potion could disguise one as another individual. Why would Snape resort to such a thing? Furthermore, The potion was classified as a forbidden substance, prohibited for student use. Why would Snape utilize this particular drug? The ingredients required for Polyjuice Potion are as follows: 12 lacewings boiled for 21 days, 1 ounce of crude antimony for leeches with their mouths removed, 23 ounces of fluxweed picked at the full moon, 3 drachmas of powdered ammonium chloride, 2 ears of powdered grass, a pinch of powdered bicorn horn, filings of saltpeter, mercury, and iron, dried African snake skin, and a part of the body of the individual to be imitated, typically hair. It was unfathomable to consider who would consume leeches. It was simply revolting. As Hermione spoke, she urged Harry to assist her in gathering materials from Snape's potion ingredients cabinet. Why was Snape brewing Polyjuice Potion? Could it be that he intended to concoct a potion for Quirrell, allowing him to masquerade as other Hogwarts students or professors, lurking among us? The thought was utterly terrifying. Harry had previously suggested that the Dark Wizard might be 2 individuals, Quirrell and Snape, collaborating to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Now, this possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Sensing Snape's serpent-like gaze upon them, Harry and Hermione hastened their search, collecting the necessary ingredients and presenting them to Professor Snape by the cauldron. The potion cabinet showed clear signs of having been disturbed. Harry observed that the old dust was marred by the marks of many thin, withered fingers. The quantity of ingredients was alarmingly scarce, far from what one would expect from a master potion maker. Harry recalled that when he visited last week, he couldn't recall which ingredients were nearly depleted. Polyjuice Potion, a powerful elixir capable of altering one's physical form through external means, could transform an individual entirely into another, encompassing voice, appearance, and even bodily structure. Snape spoke in a deep tone, as if lecturing Harry and Hermione, or perhaps reminding them of something important. He gazed into Harry's green eyes, his voice seemingly suppressed. This was a technique that eluded most great transfiguration wizards. He urged them to slowly appreciate the potion's beauty. One by one, Snape added the ingredients into the cauldron, simmering them gently. He observed the bubbling concoction, then reached forward to pluck a hair from Harry's head. "Ouch!" Harry exclaimed in pain as Snape smirked, dropping the hair into the cauldron, which immediately released a plume of white smoke. The potion had been successfully brewed. "Did you even bother to take notes on the steps and key points of the process, Potter?" Snape mocked. "Or do you wish to contribute a few more hairs, Professor?" "Brewing Polyjuice Potion is—" Harry began to retort, but Snape interrupted. "I know." He waved his wand and overturned the cauldron, spilling the potion onto the floor, which emitted scalding, foul-smelling white smoke. They had never witnessed Snape in such a fit of rage. His attire was disheveled, his brow furrowed, and the dark circles under his eyes were impossible to conceal. He had become exceedingly irritable. "Return to your quarters," Snape ordered as he magically cleaned the mess, personally ushering the 2 young wizards out before collapsing wearily onto the sofa. A frail voice emerged from a corner of the potion cabinet, and they recognized it as the missing Professor Quirrell, who smugly observed the potion master and stretched lazily. "I require unicorn blood," Quirrell demanded as if it were a matter of course. "I'm currently seeking information from Boggins. Do not rush me," Snape replied ominously. "This item is priceless." "I can wait, but my master cannot." Quirrell's pale face contorted into a sinister smile. "Due to your negligence, the time my master remains awake grows shorter. If he discovers your disloyalty, silence, Quirrell. If it weren't for my master's presence in you, I would certainly use you to brew my new potion," Snape threatened, extending his wand. "Do not test my patience. Dumbledore remains at the school." "Very well," Quirrell chuckled as he grasped a tuft of russet hair from the table, slowly retreating into the shadows while maintaining eye contact with Snape. Chapter 58. The Quidditch Final. Since Professor Quirrell's disappearance, the school had been rife with rumors concerning him. Despite the gradual easing of restrictions on the young witches and wizards, there was an underlying sense of unease, especially with final exams approaching. The library was filled daily with students preparing for their tests, the sound of recitation echoing throughout. Even the restricted section was crowded. Madame Pants had already apprehended 3 or 4 students attempting to sneak in and issued stern punishments. Yet, this did little to deter the students' desire for knowledge. "Hermione, I suspect Quirrell has transformed into a young wizard and is hiding among us." Harry lowered his head in the library, straining to hear his own voice above the ambient noise, and if not for the potential disturbance, he would have cast a sonorous charm upon himself. "Do you think Ron could be at Hagrid's? He has been running there frequently, and I haven't seen him in quite some time. Of course, I also suspect Blaise Zabini. I've heard rumors that he has been sneaking off with other young wizards to the 4th floor corner." Amidst the vast sea of books, Hermione, with her chestnut hair piled atop her head, was surrounded by heaps of notes and exam references. She seemed oblivious to Harry's musings. her quill racing across a blank page as she transcribed from the history textbook. Suddenly, Hermione lifted her gaze, thrusting the history book into Harry's lap, and urgently asked, "Harry, quiz me on the key points from this book." Harry opened Hermione's textbook, astonished by the densely packed notes inscribed in various colors. He hesitantly remarked about the Code of Conduct for Werewolves from 1637. This code, established by the British Ministry of Magic, comprises a set of regulations designed to govern the behavior of werewolves, aiming to mitigate the threat they pose to human society. The code mandates that werewolves pledge not to attack others during the full moon and to seclude themselves in a safe place each month to prevent harm to others. Hermione recited it fluently in one breath, eagerly looking at Harry, anticipating his next question. The cauldron, and so forth. Harry was about to continue his inquiries when he realized that he had not come to interrogate Hermione's knowledge. He noticed that, apart from himself, no one seemed to care about Quirrell's malevolent intentions to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Ron and Hagrid were preoccupied with their daily studies of dragons. Hermione lamented that she should have commenced her revisions 10 weeks prior. "Potter, we have been searching for you all afternoon. The Quidditch final is upon us, and we are up against Hufflepuff. I hear they have recruited a third-year seeker, so we must not be complacent," Marcus declared as he pushed through the crowd to reach Harry. "Everyone is waiting for you on the pitch." Hermione cast an irritated glance at Marcus, who, upon recognizing her as one of Gryffindor's companions who spent each day with Harry, flashed an awkward, troll-like grin. Harry rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed by the recent whirlwind of activity, completely oblivious to the matter at hand. After bidding farewell to Hermione, he followed Flint to the Slytherin changing room. It was rumored that their opponents had acquired an exceptional seeker who had effortlessly defeated Ravenclaw and had been boastfully celebrating in front of them for several days. His name was said to be Cedric. Marcus was rallying the troops, energizing the Slytherin team clad in their green uniforms. "Yet, I firmly believe that they will never rival our prodigious seeker, Potter, as we strive to shatter the unrealistic dreams of other houses vying for the Quidditch Cup." Harry donned his green attire, catching sight of Malfoy and his cronies waving at him from the stands, yet he chose to ignore them. Cedric, with his fair complexion, well-defined features, and dark hair, appeared handsome and gentle, and he too was observing Harry, offering an encouraging smile. As Professor McGonagall's whistle pierced the air, everyone began to take flight. It was said that she had volunteered to officiate this final Quidditch match of the term, her eyes reflecting a hint of sadness. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had not triumphed over Slytherin in quite some time. As a devoted Quidditch enthusiast, McGonagall felt the weight of this match. With spring nearing its end and the weather becoming more temperate, Harry inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated and warm with determination. Marcus charged through the air, aiming the bludger at Cedric in an attempt to knock him off his broom. The Hufflepuff chasers were overwhelmed, unable to respond to Marcus's aggressive tactics, and several times they nearly collided with one another while attempting to intercept the ball. Cedric, with his agile form, stood his ground against Marcus, skillfully evading the incoming bludger and weaving between the seekers to draw the quaffle towards him. He seized the opportunity to dart through the Slytherin players, nearly colliding with several of them. A roar echoed from the Forbidden Forest, startling Harry. Was that not the roar of the dragon, Smog? Rumor had it that he had grown to the size of Hagrid's hut. How immense that must be. As Harry pondered this, a Hufflepuff chaser sent a quaffle hurtling towards him, nearly causing him to tumble from his broom. At the same moment, he and Cedric spotted the rapidly moving golden snitch and ascended into the sky together. The snitch's movement was characterized by its precise trajectory and lightning speed, ensuring it would not stray beyond the confines of the pitch. However, Marcus, in an act of foolishness, attempted to intercept the snitch for Harry, inadvertently sending it soaring out of bounds with his broomstick. Watching the snitch fly wildly outside the pitch, Harry and Cedric exchanged glances and, without hesitation, soared after it. It was the Seeker's responsibility to capture the snitch, their sole objective. Amidst the gasps of the Slytherin and Hufflepuff spectators, Harry and Cedric ventured beyond the boundaries of the match, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Earlier that morning, Hermione had been studying in the library, but now she momentarily set aside her books to cheer for Harry, though she lacked enthusiasm for Quidditch. Concern for Harry prompted her to scratch her head, suddenly recalling Ron at Hagrid's hut, exclaiming, "Oh no. Hagrid has hidden Smog in the Forbidden Forest. If they continue flying, Hagrid's secret of raising a dragon will be revealed." With this thought, Hermione could not bear to contemplate further. She hurried down from the stands, racing towards the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 59. The second son observes the first. After the golden snitch escaped the pitch, it darted towards Hagrid's hut, while Cedric pursued Harry closely. Noticing Cedric behind him, Harry quickened his pace, diving down to attempt to mislead Cedric with feints. Cedric, fixated solely on the snitch, paid no mind to Harry's maneuvers. He ascended to the edge of the forbidden forest, gazing down at the vast expanse below. Beyond lay the school's no-fly zone, which strictly prohibited venturing into the forest, including its aerial space. With the dragon's roar reverberating, Cedric froze in place, his mind momentarily dulled. Had he just heard what he thought he did? The roar sounded distinctly like that of a fire dragon. Shaking his head, he realized the golden snitch had vanished from his line of sight. He glimpsed Harry below and felt compelled to warn the first-year wizard about the fire dragon lurking in the forbidden forest. Meanwhile, having executed his fate, Harry descended into the undergrowth, where he quickly spotted a flash of red hair. "Ron, what are you doing here?" Ron was attempting to climb onto Smog, who was the size of a small hut, but each time he did, the dragon sneezed him off, appearing quite reluctant. "Oh, Harry. Charlie always said I had the makings of a skilled dragon trainer, and I think he was right." Ron was wrapped in thick bandages, his red hair disheveled and singed, presenting a pitiful sight, yet his face radiated enthusiasm, flushed like a monkey's backside. "I've become quite familiar with Smog. At least he won't bite me now, see?" Brave Ron placed his hand into Smog's mouth, who rolled its eyes and exhaled a small plume of flame, remaining sprawled on the ground. "He doesn't seem to be in great condition," Harry remarked. Smog appeared larger than Ron had described, its black skin resembling dark golden armor, glistening with a marble-like sheen. Its white, sharp teeth were bared, and it lay wearily in the forest, clearly suffering from the confinement of the small area and unable to fly high without risking detection. It seemed to be in a state of depression. Ron hugged Smog's snout, lamenting, "Poor girl." The scorched trees surrounding them bore testament to Ron's claims. At least 100 acres had become charred earth due to Smog's fiery breath, and it would not be long before the forest succumbed to his wrath. Of course, Quirrell could no longer venture into the forbidden forest to hunt unicorns. "What is this? A Norwegian ridgeback?" Cedric swooped down, spotting the dragon and gasping in astonishment. "This is illegal." "I know," Ron gulped, casting a desperate glance at Harry, as if to say, "Should we do something about it?" Harry shook his head. Realizing that Hagrid's dragon would eventually be discovered, eliminating Cedric would not resolve the underlying issue. This predicament was bound to erupt sooner or later. Upon noticing an unfamiliar human towering over him, the dragon, Norbert, immediately became agitated. Fear and rage filled his gaze, and his nostrils flared with heated breaths, releasing bursts of dragon fire. Witnessing this, Ron panicked and gently patted Norbert, whispering soothingly, good girl, I'm here, just lie still, don't move." However, Ron's attempts at reassurance proved futile, inciting Norbert's fury instead. The dragon began to flap its wings, creating a powerful gust that disrupted Harry and Cedric's control of their broomsticks. "Oh no, no, no," Ron exclaimed, waving his hands in vain as Norbert ignored him. In a moment of desperation, he grasped a scale on Norbert's back end. As the dragon took flight, successfully mounted its back. "Wow, this feels quite exhilarating." Norbert charged towards Cedric, opening its massive jaws as if to swallow him whole. No matter how swiftly Cedric flew, Norbert's speed far surpassed that of the broomstick. Just as Norbert was about to seize Cedric's robes, Harry, wielding the sword of Gryffindor, struck it back. Back. Though Harry lacked the expertise of Charlie Weasley in dealing with dragons and did not possess extensive theoretical knowledge, he had faced the formidable Norbert before. Among the young wizards, he was one of the few who remained composed. He locked eyes with Norbert, an action that immediately provoked the creature's wrath. The once mighty dragon, now reduced to mere roasted meat, had become a distant memory, and one could only imagine how the current second son would react upon witnessing the elder brother's plight. Harry rolled over and deftly mounted his broomstick, effortlessly controlling its flight. It resembled the extraordinary skills of the distant Chinese Quidditch team, known for their technique of sword flying. They had triumphed in the 1983 World Quidditch Cup using this very maneuver, defeating the French Pumpkin Flyers and securing the runner-up position that year. Roaring with fury, the dragon, Smog, was incensed. This small wizard before her was merely the one who had tended to her since her birth, yet he dared to humiliate the great Smog in such a manner. She let out a low growl and charged forward, her robust scales almost impervious to spells, rendering ordinary magic ineffective against her. Only a handful of specialized spells designed for dragons could pose a threat, but such knowledge was absent from textbooks, let alone accessible to first-year wizards, who would only encounter these obscure incantations through the training of a professional dragon tamer. Ron clung to Smog's scales, his soothing whispers having no effect. Only frantic shouting seemed to resonate with the enraged dragon, which he could not contain. "Don't provoke her, Harry. An out-of-control dragon could devastate the entire forbidden forest. Don't indulge her temperament, Ron. I will make it clear to her who is her master. Harry faced Smaug defiantly, unhesitatingly drawing his wand and aiming it at her. An action that undoubtedly intensified her wrath. Cedric, turning to witness the standoff between Harry and Smaug, initially intended to rush back to the competition site to inform Dumbledore of the dragon lurking in the Forbidden Forest. However, here was a first-year wizard confronting a dragon to protect him. Cedric could not abandon Harry under such circumstances. He retrieved his wand, also aimed at Smaug. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding how to contend with the dragon. Flames gathered in Smaug's maw, scorching the air above Harry and Cedric. Harry was all too familiar with the scenario. Since his previous encounter with Smaug, he had become adept at evading dragonfire, though the sheer intensity of that inferno had left a lasting impression on him, prompting him to prepare counterspells to prevent a recurrence. "Get away, Harry," Ron urged, grasping Smaug's head in an attempt to redirect her, but it was ultimately futile. As the flames in Smaug's mouth grew increasingly fierce, he anxiously warned Harry above. Chapter 60. Some dragons cannot be contained. Every scale upon them gleams with the brilliance of freedom. Clear water as spring. With a flick of his wand, Harry conjured a waterfall radiating a mesmerizing blue luminescence, dousing Smaug's fiery maw with a cascade of refreshing coolness. The crystalline waters, infused with magical energy, possessed the remarkable ability to alter the very nature of the liquid, even extinguishing magical flames. This demanded an exquisite level of control over spells from the wizards, however. With the aid of the One Ring, Harry effortlessly wielded this enchantment. Smaug's once ferocious blaze sputtered into oblivion, leaving the dragon coughing violently after swallowing a mouthful of water. Much to Ron's astonishment, extinguishing dragonfire with water? How had he not conceived such a brilliant strategy? Smaug, shaking his head in disbelief, retched several times. Although the flames in his throat were quenched, his fury was rekindled. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned the flames anew, albeit with slightly diminished intensity. Crystal clear waters. Cough. Cough, cough. Crystal clear waters. Gag, gag, gag. Ugh. After several futile attempts, Smaug found himself unable to produce even a flicker of flame, leaving Cedric and Ron in wide-eyed amazement. Who would have thought dragon taming could be executed in such a manner? Smaug, in a fit of frustration, sneezed, but this time, not a single ember escaped, only water, leaving his entire head drenched and his spirit considerably dampened. Get down. Get down. Harry seemed to be possessed by a medieval knight, relentlessly striking the head of Smaug with his sword, compelling her to descend. This left Smaug in a state of vexation, and she glared at Harry, determined to make one final stand. Roar. Even if the dragon could not breathe fire, her talons remained terrifyingly sharp. She extended her formidable claws to swipe at Harry, intent on delivering a lesson. With remarkable agility, Harry swiftly thrust his sword into the sneaky hand of Smaug, eliciting a mournful cry from the creature. "Oh," Smaug lamented. And just as she retracted her hand, Harry delivered several more jabs, targeting the most vulnerable parts of her palm, until she finally rolled onto the ground. Ron tumbled down from the fallen Smaug and observed as Harry leapt from his broom, stepping upon Smaug's chest. He magically clad his hands in protective armor and then delivered 2 resounding slaps to her face. For the first time, Smaug emitted a plaintive whimper, leaving Ron momentarily speechless. He had never witnessed Smaug relent. Since her very inception, she had bellowed and snapped at everything in sight. Hagrid cherished her as his prized possession, refusing to part with her from his hut until she had outgrown the space, reluctantly placing her in the Forbidden Forest, where she was pampered with the finest food and drink. Despite her fiery antics, Hagrid had never disciplined the little rascal, even when her flames singed his beard, believing she was merely playing with him. Yet, even the thought of reprimanding her had become a distant memory. Within a week, no one could manage the spirited creature. When had Smaug ever appeared so aggrieved? After Harry delivered a couple of resounding slaps to the formidable Smaug, he noticed her lingering defiance and her futile attempt to bite. Enraged, Harry struck her again, until Smaug finally lay down, subdued and docile upon the ground. Cedric descended cautiously, drawn by the spectacle. He had never witnessed such valor and strength in a young wizard. Taming a dragon seemed as effortless as training a mere puppy, even when that dragon was a mere month old. "I never anticipated your prowess to be so immense," Cedric marveled, observing the once furious dragon now sprawled peacefully on the ground. It was almost unbelievable that such power emanated from a first-year student. Even Charlie would have struggled to tame a dragon at this age. He never boasted with such confidence to us before. Who would dare to believe it? Ron, with his bandaged hand, gently caressed Smaug, who was now exceedingly docile, devoid of any temper. "Incredible," he remarked, a note of admiration in his voice. Harry gently patted Smaug's snout, and with great reluctance, Smaug opened his mouth, revealing a saliva-soaked golden snitch that had just attacked Cedric, who had previously shown great fondness for it. "You caught the golden snitch. Take it," Harry said, tossing the snitch to Cedric. "You have one." "No, if it weren't for your bravery in fending off the dragon, I would likely have met my demise today," Cedric replied, refusing to accept the golden snitch. "I merely brushed against it, and besides, it has already found its way to you, has it not?" "By all means. It does not rightfully belong to me." "Enough with the modesty. The real issue is that if you do not return soon, Smaug will surely be discovered," Ron remarked. "Is this dragon your pet?" Cedric inquired with admiration. A young wizard daring enough to raise a dragon in his first year, truly, a Gryffindor's audacity knows no bounds. "It belongs to Hagrid," Ron admitted, his cheeks flushing. He wished to claim it as his own, but realized he was merely its caretaker, a mere janitor of sorts. "It is untenable to leave Smaug in the Forbidden Forest. Eventually, she will be exposed," Harry stated. "We must speak with Hagrid and make him aware that Smaug does not belong in the forest." "But what if we release her, and she is discovered and killed by other dark wizards or dragon hunters?" Ron voiced his concerns for Smaug's safety, feeling like nothing more than a caretaker. His brow furrowed with worry. "I know of a place where Smaug can thrive, free from the threat of being hunted." Harry recalled a realm reminiscent of Middle-earth, where dwarves could be trusted, their fire resistance ensuring they would not be harmed by Smaug and could provide her protection. "Harry, Cedric." The voices of their Quidditch teammates echoed through the sky, having grown anxious from the duo's prolonged absence. The match had concluded, and concerned players ventured into the Forbidden Forest in search of them. "Let us depart." Harry and Cedric exchanged a glance before taking flight, just in time to see Professor McGonagall leading the group. She looked at the two of them with surprise and a hint of concern. "Oh, Mr. Potter, Mr. Diggory. If you intended to go missing, I must concede that you have succeeded," she said sternly yet anxiously. However, upon seeing that both were safe, a relieved smile appeared on her face. "The competition has concluded. Come back with me. By the way, who among you caught the golden snitch?" the captain of Hufflepuff inquired, frustrated that his team had fallen apart under Marcus's rough tactics. Fortunately, as long as they secured the golden snitch, they could turn the tide of the match. No one caught it," Cedric interjected before Harry could respond, flashing a smile at him as he tucked the golden snitch into his pocket. Chapter 61. The Dragon's Illness. Buckbeak. Hagrid embraced Buckbeak one last time, tears and snot smearing across the creature's face, resembling a mother bidding farewell to her child. "I will miss you. Remember to visit your mother often." Buckbeak let out a long cry and soared into the sky, with Harry riding atop. He had transformed into a dragon-collecting wizard using Polyjuice Potion, resembling Sauron. Having previously spoken with Hagrid, retrieving Buckbeak posed no issue. Moreover, Buckbeak immediately recognized him by scent and, not daring to bare his teeth, was exceptionally docile, as if Harry truly possessed some dragon-taming prowess, effortlessly bringing Buckbeak under control. Hagrid even praised Harry as the most professional dragon trainer he had ever seen, which sparked Ron's discontent. He secretly wished for his older brother to join them, yet hesitated to voice it. The mysterious whereabouts of Quirrell at Hogwarts and the perilous fate of the Sorcerer's Stone loomed over Harry like the sword of Damocles, unsettling his mind. He longed to know what a peaceful and tranquil life would be like. Sighing atop Buckbeak, Harry reflected that he hadn't visited Middle-earth in a long time, nor had he seen the charming dwarves. Sauron, having obtained the Arkenstone, must have become the king of the dwarves, revitalizing the glory of the Lonely Mountain. Surely, if he were to visit Sauron now, he would receive a warm welcome. Harry now yearns for nothing more than to find a cozy spot beside a warm hearth, where he can comfortably relax for a while, free from the anxiety of Quirrell's sinister plot lurking within the school. "Harry, Gandalf, I have a dragon to bring you. Do you have the time to care for it?" Gandalf. "Well, it's rather chaotic at the moment, so you'll understand better if you come and see for yourself." Harry scratched his head and patted Smaug, signaling her to prepare. With a click of the invitation, Harry and Smaug vanished from the skies above Hogwarts. What met their gaze was not the desolation of the Lonely Mountain, nor the lush greenery teeming with life, but rather a dense throng of elven soldiers making their way toward the mountain, followed closely by a chaotic horde of human servants armed with pitchforks, sickles, and various other weapons, rushing forward in utter disarray. Commanding them was a crass, balding man who fawned over a corpulent elder seated in a litter, presumably the mayor, who arrogantly directed the actions of those below. The only reason the human army had not retreated in panic was the oversight of the elves and the presence of a dark-haired man Harry had encountered that day, who maintained what little order remained among the human ranks with remarkable poise and authority. What could be the purpose of this gathering? Harry wondered as he gazed down at the army advancing slowly along the river under the cover of night. Smaug, exhilarated by her newfound freedom from the forbidden forest, soared higher into the skies, becoming a mere silhouette against the clouds. Below, the elven king Thranduil glanced upward, sensing a shadow pass overhead, but remaining unaware of what transpired. He was tall and imposing, with brilliant golden hair and deep-set eyes. His elegant stature exuded an inherent regal authority, resembling a cultured monarch. "What is it?" inquired his son Legolas, who possessed a strong physique and bore a resemblance to his father, yet carried a youthful air of a ranger. Accompanying his father on this expedition to reclaim the treasure held captive by the dwarves, his intent was clear. Nothing, just remain vigilant. The dwarves are greedy and cunning. Do not allow yourselves to be ambushed, Thranduil instructed, riding a magnificent stag as he scanned the surroundings. He was acutely aware of the dwarves' nature and had never intended to let them relinquish what rightfully belonged to them without a fight. A flock of crows circled ominously in the dark sky, an ill omen that sent a jolt through Harry's heart as he continued his flight toward the lonely mountain. As recalled in his memories, crossing the river, the towering, majestic form of the lonely mountain soon came into view. Already fortified with dwarven military measures aimed directly at the sky where Harry flew, several crossbows were positioned atop the peak, while numerous others were set up at various watch points along the staircases, all aimed at Harry. Should he take another step forward, he would be met with unceremonious hostility. Harry was evidently unaware of this. Several crossbow bolts narrowly grazed the tail of Smaug, as they had overestimated the dragon's size. They continued to adjust the crossbow's position, aiming towards Harry with a furious roar. "It is I, Harry Potter." Harry, apprehensive that these mindless dwarves might confuse friend with foe, cast a booming charm to ensure his voice reached them clearly. "No matter who you are, Harry or not, your plight is of no concern to us," bellowed a loud dwarf, who was just about to direct a crossbow at Harry when he was swiftly kicked aside by Thorin, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. He sounded a horn, signaling the other dwarves to cease their assault. "Harry, I shall forever reserve a share of the treasures of the Lonely Mountain for you," Thorin proclaimed as he embraced the airborne Harry, glancing back at Smaug. "What is this?" "Oh, this is the dragon I wish to entrust to your care," named Smaug. The dwarves around them stiffened. The name Smaug was hardly a pleasant one to their ears, nearly synonymous with calamity in their history. "This name is indeed foreboding," Thorin remarked, observing Smaug's form trailing behind, which seemed diminutive compared to the legendary dragon, easily manageable with his current forces, and thus not a cause for concern. "What has transpired?" Harry inquired. "I have seen the coalition of elves and men advancing through the valley. Are we to engage in battle?" "Those wretched thieves and brigands are indeed approaching." "Excellent." "I have summoned my cousin, Dian Ironfoot," Thorin replied through gritted teeth. "They shall not obtain the Arkenstone. It belongs to me. The riches of the Lonely Mountain are the rightful heritage of my kin, and they shall not claim even a morsel, not even a crumb." Chuckling nervously, Harry observed Thorin's reddened eyes and unsettling demeanor, offering a forced smile while discreetly messaging Gandalf. "Harry, Gandalf, what is going on with Thorin? I sense that something is amiss." "Gandalf, Thorin's dragon sickness has flared up. Be cautious. His suspicions towards others and his insatiable greed for gold have reached alarming heights." "Harry, dragon sickness?" "Gandalf, indeed." Much like Smaug's perverse greed for wealth, his grandfather possessed the same affliction, exhibiting a dragon-like avarice that was both insatiable and shameless. We refer to this condition simply as dragon sickness. "Harry, a reasonable appellation, Harry. What shall I do now? Am I to witness them waging a feudal war for wealth?" Harry initially intended to visit his dwarf friends for a moment of respite, but instead found himself ensnared in yet another senseless conflict. Alas, when will he ever find a moment to rest? Gandalf, if Thorin does not relinquish the treasure that rightfully does not belong to him, war is inevitable. Yet, due to the dragon sickness that plagues him, it seems improbable that he will part with that which is not rightfully his. Harry turned to gaze at the ailing Sauron, who, with a dazed expression, fixated on the golden sea that enveloped the grand hall, erupting into manic laughter. "Ha ha ha, Harry, my dear friend. All of this wealth belongs to me. Isn't it splendid? Isn't it magnificent?" As he spoke, Sauron produced his most cherished Akhenaten diamond, murmuring to himself. The reason for the redness in his eyes became apparent. Harry was assigned to a lavish chamber adorned with golden flooring, illuminated by radiant gemstones that rendered the room as bright as day. Recalling the pallid visage of Thorin, Harry was reminded of the Mirror of Erist, which reveals the innermost desires of the heart. Such morbid avarice, who could assist him but himself? Chapter 62. To break the alliance of elves and men stood at the gates of the Lonely Mountain. As they endeavored to advance, a crossbow bolt struck perilously close to their ranks, raising a cloud of dust with its tremendous impact. Cease your advance, thieves and brigands. State your demands for the great dwarf king, Thorin Oakenshield, to hear. Thorin proclaimed through the narrow opening of the mountainous entrance. You present yourselves as if to wage war before the palace of the king under the mountain, son of Thrain. What is it you truly seek? Thorin's haughty and overbearing demeanor incited discontent among the elves below, especially given his imperious tone. Their intentions were just and reasonable. Peaceful days are always fleeting. I merely wish for a warm cup of milk, some toasted bread, and a comfortable night's sleep, Bombur remarked to Harry, engaged in light conversation as he managed the logistics for the dwarfs. May Thorin's beard grow longer. Why can he not simply bestow upon them the treasures they rightfully deserve? Many dwarves shared this sentiment, yearning to welcome these distant guests in friendship rather than in the current atmosphere charged with the threat of conflict. Harry gently caressed Smock, who was languidly resting atop a pile of treasure, drawing the attention of numerous dwarfs. Had he not been the most esteemed guest of the Blue Mountain dwarfs, they would undoubtedly not tolerate a dragon named Smaug lounging among their riches. Ah, Harry, I've been searching for you all day. I heard you return last night. But I was quite inebriated, said Keeley, as he and Philly approached, unable to endure Thorin's lengthy monologue. They mysteriously produced a fully equipped dragon armor and presented it to Harry. This armor is crafted from the hardest scales of Smaug. We spent 3 full days and nights cutting the materials. Smaug sneezed, casting a curious glance. The dragon armor gleamed with a brilliant red hue, reminiscent of molten gold. And though lightweight, it possessed remarkable thermal properties and significantly enhanced fire magic, especially when combined with the power of the One Ring. Harry could scarcely fathom the fiery might he could unleash while adorned in such armor. The armor exuded an aura of draconic majesty, capable of intimidating even the most perceptive creatures. When Smaug caught the scent of the armor, she instinctively recoiled, her body stiffening as Harry drew near. Harry stroked Smaug, laughing with Keeley. I hear you refer to her as Smaug. It appears she's a female. At Harry's prompting, Keeley gingerly touched Smaug's nose, marveling at the experience, as he never imagined he would come to regard a dragon as a pet. After all, the last great dragon of Middle-earth had been slain by Harry. Other dragons could only be found in realms beyond Middle-earth, and no one dared to keep such a creature as a pet, even a hatchling. At that moment, Thorin seemed to have reached an impasse with the allied forces of elves and men, standing coldly as he spoke. As for the wealth of the town of Dale, pillaged by Smaug, and the consequent losses, we dwarves will naturally assist in rebuilding your homes when we deem it appropriate. My kin have also paid with their lives, and our homeland lies in ruins. If you persist in keeping your armies at the gates of the lonely mountain, I shall not part with a single coin and will continue to regard you as enemies and thieves. Why is he being so unreasonable? Bard inquired of Thranduil, perplexed that such a reasonable request would be deemed greedy by the dwarves and coldly rejected. Do you think I brought my army here to avoid bloodshed? It is a fool's dream to expect dwarves to relinquish their wealth without force, Thranduil replied, unwilling to sacrifice the lives of his precious kin for treasures that rightfully belong to the dwarves, even if they, as the children of the Vala, could be reborn after death. Are we to go to war? Bard swallowed hard. The strength of his human forces was pitifully inadequate, and victory largely depended on the elves. Yet he wished to avoid bloodshed unless absolutely necessary. By tomorrow, if he does not return to us what is rightfully ours, I shall ensure these dwarves taste the stench of their own blood, Thranduil declared, turning to lead his mighty stag back to camp. His main forces would take another day to cross the river, hence he was in no hurry to attack. Meanwhile, the great hall of the Lonely Mountain was in disarray. The dwarfs, besieged, had not prepared adequately and were left with scant provisions. At the long table, the once jovial atmosphere of the Blue Mountains had dissipated, replaced by the somberness of their meager rations. Only Harry, as a guest, enjoyed a hearty meal of ham and eggs, eliciting envy from many dwarves whose rations barely sufficed to stave off hunger, let alone offer any delight. They clung to their ancestral gold, yet it could not quell their gnawing hunger, which tormented them greatly. While gold was indeed beautiful, the pangs of hunger were all too real. I would gladly exchange a fortune for a single cup of strong ale to pass my throat, Bombur lamented quietly to Harry. It is not my intention to criticize Thorin, but he has become a different person. If this siege continues, I fear. Silence, Bombur, Thorin sharply rebuked. We have reclaimed our ancestors' wealth. Once we vanquish these vile brigands, we shall feast as we once did. I have received word from our kin in the Iron Hills. They will arrive tomorrow. Then we shall strike from both sides and send them reeling. The surrounding dwarves stirred with renewed vigor, for Thorin had led them to victory against Smaug and reclaimed the Lonely Mountain. Under such legendary leadership, many were willing to believe in Thorin's invincibility. Thorin, You once stated that as a member of the company that ventured to the Lonely Mountain, I am entitled to 1/13 of its wealth. Am I not? Suddenly, Harry shattered the oppressive silence, his words instilling a sense of unease among the elders, including Balin. They were acutely aware that Thorin resembled a ravenous dragon. Anyone daring to mention the treasure of the Lonely Mountain would risk being devoured whole. However, my dear friend, this is explicitly stated in the treaty. Contrary to everyone's expectations of a furious outburst, Thorin remained remarkably calm, even pleased that Harry broached the subject. You may take this wealth at any time. Therefore, I request that my portion of the treasure be shared with the elves and men. Upon Harry's utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the long table. Where none dared to breathe loudly, their faces flushed with embarrassment. You intend to bestow the treasures of the Lonely Mountain upon that band of thieves? I vehemently oppose such a notion. Not a single coin shall I relinquish to them. Thorin's gaze sharpened, his words laced with restrained fury. Were Harry not his friend, he would have drawn his sword to slay this insatiable wretch. Were you to enjoy this wealth, my kin, and I would rejoice on your behalf. Yet, should you surrender your riches to those despicable brigands, I shall regard you as my adversary. Is the king under the mountain not prepared to fulfill his royal vow? Harry, filled with disappointment, questioned, is war truly inevitable? Have I misjudged Thorin Oakenshield, who appears not to possess the nobility I once believed, even forsaking the dignity of a king? In any case, I shall not acquiesce. Thorin suppressed his wrath, delivering a final decree. I comprehend your stance. Under the watchful eyes of the dwarves, Harry departed from the long table, seizing Smaug's pendant that hung by the door, mounting the dragon and turning to face the dwarves. Philly wished to intervene, casting a glance at Thorin before vacating the dining hall. Following closely, Keeley departed, along with Bomber, Beaufort, Balin, and Dwalin. Everyone, take your seats, Thorin bellowed, his roar resonating throughout the Lonely Mountain, instilling trepidation in all present. At that moment, he embodied not the qualities of a king, but rather the avarice and malice of a wretched dragon. Harry removed the dragon armor crafted for him by the dwarves and cast aside the sword of Potter, addressing Thorin. You are not the king under the mountain I remember. My friend, Thorin Oakenshield, is not here, and I must seek him. Farewell. With that, Harry mounted Smaug and soared into the vast sky. Oh, Harry, Bomber lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. Alone. I truly wish his beard could grow as long as Balin's. He is not a dwarf, Bomber, Beaufort consoled from the side. Thorin sat in silence, his face grim. Chapter 63. The monk is a fool worthy of instruction. The blazing sun gradually descended toward the west. Thranduil glanced at the sky above, confirming that midday had passed. These dwarves sought to take a stand at the Lonely Mountain, prepared for a desperate battle. Elves do not fear war. Gandalf had been unable to reach Harry since the previous day. He hastened to Thranduil's side, his tattered gray robes marking him as the Grey Wizard. Have you come to mediate, Gandalf? Thranduil inquired, aware of the wise wizard's intentions. Unfortunately, many matters arise not from reason. You may leave. We have given the dwarves ample time to ponder their choices. They have chosen to oppose us. No, I seek a person. However, if possible, I believe you should inquire with Thorin. Perhaps he is simply reluctant to request peace, Gandalf implored Thranduil. Very well, Grey Wizard, only this once. Thranduil urged his stag forward, launching a prepared letter of parley toward the gates of the Lonely Mountain. Thorin, quick of hand, caught the arrow and opened the letter. He scoffed at the outside world, declaring, My intentions shall not waver in the span of mere sunrises and sunsets. Thorin shouted through the narrow gap of the mountain's gate, his demeanor filled with fury. Is this what you come to ask me, such trivial questions? The elven host has not retreated as I commanded. If you do not withdraw, do not waste your efforts seeking parley with me. Thranduil, recognizing the other's attitude, rolled his eyes and rode back to the camp. The green-clad elven warriors began preparing their bows and arrows. Oh, before you commence your battle, I have a question for the esteemed king under the mountain. Thorin, Gandalf called, leaning on his staff. Thorin, if you dislike my burglar, please return him to me. He vanished after seeking you yesterday. Where has he gone? Harry? That traitor? I care not where he is gone, Thorin retorted defiantly. After a brief moment, he leaned forward and continued. What do you seek him for? He left here yesterday, riding that accursed dragon. Ah, very well. Then commence your battle. I must search for my burglar. With so many orcs about, he may have already met his fate in some orc's belly, Gandalf lamented, his voice reaching Thorin's ears. In irritation, Thorin completely sealed the gate's crevice and ascended to the highest lookout of the Lonely Mountain, awaiting reinforcements. A raven arrived bearing a letter, and Thorin's furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed, Ironfoot had not disappointed him. The elves unleashed their first volley of arrows in demonstration, their synchronized movements resembling those of seasoned warriors. The arrows struck the gates of the lonely mountain, embedding themselves and rendering the door akin to a porcupine. At that moment, the dwarves manning the crossbows at their defensive posts readied themselves to counter this unwelcome intrusion, anticipating Dian's charge to decisively defeat the elven forces. "Good afternoon. Look at how many elves have come today," called out from behind the hills a troop of dwarves riding mountain goats. Led by a dwarf clad in iron armor, Dian Ironfoot, Thorin's cousin. "I merely traversed the mountains to see my cousin. As for you unwelcome guests, my advice is to leave at once." With Dian's furious shout, the dwarves on the hillside rolled out a line of massive crossbows armed with great flying axes, while the elves unhesitatingly drew their bows and aimed at the dwarves. The dwarves retaliated without hesitation, unleashing their flying axes, which spun rapidly through the air, knocking aside the elves' arrows without losing momentum. "Do you fancy my great flying axes, little elves?" Dian bellowed with laughter. For this weapon was a dwarven invention specifically designed to counter elves, rendering them nearly defenseless. Just as the flying axes were about to wreak havoc, a spell surged through the air, deflecting all the axes. Dian looked upward defiantly, questioning who dared to intervene in his conflict with the elves. A dragon circled above the dwarves and elves, smog exhaling torrents of flame, igniting the grasslands between the two factions and creating a towering wall of fire, entirely separating the rival forces. "It is that wizard, that young human sorcerer," Bard discerned, recognizing the wizard as the one who had vanquished Smog that fateful night. "Human wizard." Thranduil narrowed his eyes, glancing at Gandalf beside him. "There exists a little-known secret in this world. The servants of the mayor can assume various forms to traverse the realm, aiding the forces of justice against the darkness." He had previously surmised that Gandalf was indeed a mayor based on how he arrived in Middle-earth. Considering Gandalf's connection to this young sorcerer, coupled with the boy's power, could he truly be foolish enough to believe that an 11-year-old human sorcerer could defeat Smog? If that were the case, the greedy and insatiable humans would have long since used such might to usurp elven lands, rather than engage in cordial discourse with them. Elves are the most loyal subjects of the Vala. Thranduil immediately ordered the cessation of hostilities against Harry. Dian, visibly anxious, felt the calamity brought by the dragon seep into his bones. This human wizard's intervention was clearly aligned with the elves. If the conflict persisted, Dian was not entirely confident of victory against the opposing forces. The wizard, mounted upon the dragon, hovered between the two factions, casting a loud spell to ensure his voice reached every corner of the battlefield. "Cease this unjust war. Do you not perceive the encroaching dark forces? The orcs are returning with their armies, and you wish to squander your strength here, only to extend your necks for the orcs to claim your heads?" After Harry departed from the lonely mountain yesterday, he inadvertently caught sight of an immense gray-white army marching behind the elves. A robust orc was herding several monstrous beasts towards the mountain. It was evident that the wealth of the lonely mountain, renowned throughout the realm, had attracted nearby half-orcs to seize it. Only the infamous half-orcs could unite dwarves, elves, and humans in a common cause against them. Although Thorin's dragon sickness was irksome, it was not fatal, and Harry could not bear the thought of these noble beings being slain by the vile half-orcs. Nor would he allow the half-orcs to plunder the mountain's riches and bolster their power. Resisting the half-orcs was akin to opposing Voldemort. He would never ally himself with such dark forces. It is crucial to discern who stands as an enemy and who is a friend. Chapter 64, The War of Raging Flames. A wave of darkness descended with terrifying speed, as ominous clouds swiftly engulfed the sky. Winter thunder rumbling through the mountains accompanied by fierce winds. Lightning illuminated the peaks. Amidst the thundering, another shadow surged forth, not swept by the wind but emerging from the north, resembling a colossal cloud formed by birds, dense enough to obstruct the light from penetrating their wings. The half-orcs, accompanied by siege beasts, advanced relentlessly. From above, they appeared like a swarm of ants crowded in a narrow valley, while the open plain ahead was shrouded with throngs of swiftly moving half-orcs riding their beloved wargs. The nearest human warriors were the first to react, grasping their weapons and forming ranks, spreading out in a long line to brace for the initial wave of the warg riders. Many others fled towards the slopes, among them a greasy-haired man and the mayor, who ran the fastest, lashing at the servants below and reprimanding them. "Hurry. When I return, I am still the mayor. Move quickly, or I shall have you cleaning the toilets." Upon hearing this, the disgruntled populace immediately turned against him, abandoning both the mayor and the pompous Alfred, who had lost all semblance of authority. "Run if you must," they shouted. "You two bearers, dare you defy me? I command you to return." Alfred, in his arrogance, ordered, casting a sycophantic glance at the mayor, preparing to chastise the two discontented citizens. A dragon's roar caused Alfred to fall to his knees. As the legendary wizard rode a fire-breathing dragon, seemingly casting a glance in his direction. Instantly, he disregarded the mayor and fled as far away as possible. With the loss of his sycophant, the mayor lost his resolve, muttering a few words as he hurriedly escaped the battlefield. Some fled, while others fought. Yet none would deride those who fought for their own cause. The wargs easily overran the humans, their sharp claws tearing into human necks, staining their white fangs with blood, delivering a profound psychological shock to the remaining humans. They merely tightened their grips on their weapons, refusing to flee, prepared to stand their ground. The history of humanity is a song of courage. All shall be protected, armored, and ready. Harry combined two spells, bestowing a blessing upon the first echelon of human warriors. The warriors, prepared for death, were astonished to discover that they had become impervious to harm. The tips of their adversaries' swords, which were meant to pierce their hearts, were now bent, even shattered, by an unseen force as they approached. In turn, the blades they wielded effortlessly severed the heads of the advancing half-orcs, significantly bolstering their courage. An enigmatic divine power seemed to protect them, the source of which was unmistakably clear. Although they did not know the name of the wizard riding the fire dragon above them, they felt assured of his guardianship. Harry plunged down on the back of a dragon, with flames raining from the heavens, engulfing the half-orc cavalry advancing towards the plains. Walls of fire erupted from the ground, resembling the inferno of hell that consumed the bodies of the invaders. The wails of the dying echoed through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a purgatory on Earth. The searing dragon fire nearly halted the seemingly unstoppable horde of half-orcs, granting the elven and dwarven armies a moment to react. They seized the opportunity to reorganize their formations, redirecting their spears towards their true adversary. Charge! Resounded the dwarves in unison, their voices embodying the spirit of Dane and Moria. Each dwarf was clad in knee-length, pure steel chainmail, their legs protected by exquisite and flexible metal mesh armor, a craftsmanship unique to the lineage of Dane. These dwarves, already robust by nature, stood out as the epitome of strength among their kin. In battle, they wielded heavy pickaxes with both hands, each adorned with a short sword at their waist and a small round shield slung across their backs. Their beards were meticulously braided and tucked into their belts. Every warrior donned a steel helmet and iron boots, their expressions fierce and resolute. This formidable band of ironclad warriors, akin to miniature tanks, was remarkably fire-resistant. They brandished their pickaxes and surged into the chaotic throng of half-orcs, creating a tidal wave of their foes. The elves would never be overshadowed by the dwarfs. 1,000 elven spearmen leaned forward, their battle cries resounding like thunder, as they charged at the locust-like half-orcs, staining the rocks with the blood of their enemies. After several fierce assaults, the half-orcs descended into panic, casting helpless glances around them before collapsing to the ground. Harry leaped from the back of the dragon, firing his pistol to dispatch the half-orc who was controlling the monstrous beast, seizing both the weapon and the dominion over the creature. To confront such a resilient and formidable beast, ordinary spells proved ineffective in penetrating its tough hide. Only the fatal curse, Avada Kedavra, held the power to vanquish it. Harry shook his head, dismissing the thoughts for the moment. He employed a confusion spell to disrupt the mind of the colossal beast, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground, crushing numerous half-orcs beneath its weight. Meanwhile, Smog reveled in the slaughter of all approaching half-orcs. She had endured too much, not only being kept as a pet by Harry but also serving as his steed. At this moment, her pent-up fury was fully unleashed, and she felt as though she were the sole dragon in existence, the sovereign capable of annihilating the world. Her uncontainable flames fell like paint, scorching the narrow valley and wide plains alike. She joyously roared to the heavens, soaring through the skies, and then dove down again, toppling countless half-orcs. Harry is out there fighting alongside our kin. Are we to sit idly by? Balin said to Thorin, weapon in hand. Since when have the descendants of Durin cowered within the castle, hoarding their treasures while allowing their kin and foes to clash, merely observing from the sidelines? Absolutely not. Thorin drew his renowned sword, a symbol of the slaying of half-orcs, vowing not to betray the legacy of his ancestors or abandon his friends. Charge! The dwarves of Durin united to topple the castle walls, hundreds of them pouring forth, brandishing an array of weapons, riding their beloved ponies, and roaring at the invading half-orcs. Feel the wrath of the dwarves of Durin. Their arrival shattered the last line of defense of the half-orc army. The half-orcs began to retreat, causing a chaotic stampede, while a formidable half-orc leader reorganized their ranks from the rear. Asig stood on the cliff, seething at the sight of his army disintegrating under the assault of an audacious wizard. He seized his bone bow and aimed an arrow at the airborne Harry. Without the protection of dragon armor, Harry would undoubtedly perish from the shot. However, an elven arrow deflected Azog's projectile. Legolas left a striking silhouette as he shielded Harry. Witnessing this perilous moment, Thorin swept aside the half-orc blocking his path with his oak shield, intending to flank and decapitate the half-orc leader, Azog. They charged forward in their war chariot, pulled by goats, using spiked wheels to wreak havoc upon the fleeing half-orcs, driving deep into their encampment. The battle raged on tumultuously, as dwarves and men fought side by side, trusting each other with their backs against one another. Under Harry's leadership, they seemed nearly invincible. As dwarves, men, and elves surged forward, the half-orc forces gradually receded like a tide, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses. Yet, it was not only the bodies of half-orcs that lay there. Many humans and dwarves had also fallen, and numerous elves, who could have thrived in the forest, had sacrificed their lives. The scorched earth, ravaged by Smaug's flames, was a darkened expanse, littered with bodies akin to weeds across the plains. The inferno engulfed the entire landscape, the dragon's fire shimmering in every onlooker's eyes, leaving an indelible impression. The instigator, Harry, mounted Smaug, ruthlessly slaughtering the half-orcs as the remaining semblance of order was obliterated. "It is time to bring an end to this," Harry declared, aiming for the head of the half-orc leader, Azog. At that moment, Thorin was engaged in a fierce struggle with Azog atop the mountain. Chapter 65, The Guardian Beast. Smaug Azog's scalp was armored with iron, his gray-white skin taut with muscle. Wielding a magical sword, he was a seasoned warrior, evenly matched with Thorin. "Today, I shall add another dwarven king's head to my collection," Azog taunted, his combat prowess eclipsing Thorin's. Hearing this, Thorin was consumed by rage and lunged forward, swinging his sword but striking nothing but air. Azog sidestepped, plunging his blade into Thorin's abdomen and sending him flying several meters away. With a sinister grin, he approached, intent on claiming Thorin's head. "Ha! It appears your revenge has failed. Your fairy tale comes to an end, Thorin Oakenshield," Azog sneered. Thorin clutched his wounded abdomen, spitting blood, defiantly roaring at Azog. Yet he found himself utterly drained of strength to rise and fight again. He pondered how to slay Azog and survive to protect the treasures of the lonely mountain. After all, if he were to perish, he would enter a realm devoid of gold or jewels, a place where wealth held no value. Bidding farewell to all he cherished, as Azog loomed over him, Thorin reflected on his many missteps, but he realized he had no opportunity for redemption. Azog, grinning maliciously, stepped on Thorin's abdomen, subjecting him to torment before raising his sword, poised to sever Thorin's head. A flicker of light shone forth. Harry plunged down from the sky, casting a blinding spell that dazzled Azog's eyes, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Azog stood momentarily stunned. A silver sword lunged toward Azog's throat, and the numbing shock from the spell forced him to barely raise his blade to parry Harry's assault. He wiped the blood trickling from his neck, revealing a look of fury. This reckless young wizard was the very bane of their half-orc army. Initially, it was 20,000 against 8,000. A clear advantage on our side. A straightforward gamble would have ensured victory. But now, the dragon had descended upon us. Azog's tremendous strength surged forth, sending a tremor through Harry's grip. Despite his refined swordsmanship, he exchanged blows with Azog several times, yet even dwarves would find it challenging to conquer such a beast. Harry was not inclined to rely solely on swordplay for triumph. Bayou. Harry decisively seized an opportunity, turning swiftly to draw his weapon and aimed a shot at Azog's head. Clang. Azog immediately parried with his blade. However, the sword did not shatter. He staggered back several steps, astonished as he gazed at Harry, utterly surprised that such a small device could inflict such significant damage. Harry fired several shots, all of which were thwarted by Azog. The latter, panting heavily and sweating profusely, was clearly nearing his limits. Flash. A brilliant light once again blinded Azog, causing him to instinctively raise his blade in defense. However, a sudden chill enveloped him, and excruciating pain radiated throughout his body. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed across the battlefield as Harry thoughtfully added a thunderous spell to his assault. Harry approached and saw Azog writhing in agony on the ground. To ensure safety, he first cast a petrification spell to immobilize Azog, then severed his head with a sharp sword. He kicked Azog's lifeless body over the cliff, holding his severed head aloft, and bellowed to the battlefield with a resounding spell. "Azog is dead. Kill." Upon witnessing the demise of their leader, the remaining half-orcs could no longer withstand the pressure. They were pursued for several miles, scattering in disarray and failing to mount any organized resistance. The war had concluded. In such a grand conflict, It is often difficult to pinpoint the exact moment of its conclusion, yet it indeed came to an end before darkness fell. Apart from Ironfoot Dien and Legolas, who led a small contingent in pursuit of the fleeing half-orc forces, the other armies began the somber task of tending to their fallen comrades, a process that would extend into the following morning. After the fierce battle between elves and men, Thranduil surveyed the remaining warriors, each bearing expressions of sorrow and exhaustion. The elves, known for their low birth rate, had achieved a resounding victory, yet their weary forces required rest. He would not betray his allies, who had fought valiantly alongside him. For the sake of personal interests, the mayor, having returned unnoticed, faced the scorn of all. For no warrior could harbor any fondness for a ruler who had cowered in the shadows during such carnage. This led to discord among the human factions as they quarreled over who would claim the title of mayor. Meanwhile, Thorin stepped into the midst of the three factions, gesturing for the armies of men and elves to cease their hostilities. "Do you still have a lengthy discourse to deliver, esteemed king of the dwarfs?" Thranduil remarked with a hint of sarcasm, his disdain for the avaricious dwarf king evident. "I must sincerely apologize for my folly and greed, which have utterly blinded me to reason," Thorin confessed, having finally relinquished his stubborn obsession with the wealth of the Lonely Mountain. At that moment, he recognized the depths of his own baseness and disgrace. "I shall return the treasures of the elves and provide the necessary funds for the humans to rebuild their homes. Should you wish it, I welcome you to rest within the Lonely Mountain." In stark contrast to the proud and obstinate dwarves, Thorin had humbled himself sufficiently. Thranduil dismounted to accept the apology, while the humans were elated at the prospect of newfound riches. The mayor was already scheming on how to squander the vast wealth. "Lastly, I seek the forgiveness of the wizard of unparalleled skill and hope to retain your friendship," Thorin called out to the sky. All gazed upward, astonished to see that the legendary wizard riding the fire dragon was, in fact, merely an 11-year-old child, leaving them agape in disbelief. Harry leaped down from Smaug and embraced Thorin. At that moment, a riot erupted among the humans. Many of the warriors who survived owed their lives to Harry's spells, and it could be said that their second chance at life was bestowed upon them by him. They surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of this godlike wizard, while the mayor was left aside. As an outsider in Lake Town, and indeed in Middle-earth, Harry was elected mayor of Lake Town, and many believed that entrusting this position to an 11-year-old wizard was preferable to relying on the experience of the old mayor. However, Harry could not remain in this role, for when his holiday here concluded, he must return to school. Yet this did not diminish the warriors' admiration for him, and the dwarves fervently hoped that Harry would govern the human kingdom beneath the Lonely Mountain, ensuring the safety of the dwarves and the friendship of men. The elves too were pleased to see a Maya presiding over affairs here. Peace in the region of the Lonely Mountain would endure for decades, if not centuries. At the dwarves' feast, Harry was reluctantly compelled to accept the position of mayor of Lake Town, appointing Bard as his deputy to oversee the town. The former mayor and Alfred were ordered to leave. Harry donned the dragon armor once more and reclaimed his sword, the illustrious Potter's sword. Although his features were not yet fully matured, he exuded the undeniable aura of a sovereign. Smaug soared freely through the skies. Once a harbinger of terror and calamity in the human realm, he was now revered as the nation's guardian beast, supported by the denizens of Lake Town. The half-orcs of the Mirkwood Mountains had all but vanished in this battle, granting a semblance of peace for a time. Gandalf sipped a modest drink, his visage aglow with mirth. The dwarves sang jubilant tunes, sending treasures cascading down the river, box after box of gold and silver flowing into Lake Town. The dilapidated Valley City welcomed a fresh influx of residents, as those who had wandered afar returned to their homeland. Under Bard's guidance, a new order was established, orderly and methodical. "Is Bard truly our king?" A woman mused while washing clothes, her heart lightened by the return of everyone, laden with riches. The scorned Alfred and the mayor had vanished without a trace. "Nay, Bard is merely the deputy of that individual." Her husband gazed reverently at the crumbling royal palace, initially intending to restore this emblem of Valley City first, yet thwarted by that individual, who believed that treasures should enhance the lives of the people rather than foster a facade of prosperity. This revelation struck the warriors profoundly. "That individual?" the woman queried, following her husband's gaze to the desolate kingdom, where dust-covered chairs sat empty, their master seldom returning to govern his subjects, for that individual was preoccupied with final examinations. Chapter 66. The starlit Hermione. The atmosphere was stiflingly warm, the examination hall unbearably so. The instructor distributed freshly enchanted quills, each warded against cheating. Whispers suggested that Fred and George aspired to create self-writing quills, a feat Harry suspected had been attempted by predecessors but suppressed by the institution. The history of magic was the final examination, and Harry had completed his answers early, feeling he could yield no more, yet an entire hour remained before dismissal. Scritch scratch. Hermione leaned over her desk, her quill dashing across the parchment, and Harry could not fathom how she had so many answers to pen. If they could merely endure this interminable hour, they would be free to revel for an entire week, only to fret over their grades upon their announcement. When Professor Binns' ghost instructed them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Harry could not suppress his cheer alongside his classmates. After the examination, Hermione hurriedly exited the classroom, not pausing to compare answers with Harry as she usually did, appearing preoccupied with some urgent matter. What is wrong with her? Ron wondered. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, her lack of review seemed as implausible as Neville conjuring a forgetfulness potion. Hermione had always relished discussing answers post-exam with Harry, a practice Ron detested, as it starkly reminded him of his errors, leaving him vulnerable to failure. Unclear, Harry shrugged, relishing the opportunity to rest in bed for a while, desiring no responsibilities. Yet Hermione's peculiar demeanor struck him, as though she were possessed by something. Ron returned to their dormitory to fetch wizard chess, and Harry accompanied him to play a few games until hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Professor McGonagall, I'm so sorry. I studied my transfiguration notes far too long last night and completely forgot about today's history of magic exam. Hermione's voice penetrated from without, sounding genuinely distressed over her apparent amnesia regarding the examination. Didn't we just finish an exam? Could it be that she mistakenly ingested the forgetfulness potion from potions class, and the effects are only now manifesting? Ron quipped. Miss Granger, I just returned from Professor Binns, and I distinctly saw you leaving the examination room, Professor McGonagall consoled, enveloping Hermione in a comforting embrace. At that moment, Ron and Harry opened the door to the common room, and Harry beheld Hermione's reddened eyes, her cheeks glistening with tears, her nose as flushed as Ron's hair. Upon seeing Harry, Hermione buried her face deeper into McGonagall's robes, weeping even more earnestly. Gentlemen, I believe it prudent for you to depart and grant Miss Granger a moment of solitude. McGonagall gently patted Hermione's back, guiding her to the office, leaving Ron and Harry in a state of bewilderment. By midday, a chestnut-haired figure appeared at the Slytherin table, as Harry indulged in the peas steak in his bowl. He cast a glance at Hermione, who occupied the Slytherin head seat with an air of entitlement. She was elegantly savoring her beef, with no one seated beside her. Although Hermione occasionally graced the Slytherin long table to converse with Harry, she had never displayed such dominance, nor had she ever been so meticulous about her dining etiquette. A sudden jolt coursed through Harry's heart as he glanced at the Gryffindor table, where Ron was staring at Hermione with a look of bewilderment. Hadn't she been weeping just at noon? How could she now exude such vitality? Hermione's glowing complexion revealed no trace of tears. Rather, she seemed to embody the same spirited demeanor as she had weeks prior. She savored the feast laid out before her, appearing utterly nostalgic for the culinary delights of Hogwarts, her poise surpassing even that of the most refined Slytherin. The nearby Slytherins dared not approach, feeling an invisible force emanating from her, compelling them to maintain a considerable distance. Potter, Hermione said, dabbing her mouth with a napkin, come with me for a moment. The tone was somewhat familiar, yet Harry could not recall where he had heard it before. Hermione led him to the staircase on the third floor, engaging him in conversation as they walked. Potter, all the professors are currently grading exams. I suspect Quirrell may seize this opportunity. We must head to the fourth-floor corridor to prevent him from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's concern for the stone's safety was palpable, a stark contrast to her previous indifference as she had prioritized final exams above all else. The familiar corridor came into view as Hermione produced a music box from her robes. She gently pushed open the door and activated the music box, instantly calming the slumbering Fluffy. When did you learn to use Fluffy's method? Harry inquired, perplexed, for he found it implausible that Hagrid would divulge such a secret to Hermione. Trusting that Hagrid had betrayed Dumbledore seemed less credible than believing Neville had won the Quidditch World Cup. Hagrid told me, Hermione replied, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. With a swift leap, she descended, and with a flash, the devil's snare began to retract, revealing a clear space. Harry leapt down, observing Hermione's silhouette, both familiar and foreign, his mind drifting to the earlier Polyjuice potion, causing his heart to race. What's wrong, Potter? Hermione inquired, turning to him as her hand caressed his face, the torchlight illuminating her profile. Harry was certain that the real Hermione would never exhibit such behavior. It's nothing, he replied, his heart pounding fiercely. Deep down, he recognized that the person before him was not Hermione, yet any hint of abnormality might lead to their discovery. He was curious to see what Quirrell would do next. They arrived at the end of the corridor, facing a brightly lit chamber adorned with a lofty vaulted ceiling. Countless birds, shimmering like jewels, fluttered about with grace. The magically enchanted lock could not be opened with a simple unlocking spell, yet Hermione discerned its nature effortlessly. With a mere incantation, she summoned one of the winged silver keys, which lay languidly in her palm. Using it, she unlocked the heavy wooden door, revealing a second room shrouded in darkness. Inside, a massive chessboard sprawled before them, populated by colossal black and white pieces, resembling a wizard's chess match. Hermione scoffed, casting a shattering spell that obliterated the White King. Harry watched in astonishment. He hadn't realized it could be played in such a manner. The next chamber housed a roaring troll, brandishing a club as it charged toward them. Hermione feigned a vulnerable demeanor, hiding behind Harry, which disgusted him. Just moments ago, she had shattered chess pieces with ease, yet now she pretended to be incapable of confronting the troll. Who would believe such an act? If one must play a role, at least it should be convincing. Harry brandished the sword of Gryffindor, piercing the giant's skull with a single stroke, leaving Hermione utterly astonished. Why would a Slytherin employ a sword to vanquish their adversary? Had Slytherin been entirely infiltrated by Gryffindor? The next door revealed no monsters. Only a table adorned with 7 vials. With a mere glance at the parchment beside her, Hermione accurately identified the round vial on the right. She took a sip before offering it to Harry, urging him to partake. It indeed felt as if ice coursed through his veins, permeating his entire being. Hermione stepped through the black flames, with Harry closely following. Upon entry, Harry beheld the mirror of Erched as Hermione approached it slowly, as if she had encountered the most precious treasure. Fragmented, Harry shouted at Hermione, who had her back turned to him. Chapter 67, The Cross-Dressing Voldemort. Hearing movement behind her, Hermione decisively dropped to the ground and rolled, narrowly avoiding a curse that shattered the floor beside her, emitting wisps of white smoke. Though the Cruciatus curse was not as lethal as the killing curse, it was far more agonizing, inflicting severe physical harm on the victim. Given her current state, she was almost at death's door. Had the Slytherin students become so wicked as to use such a spell for just against their peers? Hermione turned her head in disbelief to look at Harry, her tousled chestnut hair obscuring her vision, incredulously asking, "When did you find out?" It was astonishing that he could see through her masterful act. "I at least know Hermione wouldn't call me Potter." Seeing his ambush fail, Harry unleashed several more splitting curses, which blocked Hermione's escape routes from various angles, forcing her to raise her wand in retaliation. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light crossed Hermione's face. After deflecting 2 splitting curses, she was struck by one on her right arm, which instantly erupted into a gaping wound, blood pouring forth relentlessly. Simultaneously, Hermione's appearance began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Her chestnut hair started to fall out, revealing her pale, smooth scalp beneath, evoking images of repulsive half-breeds in Harry's mind. Hermione's form was expanding, her skeletal structure becoming distinctly pronounced, and her clothing was evidently stretched to twice its size, her exposed ribs jutting out, while her once short skirt now barely concealed her long, spindly legs. A pale creature resembling a snake-headed monster rose from the ground, draped in Hermione's wizarding robes, greedily fixating on the ring in Harry's possession. To possess such formidable power even in their first year posed a significant challenge for him, even in his current weakened state. It was all due to the magical ring Harry wielded. This potent artifact had birthed the monster that was Harry. Voldemort could scarcely believe that there existed a young wizard with greater magical aptitude than himself. The only plausible explanation was the enchanted ring Harry carried. If he were to acquire that ring, unifying the entire magical realm would be a mere formality. This was precisely why he sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone and lured Harry into his trap. He desired both the ring and the stone. "Surrender the ring you possess, and I may spare your life," Voldemort hissed, his voice slithering like a serpent, imbued with an unsettling aura that invoked fear. "Child, your parents were quite brave in their time. I killed your father first. He fought valiantly, refusing to yield. Your mother need not have perished. She sacrificed herself to protect you. Now, hand over the ring, lest your mother's death be in vain." "You are Voldemort." Harry could scarcely believe that the disheveled creature before him, draped in women's attire, was none other than Voldemort, who had vanished from the world for over a decade. The fact that he still lived was astounding. "Of course, this grotesque appearance is all due to you, but I am indifferent to it, Harry. What I value is that you and I share the same qualities, the same gifts. You are me," Voldemort insinuated, lowering his voice as he inched closer to Harry's. His gaze fixated intensely on the ring in Harry's hand. "If only you would surrender your ring to me, I could use the Philosopher's Stone to restore my corporeal form. At that point, whether it be the headmaster of Hogwarts or the minister of magic, you may choose at will. Help me, Harry." A true man knows when to yield. Voldemort hunched over, gradually approaching Harry, his eyes entranced by the ring, and as he reached out to seize it, a sharp pain coursed through his arm. You murdered my parents, and ultimately, you fell to me. You must loathe me now, yet you speak of forgiveness. Are you foolish? Or am I the one who is foolish? Harry, of course, did not believe this assertion. He summoned the sword of Gryffindor from his wallet, which soared forth from his wizarding robes and swiftly severed Voldemort's left arm. The anguished Voldemort recoiled, letting out a piercing scream. His body had become exceedingly frail. And even though he had usurped Quirrell's consciousness, it could not alter the rapid decline of his physical state. In earlier times, he would have been able to react without hesitation. Voldemort spat a mouthful of blood. In terms of physical condition, he was even weaker than the 11-year-old wizard before him, relying solely on his profound mastery of dark magic. Arise, stone serpent, Voldemort commanded, casting a transfiguration spell upon the stone wall. A colossal stone serpent, several meters in height, erupted from the wall, charging fiercely towards Harry. Harry staggered sideways, retreating several steps as the colossal stone serpent collided with the staircase, causing the entire chamber to tremble perilously. It was a scene of utter disarray. Harry directed all his might towards the serpent's head and unleashed a devastating slicing spell. The serpent was obliterated, its shattered fragments scattering in every direction, obscuring Voldemort's line of sight. A radiant glow erupted amidst the swirling dust in the air. A brilliant and searing white light flickered, possessing an extraordinary power to dispel dark entities. The serpentine visage began to quiver, as the faces of Voldemort and Quirrell flickered in and out, seemingly engaged in a fierce struggle for dominion over the body. Ultimately, a shadow was completely vanquished by the holy light. Seizing the moment while Harry was distracted, it hastily fled the room, unwilling to linger in the presence of such divine radiance. Harry leapt from the blinding light, decisively plunging the sword into Quirrell's chest, shattering the frail and feebly beating heart within. Quirrell let out a terrified scream. He had long since lost control over his own body, and before he could even muster a basic expression, life slipped away from him. His lifeless body collapsed at Harry's feet, the weak and pallid visage barely recognizable as the former Professor Quirrell. Harry stepped over Quirrell's lifeless body and discovered the mirror of Ares placed before him. The mirror stood untouched in its original position, and as Harry gazed into it, it appeared merely as an ordinary reflection. Suddenly, he saw his own image within the mirror reach into his pocket and extract a vibrant red stone. After a brief blink, the image returned the stone to his pocket. In that moment, Harry felt a substantial weight truly settle into his own pocket. It was astonishing that he had, in that manner, acquired the Philosopher's Stone. As the ring on Harry's hand began to radiate an intense heat, it uncontrollably reached towards the red gem nestled within his pocket. The moment the ring made contact with the stone, a searing magical energy surged through Harry's entire being. The ring voraciously absorbed every ounce of power from the gem, as the crimson energy flowed unceasingly into its depths, as if the ring were devouring the magical essence of the stone. Overwhelmed by a heat akin to that of a furnace, Harry collapsed to the ground, the gem tumbling before him. The red magical energy flooded into his body until the vibrant hue of the gem gradually faded, transforming it into an ordinary stone that ultimately shattered. Outside, a commotion of professors could be heard, and during his unconscious state, Harry could only discern the argument between Snape and Dumbledore. However, the specifics of their dispute remained hazy in his mind, and once he lost consciousness, all recollection faded completely. Chapter 68, Hermione. Goodness, how wicked is Voldemort? Harry blinked, and gradually, the smiling face of Albus Dumbledore emerged before him. Good afternoon, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry recalled the magical stone absorbed by his ring. He raised his hand to gaze at the seemingly ordinary ring, which glimmered faintly with a red light, as if nourished by some unseen force, thus revitalizing its essence. Headmaster. Harry began to speak of the stone, but was interrupted by Dumbledore. It appears you have acquired quite a remarkable treasure. Utilize it wisely and direct it towards the right path. Dumbledore took a seat beside Harry's bed, unwrapping a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. These are sent by your admirers, the young wizards. The matter concerning you and Professor Quirrell is no longer a secret. The entire school is aware. Hermione and Ron are quite worried about you, but at the time, you were still unconscious and had been taken away by Madame Pomfrey. Harry sat up, clutching his aching neck, and gazed at the mountain of candies piled high on the bedside. He realized that his body seemed to have been in slumber for an exceedingly long time. Harry, is anyone there? Loser. Wow. Harry is speaking. I thought you had been eliminated due to an unequal distribution of spoils. Gandalf, it has been many days since we last saw you. Regrettably, without your permission, we cannot come and visit. Old Huang, what on earth has transpired? Harry was bombarded by this information, his mind momentarily incapacitated. Dumbledore, seated beside him, observed him for a while before speaking. It appears that you have not yet fully recuperated. I shall return shortly. Wait, Professor, I have been unconscious for several days. Harry reached out to stop Professor Dumbledore. It's been 3 whole days, my child, Professor Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. You have truly made a name for yourself at the school. Defeating a defense against the dark arts professor is unprecedented in the history of the academy. Professor Dumbledore. I encountered Voldemort. He has been lurking behind Professor Quirrell's mind. I am certain of it. Harry wished to convey all that he knew to the professor in one breath. I had previously suspected him to be the dark wizard who attacked Gringotts. And later he transformed into Hermione's likeness to deceive me into assisting him in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, indeed. This matter has spread throughout the school. When I beheld Miss Granger's paper, I realized you were in grave peril. Professor Dumbledore revealed a mysterious smile as he whispered, Hermione's paper? Harry inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Voldemort, disguised as Miss Granger, participated in the history of magic exam and inscribed statements proclaiming his return upon it. I believe he faltered. A gleam of mirth illuminated Dumbledore's face, as though he were about to share a jest with Harry. Miss Granger's history of magic score would ordinarily be deemed a failure. However, considering the peculiar circumstance of Voldemort and Miss Granger's usual performance, we have decided to award her an A. Though it may seem unjust to Miss Granger, we cannot arrange a separate examination for her, as tonight marks the final ceremony of the school year. Harry could vividly envision Hermione's tearful visage. Oh, poor Hermione. Yet, Voldemort has returned. Harry realized that Professor Dumbledore was shifting the focus. The emphasis should not solely rest on Voldemort's impending resurgence, which would undoubtedly unleash chaos upon the wizarding world. He was lurking, biding his time for an opportunity to rise again. And it was imperative that we inform the entire magical community to remain vigilant against Voldemort's infiltration. Our academy is likely at risk, as you are well aware, Professor Dumbledore. Your concerns are not unfounded, Harry. I shall choose an appropriate moment to unveil the truth. Perhaps Voldemort is still in search of a suitable vessel. But that is not within your current considerations, Dumbledore remarked, his wise blue eyes persuading Harry. Reflecting on Voldemort's intent to resurrect his corporeal form using the Philosopher's Stone, which had now been rendered a mere ordinary stone after being absorbed by his ring, Harry felt a wave of dismay wash over him. By the way, Professor, I inadvertently destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. He gazed glumly at the ring adorning his finger, suddenly realizing that although the ring had aided him through numerous trials, it had also brought forth greater calamities due to his own desires. Voldemort served as a cautionary tale. His essence has been entirely absorbed by my ring. Perhaps I should bestow it upon your friend, Nicolae. After all, I have inadvertently obliterated the Philosopher's Stone you entrusted to me, and I can only offer this meager compensation. Harry hesitated for a moment, then resolutely removed his ring and handed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore merely flickered his cerulean eyes and swiftly diverted his gaze from the magical ring, revealing a look of contentment as he returned the ring to Harry. No. LeMay had long ceased to contemplate the use of the Philosopher's Stone. For him, immortality had become a torment. At present, he felt as fragile as glass, too delicate to withstand even the slightest touch. However, with the loss of the Philosopher's Stone, his own life would inevitably fade away. Harry could not comprehend why someone would relinquish Voldemort's coveted immortality, opting instead to embrace death. The ultimate adversary is death itself. Why would those who have vanquished him actively seek him out? Harry, you must understand, there are myriad matters in this world far more significant than death, Dumbledore said with profound gravity. Moreover, for those with a clear mind, death is merely another grand adventure. You see, the Philosopher's Stone is not as wondrous as it seems. With it, one could attain boundless wealth and an extended lifespan, fulfilling every desire. Yet, these two pursuits are among humanity's greatest longings, and paradoxically, people tend to choose what is least beneficial to them. Professor Dumbledore, you must leave now. The patient has just awoken and requires rest, Madame Pomfrey interjected as she approached. But I am the headmaster. Shouldn't there be some distinction? Dumbledore replied leisurely as he rose, casually pocketing a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He sampled one that was a rather unpleasant shade of brown and offered Harry a wry smile, clearly indicating that this particular bean was far from delightful. Indeed, however, the patient needs tranquility. You must exit first. Madame Pomfrey remained unyielding, ushering Professor Dumbledore out the door. Having regained his energy, Harry rejoined the chat group, which was now bustling with activity. Old Huang had already begun to explore the technology of interdimensional travel in order to rescue Harry. V and the frail boy cheered him on from the sidelines. Harry, I believe I can still manage to recover. Amidst the concern and care of my friends, I briefly recounted the harrowing encounter I had with the Dark Wizard, leaving them in a state of shock and awe. Even Lonnie was compelled to commend Harry as a valiant warrior. Weakling, why not a competent wizard? Yet, naturally, no one gave that any thought. Harry, at that moment, I felt an unsettling restlessness coursing through me, a certain energy intensifying, while the surroundings became distorted. Old Man Huang, a surge of spiritual energy. Chapter 69, The Prophecy of Spiritual Energy. Harry, psychic upheaval? I have only heard of magical surges. A phenomenon every young wizard experiences when they can no longer control the magic within them, resulting in a magical outburst. The old man, these are but two sides of the same coin. In your realm, where mysticism prevails, they are referred to as wizards. Here, we call them psychics. The stronger your psychic abilities, the deeper your connection to the subspace, making it increasingly easier to hear whispers emanating from it. Simultaneously, your capacity for destruction intensifies. Whispers? Harry pondered. He had indeed never encountered such whispers, yet he could sense the volatile energy within him, poised for an explosive release. It is said that those young wizards, burdened by the suppression or concealment of their innate magical abilities, combined with a disdain for their magical gifts or other negative emotions, may give rise to a phenomenon known as the silence. Young wizards afflicted by this silence are termed silencers. When a silencer experiences intense emotional fluctuations, the silence manifests as an invisible wind or swirling clouds, attacking the source of their turmoil. While it may seem that the silence is venting the silencer's frustrations and truth, it rapidly depletes their vitality. The silencer finds themselves unable to escape the silence, as the dark forces within them gradually consume their life force, leading to unimaginable suffering before ultimately succumbing to death. Harry shivered. He had no desire to become a silent one. The immense magical energy within him yearned for a means of release. Harry, Old Huang, what should we do? Old Huang, for those who cannot control their spiritual energy, there is essentially only one path available: destruction. Murdering a fellow comrade? Sickly guy. Old Huang, you are truly ruthless. Upon hearing this, Harry felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He sensed a warmth enveloping his entire being, as if he were on the verge of self-destruction. Just as Old Huang had suggested. Old Huang, however, I see that you merely lack an outlet for your spiritual energy. You need only to heed my advice and gradually harness your power. If you can master it, you will become a formidable and stable practitioner of spiritual energy. Harry, how to proceed? Harry, as if clutching at the last straw of hope, inquired, Old Huang, do you possess a method? The old man replied, I have a technique that allows for mind control, manipulating souls and spirits, enabling one to dominate 100. What say you? Harry, however, the unforgivable curses, particularly the soul-sucking curse, are rather superfluous. I shall not pursue them. Old Huang, I possess a method that can summon wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, wielding natural elements at your command, allowing you to face 100 foes alone, akin to a natural disaster. What do you think? Harry, to slay too many enemies is to offend the heavens. It is not suitable for regular use in school. I shall not study it. Old Huang, if you refuse to learn this and that, what do you intend to achieve? Harry, yet, the art of learning that brings no harm to others, nor disturbs the heavens, can be applied universally. The old man Huang gradually imparted his knowledge of spiritual abilities, such as reading souls, conjuring lightning and flames from thin air, enhancing weapons, and wielding devastating spells unsuitable for a first-year wizard. Ultimately, guided by Huang, Harry unleashed his spiritual energy, and in an instant, he beheld a fleeting apparition suspended in midair. He saw Hermione rushing towards him, instinctively embracing, only to find emptiness. There was no one before him. Yet Hermione and Ron continued to chatter incessantly in his ears. He received Dr. Pomfrey's approval for a temporary discharge from the hospital, requiring only periodic checkups. The scene then shifted to the Feast of the House Cup, where Professor Dumbledore rose, and all applauded him. The decorations of the hall were adorned in green and silver stripes, with a giant Slytherin serpent hanging in the center. The subsequent images grew hazy. He glimpsed Gandalf in a fashionable vest and an unfamiliar youth, his face adorned with metal pieces, and wearing peculiar hip-hop attire that drew curious glances from the surrounding Asians. The sounds were muddled, an array of strange utterances, certainly not English. Harry felt dazed, the images before him becoming increasingly indistinct. And he saw one figure gradually morphing into the head of a tawny otter. Harry, how are you? Hermione's otter had promptly approached him. She had initially intended to embrace Harry, but recalled his recent awakening and the injuries he bore, thus cautiously withdrew her arms. We heard you were injured. You've been unconscious for 3 days. You actually defeated Quirrell, though his strength might not rival Hagrid's. He is still a professor, Ron exclaimed excitedly. He had a friend who triumphed over a professor in their first year. Who would dare to look down on him now? Of course. This also meant that future assignments were assured. Harry suddenly felt that these words were somewhat familiar, as if he had heard them before. He turned to look at Hermione, whose eyes were red, and he suspected that it was because she was likely to fail her history of magic class. Hermione. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that you would not fail history of magic. You merely received an A. Harry gently caressed Hermione's chestnut curls. Reminiscent of the soothing act of petting a cat, Hermione wiped away her tears, not resisting his comfort. Harry, I am truly sorry. I carelessly tossed my hair into a corner, and it nearly cost you dearly. She rushed forward to embrace Harry tightly, causing him a sharp pang of discomfort. Yet he merely gritted his teeth in silence. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey emerged from the shadows, and as Hermione gradually released her hold on Harry, Ron prepared to embrace him. However, she sternly interjected, the patient requires rest and must avoid any strenuous activity. Ron, eager to argue, barely began to voice his thoughts when Madame Pomfrey's face visibly flushed with irritation, compelling him to fall silent. Madame Pomfrey, I am nearly fully recovered. And tonight marks the Quidditch Cup. It is my inaugural year participating in the tournament. Harry shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was in good health, and pitifully addressed Madame Pomfrey in an attempt to soften her stern demeanor. No, your body is not yours to command. It must heed the doctor's orders. Madame Pomfrey conducted a brief examination of Harry and discovered that his physique surpassed that of an average person. His bone density and muscle mass were remarkably robust, even exceeding those of many frail, sedentary young wizards. His vibrant vitality was hardly indicative of someone who had recently recovered, although uncertain about the specifics of his condition. She requested that he visit the infirmary for a checkup every afternoon at 4, until the day of his departure from school. Very well, Madame Pomfrey. Harry nodded repeatedly. During the evening's House Cup ceremony, Slytherin triumphed with a staggering score of 566, leaving all other houses far behind. While Harry's victory over Professor Quirrell added more than 100 points to their tally, the banquet proceeded as customary, and Harry noticed that his fellow Slytherins were observing him in silence. He shrugged and scooped a portion of mashed potato and steak onto his plate. The crisp and decisive clinking of cutlery gradually filled the air, and soon, the most abundant dish left on the Slytherin table was mashed potato and steak. Draco, assuming the role of an elder, had contributed little during the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, yet he busied himself nonetheless. His peers eagerly sought insights into Harry's daily routines, hoping to glean some profound wisdom from him. Ahem. Draco pretended to clear his throat, recalling a phrase Harry had once shared with him, which he then twisted into his own interpretation. Nothing is everything. The surrounding students displayed expressions of sudden enlightenment, unfazed by their admiration. Harry was acutely aware that he seemed to possess a prophetic ability, as everything unfolding before him had previously manifested in that vision. The dilemma lay in the fact that the Potter family had never been known for producing renowned seers. Harry had not previously exhibited any prophetic talents. Could it be that this is what the old man refers to as spiritual power? Harry intends to diligently learn the so-called spiritual abilities from the old man Huang during this summer vacation. Chapter 70, The Love-Struck Loser. Harry, Old Huang. It seems I have acquired a prophetic ability. Old Huang. Indeed, your powers exceed your imagination. V, could you assist me in predicting the next lottery of the deceased? If I win the prize, I shall share half with you. Unfortunate guy. My brother, I have feelings for a girl. Could you help me gain some insight? Harry, what do you think of the fool? Fool, I merely spoke in jest, nothing more. Please, continue. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon, and the fool immediately concedes. V, alas. Fool, I do not wish to speak ill of you. Old Huang, send it over. I shall transform you into a true man before returning you. Fool, trembling with fear. The fool often behaves this way, suddenly and earnestly broaching a subject, drawing the attention of friends before quietly withdrawing. Noticing the fool's reluctance to elaborate, everyone shifts their gaze back to Harry. Gandalf, the power of prophecy enables one to perceive the fabric of time and space, and one might say it grants insight into the memories of the world's creator. Harry, the dark wizard who murdered my parents has returned. I know he will not rest until he wreaks havoc once more. I must eradicate him. I cannot allow him to influence or even control my friends any longer. Old Man Huang, a dark sorcerer, can turn the world upside down. Harry, he killed hundreds of people. Old Man Huang, just one? Well, that's something. What about the next day? Shuai Zai? V? Old Man Huang, This is a long story. Speaking of which, in your world filled with so many psychics, is there not a whisper from the subspace or perhaps power from other realms? Harry, I have never encountered the term subspace, nor have I heard any similar expressions. The magical realm and the human world intertwined, remaining inextricably linked. Strictly speaking, our magical community might align with what you describe as subspace, yet it does not precisely fit that definition. Old Man Huang, so you claim your world lacks subspace. Harry, none Gandalf, none none the old man. Is it true that your world lacks subspace? Perhaps it is due to your lowly status that you remain oblivious. I feel a sense of offense. The weakling, there exists an undeniable beauty in this. The old man seems to ponder whether subspace is exclusive to his realm, questioning if this is indeed a nefarious scheme. It appears that Harry's world is a congregation of psychics, logically attracting the attention of subspace entities, making it implausible for them to revel in their own amusement unchallenged. If Harry's world possessed subspace, he would not escape its disturbances. Thus, the absence of such phenomena indicates that Harry's reality is devoid of subspace. The equation is resolved. The old man, Harry, as a brother, speak your mind. I shall teach you whatever you need. Unsolicited flattery often masks ulterior motives. Yet, Harry cannot fathom what the old man might desire from him. Surely, he would not request to lead an army to unify the globe, would he? The weakling, there's a place called Castle Academy that has invited me to study there. They claim an affiliation with the University of Chicago. May I be an exchange student with you? Harry, Castle Academy? I have never heard of it. There is a Ministry of Magic in America, but I am unsure if they have a magical institution by the name of Castle Academy. Sigh. How could someone as ordinary as I ever be noticed? You are being overly modest. Although you often chatter and exhibit a cowardly demeanor, frequently playing the fool to amuse others, you may cease your words. In truth, I have feelings for a girl. Yet I am torn between staying by her side or attending the mysterious Castle Academy. Old Juan, is it lust that drives you? Gandalf, a long-held ambition? Looming Fay, holding a tablet, displayed an Annie-like smile, lying on his bed and chuckling to himself. Yesterday, Chinwanin sat beside him by the riverbank, cradling a dandelion, her feet submerged in the gently flowing water. Chinwanin mentioned that once they entered university, they would likely drift apart, perhaps only to reunite during the summer. If at all, as many good friends gradually forget one another. Zhao Menghua, the little goddess, Lu Miao Miao, eventually, they would all part ways. Yet, Lu Mingfei felt he had a chance, for he believed no one cherished Chinwanin more than he did. Wherever Chinwanin went to study, he would follow, persistently pursuing her, convinced that after 4 years, she would surely develop feelings for him. Lu Mingfei naively mused that if only Harry could foresee the success of his confession, he could spare himself the effort of the confession altogether. He resolved that should his confession succeed, he would remain. If it failed, he would go to Castle Academy. Should he fall victim to a deceptive academy, Lu Mingfei felt that Harry could rescue him through their chat group, allowing him to witness the grandeur of the magical academy. In truth, serving under Old Huang would not be so bad, Lu Mingfei contemplated. Given their familiarity, it was certain he could become the foremost lieutenant of the African warlord. Here lies the strategist Lu Mingfei, destined for greatness across the ages. After all, his prowess in managing StarCraft was second to none. Surely, he could realize his ambitions under Old Huang's command. With this thought, Lu Mingfei excitedly rolled around on his bed. At that moment, the door swung open, and his cousin, weighing 150 pounds and standing at the same height, barged in, ruthlessly snatching the tablet from Lu Mingfei's grasp, shattering his delightful reveries. Once I become the foremost lieutenant under Old Huang, I will be the first to send you to carry explosives to blow up a bunker, Lu Mingfei thought indignantly. The city of River Valley, under reconstruction, had once again regained its vitality. The previously desolate streets were now bustling with a variety of crowds, comprising not only the residents of Long Lake Town but also people who had migrated from other regions. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern non-human races among them. Dwarves had come down from the mountains to trade, their colossal furnaces behind them, busily crafting ironworks and hawking their creations. Elves flitted among the throngs, occasionally purchasing human trinkets as fashionable adornments. Smog soared above River Valley, having devoured all the half-orc dens in the vicinity as though they were mere snacks. As the revered guardian beast of River Valley, she had no worries about hunger. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over her, prompting Smog to glide down to the center of the city square, obediently landing on the ground. All the residents gathered around, astonished by the presence that could instill such fear in the guardian beast. A cloaked wizard shrouded in black inquired of the nearby townsfolk, "What is her name?" "Smog," Smaug. The Dark Wizard observed Smaug's current state. Although she was a dragon of ignominy, he felt it was beneath her to exhibit such subservience. She seemed quite different from the Smaug he remembered. Chapter 71. Holiday joyful days are always fleeting, and soon the time came for the results to be announced. Due to her studies in the history of magic, Hermione narrowly missed her goal of perfect scores, spending the night in her dormitory, secretly shedding tears. According to Lavender Brown, she heard Hermione sobbing in the middle of the night, murmuring the name of the mysterious man as if calling to him directly. Harry, as expected, achieved the top score in his entire year with straight O's. Ron and Malfoy also excelled in their studies, their results closely rivaling one another, igniting a silent competition between them. Harry observed Malfoy cursing Ron's future grades with a dark magical object, yet a mere glance revealed no trace of malevolent energy. It seemed nothing more than a trivial toy. Meanwhile, Ron chattered incessantly in Harry's ear about his new wand, conjuring fantasies of devising a scheme to expel Malfoy. Though it was mere idle talk, a pastime he relished, time sped by in a blur, akin to a fierce gust of wind sweeping through, leaving their belongings scattered and thrusting their luggage into their hands. By the time Harry regained his composure, he found himself at the grand oak doors of Hogwarts. Suitcase in hand, clutching the notice issued by the school forbidding the use of magic during the holidays. I had always hoped they would forget to send us this, Fred Weasley lamented. Yet Ron confidentially informed Harry that, in reality, Fred practiced his magical toys daily at home as long as their parents were present. Hagrid guided them onto the fleet of boats gliding across the lake, and they cast one last glance back at Hogwarts, reminiscent of their arrival. The castle receded against the backdrop of a cerulean sky, the faint glow from its turrets shimmering in Hermione's eyes until the light faded into silence. Now aboard the Hogwarts Express, they laughed and chatted, witnessing the countryside transform into a verdant and orderly landscape. The train traversed various Muggle towns, with Ron pressing his face against the window, savoring Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of planes soaring overhead. "You must come to my house during the summer," Ron exclaimed eagerly. "Both of you. I'll send an owl to invite you." At that moment, a few knocks sounded at the door. "Come in," Harry said. The door swung open, revealing Malfoy standing awkwardly in place, with Crabbe and Goyle lingering behind him like loyal followers, their gazes shifting nervously, exuding an air of discomfort. "My mother wishes to meet you." "I hope you can come during the summer," Malfoy announced, a sickly flush creeping onto his pale face. Compared to their first encounter, his tone was markedly more subdued. As he added, "Many prominent figures from the wizarding world will be in attendance." As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily wandered to Ron's hair, which Ron found exceedingly offensive. "Malfoy!" Ron shouted furiously, ready to leap at him. But Malfoy swiftly closed the compartment door, leaving only a business card for Harry. "Harry, I suspect Malfoy's intentions are nefarious. Do not go," Ron warned, harboring resentment for not being able to retaliate. His concerns were not unfounded. The Malfoy family had a notorious reputation as dark wizards, having allegedly paid a considerable sum to expose several Death Eaters to evade punishment, subsequently regaining their standing through bribery of ministry officials. It was evident that they sought revenge on Harry for Voldemort. "I am aware," Harry replied, tossing the card into a bag. He could choose not to go, yet he felt compelled to keep the card. "Harry, I heard you previously lived in London. Do come visit me when you have time," Hermione said, cautiously nibbling on a chocolate frog, a treat she relished, though she would face strict dessert regulations at home. "Oh, I used to live on Privet Drive, at my Aunt Petunia's. But I have long since moved," Harry explained, contemplating bidding farewell to the Dursleys. From the age of 5, he had been engaged in household chores and preparing basic meals, capable of fending for himself. In a way, he owed gratitude to the Dursleys for imparting a few essential life skills. At least he hadn't turned into a complete wastrel. "So where do you reside now?" Ron inquired, realizing he did not yet know Harry's address. "At the Potter family home in Godric's Hollow," Harry replied. "You are welcome to come visit." "You live alone?" Hermione's voice rose in pitch, laden with concern. "How do you manage? What about the community management? How could they permit an 11-year-old to live independently? Living alone sounds incredibly cool." "You would have no one to answer to, sleeping and eating whenever you please," Ron remarked enviously. "We could use your home as a secret base." "That would be splendid." As the Hogwarts Express began to slow, Harry glimpsed the platform outside, where ministry workers stood ready to assist the departing young witches and wizards. They were meticulously controlling access through platform 9 3/4, allowing only a few students to pass at a time to prevent the Muggle world from discovering the existence of the magical realm. "Harry, I will write to you during the holidays," Hermione called as she walked past him, waving goodbye. she quickly vanished into the throng of young wizards, the staff urging her toward the magical platform. Goodbye, Potter. Farewell, Harry. Remember to attend the party. The Slytherin students tipped their hats in salute. Bye, Harry. See you next year. The Hufflepuff students cheered, their spirits high, indifferent to the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, eager merely to observe. However, Quirrell posed a threat to all young witches and wizards. For them, it mattered little which house vanquished Quirrell. The stability of Hogwarts was paramount. Look, you are still quite popular. Ron waved at Harry, shouldering his luggage as he departed. As the queue of young witches and wizards thinned, Harry pushed his belongings forward. The bustling crowd around him felt overwhelmingly novel, as if he were a native wizard. Child, do you require assistance? A kind ticket clerk inquired, observing Harry taking in his surroundings, mistaking him for yet another lost child. No, I am fine, thank you, Harry replied. Harry seemingly caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar plaid shirt amidst the crowd. Yet he paid it no heed. He turned and proceeded to the airport to purchase a ticket to the southwestern region. Loser. Fellows, I've made up my mind. I shall confess my feelings. That is splendid. And then? Gandalf. Ah, youth is indeed fervent. Harry, I am on vacation. Yet I find myself at a loss for a destination. Shuai, come on, everyone. Old Huang. Is there a hint of a flag in the air? Shuai, get lost. Brother, you haven't been rambling on for ages, have you? This Chinwenwen is merely a figment of your imagination to deceive the brothers, right? Deceiving them is one thing, but don't let yourself be fooled. Shuai, all right, as you say. By the time Brother Ha returns home and settles down, it will likely be that day. If I fail, I shall consider myself a little dog. If I succeed, if you fail, I will take down that woman. Shuai, get out of here. Harry sensed that Ron had likely indulged in some libations, much like Uncle Fred, and began to ramble nonsensically. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Upon regaining his senses, he would often have no recollection of his drunken escapades. With a smile, he accepted the plane ticket and boarded the flight to the southwest of England. Chapter 72. The inaugural team building of the chat group upon returning to Godric's Hollow. Harry found himself back at the Potter residence, where he discovered that the once quaint village had welcomed a surge of new inhabitants, who had opened a myriad of peculiar shops, revitalizing the charm of Godric's Hollow once more. Without a moment's thought, Harry recognized the wizards who had come seeking him. It took him a considerable amount of time to establish rapport with these individuals, and by the time he finally found his footing, it coincided with the day when the timid boy was prepared to confess his feelings. Beneath the cloak of night, the Potter residence remained illuminated, while outside, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. Having just completed all of his winter vacation assignments, Harry decided to take a moment to rest. As he settled onto his bed to watch some television, he couldn't help but think that the unfortunate fellow was undoubtedly cowardly. In truth, many individuals often exhibit similar traits. However, this unfortunate soul belonged to the category of those whose bravado was more bluster than substance. If he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts, no one would be the wiser, and thus his persona would remain unremarkable at best. Yet, once he spoke out, failing to deliver would render him a mere jester. As Harry switched on the television, a message from popped up in the chat group. Hey, are you ready? I'm about to play a song for you. Shared an audio clip in the group. Flakes of snow flutter down, the north wind whispers cold. Silly boy. Wow, this song is also popular in your world? Not only did Silly Boy not retreat like a timid turtle, but he also dared to respond to Gandalf, it has been over 2 years. I haven't taken a break in ages. Perhaps we should organize a team-building event at Silly Boy's place. What do you think, Old Huang? Old Huang. How nostalgic. However, I'm currently swamped with work. Let us plan for another time. Aren't you always waiting for Miss Lonnie in the group? Why not go and see her? Silly boy. Ahem. Miss Lonnie is just too aloof. I think I'll pass. Harry, when shall we depart? Shuai Zai. Tomorrow I will deliver a speech. I hope you will all be present. However, it seems I lack the funds to provide you with new attire from the store. Please send me a sample to review. Shuai Zai sent a picture, showcasing a coat, shirt, and jacket adorned with Chinese characters. It appeared quite similar to what he was wearing, suggesting that the disparity in worldview might not be as vast as imagined, at least not to the extent of Gandalf directly stepping into the medieval era. Harry, I am perfectly fine. It feels quite similar. I am also doing well. The combinations have hardly changed over the decades. Cynical guy. Okay, then it's only Gandalf. Gandalf. Awkward. In the group, Gandalf is the one who cheers the loudest, yet when it comes to team building, his absence feels peculiar. as if something is missing. V, allow me to bring you an outfit. Gandalf, all right. V, there's no time like the present. Let us go today. Cynical guy. I have no place for you to stay. He himself is residing at his aunt's house, cramped in a room with Lu Mingzi, unlike Harry, who has the Potter estate to move out from his uncle's home. If Harry and the others come over, would I have them visit only to send them back after they fall asleep? Lu Mingfei's expression is beginning to falter. V, sleep? Nonsense. Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's lottery of the deceased. Harry, what a remarkably advanced state of mind. Gandalf, let us depart. After many diligent years, I am eager to explore another realm. V, let's go. I have a fondness for Chinese street snacks and am curious about what delicacies were like decades ago. Harry, I have no objections. Slacker, grit your teeth. Let us go. A phrase suddenly appeared before Harry. The frail boy invites you to enter another world. Yes or no? The lights of the Potter residence gradually faded. Just because you are more attractive than Shinwen does not mean I would like you, Lu Mingfei said dejectedly. Hero, I never expected you to possess such tenacity. Nua seemed to be incensed. Fine. Farewell. The mobile phone emitted a beeping sound, signaling that the call had ended. Standing on the rooftop, Lu Mingfei gazed down at the city enveloped in twilight, feeling akin to a lion cornered with no escape, the precipice looming behind him, leaving only the path ahead. He inhaled deeply, having already gathered a repertoire of romantic phrases from the internet, rehearsing fervently in his mind how he would eloquently deliver his speech before the entire class. There was no retreat for him. He was free to pursue, and no one could refuse him. He hummed a dissonant tune, glancing at his phone. Realizing it was his first time inviting friends from the group chat, he pondered whether the transmission would be timely. What if the friends were like files, compressed and distorted by the chaos of time and space when received? What if a 2G connection delayed the transmission for decades? Suddenly, anxiety washed over Lu Mingfei. Just as he intended to turn back, a thunderous shout startled him. I am coming. The eerie voice behind him reminded Lu Mingfei of the game Plants vs. Zombies. He stumbled, retreating several steps, feeling as though he might topple over the low wall behind him. I'm doomed. Before I even confess, I might be killed by a zombie, he thought despairingly. Yet, in the final moment of his fall, a large hand yanked him back from the brink of death. Before him stood a figure adorned with metal plating and distinct mechanical eyes, exuding a distinctly cyberpunk aura. Overwhelmed with fright, Lu Mingfei attempted to flee, only to be embraced by V. Spare me, I have only 50 yuan to my name. Lu Mingfei, displaying a blend of resilience and vulnerability, immediately emitted a mournful wail. Why don't you take a look at who I am, frail boy? V chuckled, gradually releasing his grip on the frail boy and stepping back, revealing 3 figures of varying sizes standing before Lu Mingfei, reminiscent of Russian nesting dolls. His friends had arrived. Harry donned a black coat and jeans, while beside him stood V, clad in a soiled jacket adorned with an array of colorful graffiti. Gandalf towered above them, draped in a gray-blue robe, undeniably the most incongruous figure among them. The personas of the group were strikingly vivid. The boy with round glasses was none other than Harry. The rebellious and avant-garde V stood in stark contrast. And of course, the gray-robed wizard was Gandalf. Are you not going to get some sleep before confessing tomorrow? Gandalf inquired with concern, acknowledging that despite the banter online, face-to-face encounters often led to unavoidable awkwardness. Only V seemed to possess an innate insensitivity to such matters. He inhaled deeply the fresh air, gazing fondly at the distant city. Have you eaten? The frail boy asked, nervously patting the money in his pocket. Realizing that his entire fortune could barely cover a bowl of plain noodles for each of them, anything beyond that was simply beyond his means. When did you arrive? V remarked with a sardonic tone. Just because you look better than Shinwen doesn't mean I will like you. This comment left Lu Mingfei blushing instantly. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal, Lu Mingfei declared, calculating the money he would need to hand over to the cinema manager the following day, determined to silence V's sharp tongue. Chapter 73, Prelude to Conflict. Harry sat at a table beside the barbecue stall, holding a skewer of lamb, the succulent juices glistening enticingly, complemented by a hint of cumin and a touch of spiciness. Across from him, V grasped 3 skewers of lamb, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned barbecue aficionado, biting down with gusto, leaving his lips glistening with grease, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. It was indeed a rare sight to witness foreign drifters indulging in barbecue in a small southern town, despite the recent economic boom. The presence of several foreigners of varying ages at a barbecue stall was particularly conspicuous. Gandalf, feeling the heat, had shed his robe and tucked it into Harry's wallet, revealing the yellow tank top V had brought for him. An elderly man in his 70s, clad in a tank top while enjoying barbecue, is an uncommon scene in any country. Lu Mingfei munched on grilled leeks, calculating the expenses of this meal with a pained expression. 40, 60, 100, enough already. Let us just eat and wash the dishes. No, wait, there are no dishes to wash, better to wait for the skewers to be cleaned. With tears in his eyes, Lu Mingfei savored the grilled leeks, and through his teary vision, he glimpsed a familiar figure seemingly seated nearby, also indulging in barbecue. However, he hesitated to believe it. Wiping his tears with a tissue, and as the familiar figure drew closer, his gaze became somewhat dazed, with a piece of grilled leek dangling from his lips. Zhao Mingwa was approaching him with a few younger companions, who were none other than his fellow members from the literature club. Flanking Zhao Mingwa were the club's plumpest twins, Su Yinin and Su Miao Miao. What was going on? Was the literature club's outing happening without him? Harry cast a glance at the group. And though he had never learned the art of legitimacy, he could sense their disdain towards Lu Mingfei. The dozen or so individuals across from him exuded an almost palpable air of intimidation. He furrowed his brow and retrieved a miniature handgun from his pocket, only to be restrained by the frail boy beside him. They do not come with good intentions, V murmured. You are the one who has arrived, Lu Mingfei replied stealthily. Lu Mingfei, these are your friends. Zhao Menghua confidently approached to greet him, eyeing the oddly dressed Gandalf, the unmistakable ruffian V, and a foreign youth no older than 15. Had their counterparts been polished, well-dressed young men exuding sophistication and success, Zhao Menghua might have held Lu Mingfei in higher regard, perceiving him as a concealed gem. What is this nonsense? Zhao Menghua smiled faintly, already contemplating how to mock Lu Mingfei. Why mock? Mockery requires no justification. Sometimes, prolonged familiarity can lead one to be perceived as a mere buffoon, whose role is to entertain the princes. Is there something you wish to discuss? Harry inquired, wiping his mouth with a napkin. His presence was more assertive and composed compared to the irritable V, the timid Mingfei, and the on-looking Gandalf. This aura seemed innate. Harry turned to Zhao Menghua and spoke in remarkably fluent English, catching even the language enthusiast Zhao Menghua off guard. After all, comparing one's English to that of the quintessential Briton Harry was no easy feat. Your English is quite impressive. Zhao Menghua managed a strained smile, sensing that it was unwise to engage in a rivalry with the boy. Even if he triumphed, it would merely reflect a case of the strong bullying the weak, lacking any true grandeur. He merely needed to leverage Harry's prowess in English to gain some semblance of prestige among the literary society. Thank you. Your Chinese is commendable as well, Harry replied nonchalantly, as if he discerned a shadow of Malfoy in Zhao Menghua, merely an older version of the same archetype. Lu Mingfei, I did not expect you to have foreign friends today. What a fortuitous encounter. Allow me to treat you to this meal, Zhao Menghua said with a beaming smile. Not that he was particularly concerned about the cost. Before the impending confession the following day, he sought to instill a glimmer of hope in the frail boy. When the spotlight shone, it would be clear who the true fool was. Under normal circumstances, Lu Mingfei would have immediately knelt, exclaiming praises for his savior in times of peril, expressing profound gratitude for the mercy bestowed upon him. Zhao Menghua embodied the heroic archetype of a Marvel character, well-off, reasonably attractive, even somewhat charming, with a wealth that was readily apparent. Were it not for the legend of Chu Zihong, Zhao Menghua would have been seen as a small campus idol at Linglong High School. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei felt akin to a stray dog, receiving a kick from the campus idol, howling in pain with no one to sympathize, yet yearning for the idol's mercy, which he should have deemed sufficient. However, he now found himself inclined to refuse. Lu Mingfei stammered, realizing that to decline would only serve to inflate his own pride, for he possessed neither the means nor the funds to accept such charity. It was precisely because he understood that Zhao Menghua was aware of his financial constraints that he felt compelled to decline. People are indeed peculiar. Perhaps one may grovel before someone for too long, but in the presence of new friends or those they care for, they may adopt a facade of strength. Even when they are not truly powerful, no one yearns to be subservient at all times. No need. We have brought our own, Harry stated casually, producing a handful of pounds. He recognized that the frail boy seldom had much money. The last time he managed to send funds was likely all of his savings. He had come prepared with a small amount, intending for Mingfei to keep it safe, understanding the feeling of being financially constrained, and wished to lend a helping hand. Haha, pounds are of no use here, Zhao Menghua observed Harry stepping in on Lu Mingfei's behalf, feeling a twinge of annoyance, though his expression remained cheerful. Whoever laughs last, laughs best. Harry flicked his hand, and the pounds he held transformed in an instant into a stack of renminbi, leaving the members of the literary society utterly astonished. This evening proved worthwhile, not only for the sight of peculiar foreign individuals but also for witnessing Xiao Hei showcase his magical prowess. Are you not at all concerned? Ming Fei is set to deliver a speech tomorrow, and we must rest adequately tonight, V said curtly, his tone sharp enough to nearly choke Zhao Menghua. The pretense of being the good guy was transparent. If he truly intended to make a purchase, he should settle the bill instead. What are you pretending for? Zhao Menghua, since beginning his English studies, had never been subjected to such relentless verbal onslaught, nor had he ever encountered the allure of American bullying. I ask you, what are you pretending for? V's voice escalated further, prompting Shui to swiftly pull the standing V back into his seat. Aware that V was not one to shy away from confrontation, the surrounding individuals cast curious glances their way. Hee, Zhao Menghua chuckled awkwardly. Though he did not comprehend V's words, it was evident that the term containing fuck was hardly complimentary. The other members of the literary society wore equally bewildered expressions, pondering what had transpired to incite such fervor from this foreign friend. A peculiar gleam suddenly flashed in Harry's eyes, almost instantaneously penetrating into Zhao Menghua's being. He could distinctly perceive all of Zhao Menghua's thoughts at that moment, even delving deep into his subconscious, exerting control over his actions. Meanwhile, Zhao Menghua felt an intense discomfort. What was initially meant to be a mere display of bravado had turned into a humiliating encounter, leaving him profoundly unsettled. You are friends of Ming Fei, correct? Friends of Ming Fei are my friends. I shall take the initiative and welcome you all to our literary society soiree tomorrow. Zhao Menghua articulated this in Chinese, clearly directed not at Harry and his companions, but rather intended for the fellow members of the literary society behind him. See you tomorrow. Observing the flustered retreat of Zhao Menghua, Lu Mingfei felt a palpable sense of relief wash over him. For the first time, he realized that even the spirited Zhao Menghua could find himself in a state of embarrassment. After settling the bill, it was time for Lu Mingfei to depart. No matter how indifferent his aunt might be, she would never allow him to simply vanish from existence. Harry exchanged some renminbi at the bank and checked into a modest inn. In the bustling vegetable market, V wandered aimlessly with the change Harry had given him, carrying a large bag of vegetables. $2. Due to his inability to speak Chinese, V struggled to communicate, nearly drawing the ire of an indignant market vendor, who almost called the authorities on him. Fortunately, Harry used a concealment charm to whisk V into a corner, narrowly avoiding disaster. They lacked identification, and if discovered, they would be treated as illegal residents. In truth, they did possess IDs, but one belonged to a man in his 30s, while the other belonged to someone yet to be born. Why are you buying so many vegetables? Harry observed V, who was struggling to carry a large bag filled with vegetables and beef. Logically speaking, regardless of the realm, these items should be universally accessible and hardly qualify as local specialties. It is akin to traveling and opting to purchase a toothbrush instead of souvenirs, a notion that is quite perplexing. In our world, organic vegetables and premium meats are the indulgences of the affluent, while we are relegated to synthetic meat. And let us not even mention those repulsive snacks made from insects, V lamented as he halted at a stall selling egg pancakes. I would like one egg pancake, with an extra egg and ham, please. Such a dismal choice? Are you not considering bringing back some seeds to cultivate? Harry empathized, having often heard V lament about the abysmal state of their world's sustenance, albeit in mere fragments. At that time, he had considered himself fortunate merely to have enough to eat. Yet now, the prospect of consuming food derived from insect protein was utterly repugnant to him. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore, with his fondness for cockroaches, might be inclined to experiment with such futuristic fare. No. In our world, desolation reigns. Fertile land is monopolized by the affluent. The wretched soil is guarded by gangs and vagrant factions, rendering agriculture virtually impossible. V elucidated patiently, a note of despair lacing their tone. Even if one were to precariously secure a plot of land, the moment seeds germinate, they become targets, either tribal factions vying for territory or corporate giants seeking to forcibly acquire the land, sometimes resorting to murder to silence dissent. Every household bears its own burdensome tale. Harry considered himself somewhat fortunate. At least the Dursleys did not force him to eat scraps or resort to more sinister measures, merely wishing to send him to a juvenile delinquent center. Oh, I possess a piece of land from Gandalf, and I believe I can regularly provide you with a yield of wholesome food and meat. Harry reminisced about his reign as the king of the Valley Kingdom. Yet he had never attended a single day of work, rendering his presence somewhat negligible. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of collecting taxes, as he had contributed nothing to merit them. Perhaps he could procure some vegetables from the farmers. At least he could afford that. He contemplated the prospect of suddenly acquiring such an abundance of food, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of the corporation, but he held no production resources, rendering him impervious to any acquisition threats. The tribes could not seize his possessions either. Of course, should he venture into selling healthy food, he would likely encroach upon the monopolistic interests of major corporations, potentially inciting discontent among many. After all, how could one allow the tortoises to access nutritious and affordable sustenance? If the tortoises could easily enjoy delectable and wholesome meals, who would sweep the streets or maintain the public restrooms? However, if he could forge a partnership with a large corporation and establish himself as a subsidiary, he would find himself on much safer ground. It is prudent to have a strong ally in this world, lest one be swiftly eliminated. Although there were risks involved, they paled in comparison to the looming threats of exploitation. "You are truly a genius, Harry," V exclaimed, embracing him excitedly. "Look. The grain from your land fetches astronomical prices in my world through our chat group. While I cannot transfer cash directly to you, I can offer you corresponding technology or weaponry, essentially, things that are scarce in your realm." V took the egg pancake handed over by the vendor, biting into it with enthusiasm. "This is a multi-billion-dollar project, Harry." As they walked and conversed, Harry agreed to supply V with a certain amount of healthy food, while V reciprocated by providing Harry with technology and weapons sufficient to empower the inhabitants of Valley City in their struggle against the half-beasts. Gandalf approached, savoring a candied hawthorn skewer, discreetly concealing a bottle of Mauta liquor within the folds of his fur coat, a recent acquisition. Harry rolled his eyes, feeling a pressing need to engage in business with V. Otherwise, the modest inheritance left by his parents would undoubtedly fail to sustain him until graduation. In that case, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from the Weasley family for survival. "Don't forget, once young cinema," said a voice. "Of course," Gandalf replied. "Though I cannot be there, could you set up a video call?" Added the old man. I'll handle it. My life has no rehearsals. Every day is a live broadcast," V chimed in. The trio, however, was entirely unfamiliar with the surroundings, wandering aimlessly. Harry's mobile phone is rather outdated, while V possesses a remarkably advanced device, and Gandalf, on the other hand, lacks a mobile phone entirely. Coupled with their language barrier, they diligently inquired from various sources to ascertain the location of the Wanxiang cinemas. However, a predicament arose, even upon reaching the destination. They remained oblivious to the characters comprising the name Wanxiang. It was an embarrassing situation as the trio wandered aimlessly through the small town, until V, resolute, declared, "If we keep meandering, we shall never find the Wanxiang cinemas." With a subtle movement of his mechanical eye, he opted to infiltrate a nearby system, utilizing its location services to pinpoint the Wanxiang cinemas. "Hey, what are you three up to?" A girl with long, dark red hair obstructed their path. Clad in a deep purple skirt, a moon-white silk blouse, and purple stockings, adorned with custom jewelry embedded with golden and amethyst hues, which elevated her stature by more than 10 centimeters. Such avant-garde aesthetics, V mused silently, admiring her striking presence and sophistication. A far cry from anything a mere illusion could conjure. Nono observed this peculiar trio as they wandered through the southern town, unable to communicate in Chinese. She sensed a dragon's aura emanating from the child among them, leading her to suspect that they were half-breeds, having escaped from foreign lands. "We are searching for the Wanxiang cinemas," Harry stated, his demeanor seemingly harmless. Yet, Nono was acutely aware that, in the realm of half-breeds, lineage dictated everything, and their youth often served as the most effective disguise. Countless heinous acts had been committed by underage half-breeds. "There it is," Nono indicated towards a building ahead. Becoming increasingly convinced that these individuals were poorly disguised half-breeds, she prepared to contact her superiors for assistance. Her role was to support the frail child, ensuring he would face undue embarrassment in the event of a failed confession. Engaging in combat was beyond her professional purview, and the current budget and salary were insufficient to justify a confrontation with 3 individuals of uncertain lineage. "Ah, thank you, pardon me." Gandalf stepped into the Wanxiang cinemas, with the other 2 closely following. "Hey, Yeshing, I suspect I've identified 3 individuals of unknown lineage. Intentions unclear, possibly fugitives. Requesting backup, over." Nono relayed her observations but received no response from Yeshing, causing her heart to race. A glance at her latest equipment revealed that it had inexplicably malfunctioned. V displayed an almost imperceptible smile. Chapter 75, The Advancing Road of Lumify. "Do you think that Frail Boy stands a chance?" In the restroom, V adjusted his belt and, after a prolonged whistle, turned to the visibly distressed Harry. "Aren't you supposed to be able to foresee events? Can't you predict the upcoming scenario?" "The ability to foresee is not something I can summon at will," Harry replied. "It requires seizing the right moment to utilize." But for now, if Harry possessed the gift of foresight, he would undoubtedly first ascertain whether Voldemort would be vanquished. Such a power is beyond comprehension. And even in Merlin's name, it would not be permitted for him to use it. However, I am indeed aware of whether the unfortunate lad will succeed today. Yesterday, before departing, Zhao Minghua employed a skill akin to legilimency to read the thoughts, information, and even fragments of memories from Zhao Minghua. Harry was acutely aware that today would be nothing short of a farce. Yet, until that moment arrives, the unfortunate lad would not relent. If it is to be a farce, let it be an even grander spectacle. V, eager for answers, inquired as he shared a good rapport with the unfortunate lad. Though they often exchanged banter and insults within their group, they conversed the most, and he was particularly concerned about whether Lu Mingfei would successfully confess his feelings. Gandalf leaned in, his imposing presence making eavesdropping a rather blatant endeavor. What? This is too outrageous. V's anger flared upon hearing Harry's words. He had thought that the obnoxious boy was merely irritating, but now he found him utterly detestable. He contemplated returning to the cyberpunk world to confront Zhao Minghua after taking matters into his own hands. After all, in this world, his identity could not be discerned, and he would remain elusive. However, the wise Gandalf intervened, reminding him that the three of them had been seen with Lu Mingfei. And it would only complicate matters if Zhao Minghua were to be dealt with, especially with the events set to unfold today. I cannot swallow this indignation, V exclaimed, arms crossed, asserting that he could not stand idly by while his good friend faced insult. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. I have a plan. Harry whispered conspiratorially in Gandalf and V's ears. Within the bounds of law and school regulations, Harry was more than willing to vent his frustrations for his dear friend. Especially since he was prohibited from using magic during the holiday, there was no such restriction in another world. You are quite the schemer, V remarked with a knowing smile. Realizing Harry shared his darker inclinations. After devising their plan, the trio nonchalantly exited the restroom, only to encounter Lu Mingfei, who was washing his face. He was gazing into the mirror, attempting to adopt a fierce expression, though he resembled more a character from Dr. Slump than the imagined Super Scion. He was preparing for tonight's speech, intent on declaring his love aloud. Flowers, music, and an exuberant confession were his trifecta of essentials. Flowers were no issue, as he had gathered a multitude of dandelions by the riverside that afternoon, forgoing roses since Chinwenwen had a fondness for dandelions, which he deemed more stylish. The music was also arranged. Lu Mingfei had pilfered a box of genuine Zhonghua cigarettes from his uncle's drawer, exchanging them for 2 packs of counterfeit ones from the local tobacco shop, returning 1 pack while bestowing the other upon the projectionist. This had long been Lu Mingfei's method of generating income. The projectionist had agreed to play a touching clip before the show began, featuring Eve and Wally breaking the sound barrier, accompanied by a heart-wrenching score. He had compiled the most moving phrases for his confession, crafting a heartfelt script. Clearing his throat, Lu Mingfei thought of the primary obstacle, the possibility that the little goddess would interrupt him, questioning his every word, compelling him to assertively declare, "What are you doing?" V yanked Lu Mingfei from his daydream, teasingly observing him, while Harry and Gandalf regarded him with sympathetic expressions, making him feel oddly uncomfortable. Had he contracted a terminal illness? Recalling his fierce expression, Lu Mingfei felt awkward, contorting his face into exaggerated grimaces, asking, "Do I resemble Stephen Chow? Who do you think among us has seen Stephen Chow?" Gandalf chuckled. At that moment, Zhao Minghua entered, holding a suit. He glanced at the trio and handed the clothing to Lu Mingfei, speaking in a casual tone. "Change into this for your speech later. Chinwenwen prefers a more formal appearance. Welcome, please follow me to the back," Zhao Minghua invited, observing the trio, who were dressed relatively formally. Although this was merely an internal screening event for the literature club, having foreign friends in attendance would elevate his stature and enhance his image in Chinwenwen's eyes. After all, who wouldn't want their boyfriend to be well-connected? Not just in this small city but globally? Vanity is a universal trait. "No, we will wait for Mingfei," Harry declined. "He will go directly for the speech." Zhao Minghua did not press the matter further and departed. Lu Mingfei took a deep breath, wishing to seek advice from Nono, only to discover that she was unreachable, leaving him with only his friends for support. Revitalized, Harry waved his wand, making Lu Mingfei appear considerably more alert. "Is this magic?" Lu Mingfei sighed. Realizing he had long surpassed Harry's age, he could no longer expect the school to send him owls or admission notices. Was there even a magical academy that would accept him? He yearned to be special, yet he understood he was not. Was there no spell to enhance one's appearance? Lu Mingfei believed in the boundless possibilities of magic and looked to Harry with anticipation, hoping he would perform some wondrous enchantment to make him more handsome than Wu Yinzu. "Then I shall certainly grant myself a transformation first." Harry rolled his eyes and pushed Lu Mingfei out of the restroom. "Shall we play some music?" he inquired. "This morning I heard a song that, despite being incomprehensible, was quite captivating." With a snap of his fingers, Gandalf summoned the background music, accompanying it with a dance. "I stride through the world, unyielding, while the masses gaze in awe. I forge my own destiny, never looking back. I will turn the tides and inscribe my own laws." With a sigh, he lamented the absence of a steel pipe in hand, which would have added to the ambience. Dressed in a suit, Lu Mingfei led the way, followed closely by 3 companions resembling a crew of Hong Kong gangsters. The onlookers instinctively moved aside, amplifying the aura of the so-called loser as he strode defiantly into the screening room. Amused, Su Xiaoqiang contemplated a taunt but was silenced by a fierce glare from Vi, compelling her to shut her mouth in reluctant compliance. Proud as she was, the little goddess could hardly be so easily silenced, yet when she attempted to speak again, she found herself rendered utterly mute. Without Su Xiaoqiang's lead, the other members of the literary club fell silent, watching as Lu Mingfei entered with his entourage, one of whom appeared menacing enough to instill fear in their hearts. Zhao Minghua felt a jolt of alarm. He feared that Lu Mingfei, in a fit of madness, might come to disrupt him. After all, the one called Vi was no ordinary character, seemingly harboring a few lives on his conscience. Just a glance exchanged with him sent chills down Zhao Minghua's spine. Lu Mingfei, Zhao Minghua nudged him, signaling that he should manage his foreign friend behind him. Chapter 76, Dragon King Harry, side story complete. Vi's unconventional attire garnered significant attention. For a foreign muscle-bound figure exuding such an aura was indeed intimidating. Moreover, the glimmer of danger in Vi's prosthetic eye, radiating a lethal vibe, left everyone in a state of hushed trepidation. "Vi, why don't you take a seat at the back?" Lu Mingfei suggested. Upon hearing this, Vi surveyed the crowd and swaggered to the rear, looking down upon them. Observing Lu Mingfei in his ill-fitting suit, one might find it incongruous, yet, commanding such a formidable presence as Vi made him appear as a true leader of the underworld. How astonishing, Lu Mingfei, seemingly unremarkable, could command the respect of a figure of such notoriety. His reputation began to solidify among the literary club members. Zhao Minghua felt uncertain. He suspected that Lu Mingfei might unleash Vi upon him at any moment, yet with no choice but to proceed, he felt trapped. Qin Wen'an was equally flustered. The once timid Lu Mingfei had morphed into a figure of the underworld. While the combination seemed bizarre, it also felt distant and surreal. She flashed Lu Mingfei a glance, her eyes bright and clear yet tinged with confusion, reigniting her curiosity about him. Lu Mingfei felt as though he had plunged into the depths of love. He caught a glimpse of Qin Wen'an, his heart racing like a fawn. His appearance had been polished by Harry's touch, and he looked his best. A dandelion was tucked away in a paper bag, ready to be retrieved at a moment's notice. The projectionist had taken his position, and only the confession remained. Suddenly, the lights in the screening room dimmed, and the screen illuminated with a scene of EVA and Wally breaking the sound barrier. The projectionist, puffing on a Chinese cigarette, pondered how the machine could suddenly malfunction. Vi, Harry, and Gandalf occupied the back row, all too aware that this confession was destined for failure. Yet they hoped to infuse it with a touch of uniqueness because of their presence. They wished to ensure that this long-awaited love story would not fade into nothingness. That Lu Mingfei's heartfelt declarations would not be in vain. Perhaps that was their purpose for being there. Things had exceeded Zhao Minghua's expectations. As he remained baffled by the absence of the expected bright lights, replaced instead by a score he had never heard before, Qin Wen'an too felt flustered. She was aware of the elaborate plans Zhao Minghua had prepared for her, and she was ready to embrace them all. Now, all of it had been abruptly interrupted by Lu Mingfei, who appeared as if from thin air, disrupting their carefully laid plans. Trembling, he leapt onto the stage, stumbling in the process, yet no one dared to laugh. Harry bestowed upon him an encouraging smile. "Today, it seems we, the members of the Literature Club, are destined to part ways. Perhaps I, Lu Mingfei, am quite pleased with that." Stammering awkwardly, he found himself unable to articulate even a coherent thought. His mind a chaotic tangle. Gazing at the audience below, he was bewildered, uncertain of what he was actually saying. The meticulously prepared speech had completely slipped his mind. All he could think of was one single idea that lingered on the tip of his tongue yet remained unspoken. His anxiety peaked as his classmates watched him intently. He was acutely aware that without the presence of Vi, he would not have been permitted to stand there, even for a fleeting moment, and would have been met with derisive laughter and sent off the stage. "I want to tell someone, Qin Wen'an, I like you." The words escaped him, and Lu Mingfei felt an exhilarating rush, as if his brain had been thoroughly emptied. He stood there, dazed, awaiting Qin Wen'an's reaction. A spotlight illuminated her, and clad in a white dress, she appeared as enchanting as a little angel. Zhao Minghua gazed in shock at the seat of the projection hall, sensing that, in some mysterious way, the elder in the hall was giving him an approving gesture. Just say it. Did you shoot your shot? Shen Wuwen felt a sudden pang of indignation. Even if Lu Mingfei had been discreet, he ought not to act so recklessly on such a significant day. The expressions of the literature club members gradually stiffened. They were aware that Zhao Minghua intended to confess to Chen Wuwen today. Yet they had never anticipated Lu Mingfei's audacious intervention. All eyes converged on Chen Wuwen, eager to see how she would respond, the atmosphere thick with silence. To reject or to accept was a profound dilemma. Moreover, how would she survive the wrath of his followers if she declined? Chen Wuwen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sobbed and exited the projection hall, leaving a bewildered Lu Mingfei behind. Wenwen. Zhao Minghua dashed after her. No matter how naive Lu Mingfei was, he could sense the gravity of the situation. He had been cast aside. Standing there, he felt utterly lost. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a striking woman clad in deep purple combat attire, followed by exquisitely made-up young ladies. The previous interviewers, Yixing and Jiodea, trailed behind Nono, their gazes sweeping across the audience before swiftly locking onto the peculiar trio. Invisible serpents slithered towards Harry, who brandished his wand and shattered the approaching creatures. The elegantly adorned young ladies encircled Lu Mingfei, and under Nono's direction, they dressed him in the most suitable suit. Nono scrutinized the trio with caution, adjusting Lu Mingfei's lapel before addressing the crowd. Hello, everyone. There is an event tonight for Ricardo. We must take our leave. Enjoy yourselves and have fun. In the glaring public eye, Lu Mingfei was whisked away right beneath Harry and the others' noses. Harry rolled over and leaped down from behind, casting a spell that struck Yixing. At that moment, beside him, Jiodea activated her linguistic power, conjuring an invisible protective shield above Yixing, successfully blocking Harry's spell. The students of the Literature Society were left in astonishment. They had never envisioned events escalating to such a degree. This small southern town. How could it possibly house both Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong, the prodigious talents? It turned out that Lu Mingfei was indeed a concealed mastermind of the underworld. He had not noticed the fierce conflict erupting between the two factions vying for dominance. Nua, meanwhile, was pulling Lu Mingfei away from the scene, her only hope being to stall Yixing and Jiodea. Although neither of them were combat specialists, their objective was to delay Harry and the other half-bloods until reinforcements arrived from headquarters. V activated his ocular implant, locking onto Yixing and Jiodea, which triggered a wave of gasps among the onlookers. You still have a gun? Impressive, my friend. The aura of mystery surrounding Lu Mingfei intensified. The classmates who had once looked down upon him were now sweating profusely. What kind of nefarious force could compel foreign thugs to wield firearms? Norma. Analyze the enemy's attack route and provide the optimal strategy. Yixing decisively connected with the Academy's super-artificial intelligence, Norma, as the Academy's supercomputer. It possessed computational power beyond human imagination, capable of delivering the best solutions to any dilemma. After analyzing the enemy's combat strategies, their linguistic capabilities, and the comparative strengths and weaknesses of both sides, the conclusion was reached: escape. Upon hearing this, Yixing did not hesitate to shield Jiodea and commence their retreat. Harry smacked his forehead, astonished by the audacity of V, who brazenly drew a gun in broad daylight without a thought for the repercussions. In a bid to obscure the unfolding chaos, Harry cast a confundish charm on all the muggles present to prevent the situation from escalating further. He also employed a repairing charm to mend the ground where the bullet had pierced through. However, this diversion was sufficient for Nono to help Lu Mingfei escape. At that moment, Lu Mingfei was utterly bewildered, finding himself bound in the passenger seat by a strikingly beautiful girl. He quickly realized he had been abruptly kidnapped, yet strangely, it didn't feel entirely unpleasant. The trail revealed itself. Harry utilized a tracking spell on the position where Lu Mingfei had just stood, and instantly, blue footprints materialized, leading them outward. They immediately pursued. Yixing and Yu exchanged a resigned glance. Their adversaries were aggressive yet retained their reason, not resembling the typical uncontrollable hybrids. And their strength was formidable enough to render them unbeatable. Continuing the confrontation would not only be unwise but would also expose their presence to the world. Thus, they opted to communicate with the trio, employing Norma's computational power to emit an audio signal that only V's machines could detect. We are special envoys from Castle Academy. With no intention of becoming your enemies, please lower your weapons. Meanwhile, they utilized Norma for facial recognition and discovered that the three individuals were not in Castle Academy's database, indicating that Nono's information was erroneous. At the very least, the trio did not belong to the hybrid category. Otherwise, Castle Academy would have possessed their information. The likelihood that they had escaped from the 8 families of the Japanese snake clan was exceedingly slim. Hence, the entire situation was a misunderstanding. Simultaneously, Lu Mingfei began to recover from his state of confusion, realizing that Nono had come to activate an alternative path in his life, with Qinwen being a lost cause. He had no choice but to take a chance with Castle Academy. Harry, what is this Castle Academy all about? Lu Mingfei, I almost forgot that you were here. Brother Ha, Old Huang, from my observations, this group of individuals who call themselves from Castle Academy possess rather impure bloodlines. It is hard to define, but they exude a kind of primal essence that one typically associates with beasts. Lu Mingfei, thank you. I have just made the choice to attend there. Is it possible for me to withdraw from enrollment? Harry, the other party appears to possess a form of magic, an extraordinary ability that can be wielded without a wand. Yet I do not sense significant fluctuations in magical energy. V, I invited you to school. I was beginning to think you had been kidnapped. Lu Mingfei, well, the misunderstanding has been resolved, and everything is progressing positively. After a brief apology from Yusheng and Jiodiaji, they chose to depart immediately. At this moment, Lu Mingfei, immersed in the realm of his magical academy, decisively disconnected. Had it not been for Gandalf's pressing matters, they might have assumed Lu Mingfei had been incapacitated by that woman. Alas, Lu Mingfei, who easily forsakes friendships for the sake of beauty. V and Harry also opted to leave. Meanwhile, Yusheng forwarded the combat footage recorded by Norma to Professor Gudrian for analysis, seeking to uncover the origins of this V. He appears to be an ordinary cyborg, yet he managed to overpower 2 agents from Castle Academy with his mortal form. Norma's escape evaluation indicated that the opponent's strength had reached the level of a principal. No, the most perilous threat does not lie with the man behind, but rather with the boy bearing a scar upon his forehead. Professor Gudrian remarked with a grave expression. I suspect this boy is the Dragon King. Chapter 77. Sniff sniff. Harry reclined on the sofa, a bag of potato chips cradled in his hands, while the television broadcasted the day's news. He felt increasingly akin to Dolly. Some individuals had departed, yet in truth, they had never truly left. Upon returning from the world of Lu Mingfei, Harry discovered that the latter possessed a peculiar ability akin to magic, albeit one that was rather singular for different individuals, primarily reliant on equipment for combat. It appeared that there was not a single ordinary person in the chat group. By the time Lu Mingfei resumed his studies in September, Harry resolved to inquire further once he had conducted his research. Godric's Hollow was a village where wizards and muggles coexisted. Here, the use of magic should theoretically evade detection by the Ministry of Magic, at least not traceable back to Harry personally. It was not difficult to deduce that the ministry was not a governing body for wizards, but merely a department of the British government, lacking a vast registration system. This implied that their detection methods primarily focused on children from wizarding families. However, young wizards with muggle parentage were often scattered, leading to numerous wrongful accusations in the ministry's detection and control mechanisms. Many controversial or frequently disputed cases chronicled in the library's tome, The Century of Magical Mystery, predominantly involved children from muggle families, accused of using magic at home. In stark contrast, such occurrences were rare among pure-blood wizard families. This suggested that the ministry determined spellcasters by monitoring magical fluctuations within a given area. As children from muggle families were generally dispersed, the likelihood of them congregating was minuscule, enabling this flawed institution to function with stability. This was remarkably aligned with the national circumstances of the Big Bumble. Children from pure-blood families, like Ron, would not be subjected to detection. For Fred, such requirements were virtually irrelevant, as wizarding families inherently possessed a degree of guidance over their children's magical practices, maintaining a closer relationship with the ministry than muggles. Thus, there was little need for monitoring them. Consequently, he planned to experiment with various spells over the summer. Not far from the window, an owl swooped down, and Harry watched as it approached, but then bang! The owl collided with the glass of Harry's home, its wings spread wide, resembling an owl-shaped pancake pressed against the window, before it slowly fell to the ground. Well, Harry need not look to know it was Errol, the Weasley family's owl. It was said that apart from Percy, who had a dedicated owl, the entire family relied on this aging bird. Harry opened the window, allowing the seemingly astute Errol to leap inside, a letter clutched delicately in its beak. Just as Harry was about to retrieve the letter with a swift motion, Errol evaded him by deftly tilting its head. Harry? Errol, no apprentices. To Harry's astonishment, the old and nearly blind Errol displayed such remarkable agility, evading Harry's attempts to catch him with a swift shake of his head. Harry could only pick up Hedwig's food and present it before Errol, subsequently providing a small basin of water for him to drink before he finally relinquished the letter. Freed from her cage, Hedwig, comfortably sprawled on the sofa, immediately opened her eyes and fluttered to Harry's head, pecking at his hair in indignation to express her discontent. Upon witnessing the well-fed Errol, Harry finally took the letter and began to read it attentively. Ron had invited him to visit his home on July 12th and had also sent a note to Hermione. His mother was quite eager for Harry to come. He also advised Harry to disregard Percy, who was engrossed in studying how to gain power as a prefect, ironically embodying the traits of Slytherin while harboring a disdain for it, much to Harry's bemusement. Harry believed that Ron was mistaken for Slytherin in its quest for power, would never resort to reading a book on how to attain authority. Instead, they typically relied on strength to assert their dominance. Harry wrote a reply, indicating that he would arrive on time. He then handed it to Errol, who took the letter in his beak and, after a moment of repose with his eyes closed, departed. Harry watched Errol wobbling in the sky, his heart filled with concern that the owl might suddenly plummet to the ground. One wonders, does the Ministry of Magic have no protective measures in place for these messenger owls? Harry turned to face the television, which was currently broadcasting the extraordinary events occurring in Godric's Hollow. This compelled him to sit up straight and pay attention. The report stated that since mid-June, residents of several villages in the southwest of England had claimed that their homes had been ransacked by a mysterious thief, only for their treasures to be returned within a month, without a single item missing. However, the loss of their possessions left them in a state of distress and fear, leading them to believe that this was some new form of protest. They urged the British government to reaffirm the sanctity and inviolability of personal property rights. The enigmatic perpetrator had now made his way to Godric's Hollow, where several households had already been victimized, the most recent being a Muggle family located not far from Harry. Harry touched the bag of chips, only to discover that it was completely empty. He distinctly remembered there being half a bag before he left. Could it be that Hedwig had devoured them? Hedwig displayed a peculiar expression and began to squawk, seemingly protesting Harry's unfounded suspicions. How could he accuse her of sharing his provisions with other elves? Harry, you have no heart. Recalling a report he had seen on television, Harry glanced at the window he had forgotten to close, and a sudden chill gripped his heart. Could a burglar have entered his home? Without hesitation, he drew his wand and began to search for clues around the room. Behind the sofa, he found what appeared to be muddy paw prints resembling those of a rodent. Harry had cleaned his home meticulously. There was no way there could be a mouse. Following the trail of prints, he descended the stairs and heard unmistakable sounds of gnawing, as if something was feasting on his chips. Draping himself in the invisibility cloak hanging by the door, he silently made his way to the ground floor storage room. This was where Harry kept his spare change and magical supplies. He cautiously opened the door to the storage room. Inside, a creature covered in sleek black fur, resembling a platypus with an elongated snout, was methodically sweeping his coins into its front pouch. Harry watched in astonishment as he inserted a dozen golden galleons, followed by silver sickles, and finally copper nuts. He stuffed the piled copper nuts, resembling a small mountain, into his front pocket without hesitation. Remarkably, he organized and stored the coins according to their value, clearly indicating that he was a seasoned offender. He appeared oblivious to Harry's proximity, continuing to brazenly sniff around for any valuable treasures. Harry, cloaked in invisibility, swiftly seized the nape of the magical creature's neck. The creature immediately displayed a bewildered yet endearing expression, pitifully twitching its nose. Harry would not indulge him. All of his spare change had been taken away by this magical creature, an unforgivable offense. Spit out my money. Harry grasped the sniffler's 2 feet, shaking them vigorously, causing a cascade of coins to spill from its front pouch. It appeared that not only had it pilfered Harry's pocket change, but also an assortment of treasures from other households. The creature was truly a perfect match for the infamous Scabbers. As the sniffler, now devoid of any coins, wept profusely. It gazed at the scattered gold pieces strewn across the ground and couldn't help but sob, lamenting, I am merely a mere transporter of nature's wealth. What wrong have I committed? Harry, of course, would not let this magical creature escape his grasp. He intended to deliver it to the nearby Ministry of Magic. However, before doing so, he needed to sift through his loose change. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of Harry's home. Chapter 78, Rolf's Commander. Harry grasped the sniffler by the scruff of its neck, carefully tucking it into his wallet to prevent any muggles from glimpsing the magical creature and thereby attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic. His wallet was brimming with items, yet he paid little heed to that at the moment. He shoved the wallet into the pocket of his jeans, hastily closed the pantry door, and swung open the front door. There stood a 12-year-old boy with faint freckles and disheveled brown hair, clutching a brown suitcase that was proportionate to his small frame. He appeared somewhat socially anxious, his deep blue eyes continually darting away from Harry's gaze, occasionally flitting about in a rather amusing manner. Harry found the boy before him strikingly familiar, as though he had encountered him somewhere before. Yet he could not quite place him. Tentatively, he greeted, "Hello." "Huh. Harry Potter," the boy exclaimed in astonishment, his excitement palpable as he stumbled over his words. This reaction took Harry by surprise. He scrutinized the boy, pondering deeply, until at last he recalled where he had seen that familiar face, one of the many cards he had collected from chocolate frogs. Newt Scamander, whose full name was Newton Artemis Fido Scamander, was born on February 24, 1897, in England. He was a renowned magizoologist, traveler, and author, most famous for his work Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which served as an official textbook at Hogwarts and many other magical institutions. In 1927, he aided Dumbledore in thwarting Grindelwald's nefarious plans. The young boy standing before Harry was none other than Rolf Scamander, the grandson of Newt Scamander and a fellow Hufflepuff student. Compared to his grandfather, Rolf appeared considerably more guileless. He pressed his lips together, seemingly hesitating over whether to engage Harry in conversation. Suddenly, Harry's pocket began to stir, and from within, a long, snout-like appendage emerged, adorned with grayish-black fur, capturing Rolf's attention. "Sniff, sniff," Rolf uttered in his thick Dorset accent. Before he could say more, he was pulled into the room by Harry tugging at his sleeve. With a casual wave of his hand, Harry caused the door of the Potter residence to close instantly, while the curtains and windows swiftly followed suit, enveloping the entire house in darkness. This was not a wizarding village, should muggles catch sight of magical creatures. The Ministry of Magic would intervene. Harry envisioned a grim scenario where both he and Rolf would find their wands snapped, clad in tattered clothing, trailing behind Hagrid. Subsequently, Hagrid's hut would become the abode of two disheveled assistants, assuming Hagrid's responsibilities. Rolf appeared somewhat taken aback, stammering as he opened his mouth, at a loss for words, until Harry guided him to a nearby chair, urging him to sit. Typically, Harry and Rolf had little interaction, and he had never divulged his history of moving. Rolf's expression suggested he had not anticipated encountering Harry in this manner. "Are you here to find him?" Harry retrieved the niffler from his wallet, which was busily attempting to stow the sword of Gryffindor into its pouch. Suddenly lifted into the air by Harry, the creature seemed momentarily stunned, its movements frozen as it continued to stuff the sword into its belly pouch. He had heard of Master Newt possessing a niffler that once aided Dumbledore in pilfering the blood pact to thwart Grindelwald. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable that Rolf, as Newt's grandson, would also have a niffler. Rolf hesitated, nodding slowly before shaking his head vigorously. He had initially intended to observe up close the serpent he had raised, but when released, it had exhibited an unexpected ferocity, nearly biting him in its aggression. Rolf inherited Newt's remarkable affinity for magical creatures and his fervent curiosity. When discussing magical beasts, he spoke with an innate confidence and eloquence, shedding his earlier stammer. "I suspect it has entered its nesting period," he mused. "At this time, the serpent is exceedingly perilous, displaying aggression towards any perceived threat to its offspring." "And then?" Harry inquired, pouring Rolf a cup of coffee, an amused expression on his face. "Then the serpent flew away from my suitcase. I had intended for the niffler to locate it, but Rolf's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. Casting a knowing glance at Harry, the niffler, oblivious, lay comfortably in Harry's embrace, stuffing the sword, and upon receiving a light reprimand from Harry, it sniffled pitifully yet continued its task. Nifflers are innately drawn to shiny, precious objects, easily captivated by treasures. Should another possess a trove of gleaming gold coins or jewels, the niffler would likely gravitate towards them, momentarily lingering to scavenge wealth. However, once the bounty was depleted and no new allure presented itself, it would likely scamper off in search of the next hidden trove, forming no lasting bond with its companions. Essentially, it is driven more by treasure than by the presence of others, unless raised from a young age or possessing a constitution akin to Newt's. Commanding a niffler is no simple endeavor. Rolf believed he could coax the niffler into stealing the serpent's eggs and burrowing into the porcelain he had prepared for her. Yet, once released, the niffler ran amok, uncontrollably seeking treasures and claiming them for itself. Throughout the summer, he had been tirelessly attempting to rein in the niffler, and now he could not even find a trace of the serpent. "If I cannot locate the serpent, it will have repercussions in the Muggle world, and I shall surely be expelled from Hogwarts," Rolf said, blinking nervously as he prepared to reach for the niffler from Harry's hands. "Oh, please keep this a secret, Harry. My grandmother must never find out." Otherwise, she will confiscate the suitcase my grandfather gifted me and prohibit my studies in magical creatures. For me, that would be akin to being sent to Azkaban. Grandmother Tina had always opposed Newt allowing Rolf to engage with magical creatures from a young age. Yet Newt saw a reflection of himself in Rolf and aspired to cultivate him into an equally exceptional magizoologist. Harry's Niffler merely let out a foul flatulence, evidently showing no intention of returning. As Harry handed over the Niffler to Rolf, its fur instantly became sleek and slippery. With a sudden leap, it executed a graceful flip and landed on the ground, its legs propelling it forward like the propellers of a submarine. In an instant, it burst through the small door beneath the grand entrance and darted outside. Rolf and Harry exchanged bewildered glances, and for a moment, the atmosphere was thick with silence. What are you waiting for? Chase after it. Harry suddenly remembered that his Potter sword was still in the front pocket of that Niffler. He grabbed Rolf and dashed outside. Chapter 79. The Niffler invades the bank, a trail revealed. Harry cast a tracking charm on the Niffler, and immediately, small blue footprints materialized. The tracking charm necessitates an extraordinary level of magical control, clarity of vision, and the ability to maintain focus and willpower to sustain its efficacy. Many students at Hogwarts struggle to master it even by the time of their graduation, and even numerous Ministry of Magic officials find it elusive. Rolf, with a hint of admiration, remarked, "Ha, Harry, how do you possess such formidable magical prowess? I recall Professor Flitwick did not teach us this charm." The two continued to run while following the Niffler's trail. "It's nothing," Harry replied. "I formed a study group for mutual learning and exchange." Harry did not wish to reveal his true abilities and attributed the credit to his study group. "Harry, may I join as well?" Rolf said timidly. For he had a great fondness for magical creatures, yet his roommates were solely interested in consuming them. After all, being a Hufflepuff, he resided closest to the kitchens at Hogwarts, where culinary skills were not a prerequisite. One could simply sneak ingredients to the house elves, who would conjure a delectable feast. Rolf was utterly exhausted from evading his roommate's scrutiny of his suitcase. Most importantly, he struggled with potions and transfiguration. While Harry not only ranked first in their year, but also received commendations from the professors for his prowess in those subjects. Additionally, Hermione, Ron, and even Malfoy ranked highly within the school. Rolf hoped that Harry would guide him, especially in potions and transfiguration, as he wished to avoid further ridicule from Snape. Of course, Harry replied, surprised that someone was eager to join, particularly a connoisseur of magical creatures. It was well known that Hagrid, despite his passion for magical creatures, had never achieved his long-held dream of becoming the professor of magical creatures. Yet here was Rolf, the grandson of a world-renowned magical creature expert, wishing to join their study group. The two followed the scent of a Niffler to the town's bank. Well, this was an unavoidable destination for every Niffler's owner. A staff member in blue overalls approached them warmly, bending down to address the two children. "How may I assist you?" "We wish to deposit some money." Harry winked at Rolf, uncertain of the process, yet appearing more muggle than Rolf. Rolf nodded in understanding. "Children under 16 are not permitted to open accounts here," the staff member said with a characteristic smile. "We are both 16, Rolf asserted solemnly, as if convincing himself of his own age, and produced his wand. Indeed. Very well, the staff member nodded. They were then escorted to the door by a security guard. "I forgot that I cannot perform the confundus charm," Rolf lamented. "This is how the ministry operates. Had I been able to use it, I could traverse the muggle world freely. But this is a muggle town. And if we use magic, the ministry will track us down," Harry stated. To his knowledge, no wizards resided in the town. "What shall we do then? Without the confundus charm, how can we infiltrate the bank?" Rolf said in despair. "One must die eventually, whether today or tomorrow. Using the confundus charm would lead to their arrest today. Without it, the trail would surely lead back to him, devoid of magic." "I believe we might resort to some muggle methods," Harry suggested. "Muggle methods?" Rolf inquired, puzzled. "Harry, could you assist me in infiltrating the banking system? We require a pathway to the vault and the passwords for each chamber." "Silly boy. As for the vault password, would you prefer I gift you a black mask instead?" "Gandalf, a bank? I am unfamiliar with that concept." What is the matter? Are funds running low? I always suspected that our friends would inevitably traverse this path." "Harry, no. Well, a magical creature has fallen into the vault, and I need to retrieve it." All right. Applies to enter the world, yes or no?" Harry clicked the application and turned to survey his surroundings. Appeared in the distance, striding confidently towards him. Within moments, a message popped up in the chat group. Okay. Sent a file, which Harry initially assumed contained the entire layout of the bank, but but to his surprise, it bore only 2 words: go in. Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, the bank's alarm system blared, and the security guard at the entrance rushed in response to the commotion. Harry followed into the bank, only to discover it in disarray. A man clad in a black mask wielded a camouflaged rifle, dominating the scene. Yet, the familiar physique and distinctive style unmistakably revealed it to be V. Harry, V, what are you doing? V, I have long desired to do this. There is no time for explanations. The authorities are on their way. Hurry inside. V transmitted a document containing the route to the bank vault passage. V, this is an antiquated relic from the 90s, lacking any significant security measures. Hurry, I am stalling for time. Harry unfurled the invisibility cloak from his wallet, enveloping both himself and Rolf entirely as they stealthily approached the entrance of the bank vault. How cool. You possess an invisibility cloak. I recall that such an item is rather expensive. I've always yearned to acquire one, Rolf remarked enviously. However, my mother insists that a muggle-born can conceal themselves with a creature like the invisibility beast. The two engaged in light banter as they followed their path into the vault. Due to the destruction wrought by V, the protective measures were rendered utterly ineffective, allowing Harry and Rolf to proceed unhindered. I didn't realize you were a muggle expert, Rolf commented. I hail from the muggle world, Harry replied. No wonder I never saw you. Many young wizards grew up hearing tales of your exploits, Rolf feigned nostalgia. I always believed I could assist in vanquishing the Dark Lord, much like my grandfather did, yet alas, that opportunity eluded me. The two forcefully heaved open the vault door, while a Niffler was busy attempting to escape. What in the world is this? The Niffler exclaimed. Observing the neatly arranged cash within, Harry and Rolf remained indifferent. For the Niffler was solely attracted to shiny and glittering objects, showing no interest in the paper currency. Rolf opened his suitcase and confined the Niffler inside. The suitcase trembled a few times before falling silent. The security here is less than a tenth of that at Gringotts. Did they not fear robbery? Rolf mused, watching V brazenly stuff the gathered cash into a sack and nonchalantly carry it away. Is this not a gross negligence towards the depositors? As they stealthily slipped out of the bank, Rolf noticed the robber giving them a thumbs up. Meanwhile, a bird snake soared across the sky nearby, leaving Rolf utterly mesmerized. Merlin's red underpants. Synopsis. At the moment Voldemort launched his assault on Hogwarts, he witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory forever. It was time for Slytherin to decide to whom their allegiance would be pledged. Harry Potter descended from the sky atop Buckbeak, his wand emanating powerful lunar magic, striking down upon the Death Eaters below. The goat-riding dwarves charged from the forbidden forest to confront the giants, while elves readied their bows, shooting at the advancing vampires.